Chapter 34. Coming out of the convenience store, there was a wondrous world. Natsuki Subaru was born into the LIX educational environment of the Heisei-era Japan. If we were to tell the whole story of the entire 17 years of his life, it would probably take all 17 years to do it. So, if we omit those parts and just briefly explain his current position, it would be along the lines of a third-year high school hikikomori. Or, in a little more detail, it would be a hopeless shit who goes against his parents' expectations and shuts himself in his own shell at a time when exams are coming up. He had no particular reasons for withdrawing himself. One ordinary weekday, the thought just occurred to him, it'd be a pain to get up today, and from there, his absenteeism was underway. Slipping further and further like this, the amount of time he stayed away from school grew longer, and, before he knew it, he had become a shut-in who made his parents cry. Day after day, he spent in indulgent slothfulness, cutting off all communication, lingering on in this state until Subaru. In the end, I got summoned to a parallel world. Subaru. While he was busy muttering to himself and trying hard to organize some understanding of the current situation, two white hands grabbed onto his cheeks. Looking up, there was a beautiful silver-haired girl in front of his eyes. Honestly, a very beautiful girl, with long silver hair that gleamed like moonlight and violet eyes like embedded gemstones. Her long lashes were trembling as she watched him with a worried gaze that took her beauty beyond the natural order of the world, such that it gave him the illusion that he was seeing some divine art piece magnificent enough to make all the artists of the world give up their pens. And then there was the question, why would such a beautiful girl be squeezing his face in a close enough range that they could feel each other's breaths? Subaru. None. Her smell is super nice. Subaru? Subaru. I'm Natsuki Subaru. His name being called once again by that voice like the ring of a silver chime, Subaru spasmed out a smile in reply. Not just his face, but even his voice was shaking, and it wasn't entirely clear whether that could be called a smile. And, for reasons Subaru could not understand, this girl seemed to be especially close to him, otherwise she wouldn't be talking and staring at him in such a super close distance like this. Subaru. Sorry, but you're acting a little strange, Subaru. Strange? What? Like my eyes? Or something like that? No. Your eyes are still really scary looking like usual. I guess it's nothing, Subaru. My eyes are usually really scary looking. Trying to calm himself down by joking around a bit, he instead got hit by that totally unexpected comment. Watching Subaru recoil from that remark, the girl stuck out her tongue a little with, "You're always like this. So cute. What's going on with this girl? Why does she seem so terribly close to him? And just, what did she mean by always like this, and acting so worried? Amelia, you might have come to that conclusion too rashly. In fact, something does seem off, I suppose. But, Subaru's eyes just always look like that, I think. I'm not talking about Subaru's scary eyes right now. I don't really care if his eyes look scary, I suppose. Subaru, what's with this about my eyes being scary looking? It's a bad hobby to be picking on other people's weak points, you know. What's with you guys? No. I mean, you two are kinda cute and all." Subaru jumped himself up with great force and started blowing up in front of the beautiful girl, and the one she was talking to. Cute and fairy-like, a little girl in an extravagant dress, sporting a pair of no less elegant swirling drill curls. But his voice quickly trailed off. Inherently blunt, he had started blurting this out without thinking, before he realized that on the other end were two girls he had just met. Shutting himself up, he seriously recognized that he shouldn't have snapped. But the situation was too strange. If what Subaru imagined was correct, these two girls must be important key persons, like the villagers of the first village or something like that. So, Subaru should straighten himself up and focus on first impressions. Subaru, coughing once, intending to start over. Subaru turned to face the two in front of him, taking the two shocked-looking girls and the giant black lizard curled up behind his back into his gaze. Subaru took a step back, And, Subaru, let me introduce myself again. My name is Natsuki Subaru. Jabbing a finger toward the ceiling, he held his waist with the other hand and struck out a pose. Sadly, there was no shiny reflective ball or disco music, but Subaru sparkled his teeth as he said this and tried to make the most of it. Subaru, shamefully ignorant, blown here by the immortal winds of gods and demons, an uncouth vagrant, but nonetheless pleased to meet thee. Listening to him proclaiming this at the top of his voice. For a moment, the other two could only stare at him stupidly, getting no reaction at all. Subaru only continued maintaining his pose, as if whoever moves first would lose. He decided he was in it to win it. And so after about 10 seconds had passed in silence, the two girls looked at each other. And then, well, but we already know. You. This is way too late for self-introductions, isn't it, Subaru? Wah. And just like that, yanked out of his high-spirited self-introduction, his thoughts spilled out into that groan. It was only a little later when the seriousness of the situation became apparent. He was rather proud of that self-introduction, but seeing the way it was received, Subaru couldn't help but bend his neck. But, after that, hearing it again from the two girls, it was clear why they were so surprised. Subaru and the girls' memories were different. While Subaru was supposed to be meeting them for the first time, they already knew who Subaru was. Of course, there were no such memories on Subaru's side. So then, in other words, Subaru, you don't remember anything? About this tower, about what happened in Pristella, and even about Ram and Beatrice, and about me too. Subaru, yeah, that seems to be yes. Seeing Subaru with his knees neatly folded and stuttering out his reply, the beautiful girl widened her eyes. The sight of her pupils violently trembling sent a sense of intense guilt into Subaru's heart. But she was not the only one who was shocked by Subaru's reply. Your memories are gone. No way. There's no way that could happen. Muttering this in a whisper was the pale-faced little girl. Even more confused than the pretty girl, the younger girl was not spared from the shock. Sitting on the side of the ivy bed, the little girl sitting beside him was softly tugging on his sleeve. Seeing her delicate fingers lightly trembling, Subaru felt a pain inside his heart. Subaru. Facing the two girls, shocked and lost in front of him, Subaru tried to think of something to say, but unfortunately nothing came to him. Honestly, there was so much cold water dumped on him at once that it would have been enough to drown in. Initially, what Subaru thought had happened was him just getting summoned to a parallel world. While getting summoned to a parallel world, even with the just attached to it, was already far beyond what would be considered common sense. It turned out to be even further away than he had imagined, although one could say he almost had the right answer. As far as Subaru was concerned, this was not the familiar world he had lived in for 17 years. It was clearly evident just by looking at the outlandish clothing and the inhuman beauty of these two girls. If that still wasn't enough, the giant black lizard the size of a horse should also be submitted to the court as evidence. He had heard of Komodo dragons that were supposed to be pretty big, but that would be nothing compared to the stature of this black lizard. And with the organic bed and chairs made out of ivy added to that, we have a pretty clear case on our hands. In other words, this was a world outside all common sense, an alternate, parallel world, belonging in the so-called fantasy genre, a world wholly unknown to Subaru. Then the next question would be, why was Subaru summoned here? And which sorcerer had summoned him? At first he thought it was the two girls in front of him, since that's just how stories usually pan out, and he figured they were probably the main heroines here. But following that train of thought would be a little strange. As previously mentioned, the girls knew Subaru, yet Subaru had no memory of this. Their understandings were at odds. Subaru. Then I've met them already, but I just forgot about it. That's... Trying to process the new information from their latest exchange, Subaru made a difficult face. At the very least, Subaru's capacity was already quite overloaded when it dawned on him that he was summoned to a parallel world. If he were to also understand that he had actually been active in this parallel world for quite some time before this, Subaru's plate was really in no condition to take this on. Frankly, Subaru would have been more inclined to say something like, "Is that even possible?" and laugh the matter off. But the girl and the lowly seemed dead serious, and didn't seem to be lying either. Of course, Subaru had no memories of the things these girls were talking about, and he would have stubbornly denied them if he wasn't feeling so guilty about the look on these girls' faces. In fact, if he had to pick between his own opinions or the girls', he'd probably believe the girls since he wasn't even close to trusting himself enough. Of course, that wasn't his only reason. A stronger clue would be the changes to his body. Subaru. Yeah, this doesn't seem to be the same body I came out of the convenience store with, mumbling this. Subaru held up his right arm and opened and closed his fist. It might have been psychological, but his arm felt a little stronger than before, and on his palm there seemed to be a few more calluses that he didn't realize were there. These weren't calluses that came from swinging bamboo swords because, after all, he hadn't practiced with bamboo swords for over a year now. Also, those weren't the only changes to his arm. Subaru. Grotesque? Turning his arm over, Subaru frowned up his face when he saw its backhand side. His arm not only felt slightly stronger, but its appearance had become grotesque as well. From his right elbow, all the way up to his wrist, there was a long pattern of black spots. They bulged out like veins and covered over his arm like a tattoo someone with rather bad taste might have gotten. If it didn't seem so organic, it might have been mistaken for a tattoo, but no matter how he picked at it, it was just a part of his arm. Undeniably grotesque. So he scratched at it even harder. When tracing it with his fingers, the texture felt no different from his skin. It didn't hurt on its own, and there wasn't any strange numbness either. And digging his nails into it, the corresponding sharp pain came just as he would expect. If he scratched to his heart's content, he wondered if the black skin would break and bleed. And if it did bleed, would the blood be red? Subaru. Huh, no, nothing. I just thought my arm got sunburnt to well done and was a little bothered by it. That's all, although he was a bit shocked by the change. When he heard the pretty girl's worried call, he immediately tried glossing it over with a joke. One could say it's fortunate, but Subaru wasn't someone who balked at the sight of wounds on his own body. It's not that he wouldn't feel guilty about damaging the body his parents gave him, but even without this, his sense of guilt towards his parents was already piling on over and over at this point. Still, this was a pretty wide area. If he wore long sleeves and maybe some gloves, he could probably keep it from ruining anyone else's mood. Subaru. I usually wear long sleeves anyway, and it's not illegal to equip some fingerless gloves too. If I ever get into a dangerous situation, I can just yank off the glove and show them the black arm, and they'll be like, no way, that guy's got black arm. Isn't that just exciting to think about? Subaru licked his lips and swooshed his arm around like crazy. Considering the changes to his arm, as well the strangeness of the whole situation, the believability of the girl's explanations were very high. In the first place, Subaru's most recent memory was immediately after shopping at the convenience store. Subaru was definitely wearing his jersey when he finished shopping, but right now, far from his favorite old jersey, he was wearing some sort of dirty, worn-out traveling clothes. Nor was he wearing sneakers on his feet, and his well-done, over-sunburnt arm wasn't holding a shopping bag either. Indeed, he had not only jumped worlds, but had leaped through time as well. Coming out of the convenience store, the moment he blinked his eyes, he woke up here. That was Subaru's understanding of it. If so, then at which moment did he lose consciousness? By the time he realized he had been sleeping, he was woken up by a call. So then, what was the blank void before this? He was summoned to a parallel world from outside the convenience store, and after some time had passed, he lost his memories. Summoned to a parallel world. Sounds like the unraveling of a dream he had dreamt who knows how many times before. Yet he could not simply be pleased to accept this terrible, unexpected gift. Unbeknownst to Subaru had lived for a time in this parallel world, and it was a fact that, over that time, Subaru had interacted with and gotten to know these girls he couldn't recognize. Would it really be all right to believe them, believe in their goodwill, and stay here with them? Subaru. Ooh. I can understand why you're feeling down. But I'll just say one thing. Let's pull ourselves together and get our spirits up. After thinking long and hard about it, Subaru suddenly puffed up with spirit and shouted that out of the blue. Beside him and in front of him, the downcast expressions on the two girls sent his heart into a passionate boil. Without a doubt, they were confused and heartbroken about this situation. While it was still a bit hard for Subaru to accept that he was the primary cause of this, he knew he was the only person who could fix it. So, extending out a hand to each of the astonished girls in a deliberately flashy gesture, "Subaru, as far as I know, these cases of acute onset amnesia usually get better due to some sudden plot development, so there's no need to be too worried. If it's anything like in movies, it usually gets resolved in 1 or 2 hours, and then everything goes back to normal for some cliched happy ending. Tragedy is the best spice to lead up to grand happy endings after all. Sorry, I kind of have no idea what you're talking about. Subaru, guy." But immediately after Subaru laid down his rapid-fire delivery full of bravado, the beautiful girl informed him that she didn't understand any of that. Subaru felt like deflating at those words, but the girl quickly shook her head, and then, lightly scratching the corner of her eye with a sudden smile. Subaru is still Subaru, after all. "Man, I'm relieved, Subaru." "Is that right? If you say that, then I guess I feel a little bit relieved as well." "Hey, Subaru, what did you suddenly do that for?" With a spirited cry, the pretty girl slammed her palms onto her own cheeks with a force that cannot be overlooked, clapping down with both hands at once with a crisp sound ringing out. The girl's cheeks turned bright red. Seeing Subaru thrown into complete disarray at the sight of that gesture, the pretty girl lightly shook her head, and... "There, I got my spirit back. Being like that is no good, is it? How could we keep making that troubled face when Subaru must be feeling even more troubled than we are, Subaru? It may not look like it, but this girl is crazy ferocious. Quick, Beatrice too." With her cheeks still bright red, the pretty girl's dashing declaration stunned Subaru into a state of shock. And then, with the same fervor, she called to the now petrified little girl sitting beside Subaru. In front of the pretty girl's intimidating presence, the little girl in a dress shriveled back a bit, but "I'm shocked too, and I also understand the sadness. But right now, we have to think about the one who's taking this the hardest. We have to do something for him, don't we? Betty is..." The little girl closed her mouth as if searching for what to say. Seeing her childlike indecision, the pretty girl didn't say a thing, and only watched and waited for her response. She could have continued on and pressured her to change her heart, but the girl didn't do this. And the reason was most likely because she had faith in the little girl. Unable to remember them, Subaru couldn't possibly understand the trust that existed between these two. Subaru must be very distraught right now, I suppose, Subaru. Well, I didn't really say that. Making an ultra-small effort to salvage some dignity, Subaru quibbled. But seeing that the lowly wasn't convinced by this, Subaru ended up scratching his head and... "Subaru? Honestly, yeah, yes. I want you to please help me." After being pushed into a corner, he admitted to the true state of his mind. Seeing this, the little girl's eyes widened. In her thin, pale blue eyes were a pair of the strangest pupils. That is, for some reason, Subaru seemed to be seeing the wings of butterflies. Oog. Just really. Subaru is just the most hopeless contractor in the world. The next moment, as if those butterfly wings had fluttered up a tornado, the lowly's attitude took a 180-degree turn. Crossing her short arms, the little girl shouted this out in an exacerbated voice. Seeing her like this, the pretty girl smiled, and Subaru's shoulders jumped up. And then, pointing a finger directly at Subaru's nose, "All the time, you're just throwing up all sorts of trouble to annoy Betty, I suppose. If you don't stop it with these sloppy, irresponsible shenanigans, even Betty is not going to love you anymore, Subaru." Ooh. Then, that means? But since you're sincerely begging for Betty's help, I'll let this one go. Suppose, At any rate, without Betty, Subaru will just be a hopeless, lonely wimp who can't go on living. Subaru, did you have to put it like that? The incredible rate at which the lowly escalated the conversation knocked Subaru straight into shell shock. Without this girl, would he really get so lonely that he couldn't go on living anymore? How exaggerated could it get? Even if you tell me you've forgotten, I'll make you remember, I suppose. Betty's contractor is just a mopey, fussy guy who, no matter what happens, is never going to take on any sort of sepia colors in my reminiscences. Or anything like that, Subaru. There was a lot in there I didn't understand, but it was all that I didn't understand. But was all that supposed to be talking about me? Setting contractor, or whatever words he felt like he couldn't ignore, aside, the downcast expression on the little girl's face seemed to have lifted, and so he decided to resist the urge to object for now. Frankly, it was still quite difficult for Subaru to just calmly accept the current situation. The mess in his head still hadn't been sorted out. He still hadn't completely come to terms with reality, and he couldn't exactly swallow all the explanations as fact. But even so, for now, the girl's feelings had been conveyed to him. Subaru. My name is Natsuki Subaru. I just got here and don't even know the left from right yet, but I assume we're probably friends. And I realize this is a bit brazen, but I'd like to ask you a favor, jumping up once more. Subaru jabbed a finger toward the ceiling and announced his name, and then, shooting his arms toward the two girls in front of him, he tilted his head, and, Subaru, would you mind telling me your names, please? Ian? Hearing those words, for some reason, the pretty girl's throat froze up, and the little girl blinked her eyes, but this only lasted for a moment. Then, setting that aside at once, smiles gradually emerged on their faces. Emilia. My name is Emilia. Just Emilia. Nice to meet you, Subaru Beatrice. Betty is the Great Spirit Beatrice, and Subaru is Betty's contractor, you know, and just like this, they told him their names. So, after all that, Subaru managed to complete his self-introduction to Emilia and Beatrice for the second time. But everyone. Over the breakfast table, after explaining why everyone had to reintroduce themselves again, the general mood was like sitting on a mat full of needles. Naturally, Emilia and Beatrice were present, and aside from those two and himself, there were 5 other ladies and gentlemen in attendance. The ratio between gentlemen and ladies was a bit skewed, but at least both genders were represented. Emilia explained that they had all followed Subaru to this tower, which from the inside he didn't even realize was a tower, and that they were his companions currently putting their heads together to capture this tower. If we were to describe each of these fabulous members in turn, it would be a glamorous, busty young lady in a sexy outfit, a pretty little girl with a bewitching aura unbefitting of her age, a cute-faced girl with peach-colored hair and an enchanting gaze, an elegant girl with youthful features and a gentle air about her, and, lastly, a handsome young man with upright features surrounded by an air of nobility. Everyone is physically attractive, was Subaru's miserable realization about this parallel world at this point. Subaru. Well, just from personal preference. I still think the beautiful silver-haired Emilia-chan takes first place. Everyone. He whispered that random unnutritious thought out loud and met an extremely cold reception in return. Well, obviously, after all, they've just been told that Subaru lost his memories, and had forgotten every single one of them. It was inevitable they'd be as stumped as Emilia and Beatrice were. Emilia. So, I guess everyone is pretty shocked. Subaru is in quite a situation right now, but even in a situation like this, no. Precisely because the situation is like this, we should give him our support saying this. Emilia pitched in to help Subaru sum up his situation. Nonetheless, even in the short time that he's gotten to know her, he could already tell that she wasn't very good at public speaking. It was only when Beatrice spoke her piece that they were able to take control of the conversation that was rolling all over the place. Thanks to that, Subaru's condition was just barely communicated to everyone present when peach-colored-haired girl, Emilia Sama, may I? Raising her hand, the girl with peach-colored hair asked Amelia for permission to speak. Amelia, who was addressed with the respectful Sama, nodded. As a matter of course. Amelia, that girl is Ram. She's a maid from the mansion. Maid, do you know what that is? Subaru. No problem. But a mansion maid, you say? I think I got it, the pretty peach-color-haired girl named Ram, according to Amelia's supplementary information, was apparently a maid. Judging from the fact that she had a maid with her, Subaru could more or less imagine what Amelia's identity might be, while Ram, who couldn't care less about that train of thought right now, shot a pale red piercing glare at Subaru. Ram, is this some kind of prank, Barusu? Subaru. I know I can't help but come off as suspicious here, but that's the truth. Also, what's with turning my name into a blinding curse? Boy. And? The sleeping girl back there? Are you her older sister, Ram? Being called by that blockhead name, Subaru frowned up his face and objected. Hearing this, Ram narrowed her eyes. His question was about the girl in the green-colored room he had woken up in, who was not among those present here. With bright, light blue hair and facial features identical to Ram's, she was sleeping, and no matter what kind of commotion was being thrown up around her, she went on sleeping as though it had anything to do with her. After introducing himself for the second time, she was the first person Subaru asked Amelia and Beatrice about. According to them, finding a way to wake her from her unwaking slumber was one of the primary reasons they came to capture this tower. Subaru, sorry I caused all this trouble when you're trying to wake up your sister, but I honestly have no idea what's going on with a lot of things right now. So please insult me all you want, once I get my memories back, Ram. The way you said that? You really don't remember? That frivolous attitude and tone doesn't seem any different from regular Barusu Sabaru. When you put it like that, it almost sounds like I still got all my good qualities from before. That's good news, right? Well, like they say, a man's nature doesn't change so easily. So please treat the new me the same way you treated me before. Subaru puffed himself up with spirit, and Ram only stared at this irresponsible attitude in disbelief. Like nothing changed at all. Subaru was so much like his usual self that she couldn't help but have such doubts. Apart from the memory loss, it was true that it didn't seem all that bad. At least in terms of interactions, there was no need to worry about anything feeling off. Subaru. So that's Besa. You busty girl. Teacher-sama? Just as he was about to take a breath after Ram's questioning, Subaru almost flipped upside down when he felt a sweet breath blowing into his ear. Completing his emergency sideways trajectory, he looked back and saw the glamorous black-haired girl standing in a position close enough to lick his left ear, wearing a black bikini, hot pants, and a cloak. The girl seemed to be aiming for a rather specific fetishism, but what freaked Subaru out wasn't her clothing, but her movement. Only a moment ago, she was sitting cross-legged across from him on the floor. How did she manage to get up and sneak beside him? Subaru. Shola? It's Shola, Teacher Sama's favorite disciple, and the stars keeper of this Pleiades watchtower. Subaru. Stars keeper. Also, by Teacher Sama? You mean me? Shola, Yesu. Beaming a smile that could outshine the sun at Subaru, who was pointing a finger at himself, the beautiful girl. Shola nodded. The sight of that carefree smile completely turned Subaru's impression on its head. In terms of outer appearance, she seemed to be the girl closest to marriageable age in the group, and combined with that fashion choice, he originally thought there was an especially mature attractiveness about her. But her attitude was like a 10-year-old, or rather, like a puppy that's overjoyed to be noticed by its master. Or something like that. In fact, not too far from Subaru's impression, Shola was wagging her black ponytail behind her like a dog wagging its tail. Shola. Say, Teacher Sama, you're still not tired of playing around like this? You? Just how many times do you have to forget me before you cut that out? Subaru. It's not like it's a matter of having had enough or not. Actually, are you telling me my memories get blown away very often? Did crossing dimensions make my memories easy to blow away or something? Hearing Shala's airheaded comment, Subaru looked around at the others to make sure. Although Subaru had been barely able to accept the reality of his memory loss, having it happen frequently was a whole other story. That's not just acute anymore. That'd be a chronic condition. If he's constantly losing his memories because of some endemic parallel world disease, that's quite a bit more serious than just making daily life inconvenient. Subaru, what is it? Do I really lose my memories that often? Beatrice. No, of course not. Calm down, I suppose. Shala. Don't make Subaru more confused than he already is. He's just finally settled down, too. Holding Subaru's left hand, Beatrice, who was sitting beside him all along, sighed. She shot Shala a piercing stare, and in return Shala stuck out her tongue with, "Well, hey, Shala. I wasn't trying to trouble Teacher Sama, you know." Ah, but then, if that makes Teacher Sama's head filled with Shala, then that's okay too, isn't it? I'm such a fiendish girl. Teacher Sama, do you like fiendish girls, Subaru? At this point in time, fiendish just means confusing, so no thank you. Right now, I only want help from angel, goddess, fairy types, so I'll leave half-naked older sister types for another time's holla. Gee, that's so Mian. Even though my boobs are so big, Teacher Sama's so Miana in front of Shola's ever-escalating affection towards him. Subaru declined her offer with an awkward smile. Honestly, he didn't dislike her at all, but he could tell that her affection was not directed at the Subaru of this moment, but at the Teacher Sama Subaru of her devotions. In fact, Emilia and Beatrice's fondness of him must have been the same as well. Little girl with indigo blue hair. Really, Anui-san is such a headache-san regardless of Subaru's inner thoughts, the little girl commented in her sweet voice. She was a little girl who appeared to be about the same age as Beatrice, but unlike Beatrice's fairy-like features, her face was still within the realm of human cuteness. Her indigo blue hair was tied in a French braid, and a rather unbecoming seductive gaze was being sent out from her eyes. Subaru, I should like to have a word with your parents. Baby little girl with indigo blue hair. It'd be better if you don't. Anui-san and Mommy won't get along, you know. Also, aren't we talking about Anui-san's memories right now, Subaru? Even if you say that, there's no way to get them back right away. For now, let's just start with your name. Tell me that, and we'll have taken the first step in our friendship, you know. Indigo blue-haired little girl. Friendship not sure what was funny, but the little girl covered her mouth and quietly snickered. It was like a snicker somewhere in between mocking and speechlessness, and yet it was neither of the two. Subaru couldn't understand why she was laughing like that. But, Meili. I'm Meili, Andi-san. If you haven't forgotten your sewing skills along with your memories, I still hope you could make me stuffed animals again, Subaru. Ooh, my hidden power has already been revealed? Sounds like I'm pretty fond of Meili, huh? Are you also my little sister protege like Beatrice? Beatrice, that girl was an assassin sent to murder Subaru and Betty in our house. I suppose Subaru. What kind of joke is that? Beatrice dumped a rather heavyweight joke on him, but for some reason, no one else was denying it. Unless... Subaru looked at Meili, and she gave him a little smile and waved her hand. Subaru had no idea what actually happened, but this little girl being an assassin still sounded a bit unrealistic. Although, maybe it wouldn't hurt to stay on the safe side. Subaru. So then, Ram and Shola and Meili have all introduced themselves. Then the next would be... Setting his various questions about Meili aside for now, Subaru turned his sights on the remaining two people. To the light purple-haired girl in a scarf, and the handsome-featured youth. Of all those present, only these two hadn't uttered a single word since they explained Subaru's situation. And, to Subaru, with the gender ratio excessively tilted towards females, that youth was the only person of the same gender as him. So he was quite looking forward to what he had to say. But, handsome youth. The silent youth's yellow pupils were trembling, and a ghastly aura was emanating from him as he sat there. It was an atmosphere that made one hesitate to speak to him, and Subaru couldn't say a word. Even for Subaru, who was universally recognized for his inability to read the mood. Seeing the youth like this made him reluctant to set foot into his world. Perhaps, out of all the people in this room, he was the one whom this had hit the hardest. Light purple-haired girl. Just handsome youth. Light purple-haired girl. Just give him a little time. That's fine, right? In that youth's stead, the pretty girl in a scarf lightly raised her hand and said this. Her clothing seemed to be quite a bit warmer than the others, and, contrary to her cute appearance, her tone was a tad tomboyish, somewhat reminiscent of what they call a bakuko back home. And just like this, she sliced through the congealing atmosphere. Either way, her words salvaged the conversation. Although, for some reason, Emilia and everyone else seemed terribly confused about something just now. Subaru. Ah, yeah, of course. It's my bad for suddenly shocking everyone with this light purple-haired girl. The way I see it, it's not only that a boko, the masculine Subaru. Ooh, it is a bakuko. So this girl who gave off the impression of a bakuko actually did off the impression of a boku. Refer to herself with boku. With a thoughtful expression, the girl played with her scarf and wryly smiled at Subaru's words. Anastasia. For now, you may call me Anastasia. In fact, if it weren't for your shocking revelation, it would have been me in your place, making a shocking revelation of my own. But it seems there's been a mix-up, Subaru. A shocking revelation. Unsure what kind of revelation she was planning to make, Subaru seemed perplexed by her words, but Anastasia only lightly smiled and did not answer him. All the while, watching their exchange, the expressions on Emilia and Beatrice's faces also seemed as though they were puzzled by something. They didn't know what Anastasia was going to confess either, but there appeared to be something else that was bothering them. Ram, in any case, it seems Knight Julius needs some time to settle down, so let's prepare breakfast in the meantime. Emilia-sama, can I borrow Barusu to fetch some water with me? Subaru, hey? Standing up from her seat, Ram patted her knees as she said this. Instead of indulging in the stagnancy of the situation, she suggested making use of the time. It made sense, yet something about it felt off as Emilia's face seemed surprised by this unexpected request. No matter what, to ask an amnesiac Subaru to accompany her would just be, Emilia. Subaru's memories are muddled up. Maybe it's better to let him rest. Ram, even if we let him rest, there is no way for him to recover his memories right away. Barusu said this himself. Besides, whether or not he has his memories, Barusu is still a servant under Roswell-sama's employment. He's just a bit more forgetful than usual. To use that as an excuse for slacking off is unforgivable, Subaru. That's pretty harsh, Ram-chan. Ram-san. Ram shot him a glare, and Subaru's shoulders shriveled up into a ball. Even so, perhaps Ram was right. Although Subaru was currently in a difficult situation, he wouldn't feel comfortable being overly pampered because of it. Besides, Subaru, watching the downcast youth supported by Anastasia, Subaru felt that he shouldn't be there, at least until the youth had settled down. Or maybe it was because she noticed this, that she wanted to bring Subaru out of the room. Subaru, if that's the case, I shouldn't underestimate you, Ram. Ram. Anyways, let's go, Barusu. I don't expect other capabilities from you, but at least you should have no problem drawing water, Emilia. Oh, then we could... Ram, you shouldn't spoil Barusu if you want what's best for him. Perhaps calling her name without any suffixes was the correct answer, since Ram didn't object that time. Instead, she stopped Emilia, who wanted to come along. Just as Emilia was about to argue, Subaru cut in. It's fine, Subaru. Ram's got a point. Aside from what's in my brain, my body is fine. I heard that I'm supposed to be a servant? Like a scullery boy? Seems like it, I guess. So in that case, I should go draw some water and resume my duties, Emilia. Subaru, you're not a servant. You're my... Subaru. I'm your what? Unless, I'm your LL lover or Emilia. No, it's absolutely totally not that at all, Subaru. It's absolutely totally not that at all. Well, yeah, I guess. Breathing heavily through his nostrils, asking this full of hope, He was immediately shot down by Amelia. She was definitely his type all the way, but this highborn flower was too far out of his reach. Memories or not, how could Subaru possibly hope to come within reach of such a cute girl like her? Subaru. Anyways, don't mind me. Go take care of your end. Hopefully by the time I come back, he'll feel a little better. Amelia. You're right. I understand. I'll try talk to him somehow, putting jokes aside. Subaru lowered his voice and whispered this to Amelia while pointing in the direction of the young man. The youth seemed to be exchanging words with Anastasia, but for some reason, he didn't appear to be feeling any better. It would be great if Amelia and Beatrice could slightly lift his spirits. Either way, he wasn't expecting Shala or Miley to be of much help in the matter. Subaru. Of course, the most dependable one here is Betty. I'll leave it to you. Contract co Beatrice. I'd prefer if you don't call me that, Subaru. Oh, really? Then, just Beatrice? Beatrice. That's good enough for now. Subaru can leave it to Betty, still holding his hand. Beatrice slightly objected to what Subaru called her. Seeing her reaction, Subaru got the feeling that he made the wrong choice in the end, but still didn't know how to fix it. Then Beatrice let go of Subaru's hand and turned her eyes toward Ram. Beatrice. Older twin sister, I'll entrust Subaru to you, I suppose, Ram? Understood. But we're not going far. I doubt it will be dangerous. Beatrice. It was precisely in that kind of undangerous place that Subaru dropped all his memories. You know, Ram? Good point, Subaru. No counter-argument at all, listening to the exchange between Beatrice and Ram. Subaru was stuck with this unpleasant consensus. Just then, Amelia brought back a water bucket from the edge of the room. Handing the bucket to Subaru, Amelia, just go slowly with Ram, and take your time. I'll try my best to calm him down before you get back. Subaru. Oh, all right. Do your best. I'll leave it to you. Amelia-chan, Amelia. For just a moment, there was a pause before she replied, but Subaru didn't pursue it. Ram. Barusu Ram called for him to hurry up, and Subaru took the bucket in one hand and followed her out of the room. As he left, he stole a glance in the direction of the youth, but he still didn't appear to be in a state to talk. Subaru. So, would it be all right if I ask what the problem was? Ram? You mean Knight Julius? That is quite cruel of you, Barusu Subaru. It's cruel. There was now only the two of them, walking down the hallway side by side with Ram. Subaru asked about the youth, who seemed to have been more shocked than anyone else in the room. Her reply was that he was cruel, and he had picked up that the youth's name was Julius. A name that gave off quite a smart impression, he thought. Subaru, I guess we can leave him to Amelia and Beatrice. That's why you brought me out here, isn't it? It wasn't just to fetch water, right? Having put a little distance between the room and themselves, Subaru got straight to the point. Ram. Subaru. Not talking, huh? I mean, I'm not saying that for sure. I could be wrong, and it could turn out to be really super embarrassing for me, maybe, Ram. Subaru, unless it was really just to get water. If that's the case, please forget what I said. Now that I think about it, all that smug-faced, something must be up, was just totally cranny right now, Ram. Subaru? Huh? Subaru. Thinking he probably got it wrong. Subaru's face was starting to tense up from the lack of a response. But, just as he was trying to find some way to smooth it over, Ram stopped in her tracks, going ahead for 2 extra steps before realizing that she had stopped. Subaru stopped as well and turned around towards Ram. She lightly brushed her peach-colored hair and... Ram. That's enough, dumbass. You can drop the act now, Barusu. Then, with a slight tinge of anger in her light red pupils, she spoke. Subaru. Eh? The act? Ram? That's the whole point of changing locations. You understand that, don't you? You didn't have to make a girl so embarrassed. Disgusting, Subaru. Disgusting. Not understanding what she was trying to say, Subaru furrowed his brows. But in the meantime, Ram hugged her own elbows and shook her head at his stupid-looking expression. Ram, anyways, Barusu must have come up with some kind of half-assed plan again, didn't you? Never mind the indiscreet Emilia-sama, the opposing faction Anastasia-sama, and the untrustworthy Shola. At least tell Ram what you're thinking. That way, they can better coordinate in case something goes wrong. With that as the subtext, Ram plainly said this to Subaru. Receiving this, Subaru's eyes drifted for a bit, before bringing up his right arm and scratching hard at his hair. Subaru. About that, Ram. What you said just now. It's not that I don't understand, but... Ram, but... Subaru. Sorry, but this is really not an act or a prank or anything. I really don't remember. Sorry I can't live up to your expectations, Ram. Stubborn. I know Barusu always likes to go at it alone, but this time, it concerns me as well. Ram has a stake in what happens to MM, so I'm afraid you have to let me in on this, Subaru. No, but... I mean... Who's being stubborn here? Subaru felt himself at a loss with Ram, insisting like this. No doubt she couldn't accept the fact that he had lost his memories, but seeing her so obstinate, Subaru didn't know what to do. In the end, how would pretending to lose his memories help capture this tower anyway? Ram. Even though Ram doesn't understand, if it's Barusu always has a plan. So, come clean with me. I will keep it secret, Subaru. Although sharing a secret just between the two of us sounds enticing and all. She didn't know the details, but she was certain Subaru had a plan. The way Ram said this made him so surprised that he stood there stunned for a moment. But even if she questioned him with this flimsy logic, Subaru wouldn't know what to tell her. Come to think of it, she said. If it's Subaru, just how much faith did she have in him? But, while Subaru was busy being occupied with these thoughts, Ram, Barusu Subaru. Oi. Suddenly taking a step forward, Ram closed in and swung her arm, and the bucket flew from Subaru's left hand. Metal struck upon the stone floor, and its high-pitched noise rang down the hallway. Shocked, Subaru was about to raise his voice to ask her why she did that, but... Subaru. A hand clenched onto his collar, and by the time he noticed he had lost his balance, he was pinned against the wall. Letting out a small cry at the pain of his back striking against the wall, Subaru realized it was because of the small-statured girl in front of him. He realized it, but he didn't know why. Subaru. What are you doing? Ram. Tell me. If you don't cut this out, Ram also has some other ideas. Subaru. What the hell's with you? Didn't I tell you I got nothing? I'm not lying to you. Faced with her quiet threat and use of violence, even Subaru's patience had reached its limit. How many times did he have to say it before she believed him? Just like this, he tried to grab of Ram's wrist that was clenching onto his collar when... Ram, that's enough. Spit it out. Subaru. Hearing this up-close bark, Subaru's anger scattered away through his ears. Perhaps it was the shock, but it was not only that. There was shock, but after the shock of this sudden scream, he felt her strength falling away. But aside from this, there was still something else stopping him from moving. Ram. Spit it out. Her voice was trembling. Hearing this, even without his memories, Subaru nonetheless felt its impact. The impact was not only because she had betrayed his impression of her, but because of another, indeterminate reason as well. Ram. Please, spit it out, Subaru. Ram. Please, softly, leaning her forehead against his chest, the girl spilled this out in a trembling voice. Having lost all of the force of a moment ago, the only thing that remained was sorrow. She wasn't crying, because she wasn't so fragile. She wasn't grieving, because she wasn't so kind to herself. Only, held within that voice, was a sorrow that had no place to go. To whom? Or where? Or what was it pointed? Ram. If even Barusu has forgotten, then Ram is... Then Ram... Subaru. Ram... She... Ram was the name of her little sister, sleeping in a bed in the green room, a sleeping princess who looked exactly like her. That girl, and her older sister in front of him, just what must have happened between Subaru and them. It was not something Subaru could imagine at this moment. All Subaru knew was that Ram was truly relying on whatever he had forgotten. Subaru. I'm sorry, dropping down his arms, watching her as she pressed her forehead against his chest, so he could not see her expression. Subaru quietly apologized. Was it an apology for what he had forgotten? Or an apology because he couldn't answer her? It was probably both, and some other emotions mixed in as well. Other than that, Ram didn't say anything more. Subaru didn't say anything either. Only, feeling Ram grabbing tightly onto his shirt, he closed his eyes. Only the bucket that had rolled onto the floor was staring at the two, helplessly leaning against each other. Chapter 35. Thin ice relations. Subaru knows how painful it is to be forgotten. So, forgetting someone, he would never joke about something like that. On their way back to the room, Subaru inadvertently held his breath when heard the voice from inside. Even though he couldn't see who was speaking, he knew from the voice, beautiful like a silver chime, that it was Amelia. Listening to her say his name in her slightly tense voice, Subaru couldn't help but strain his cheeks into an awkward smile. Carried within that voice was a powerful trust, and an equally powerful plea. It was from Amelia to Natsuki Subaru, and certainly not to this Subaru. He acutely understood this. Ram would never joke about something like that. Yes, never thought I'd say this, but Amelia-sama is right. Also hearing that voice, Ram, who accompanied Subaru, whispered this self-derisive comment under her breath. Unlike Subaru, who was carrying the water-filled bucket, she was empty-handed and holding her elbows, her nails digging into her white skin, almost like a reminder to herself, a regret, and an extension of the pain of an unfulfillable vow. Subaru. Ram. It was just a pointless joke. Forget you ever heard it. It'll only worry Amelia-sama if you bring it up. So for the sake of Ram's impeccable reputation, keep it to yourself. If you dare mention it to Subaru. Ram, it seems you really don't remember. If he dares mention it, something scary will happen. That was probably what she was trying to say. Or perhaps she was expecting Subaru to counter with a quip before she did so. Just like before, when the connection between her and her younger sister was brought up, he thought he saw a glimpse of disappointment flashing across her pale red eyes, but that sadness disappeared in an instant. The fact that she wouldn't let him tell anyone, was it because Ram was too strong for that? Or because she was too weak? He didn't know what lay in the depths of her heart. Only, faintly, on the center of Subaru's chest, there was still a lingering trace of where her head had rested. Ram. Sorry to keep you waiting. We've returned without giving him any time to think. Ram resumed her steps and headed into the room. That stubborn attitude might just be Ram expressing her insistence on the matter. Seeing this, Subaru had no choice but to respect her feelings and not mention the matter. Subaru entered a few steps behind her. A more or less strained atmosphere spread throughout the room. But even so, it was still somewhat better than immediately after Subaru made his shocking revelation. As proof of that, after Amelia greeted the returning Subaru with thanks for the hard work, the next voice that followed was, Julius, earlier, I showed you an unsightly side of me. Is it all right if we start over, Subaru? Oh, I should be the one to... I'm the one who surprised you, Wu? Ah, no, I shouldn't have interrupted you. Please go on. Julius, there is no need to be so restrained. If you're so formal with me, I wouldn't feel at ease. Saying this, a faint smile emerged on the purple-haired youth, Julius's face. Earlier, he was the one who had turned pale at Subaru's revelation. Subaru didn't know what Amelia and Beatrice might have said to him while he was gone fetching water, but he seemed to have recovered enough strength to speak. Only, there were still the words Ram said to him in the corridor. When he asked her about Julius, she told him that he was too cruel. Just what could she have meant by that? Julius, let us start again. I am Julius Juculius. This is Anastasia-sama. I serve as her knight. And you are like a friend of sorts. Subaru, I see. Nice to meet you. But why did that last part not feel very confident there? Julius, unfortunately, we might have had a slightly different understanding of our relationship. I myself think of you as a friend. But as for what you think of me, it's... Subaru. Literally. Lost to memory, Julius. That is quite true. Picking up a certain elegance in his words and conduct, Subaru bent his lips. According to Amelia, he was the only other male member of their company on this journey into these treacherous environments. So, naturally, there must have been considerable trust between them. But then again, considering Julius's nightly air and their exchange just now, even without memories, Subaru could imagine his previous self having made a terrible first impression. Amelia, it's all right. There's no need to worry. Subaru and Julius are really good friends. We were there, so we can all attest to that. Miley, that's right. There's no reason to be so worried about this, is there? Night on Oi Sands already got plenty of other problems to worry about watching their exchange. Amelia cut herself in with her hands on her hips, and Miley mockingly concurred with a mischievous look in her eyes. Whereas Amelia's words were purely out of concern for Subaru and Julius's first meeting, Miley's seemed to be insinuating something entirely different altogether. Subaru furrowed his brows when he heard this, while Julius nodded as if having understood her meaning. Julius, why, yes, what Miley said is true. Subaru, although we do need to discuss what happened to you, it is not the only problem we are presently faced with. In this regard, please allow me to explain. Ram, would it be related to Anastasia-sama's strange behavior this morning? Julius, your observation is correct, Miss Ram. Ram said this, leaning against a wall, and Julius slightly cast down his eyes in reply. Seeing this, Ram narrowed her eyes towards Anastasia and let out a small sigh. Ram, Barusu, give me the water bucket. I will begin preparing the meal. Subaru, aren't we about to discuss something important, Ram? I will be still in the same room, so I can still hear everything. Working will help take my mind off of things. Brusquely saying this, Ram snatched the water bucket from Subaru's hand and headed towards the luggage-filled corner of the room. Then, they saw her slender back setting about exactly that task. Amelia. Sorry. Ram. She isn't usually like this. Anastasia. Of course, there is no need to mind. It is understandable that she would feel this way. Seeing the desired information one couldn't wait to pull out of the other person's throat suddenly fly so far away, anyone would feel this way. Anastasia calmly shook her head to Amelia's apology. And, hearing Anastasia's reply, both Amelia and Beatrice made a difficult expression. Subaru didn't know what might have crossed their minds, but the answer, too, that soon came from Anastasia's own mouth. Anastasia, now then, even though after all the confusion this morning, I would honestly do not wish to burden you with any more surprises. I do think that keeping it hidden would only sow the seeds for discord down the road. Therefore, if your accepting soils would permit it, allow me to confide something in you. Beatrice, such an arrogant and roundabout thing to say. Hurry up, and get to the point, I suppose. Anastasia, there is no need to be so frightened, Beatrice. One could say we are as close as sisters, you and I. In fact, it is just as you guessed. Beatrice's cheeks froze at Anastasia's words. Standing beside Subaru, as if naturally seeking something to rely on, the young girl's fingers lightly grasped onto Subaru's sleeve. Subaru cast her a side glance and, after some hesitation, took her hand. The tips of her fingers were faintly quivering from the shock. But soon, the small palm accepted this warmth in turn. Anastasia, your relationship with your contractor is indeed amicable and ideal. I wish I could have had the same perfect relationship with Anna, but unfortunately, it is not going so well. Amelia, you are addressing Anastasia-san like you're talking about someone else, so that means you're... Anastasia. Ah, yes, you guessed correctly. Right now, the consciousness inhabiting this body is not Anna's. Anastasia Hoshin is sleeping deep inside this body, and the one addressing you now would be something of a deceased ghost that has temporarily taken over this fleshly form. Amelia's breath choked up, and Beatrice held tighter onto Subaru. Julius's face ringed with pain at her confession, and Miley still looked bored as ever. Only Shala, sitting cross-legged beside Miley, was completely aloof to the conversation, with her attention solely focused on Ram, who was preparing the meal. With her back turned, no one could make out Ram's expression as she continued about her work. Lastly, for Subaru, what are you guys talking about? I didn't get any of that. Left all the way behind, naturally, he could only make a difficult expression. The body of the girl named Anastasia Hashin was now dominated by another existence, while her own existence was soundly sleeping. Simply put, that was what Anastasia, or the spirit by the name of Echidna, had explained. It seemed that fact was quite shocking to Amelia and Beatrice, while for Subaru, rather than shock, it only served to exacerbate his confusion. Subaru barely had any impressions of Anastasia in the first place. Imagine someone came up and told him right when they first met that, "I used to be Anastasia, but now I'm actually this other person." Subaru. Is that so? That's pretty big news, huh? He couldn't exactly react except like it was someone else's affairs. No doubt it was only from the reactions of those around him that he figured that this was a pretty serious situation. After all, they came to this tower for a reason. It was in order to find a way to save the girl that kept on sleeping, and to help those people struck with some unknown disease that they came here. Or at least, that's what he had been told. "Ram, we barely just got here and the key people are already falling apart. Barasu dropped his memory somewhere and Anastasia Sama's consciousness is deep in the abyss." Subaru, doesn't look good at all, huh? Listening to Ram's blunt remark, Subaru dejectedly held his head. The problems were just piling up. Subaru hadn't even sorted out his own mess, and more difficulties just kept coming. They were going nowhere. In that case, Amelia, everyone, I think even if we hang our heads like this, we won't solve anything. I understand the frustration, I do. But we can't let our spirits down, Amelia. A lot of people's hopes are riding on us coming to this tower. What happened to Subaru and Anastasia-san? That is a big deal. Amelia clapped her hands together and gathered everyone's attention to herself. Then, after pausing a beat, she scanned her amethyst eyes over everyone present. "Amelia, we can't stop here. We mustn't give up. That's what I've always been taught." Amelia said this firmly as she looked at each member's face in turn. Her gaze finally fell on Subaru, who held his breath as he was pierced by their amethyst charm. Naturally, his chest heated up. He didn't know what to say, but he could see the expectation in her eyes. Receiving it, and feeling like he must do something, Subaru tightened his fist. "Beatrice. Ow, that hurts." "Oi, Subaru. My ba. No, not bad, because this is proof of my determination. Beatrice, even if you say that with a straight face, it still hurt when it hurt, I suppose. Reflect on your actions now." Subaru. "Sorry, hurting you was my bad, but my determination was not." "Yeah, that's right." Subaru apologized to Beatrice's protests that her delicate wrist was being squished. But he quickly shook his head. He could see that the situation is worrying, but simply worrying about unsolvable problems wouldn't move anything forward at all. Subaru knew this from personal experience, in fact. If Subaru was alone, he would certainly have lost his way. But he wasn't alone. Even if he had forgotten everything on his end, there was still Amelia and the others. "And so, Subaru, it's true, my memory's slipping away all of a sudden has caused you a lot of trouble. I'm sorry about that, but that doesn't mean it's hopeless. Think of it another way. Who knows, maybe now I'm freed from the unnecessary fetters and ready to burst out with new ideas like a fresh spring or something. Then that means we're ready to break out of this mess, doesn't it? Anastasia. That's quite a progressive take on it. Subaru, would you rather go backwards instead? All the important things are ahead of us. They say the goddess of fortune only shows her bangs, you know? Besides, when it comes to capturing this tower, maybe we'll need to come up with a more flexible idea. One that isn't confined by the conventions of this world, like an idea from another world." Anastasia, or rather, Echidna. Riley smiled at that momentous remark. But she was pushed back by an even more momentous retort. Even though he was just bluffing, what he said was right, and there was a need to break out of the current atmosphere. Listening to Subaru's thoughts, the difficult expressions on everyone's faces began to change. Amelia, that's right. Subaru has always gotten over all sorts of trouble like this. So, this time, you'll definitely get us through it too. Subaru, that's the spirit. Though that kinda sounds like I'll have to do all the work here. But since you're counting on me, I'll do my best. Such a cute girl is asking for my help after all. Amelia, thank you, Subaru. I'm glad. Subaru is still Subaru after all. Subaru. Hearing Amelia's whisper as she put a hand to her ample chest in relief, Subaru was almost caught off guard. Subaru is still Subaru. After all, hearing her sigh of relief from the bottom of her heart, Subaru felt relieved as well. I guess that's enough, he thought. Little by little, this self would be able to fill the hole left by the Natsuki Subaru she knew. If he could do just that, then he should be able to smooth over all the jumbled relationships here. Julius. Well, that sure is optimistic Subaru, huh? Just when Subaru was relieved by Amelia's words, Julius suddenly cut in. Sensing Subaru's gaze, he shrugged and loosened his lips with, "Nothing, Julius. I just thought, memories or not, it's still as impossible as ever to tell whether you're brave or reckless. On the other hand, perhaps you would only think this because you've forgotten the enormity of the obstacle we are facing." Subaru. Oi, why's there always something annoying about the stuff you say? Unless... No way, is that just your true nature? Julius-san. I mean, just Julius. Julius, I see. It's just as Amelia-sama said. Memories or not really doesn't matter. One's nature is not so easy changed. Subaru. I guess I can kind of imagine what kind of relationship we have now. We must be more comfortable with each other than anything else, huh? They were not harsh words of malice, but an exchange of friendly jabs. Nevertheless, Subaru was convinced that there was a certain sense of distance between them. His initial impression wasn't wrong. Subaru and Julius mustn't have liked each other very much when they first met. But afterwards, through various things they've experienced together, their relationship must have improved to the point where they could travel to this tower together. Subaru. Then I'll be counting on you, Julius. Until I get my memories back, I'll trouble you for a little longer. Julius. Yeah, it can't be helped. Then I will resignedly accept this as my duty. Memories are just a trivial matter. I see. That's right. Julius quietly nodded to Subaru's friendly address, and the topic ended there. His memories were lost, and the problems just kept coming. This definitely wasn't something one would meet with a bright face. That was a fact. But to face it nonetheless was a testament to his strength. Julius. When the person in question isn't all that concerned, perhaps that is a grace as well, Subaru. I just don't show it. There's actually a whole storm churning in my chest right now. But I'll take the opportunity to get healed by some alone time with Amelia-chan later. Amelia, you want a lap pillow? Subaru. No, I'm sorry. Isn't that, a bit rushed? After saying it with his chest pumped up and his spirits high, Subaru suddenly shrunk. Not expecting Amelia to be so willing to give him such tender healing, his heart started cowering in fear. Moreover, it's a lap pillow. Naturally, his gaze fell onto her soft white thighs. Ram. It's ready. Come help carry it, Barusu pervert. Subaru. Ow. Feeling something kick in back of his knees, Subaru let out a wail on the spot and collapsed to the floor. All the while, Ram looked down on him with a look of disdain, as if chastising him for his indecency. Ram, your useless positivity is one of your only virtues, Barusu. Use that positivity to set up the food, as well as for cleaning, tidying, and various other chores, Subaru. You just want to slack off, don't you? Sala? Ooh! Teacher-sama. I'll help as well, Sue. F-O-O-D. F-O-O-D. Just as Subaru was protesting Ram's forceful transfer of responsibilities, he was immediately cut off by Shola's pressing desire for sustenance. Seeing Shola beginning to carry out the plates, Subaru had no choice but to join in the preparations. Subaru, let's see the menu. That kinda just looks like preserved rations, Ram. In fact, it is precisely preserved rations. The few fresh foods Amelia-sama brought over have already ran out, so the diet will be quite bland in the foreseeable future, Subaru. Well, hopefully we can capture this tower quickly and get back to somewhere more populated. He had heard it said that people's hearts are only at ease once there are ample food and clothing. In that sense, he wasn't sure just how long they could last in this tower. Particularly in regards to food, in the absence of his memory, Subaru's only impression of the taste of this parallel world was the taste of preserved rations, which was rather miserable. Echidna. Sorry to bring this up while you're eating, but there is something I want to confirm with you. Subaru-kun. Subaru? Hungry. Starving. What, me? Something you wanted to ask me? Role-playing as someone who's been treated like a slave and given nothing but miserable scraps ever since he was summoned to this parallel world. Subaru protested against the injustice, but he stopped eating when he heard Echidna's words. Echidna, it's nothing, but while I apologize for bringing this up when everyone is united against our situation, I would like Subaru-kun to share a bit more with us about what happened to him. After all, your memories were the only ones that has been affected by this tower. Conversely, who knows if the same thing might happen to any of our memories as well. Subaru. Right. Makes sense. Even though having the person involved do it might be a bit difficult. Amnesia can be pretty inconvenient, you know. Beatrice, the way you said it made me wonder if you really see yourself as being involved, I suppose? Seeing Subaru nod in agreement, Beatrice could only manage a baffled expression. But Echidna's concerns were reasonable, and the truth is, Subaru also needed to know how he lost his memories. The clues to restoring his memories must be tied to how he lost them in the first place. At the table, to Subaru's right was Beatrice, and to his left was Amelia. Those two were at his side when he woke. He wanted to know just what kind of memories could have prompted them to sit there of their own accord, and to place in him such baseless trust and warmth. Or rather, it was that he needed to remember, because it was his duty, Subaru. But still, I woke up without remembering anything, so I don't really know what happened. Amelia-chan and everyone, where exactly did you guys find me? Amelia? Well, you were nowhere to be seen in the dragon carriage this morning, and we couldn't find you either in any of the rooms on the 4th floor, so we got pretty worried. Subaru's curiosity was piqued by the word dragon carriage, but he did not open his mouth in fear of interrupting Amelia's story. Perhaps the lizard who stood in the green room was related to earth dragons in some way. They did look like the type you'd see from a horse-drawn cart. He'd have to put off his curiosity in wanting to see the real thing, though. Beatrice. Betty was not at her wit's end as much as Amelia was, in fact. I was just bothered that I couldn't figure out where you, my contractor, was within this strange tower, I suppose. That's why I went with her to search around the tower for you. And after that, Subaru. And after that? Amelia. We found you collapsed in the white library on the 3rd floor, and then brought you to the green room. Subaru breathed out a "ah" after hearing Amelia and Beatrice's joint explanation. Julius. The 3rd floor is one of the floors within this tower. We're on the 4th floor right now. We're going through them trying to reach the 1st floor, which is the topmost floor. It was thanks to none other than your knowledge that we already made it through past the 3rd floor. Subaru. Thanks for explaining. Did you say thanks to my knowledge? Julius filled in for the missing details. Even so, for Subaru, the content seemed to be quite lacking in credibility. Nevertheless, Amelia continued where he'd left off with an "yeah. That's really how it happened. All we heard was gibberish, but you were able to solve it all by yourself, Subaru. You were really amazing. Subaru. Thank you. Hey, no one says gibberish these days anymore. Amelia. Subaru. Did I say something weird? Did I say something weird? Though Subaru had tried to awkwardly compliment Amelia, she remained silent as if something was up with her. For a split second, he could see the traces of some strong emotion flicker across her eyes, yet he had no idea what it meant. At any rate, he couldn't keep up with them, as if they were ripples rippling through a pond. Subaru. By the way, you said that I collapsed and that you brought me to that grassy room. Beatrice, that room is protected by a special spirit. That spirit has the power to heal people's wounds. That is why we've laid Rem down there too, in fact. Subaru. Okay, gotcha. So, that's why you also brought me there. By the way, what are the chances that I lost my memories due to that room? Amelia, well... Sabaru batted one of his eyes shut as Amelia faltered in response, looking like she hadn't thought about that, though this was only a hunch of his, regarding the intentions of this spirit or whatever. While those may be unknown, if it took the form of a plant, then he couldn't discount it having some kind of cruel nature. Flowers are pretty and filled with sweet nectar to get insects to carry their pollen, but they can also be like carnivorous plants who camouflage themselves to snare in insects to slurp the life out of them. It could have slurped his memories out of him instead of healing him. There was a chance of that. Echidna. It's quite a wild idea, but I heavily doubt that. In that case, something weird would have happened to me first far quicker, considering I've been in that room far longer than you have. Subiru, that something strange hasn't got anything to do with the original body's owner not waking up. Echidna. Regarding Anna, that happened before we came to the tower. Her condition has nothing to do with the green room. And also, that's right. The Earth Dragon who was in the room hasn't forgotten about you, right? Subaru, huh? Echidna, that Earth Dragon is awfully attached to you. Suppose, for argument's sake, that the spirit in the room had a bad habit of slurping out people's memories. Don't you think she would have probably given you the cold shoulder? Subaru recalled the Earth Dragon that had nestled up to him just after he'd woke up. For sure that Earth Dragon had been extremely friendly towards him. If the reason behind that was because she'd originally been his Earth Dragon, then that made complete sense. Though, what she'd said also surprised him. Subaru, that Earth Dragon is a she? Echidna, let's get back on topic. The chances of that room working such wickedness on you are not high at all. As far as I am concerned, it's the room you collapsed in that's far more of a problem. Y'all said he came to in the Tagada library on the 3rd floor, right? Amelia, yeah, that's right. Subaru collapsed on the white floor in that room. Amelia gripped her wrist tightly as she reflected back on that moment. Amelia, I carried you to that room all in a rush, and then tried to go call everyone, but Beatrice. Subaru woke up during that time and found himself in this condition, in fact. Therefore, it would be difficult to imagine that the green room did this, even time-wise, I suppose. It happened in that library, as I thought. If something had happened, then this library, or whatever was the source behind it. It seemed like they'd reached a common point of view, but Subaru didn't really get it. Perhaps because it was hard for him to imagine what kind of room this room they called a library really was. Subaru, Tagada? What kind of room is this Tagada library? The name sounds somewhat familiar. Julius. That library is a room containing the books of the dead. Subaru, the books of the dead. Hey, that also sounds like some chuny shtick putting aside his interest for the name Tagada. Subaru sunk his teeth into how he'd used the term books of the dead. Seeing his reaction, Julius gave a curt nod and then continued to speak, saying, We have no concrete confirmation. Julius, but in this library, there are a myriad of books bearing the names of people who are now deceased from all around the world. To read the books, you have to be qualified to do so. It's most likely the kind of thing where you can only read the books about the deceased you had some connection with. Subaru, again with the bad taste, what is written in those books? Julius, the life of the respective deceased, more or less. Intense thoughts swoop through your mind, as if they're being scorched in. It's really not a matter you want to put yourself through over and over deliberately. There was a weight to Julius's words in his explanation, which could only have been expressed by one who had personally experienced this sensation. It seemed to Subaru that the memories of the dead were not something he wanted to have scorched into his mind. To say it frankly, experiencing this sort of shock was not something he was keen to do. Then, if he had collapsed in a library where such experiences were possible, Subaru? Was I reading one of those books too when I collapsed? No way. So could something like that have damaged my mind? Echidna. I can't completely rule out the possibility. Out. That sage. What do you think? Shala. Are you perhaps talking to me? While nodding at Subaru's guess, Echidna turned to face Shola with a meaningful look in her eyes. As well as that meaningful look, sage was a really disproportionate way of referring to her. Were he to speak without restraint, Shola looked like the furthest thing from a sage in this room. Shola, No matter how many times you say that my answer's not changin'. I don't know anything about the tower, except its rules. I was just told to be strict with rule breakers. No matter what Master does in the tower, I ain't got nothing to do with it. Subaru. I don't know why Shala's calling me something like Master in the first place, but... Ram, don't worry. Your answer to that Barusu was the same as before you lost your memories. You're just using this without saying anything because it's convenient for you. So, Subaru. You can't just jump to such a convenient conclusion. Faced with Shala's gaze, Subaru couldn't help but express his bewilderment, which, with no word of exaggeration, showed a level of affection that was maxed out. Sure, it might be nice to get close with such a glamorous beauty when he thought about it ordinarily, but not knowing where her favor was coming from only created more confusion in him. Besides, her affection and favor made him feel strangely uneasy. It was something fundamentally different to the sincere feelings Emilia and Beatrice showed him, though he didn't know currently whether this was a harmful effect of his memories being gone. Subaru. In any case, that library you mentioned feels suspicious. If you're saying there might be clues in there that will get my memories back, then I reckon it's worthwhile going there to check. Julius. Yes, we should. Our situation is one that even in the best of times we've had one problem after the other. The problems that plague us have seldom been few. Besides, with the circumstances becoming like this, you must honestly realize... Subaru. Realize what? Julius. Just how much you've been making up for us with his eyes still closed. Subaru let out a small snort at Julius's words. His laugh hadn't been out of awkwardness, but a strained one that came from deep within how he felt. They were really overestimating him. The Armageddon must be coming for them to be relying so much on Natsuki Subaru. Bad things came in threes. Once again, Subaru had been made aware of how much of a hindrance he was, a trait he'd averted his eyes to. It was as if he were saying, "You've become a considerable burden, Subaru. Anyways, I'd like to go to the library after we finish eating, and if the memories that I lost are scattered about there, then I'd like to go pick them up and stuff them back in my mind." Emilia. Geez, that's an odd way of putting it. It's really just like you. Subaru. I'm guessing the way you're saying it's just like me isn't really a compliment, right? Emilia gave the flustered Subaru a small smile as she said that. The atmosphere around the place relaxed just a tad as he received it. They'd come up with a plan and it felt like they were, in true sense, moving forward a bit. Echidna. I am sorry to interrupt you when the mood's like this, but there's just one more thing I want to ask you, Natsuki-kun. Subaru. Well, you can go on ahead now that you've said this much. What is it, Echidna? Well, this is just a curiosity of mine which isn't at all related to your memories or capturing the tower. But despite that, Echidna began to stroke her wavy hair, and with an adorable look on her face, compounded by a look of deep intelligence in her turquoise eyes, she asked, Echidna, what does that term you speak quite often of, parallel world, mean? Chapter 36, Place of Relief. What do you mean when you say parallel world, Subaru? Subaru felt as if his breath had been knocked out of him as he heard Echidna's question, sinking into silence as a result. During that time, everyone's gazes turned towards him. Although the emotions varied across everyone's faces, many of them showed tangible signs of doubt. Everyone was treating the term parallel world as something of an unknown. In other words, that meant the Natsuki Subaru, before losing his memories, had never bothered to explain it to them. Emilia. Parallel world. Come to think of it, you used to say that before from time to time, didn't you, Subaru? Ram? It does ring a bell, though from the way he acts like on a daily basis, I'd not paid any attention to that kind of nonsense. Subaru. Putting Emilia-chan aside, it's incredible how indifferent Ram acts towards me. She came as a stark contrast to Emilia, who was adorably immersed deep in thought. A finger of her brushed against her lip. Ram had coldly snorted out a ha in response to Subaru's wry-faced remark. However, their initial surprise had been softened thanks to having left this one cushion behind. The previous Subaru had never bothered to speak up about the parallel world. Not to Emilia or Ram, nor even to any of the others whom he'd supposedly adventured together with. He didn't know for sure what that meant, but… Subaru? Were there some kind of restrictions to it? When I was thrown into this world, was I sworn by a god or goddess into not speaking about it, or the like? And first things first, what kind of mission am I here for? He cocked his head, however. Not even them of the mission he'd been entrusted with came to his mind. Presumably, Subaru was summoned into this parallel world by someone working behind the scenes that had some expectation of him. By Subaru's reckoning currently, the likelihood of this someone being sort of like a god was very high. This god, or whatever, that he didn't remember had given him some kind of role and sent him to this parallel world. Thinking about it, this was the sort of promise you'd find with these parallel world thingamajigs. So, if losing his memories was something that this god found inconvenient, he could hopefully expect some follow-up to improve his situation. Subaru wants to believe this god is not the cruel sort who would just throw him into this fantasy world without giving him some generous benefits. Or perhaps, Subaru, I'd better find out if it's actually something I can't touch on. Ha, Beatrice? Subaru? Subaru licked his parched lips and searched for a response for this situation. He winked at Beatrice, who was looking at him with unease, having caught ear of his muttering. He decided that he would address the question that had been posed to him about this parallel world. Even if, by some chance, speaking about it was forbidden by this god being, it was difficult to imagine there'd be some sort of drastic penalty that he couldn't recover from where he'd touch on this taboo. Surely, as soon as he would have spoke of the taboo, there wouldn't be anything drastic that would happen, such as being assailed by unbearable pain. With a little bit of anxiety, Subaru gently got his breathing under control. And, Subaru, well, about this parallel world I spoke of, the word itself is written as from like different and world. In other words, I mean that the place we're in right now is in a separate world. Emilia, in a separate world. A parallel world. Subaru. That's why I say parallel world. Yet, following Subaru's explanation, Emilia mulled over what he'd said, rolling the words out on her tongue. She was not the only one who had reacted like this. The others in the room were also pondering over that word, as it was from the pronunciation. Isekai. They'd received the word itself as something of an unknown, though he'd presumed that from how low their comprehension of the word parallel world was. Apparently, it seemed like the idea of a different world wasn't a common one in this world. Coincident with that, Subaru slapped his body to check for any changes. Subaru. Nothing seems to have happened to me. Putting it into words, Subaru ensured that nothing untoward had happened to him. As far as he could tell right now, there were no signs of any abnormalities having occurred. There was neither pain nor numbness, nor was there a strange voice sadly addressing him with, "You violated your instructions," or the people in his surroundings transforming into a flock of cranes, saying, "I did tell you not to do that." He'd managed to deal with all the worries he'd had without any issues arising. Subaru. This isn't what I expected. Certainly, he'd thought that he hadn't talked about the parallel world due to having some kind of reason. However, nothing really came to his mind. That'd be something that he'd get caught up in when it came to this. Subaru cocked his head to the side at the sensation of having parried that. Then, Julius raised his hand up and said, "All right, Julius. I now know what the word parallel world means. I can take it as a term you yourself have coined. But there is a part of me that's thinking about its implication. Why do you reference that parallel world so often?" Subaru. Oh, that's right. Just explaining the meaning of the word parallel world isn't much of an explanation. Then, in other words, Julius, in other words. Following Julius's questioning, Subaru realized he had cut his explanation short, and, clearing his throat, he went on to say, "Subaru, I come from this parallel world thing. I wasn't born and raised in this world. I'm some alien who got mixed up into this world halfway through. That's why for me this place is a parallel world." Indeed, now he had clearly explained his position and circumstances. "I am someone who came to this world from a parallel world. Nice to meet you." Roughly speaking, this is what Subaru had told them. It was easy to imagine Amelia and the others to have been shaken by that bold confession. After all, it must have been a bombshell to them, since they didn't know parallel worlds existed. It really was no surprise that all the common sense they had up till now had been thrown out of whack, along with the shock they felt along with it, like their world had been turned upside down. After finishing his confession, Subaru took note of their concerns and cursed his own heedlessness. If he had made Amelia and Beatrice feel as if they'd been engulfed by a maelstrom of confusion, if he had made them do something like grieve, then he was responsible for having brought that about. How would he comfort such beautiful girls if they were to break down into tears? He had no experience with this. So, with a few seconds passing, feeling these anxieties, he glanced his eyes towards them. Subaru had imagined that he would find them looking pale, blood drained from their visage, with confusion etched on their faces. However, Amelia, so you mean you're from beyond the Great Cascade? Subaru. Eh? The Great Cascade? Subaru's eyes widened at Amelia, who had timidly asked this question whilst frowning, and though they were words he hadn't come across before, cascade, he thought must have been a waterfall or something. But this Great Cascade must be a big version of one. Perhaps he could think of it as a huge waterfall. Actually, no. What sort of connection did this big waterfall have with the parallel world in the first place? Subaru. No, definitely not. Nothing to do with waterfalls. I'm talking about a world that's completely different from this place and what your common knowledge is and stuff. Ram. So, then you're from beyond the Great Waterfall. How do they call it in your hometown? Barusu. Actually, no. I guess it's probably the other way around given that it's your hometown. The countries here surrounded by the Great Waterfall would be a parallel world. Your wild behavior makes sense to me now as well, Echidna. That's right. That must be the reason why I couldn't find anything no matter how much I investigated Natsuki-kun's origins. Because he is from beyond the Great Cascade. Subaru. Well, hey, how are you all so quickly convinced with that? It wasn't just Amelia who had agreed with this conclusion. Even Ram and Echidna, who both appeared to be quite intelligent, had agreed with it. For Subaru, their levels of belief towards this mysterious waterfall were nigh incomprehensible. The thought that there was a parallel world beyond a great cascade, on the other side of a waterfall. Where the heck was this tunneled wonderland? Beatrice, you may have no idea about it considering you've forgotten so much, in fact. But regarding the Great Cascade, it's at the far reaches of the world, and there are a few stories left behind from people coming from beyond it, I suppose. Subaru. I do quite like the sound of that. At the far reaches of the world. Beatrice. The Great Waterfall is said to be impossible to cross over, with the exception of dragons. It's the border between here and there. There's no one who knows what is on the other side of it. So, on the rare occasion that someone crosses over from that world, no one holds any basis to deny the words they spoke as lies or falsehoods, I suppose. Beatrice explained it for him, on the basis of the assent of the people listening in, who were showing their acceptance for it. The contents were iffy. There were some things that were difficult to imagine for Subaru with him not being an expert in the circumstances of this world. However, thinking about the term Great Cascade and its present explanation now, Subaru. So this place feels like a floating continent, something like you can't cross over to another continent without a dragon? Ram. Ha, Subaru. Quit with those horribly disgruntled sighs there. You're gonna hurt my feelings. Ram looked at Subaru, who'd been trying to justify it best as he could, with a sense of staggering disappointment. However, the others also seemed to be regarding Subaru's talk the same way. Pretty much. In the end, his floating continent theory was likely incorrect. Subaru. If I'm off base, then I'm off base. I get it. But I was sorta hoping to have a great eureka moment riding on Dragonback. If, say, my theory now had been correct. Miley. If you keep talking about it like that, Anisan's adorable earth dragon is gonna start sulking. Isn't she, Subaru? Ah, yeah, that black earth dragon is mine, right? Let me have a ride on her later. Shala. I'm gonna be as wheel. I'm gonna be sulking too. Master, I think you should take better care of me, and appreciate me better and love me more. Now that you have lost your memories, let our relationship restore. From Zero, Subaru. You're noisy and damn clingy. Also, don't be so quick to poke fun at me losing my memories like you're talking about someone else. Shola noisily joined in the conversation, with Mei Li sitting clutching her own knees, though Shola had intruded rather brusquely and said that was something which Subaru now was actually really grateful for. Of course, fretting too much about it was tough. From there, Subaru shifts his attention with a glance towards his surroundings. In his original world, though, depending on the situation, Subaru had a reputation for not being able to read the mood from the people in his surroundings. However, no matter how unsuited he was at it, if the emotions were strong enough, then they could be easily read or seen. Not just Amelia and Beatrice, but also Ram, Julius, Anastasia, i.e. Echidna. Their expressions were all showing worry towards Subaru. For better or for worse, before losing his memories, Subaru would have been doing pretty well with the ladies. How enviable. How he would like to be told what kind of magic he'd used. Even if they did, he didn't at all believe he could put it into practice now. Subaru. Anyways, to sum up everything that's been said, at the edge of this world there's a waterfall called the Great Cascade, and occasionally people come from beyond it. And so you're saying I'm one of them as well. Amelia, from what I've heard from you, I can only assume that's the case. No? Subaru, Subaru exchanged looks with the wondering Amelia. His arms were crossed by his side as he painstakingly hummed. To be precise, it was not Subaru's intended course of action to run counter to the general understanding which everyone had of the world. Nonetheless, even if Subaru thought that the parallel world and the Great Cascade were unrelated, he knew that he wouldn't make any progress in this situation if he continued to talk about it. Subaru. To make a long story short, it is. Within this world, there was no concept of parallel worlds. He didn't know whether this, beyond the Great Cascade, as Amelia and the others recognized it, suggested the existence of another world, or the world Subaru was in. In actuality, there may be other continent-like stuff across from the waterfall, and from there may be records left behind, of a figure like Columbus who made it there, taking him as a weirdo. If so, he could safely say that a correct understanding of parallel world for them was already a lost cause. Subaru. By the way, did I never mention anything about the parallel world, back when I had my memories? Amelia, thinking back to then, once in a while you'd make some mention the word parallel world. But this is the first time we have really talked properly about it. Beatrice. Betty agrees with Amelia, in fact. The others affirmed the answer to his question with gestures, whereas Amelia and Beatrice with words. The prior Subaru hadn't spoken to them about the parallel world. Perhaps he'd deemed that they wouldn't make heads or tails out of it if he'd spoken about it like he had now. Or Subaru. I guess because I had been stopping myself from talking about it. Julius. Subaru? No, nothing. Hey. If I'm not the only so-called parallel worlder, there's been then, do you know anyone else? A person from the other side of the Great Cascade, or Castaway. Whichever. Perhaps there were a lot of people drifting in from different worlds. Maybe there was a community of sorts where such people gathered. However, Subaru's hopes were denied by a shake of the head from Julius. Julius. Sorry, the existence of a castaway, as you call it, is very rare. Most people who claim they are from beyond the Great Cascade are lying. What they say are generally pipe dreams or fabrications. Some of them set their sights on trying to extort people out of money, whereas others are simply trying to influence people of their fanciful beliefs. Subaru. Oh. Well, yeah, I can see that happening. As much as you would like to believe such stories, the majority were the works of fiction or embellished rumors, given that there was no way to make sure. Once one's imagination creation was set loose with these dreamy stories or ennui tales, they became a breeding grounds of reverie. Even if people like Subaru who were genuinely from another world existed, their existence would be buried under countless falsehoods. Echidna. Honestly, my interest in the Great Cascade is never ending. But it seems it really has no relevance to our current situation. It would be a good idea to simply end this with establishing that Natsuki-kun's unknown hometown, and the knowledge he has, have been settled. Echidna had broken what had been an awkward silence that had been forming. Originally, she had been the one asking Subaru about it. Although there were still parts unfamiliar to her, and she was most likely unsatisfied, Subaru welcomed her ending the conversation there. Besides, the more he talked about his original world, the more he would have to face the problems that he had left behind. That made his heart heavy and ache. By concentrating on the situation in front of him, he could try and distract himself from these feelings. Subaru, that's it about me. I understand that you all care about me and love me, but I feel like we aren't going to make any progress talking about this leisurely. Why, first things first. He didn't know what had directly caused his memory loss, but the place where the Subaru with his memories intact had supposedly last ventured. He wanted to check what had happened there. Beatrice, you will want to check the Tegeta library, I suppose. Subaru nodded at Beatrice, who had beaten him to voicing out his thoughts out loud. So, with all that said and done, the group headed out towards the Tegeta library. Subaru was feeling quite nervous about what would be awaiting him there. The way there wasn't free of its troubles, though. That was because Subaru. Emilia-chan? Why are you holding my hand so tightly? Emilia, eh? Well, it's because I'm worried about leaving you by yourself, Subaru. I need to keep you in arm's reach. So, I came to conclusion, given that it'd be good to hold hands from the get-go. Subaru, I like the simple, quick nature of that conclusion. But like this, it's way more embarrassing. It's way more embarrassing. Subaru lifted up his hand that was being held by Emilia, aware that his cheeks were getting flushed. Her slender, cute fingers were gently holding his hand, and he worried about whether his palms were sweating. In reply to Subaru's words, Emilia raised her eyebrows in a huff and said, "Geez, Emilia, don't be like that. Beatrice is also holding your hand, so it's not just us two together." Subaru, there's a difference between holding the hands of a child compared to one of a beautiful woman. There's a big difference between them. Like that when cold rain is falling again on this day too. Or the difference between the heavens and earth, or night and day. Emilia, I'm sorry. I don't really get what you're saying. Emilia spared Subaru no quarters, what with him having a record for losing his memories as a result of being left to his own devices. Even with all the excuses he was spouting out. God damned you, memories. And me, for having lost them. Beatrice, now, that statement is unpardonable. But it's as Emilia says. Subaru ought to follow along obediently and be well cared for by Betty and Emilia, I suppose. Subaru, oh yeah? This is where we put Beatrice in the middle, and I and Emilia hold hands with you from both sides, young couple style. I'd be down for that. But wouldn't that not be uncool? Beatrice. Subaru isn't Subaru unless he's uncool. In fact, Subaru, what kind of assessment is that? He ended up taking that scathing evaluation right to him from Beatrice as well, who was holding his other hand. Julius, who was leading the way ahead, looked back towards Subaru a few times, and Echidna, who had been following right behind him, would explain to them, one by one, what lay around each corner. Ram was sharp-tongued whenever she spoke out. However, Subaru was the only one who knew that, despite her outward appearance, she was suffering inside. He wondered if he should talk to someone about her, but he doesn't know who he could possibly talk to regarding what she was experiencing. In a way, it was only Shala and Miley, who were chatting together with each other at the back of the group, who were mentally soothing for Subaru right now. Subaru. Well, they're not really going to be useful for anything, Miley. Somehow I don't think you are being polite right now, Oni-san. Shola. Master's mind is always like that. It would be a waste to dwell on it. You'd be shocked if you all peeked inside. It's all pink anyways. Makes me want to pull away. Pink brain, shameless school Subaru. Doubt we'd find either shame or schooling in you. Hola, Master's doing. My entire knowledge. Master's doing mere conversation with her made his head ache. Whilst they had been exchanging these bouts of conversation, the party had gone up the stairs and arrived at the Tegeta library on the 3rd floor. It was quite expansive, almost as if it transcended time and space. Subaru. So this place is Tegeta. There are quite a lot of books in here, just as I'd heard. Subaru breathed in awe as he looked around the Taygeta library, marveling at the sheer number of books there. Indeed, this was a sight that was beyond anyone's imagination. Subaru was quite the avid reader, reading light novels, manga, strategy guides, etc. But he had never been surrounded by so many books. Naturally, compared to the National Diet Library or something, those would probably win out. However, they would only gain that due to the difference in space there was. Either way, the meaning behind the picturesque scenery in front of him wasn't just down to the sheer amount of stuff there. Subaru. If the books of the dead are here, then wouldn't that mean that there are as many books here as people who have died? If it has been recording non-stop since the time of the Homo sapiens, then there literally must be an overwhelming amount of records here. Subaru didn't know the scale of this world, but if the records of the dead were books, then the quantity of books would be immeasurable. Even if he tried to find a book, such as one with the name of a deceased person he knew, he would not be able to physically find it. Subaru. In a modern-day library, a lookup function is indispensable. But here, Beatrice, I don't know what you mean by lookup function or whatever, I suppose. However, there's no one else more similar to a librarian here than Betty. Got no choice but to start checking, I suppose. Subaru, this is like looking for a 100-yen coin in the middle of a desert. Warily, Subaru placed his hand on the spine of a book. Pulling the tome from the bookshelf, it easily fit into his hand, and he didn't feel like it was anything special when he looked at it. It was just a plain old book. There was no design to it on the cover, other than its title. In all, it could be mundanely described as being a very plain book. When it came to the issues he had with it, Subaru, damn it, I can't read the title. The title was written in illegible squiggly characters. From what he had heard from Emilia and the others, the title of the book was meant to be the name of someone who had died. If the dead was someone you shared some connection with, then apparently you could read over their memories and life. However, Subaru could not even comprehend what the letters meant in the first place. With his memories now at jeopardy, he doubted that having such connection would even make sense. Subaru. Well, this may be difficult. Emilia. Subaru. Subaru, who had been lost in thought, looked around in surprise at hearing Emilia abrupt shout. In an instant, the book he had picked up was wrenched from his grasp by Emilia. She stepped back from him, holding the book to her chest. Subaru. Huh? Emilia-chan? Emilia, don't be so careless. Subaru, do you understand? You must have lost your memories here. You get that right? Subaru. No. Wow. That's overblowing it. Emilia said that as her complexion changed. To that, Subaru gave a scratch of his cheek, accompanied by a strained smile. However, it seemed that only Subaru was taking the situation lightly. Beatrice? Subaru, listen to Emilia. Refrain yourself from acting so impulsively, I suppose. Julius, I agree. You should be careful and refrain yourself from performing such a rash action. Subaru. Both Beatrice and Julius had beseeched caution from Subaru. His throat had seized up, unable to reply to either of them. It wasn't animosity that welled up in his heart, but rather shame from his awkwardness. Certainly he may have been acting a little too carelessly. Shola. Fifth. Master is getting angry. He looks so sad. But I don't mind even if Master's acting like a pitiable naughty kid. Subaru, shut up. Don't poke fun at people who are reflecting on themselves. Echidna. All right already. It'd be a bother to be interrupted like that again. In truth, Natsuki-kun's actions were a little rash, but we've also already established that. With her hand covering her mouth, Shola was laughing away at Subaru's mistake. Echidna had forced herself between Subaru and Shola as the former snapped at the latter. Then, whilst gently stroking her scarf, she said, Echidna, Natsuki-kun, you were unable to read the title of the book. Is that right? Subaru? Oh, yeah, that's right. Echidna, what you can see here is that losing your memory, as he has, will interfere with your cognitive abilities such as your literacy skills. That is why he was speaking of parallel worlds. Beatrice. Sorry, but Subaru began to study the alphabet when he arrived at Roswell's mansion. Edna, Echidna, who had tried to speak confidently about it, was left dumbfounded by Beatrice's retort. Not paying any regard to Echidna's lack of response, Beatrice crossed her small arms. Beatrice. Subaru could not read or write the I alphabet until he came to the mansion, I suppose. The elder sister of the two sisters who served as his instructor should know about that too, in fact. Ram. Yes. It is exactly as Beatrice Sama says. From the start, Barusu couldn't read or write, so I dedicated myself to teach him. It seems my efforts were wasted, seeing him in this current state. Sabaru, sorry, I wasn't aware there was such an episode. Subaru raised his voice in apology in reply to Ram's resentful complaint. Taking a sidelong glance at the occurring exchange, Echidna cleared her throat. Echidna. Ahem. It seems I was way off the mark. You can forget what I said. Julius. No. It's not as off the mark as you may think. At least we have discovered that Subaru's memories were lost after coming to Lugunica. Ram. In other words, Barusu is just useless baggage that doesn't serve any purpose in this library. Ram scathingly added to Julius's confirmation. Subaru remained silent as he didn't want to stir up any more trouble upon himself. However, it was Julius who spoke with a short nod, saying, Miss Ram's words are correct, Julius. Her manner of saying it aside, that's how it is. In any case, we can't let Subaru relive what happened the night before. We should be the ones to look for clues in here. Echidna. Yes, that would be safer, Ram. I don't have any objections. Are Emilia Sama and Beatrice Sama okay with it? Beatrice nodded back towards Ram, saying, I understand, I suppose. Emilia turned towards Subaru, looking at him with quite a serious expression in her eyes. Emilia. Subaru, please wait here without doing anything rash. The memories you lost, me and the others. We will find them. Subaru. Oh. Okay. Understood. It feels annoying not being able to do anything, but I believe in Emilia-chan and everyone else. I will wait here quietly. Emilia, can you really wait here quietly? You won't wander off as you please? Subaru. I don't need reminding. I'll be fine. I'm not a 5-year-old kid. I can wait here quietly. I can promise it if you want. Emilia. So maybe you're not going to be quiet after all. Subaru. What do you mean? Granted, he had brought out that promise to make her feel peace of mind. However, it had ended up in only sowing more mistrust. Looking around his surroundings, he saw that, Julius and Echidna aside, Beatrice and Ram were merely shrugging their shoulders in reply as if to say that's how it is. In any case, Emilia. Subaru is going to quietly wait here at the front, okay? In response to Emilia's sincere appeal, Subaru decided that he would reluctantly wait for them at the front of the library. He sat down, hugging his knees, watching over the party who had begun to split into 2 separate groups to search the library. In one group were Emilia, Beatrice, and Ram. In the other, there was Julius and Echidna. Looking on with an air of confusion, it seemed that Emilia and Echidna respectively were leading these uneven teams. Melee. Teaming up to search must be sorta like insurance so they don't end up like Onoi-san. After all, Oni-san's strong point is that he attracts trouble. Subaru. I may have no memories. Having no memories is an issue. So obviously I cannot even answer back to that, no? I don't want an assassin of all people to tell me this. Melee. Because I'm totally concerned about trifling matters like that. Subaru. I don't think you can call that a trifling matter. In the first place, she had clicked her tongue at Subaru, interrupting his train of thought. He turned to face her. The voice had come from far away from the bookshelves, next to the wall which Subaru had been standing at. Meili was standing there with a coquettish expression on her face, not at all appropriate for her age. Her braided hair was arranged so that it dangled down to her shoulders. What? She asked him, cocking her head to one side. Subaru. I thought you had joined the search. Are you not going to? Meili. Yeah, I won't join it after all. I am not really a proper companion of Ani-san and Wani-san's friends. Subaru. Not really a proper companion. Meili. I told you so, didn't I? I'm an assassin. Well, as I failed my mission, it's more like former assassin. Originally, I was sent here just to help out. Not bothered about anything more. Subaru. In other words, I get the feeling like this was your bail condition. Whether a former one or whatever, 'tis quite the drastic decision to take to adventure along with an assassin among your compatriots. Meili. Yeah. That's exactly right. I suppose there really is something wrong with them. Meili giggled and placed her hand on her mouth as she said this. Subaru snorted at her attitude and... Subiru. I get why Meili wouldn't go with them. What about you? Shola. Huh? Me? I cannot read and write anything, so I am of no use whatsoever. I'm with Master, so the book's contents are all gibberish to you cease. Shola was leaning against the wall on the opposite side from Meili, laughing as she responded. She proceeded to move over and pulled Subaru by his left arm towards her voluptuous body. Such a soft, warm feeling. Instinctively, he untangled himself from her. Subaru. Uoa. Shola. Why, Master is such a meanie, Subaru. I'm not a meanie. Stop that. It's improper for a girl to have done that. Such things should be reserved only for the guy you like. No. Don't do that, because even a guy you like would be turned off if you came at him like that so abruptly. You're doing yourself absolutely no good by behaving like this. Holla. Talking about a girl's sense of dignity again? Master seriously never changes. Shola pouted at Subaru as she protested against his attitude. However, hearing her words had made Subaru look down in embarrassment. Shola. Master. Subaru. You think I haven't changed as well? Subaru blurted this out to Shola almost instinctively. He had heard this phrase several times over the course of the few hours he had been awake. It had seemed like a salvation to him to hear this, but also at the same time, a curse. He could be pleased that he had not changed, or he could lament that he had not changed. Shola. I'm not so sure. Nevertheless, despite such turmoil brewing inside Subaru, Shola had said that so readily. He was, as expected, astonished at her reply. Perhaps it had been a mistake to have let her hear some of his more delicate worries. Subaru. You... No, it was idiotic of me to ask you that. Shola ga. Master is not an idiot. When you say it like that, I'm gonna get angry, Master or not. My Master is a wonderful person. I want you to be confident in yourself. Subaru. I really don't understand your position in all of this. She would point and laugh at a depressed Subaru, and then get angry when Subaru mocked himself. The only thing that stayed consistent was the topic related to him. Hearing Subaru's question, Shola pushed her ample-sized chest forward and smiled with her hands on her hips. Shola, whether you're changed or not, Master is still Master, so I don't really give a toss. So long as you do as you please, Master, I will always follow you. Subaru. Even if it results in crazy stuff. Shola, well, even if we end up in strange situations, I can always pry things open by force. Master may have forgotten, but that is the relationship between Master and me. Subaru. All of her candid words, everything Shola had said, showing nary a trace of duplicity or anything like that, struck him, they had, many times over, causing Subaru to give a faint gulp. He turned his face away so that Shola wouldn't be able to see it. Meili. Oni-san. Subaru. Ooh. Seeing Meili looking at him there, he turned his face away back to the opposite side again. Shola. Master, what's wrong? Subaru. Gay. Subaru couldn't escape to the left of him or to the right. He could only kneel down and look down at the floor, holding his head in his arms so nobody would see his face now. Subaru got the sensation that Meili and Shola were looking at each other with him curled up in between them. They wouldn't understand. No, he doesn't want them to understand. He felt like he'd been saved by those vapid, vacuous, gap-filled words. He felt like "you needn't get worked up" showed through more eloquently in her attitude than in her words. Meili. Oni-san, you're strange. Shola. Master was strange from the very beginning, but I love him for that too. Subaru had nothing he could say in response to the exchange of those girls. That went way over what he could comprehend. He merely felt like the feelings of tension rushing through his mind had eased off. If only a tad. It was a few minutes before Emilia and the others came back sans results that Subaru somehow warded off his impulses and stood up. Chapter 37. A papier MCH dream. The search of the third-floor library. Tegeta had ended with absolutely no results. Emilia. I am so sorry. We tried really hard to look for clues. Emilia bowed her head in apology towards Subaru after bringing him those fruitless results. Subaru politely accepted the apology, but in all honesty, he wasn't that disappointed. Of course, it certainly would have been for the best if he could have regained his memories here. Nevertheless, he was lacking in awareness in having lost his memories in the first place. So Subaru did not feel overly emotional that the search party had yielded unsuccessful results. Shola. Master, what's up here, Subaru? Huh, oh, it's nothing. Shola glanced towards Subaru, cocking her head at him with a happy-go-lucky expression on her face. Subaru shrugged his shoulders, feeling a bit uneasy at the sight of her and her long, jet-black braided hair swinging about. There was no ill will, malice, or even any profound meaning to her. In the end, it meant she wasn't really thinking about anything. But her attitude being like this appeared as a relief to Subaru right now. At least it was better than seeing the others always looking at him like he's always done something, constantly worrying over him, and watching over every single step of his. Julius. Apparently, there doesn't seem to be a pattern to how the books are arranged. It would have been too much to ask to have found them lined up ordered by their titles or in chronological order. And on the flip side, books which we would have found yesterday on one bookshelf cannot be found today on the same one. Subaru. So yet another troublesome and unfriendly library, huh? Subaru wrinkled his nose at Julius's remarks. Not only did the library boast an overwhelming collection of books, but the books happened to move around, scrambling themselves on their own accord, giving him absolutely no hope as a library user. Even if there happened to be the book they needed, they would never find it. Subaru. Why can't we just pull out each book one by one and stack them onto the floor? There ain't no end bookshelf at the back. Since the bookshelves all go around the room in a circle, but say we pick a starting point and go through them one by one, surely we'll find something somewhere. Echidna. In my opinion, it'd be wiser to not. Probably doing that would be prohibited by the tower's rules. It would probably be considered as disrespecting the library. Echidna, cocking her head to the side, dismissed Subaru's suggestion. Beatrice crossed her arms and agreed with Echidna with a curt, I suppose. Beatrice. Betty, being an experienced librarian, could never overlook leaving a book on the floor. You cannot show such disrespect to books like that, I suppose. Ram. Beatrice Sama. I feel like you often left a large amount of books stacked up on the floor. Beatrice. Those were the ones that instructed me how to correctly arrange the library, in fact. Ram narrowed her pale crimson eyes at Beatrice's awkward excuse, though she didn't bother to reply back to her. She merely let out a deep sigh, to which Beatrice's expression turned to one of shock. Alongside this librarian talk, Subaru butted in and said, Prohibited, with a puzzled expression on his face. Subaru. I am sorry. It looks like this is something I've not heard of again. What is prohibited? Emilia. Oh, I am sorry. It looks like I didn't explain it properly. Emilia raises one of her fingers in answer to Subaru. Emilia. In actual fact, there's a bunch of rules that we can't break in the tower. Such as, don't leave this tower until we finish its trials. Don't do anything bad to the library. Don't damage the tower. Those kinds of rules. Subaru. I see. Who would have guessed that putting books on the floor in this library was a bad thing? By the way, who judges whether we've broken any rules? Sala? Oh, that's where I come in. Me. The Stars Keeper. Shall. Meaning, if a rule violation happens, I'll kinda end up freaking out and I'll become a cold-blooded killing machine. That's why I'd prefer if you did your best not to. Subaru. You? A cold-blooded killing machine? Subaru could only laugh dubiously at Shola, who cheerfully lifted her hands up whilst making this proclamation. No matter how much you believe Shola's frivolous speech, he thought it unlikely that she could ever transform into a cold-blooded killing machine. In the first place, how much damage could she really do with the slender arms of a woman? Even that should not apply in a magical fantasy world. In fact, Subaru had heard that Shola was not his or Amelia's ally, but rather was the Stars Keeper, warden of this Pleiades watchtower. She held a different position compared to how Miley had found herself here. Supposedly, she was here to aid in advancing the trials inside this tower, yet he had no such impression of her actually doing this. Subaru, if you seriously hold such an important position, you're going to have to let us off the hook for the sake of our friendship. Shola, oh, you are such a bad guy. Master is quite dirty, but I can't get enough of that slightly wicked side of yours. There's tons and tons of stuff I'd like to hear from you were it one of your wishes, Master, but that is irrelevant to my will. Give up on that hope, and show good sportsmanship. Act fair and square, and give it your all. Subaru, you're no use. Hala. Han, his strategy of trying to bring her to his side ended with unexpected failure as her supervisory authority wasn't enough. At the same time, he had to keep Shola's forehead away with his finger as she kept trying to bring her face close to his in the middle of the conversation, forcing her charming face back, and while doing that, Subaru let out a feeble sigh. Amelia, it really kinda seems like Subaru and Shola are both really good friends. Amelia whispered this just after Subaru had finished talking with Shola. Hearing Amelia whisper it to him, Subaru turned to face her and awkwardly stammered a, No, that isn't so, to her. Amelia. His attempt to lighten the mood of the situation was not working. Subaru immediately stopped when he saw Amelia's expression, her eyes downcast. Amelia was not smiling. Merely her eyes, framed by her long lashes, were cast down, and wavering within her amethyst eyes was a seeming sense of loneliness. Subaru's face sunk at seeing her expression. Immediately noticing his reaction, Amelia frantically waved her hands back and forth at him in denial. Amelia, oh no, it's really good that you're both friends. Such a gloomy face does not suit you. Subaru. Yeah. It's okay. Feigning a smile, Amelia somehow blurted those words out to herself. Subaru. Amelia-chan, Subaru holds his head as he struggled to find anything he could say to Amelia. He felt like he would be saying the wrong thing no matter what he said. Likely the only way he could find a correct answer would be amidst his vanished memories. He was in a nightmarish situation where all the options that were presented were probably false answers. Under these circumstances, saying anything to the sad girl sitting in front of him would be, Hey, so what are we going to do now? A soft voice broke the awkward silence. It had been Meili who had asked this from where she sat on Tegeda's floor, resting her chin in her hands. She looked up at the adults in the room from her seated position and spoke mildly. We can't find any leads to recovering Anhui-san's memories here. It's a shame. Not that I particularly care, but I wonder what we should do next. Are we still trying to find clues on how he lost his memory? Or... Meili cut her words off there. Instead turns her face upwards and pointed at the ceiling with her right hand, smiling quite provocatively. Meili, let's go upstairs. Let's postpone finding Anhui-san's memory for a short while. Echidna. Yes, that seems like something to consider as well. Having heard Meili's suggestion, it was Echidna who had responded with a thoughtful look on her face. Amelia's eyes widened at hearing her agreement. Amelia. Wait. I feel the same sense of wanting to hasten, but I can't leave Subaru like he is. Echidna. I understand your view. It would be certainly preferable for me, Julius, and everyone to return Natsuki-kun's memory. However, we can't ignore the current situation either. Natsuki-kun's memories ceasing to exist may be linked to the tower's trial. Amelia. Subaru's memories are linked to the trial. It wasn't just Amelia who had reacted like this. The others had all turned their heads in surprise towards Echidna as she said this. Realizing she had the attention of everyone, Echidna closed one of her eyes and said, May I? Echidna. There is no doubt that common sense barely applies when it comes to this tower. However, it would be foolish to think what happened to Natsuki-kun is unrelated to the tower. That's why we all went to Tegeda in the first place. To put it broadly, we're thinking that his memories were taken from him by the tower. Subaru, I think that sounds chuny and cool, that memories can be stolen by the tower. If it wasn't me who was experiencing this, I would be excited to hear more of the story. But, to begin with, Tagetta's trial is complete. Isn't it strange to try and pull out my memories from here? Echidna. Yeah, therefore I think that your memories weren't stolen because of the trial, but rather because you must have broken one of the rules. Even if the trial of Tagetta is over, the functions of the entire tower haven't been carried out. It's just like taking out a book or disrespecting the library. Echidna had explained her reasoning, and Subaru was left to puzzle it over in his mind. In conclusion, Echidna's reasoning alluded to this. Subaru, so you're saying yesterday I must have broken one of the rules of this place and bam, my head went kerplow. To be honest, trying to search for loopholes sounds like something I would do. I am not able to make any objection to her reasoning. Amelia. But wouldn't that have made Shola angry? Echidna had nodded at Subaru, acknowledging his conclusion. However, Amelia had butted in and pointed towards Shola, clearly remembering their previous interaction. Amelia, if he had violated any rules, won't that have made Shola angry? It should be a completely different story to what we are experiencing here with his memories. Ram, that's right. I understand the possibility that Barusu foolishly broke the rules, but Shola has not bared her fangs yet at Ram or any of you. What do you make of that? Ram glares at Shola with her pale red eyes. Beholding her gaze, Shola leapt up with an eep and hid behind Subaru. Ram, no way would you have seriously abandoned your role because of Barusu. Julius, that is very optimistic of you to say for sure. However, as Miss Shola said some time ago, she's barely aware of her being the one who actually carries out the punishments in the tower. Shrugging his shoulders, Julius stands next to Echidna and supports her opinion. Julius, if we are presented with the 4 things which are prohibited and you break one, the given penalty may not be equal for us. Miss Shola could turn into our enemy and in some cases attack us. For example, desecrating the library in some way could result in having your memories stolen. Julius cut his words off there and promptly turned his yellow eyes towards Subaru. Subaru. There were some really complex emotions swimming inside Julius's eyes, which Subaru could not distinguish. Julius continued his speech with, although, Julius, we do not have any time or actual proof to test whether this guess is correct. Ram, there's a way to check. If it's truly just losing your memories, then we can just sacrifice the 4 or 5 hours of memory that Barusu has had since he's been awake. That ensures that the damage will be minimal. Subaru, stop using people's memories as guinea pigs. Memories still shape that person. Even if it's only 4 or 5 hours, I am still myself. I'm not a bad Natsuki Subaru. Ram, I was joking. Subaru's entire body shivered at Ram's blunt remark, which he had said behind his back. Whether it had been a joke or not, Subaru had no clue. It was likely it was. Dare he say that her lofty attitude was probably just a fey aid. It is in her nature that she does not want to show any weakness to people. After all, could it be related to what had happened a short while ago? In the end, it wouldn't surprise him if she just wished to erase her embarrassment from the time when Subaru had seen her frail side. Anyways, other than whether Echidna and Julius's reasoning are correct or not, one possibility was worth considering. Regarding his memory loss, that Subaru. To put things plainly, both of your opinions, regardless of whether they have a nugget of truth within it, maybe we're all grasping at straws here, and that I am against. Even if we're like sorta just floundering around, I don't really get the feeling that the memories I lost are gonna be found, you know. Amelia, does what you're thinking have any basis at all? Subaru, just a hunch. Besides, if this is really part of the tower's trial, then maybe if we clear him I'll get my memories back, right? Amelia. Subaru wagged his finger left and right as Amelia and the others exchanged looks in response to his words. However, they hadn't reacted negatively to his thoughts. Rather, there was a trace of hope beginning to appear on their faces. Firmly placing her palm on her chest, Amelia began to rapidly nod. Amelia. Yes, that's right. If Subaru's memory has been slurped up by the tower, then surely they may be returned after completing its trial, Subaru. The expression you used, being sucked up, I get quite the super cute feeling from it. But that's the spirit, that's the... Sierra? Spirit, Amelia. That's the spirit. Subaru smiled in relief at Amelia, as she had jumped up and made a cute triumphant pose. Ah. Beatrice, who had been looking on, shook her head in exasperation. Beatrice. Geez. I really don't understand which one of you is the one being encouraged, in fact. So she let that out like that. Certainly, with this, their positions were opposites. However, Subaru thought that was fine. After all, he had found some hope in this situation, and some of the vigor had returned to Amelia's eyes. For that, Subaru had felt quite a great sense of relief. Such a gloomy face did not suit a young lady like her. Besides, she had been worrying about Subaru from the depths of her heart. 'Twas quite painful to think that he'd been the reason behind making her look so gloomy. Subaru. And I was the one who showed such a move on a woman way out of my league. Beatrice. I have no idea what he is saying. For now, we will adjourn finding Subaru's memory, I suppose. So, if we are to complete the tower's trial, we should do as Meili suggested and go upstairs. Subaru? Upstairs? So you said we are on the 3rd floor now. So the next floor up is the 2nd. As he said that, Subaru looked around the library, a room that he'd surveyed more than plenty, even when he hadn't actually walked around it. A room with nothing in it except bookshelves, meaning there were no stairs that led up. Subaru, where's the staircase that leads to the 2nd floor? Julius. It's located on the 4th floor. There's a staircase there that leads up to the 2nd floor from there. Amelia sneaked a look towards Julius with a concerned look on her face. Seeing her, Julius knitted his eyebrows and said, Worry not, Julius. I will not act rashly without consulting any of you like yesterday. It is as I promised at breakfast. However, even if I hadn't... Reed, the first Sword Saint, is a very tough opponent. Now then, what do you suppose we should do? Julius and Ram exchanged bitter looks. It wasn't just those two that seemed to share this feeling, but everyone around him had a similar look on their faces. That is, other than Shala, who had grimaced like she'd put something in her mouth that wasn't just bitter but poisonous. Subaru. Sorry. What do you mean, Reed? As usual, it was Natsuki Subaru that had been left behind in this situation. The first Sword Saint, Reed Astria. That was the name of the man who guarded the 2nd floor of the Pleiades watchtower as its examiner. In the first place, the title of Sword Saint was something Subaru had heard for his first time. However, when he had heard that he was of the 1st generation of this lineage, he got the premonition that this man could be likened to a powerful fictional character from his knowledge of these subcultures. His prediction was quite accurate. In fact, these Sword Saints or whatever were extremely powerful people. And such. It seemed that yesterday, the party that had challenged Reed had experienced the difference in strength between them, rather like the difference between an adult and a child. Amongst them, it was only Amelia who had achieved some sort of victory through both skill and luck. Subaru. The problem is that I've lost my memory, and I can't even do anything useful. At the breakfast table where everyone had been trying to distract themselves from their uneasiness, he had tried to think of a novel idea to clear the tower with a bang. As far as he knew, the trial on the 2nd floor seemed to require pure strength. In this situation, there was no place at all for his guile or knowledge of the modern world. Subaru. I guess scattering some flour about and attacking him with a dust explosion or something like that ain't gonna cut it. His strongest signature ability, dust explosion, he would need to fine-tune quite a large amount of flour to activate. In the first place, Subaru imagined there wouldn't be an abundant amount of flour lying around in this place where food was scarce. In fact, it was unknown to him whether there was any flour at all here. Subaru. Then I hope I can activate the secret cheat ability that I must have gotten from being summoned into this world. Subaru punched the wall next to him with his palm, yelling out "Aha!" in an attempt to see if he could activate it. There was no shock wave emitted from his palm, nor had the stone wall he had punched shattered into little pieces. The only thing he felt was the roughness against his palm, and a somewhat hollow pang in his heart. Unfortunately, the secret cheat ability that had been given to Subaru seemed to not be related to great physical strength. In a last attempt, Subaru places his hands on the wall and kicks it with all his might. All that resulted was that he left a footprint on the place he had kicked the wall, as well as a stubbed toe. Subaru. Well, it must be magic. Beatrice. Tell me how to use some magic. Beatrice. Magic. Subaru can never use that ever again. Subaru. Ever again? Why? Did I dabble into a forbidden spell or something? Beatrice. You used too much beginner's magic despite being told not to use it, and it broke your gate, I suppose. That's why you will never be able to use magic again, in fact. Subaru. It broke from using beginner's magic? So lame. Subaru had the urge to cry out to the heavens, having heard that he indeed had possessed magical powers, but could not use them anymore to live life as a mage. And worst of all, it had been him casting beginner's magic that had destroyed his magical 8. Regardless of his loss of memories, Natsuki Subaru's life in a different world had started from the very bottom. Subaru. Guess at least my saving grace is that I've been blessed with people. Clenching his hand into a fist and then unclenching it, Subaru felt these emotions along with a profound sigh. Even if it was rather one-sided, it was relieving that there were people here who knew him. Without them, he would have been alone in this unknown world without any special abilities. To be honest, he did not think he was skillful enough to survive without any support. So, finding himself here was a salvation, even if it had made someone's face sink. Subaru. Gulping. Subaru bent and stretched on the spot. He had checked the condition of his body, of his magic, and whether he had any special abilities. They were in some impromptu free time before they went up to the second floor. Whilst Amelia and the others were making the arrangements to challenge the walls of the second floor, Subaru was busying himself in checking whether his body had been endowed with any special abilities. After punching and kicking the wall, after being indignant about being told that his magical ability had ran dry, after running around the tower's insides, after thinking on how to test for special powers from various directions, Subaru had realized one thing, and that was, Subaru, that maybe I haven't received anything. After sprinting through the hallway whilst slightly out of breath, Subaru had accepted this fact. He felt like he possessed more physical strength than he did before. Even when he kicked the wall, he felt as if he was far more agile than he remembered. However, it was not to be confused for special powers. Rather, it would be more accurate to say that it's the same consequence of the scars on his body and his grotesque-looking arm. That is to say, it was probably due to what had happened during the year which Subaru could not remember. The only ability he possessed was the one where he was just an ordinary person who could not even respond to his parents' expectations. An ability on the levels that an ordinary person would have attained after suitable amount of endeavor. He couldn't feel the grace of special abilities granted to him by a so-called god there. A Subaru. At first, I'd tried to do some transformation poses. He had tried Super Senshi poses. Then Kamen Rider poses, Pretty Cure poses, and even Sailor Senshi poses. But they had all been ineffective, meaning that, in the end, he was a parallel world visitor who'd been thrown in here with nary a thing. Subaru. After all of that, my only hope is that my powers awaken when I am in trouble. Fuck. Scratching his head, Subaru bit down the seed of anxiety that was starting to grow in his heart. In front of Amelia and the others, he would have steeled himself and pretended that everything was okay. However, when looking at the situation anew, there was nothing but anxiety regarding Subaru's position. His memory was gone. There was no longer any doubt about it. There was too much evidence pointing towards it. And to be honest, he really wanted to believe it. He couldn't not believe it and continue to stay in this place. He wanted to stay here. Here in this world, only here right now. So, he wanted some powers to do that. Subaru. In the end, I have to depend on the bonds I have made with the people I don't remember. Makes me want to cry. Natsuki Subaru, who was always mooching off stuff, did not have any changes to him, even in this parallel world. The more Emilia and the others showed how earnestly they were worried about Subaru, the more Subaru cursed himself for being blessed with his borrowed position. Subaru. It's not like when I go to the second floor I am be able to do anything there. That was why, in his heart, he had refused to be left behind. After they had explained to him about the guardian of the second floor, Estria, they had argued whether to bring Subaru along to the trial. It had been Emilia who was the most concerned about bringing him along. Others were a bit reluctant, but had not protested as strongly as Emilia. Subaru, on the other hand, wished to accompany them. It seemed that they had thought that he would be unlikely to be of much help to them in conquering the second floor. They also mentioned that Estria's temperament would be harmful towards him. Therefore, although if it had kept like that, Subaru was going to be left behind, he had Subaru. Still, I had insisted on going with them. The reason why they had tried to leave Subaru behind was because they were worried about him. Being treated so gently with concern always on their mind felt delightfully poisonous to him. If he had been the Natsuki Subaru with his memories intact, he was sure that he would have accompanied them, and that there would never have been such a discussion on whether he was coming or not. It would be unlikely that his amnesia would influence his abilities. In other words, except for the lack of knowledge, Subaru had thought he would be able to fight just like before he had lost his memories. Hence, he had tried one way or another to prove it to them, but in the end, he hadn't gotten any results. Subaru. Although I asked Beatrice to leave me alone, from here on out the going's going to get tough. In seeing that Subaru was about to be left behind, he recalls Beatrice's sullen face. However, he had still asked her to leave him be after he had tried to ascertain whether his secret cheat ability was something physical, magical, or skill-based. After she had left, Subaru had tried out the transformation poses. After all, it would have been extremely embarrassing to test these poses in front of another person. Beatrice, of course, had been quite unyielding, and Subaru recalled how he had argued back and forth with her. Beatrice, when I leave you alone, you're gonna end up losing your memories. Nothing good will come of it. Betty will not move from here even with a lever, I suppose. Subaru. I am glad you feel that way, I'm totally grateful, but I'm about to do some stuff that I can't show to anyone. Beatrice. Between Betty and Subaru, we don't need such a distance. Subaru. No. I will be getting naked to put on my makeup by the moonlight. He had tried to break through to her with a brute force approach, zealously appealing her to leave the room. Eventually, seeing how nothing was working, they had managed to sort out things, with Beatrice receiving his strong appeal that he wouldn't do anything unnecessary, and would without fail join back up with her. Subaru. Although it doesn't ring a bell, I was told I was her contractor. On that point, it seemed like it was going well with Beatrice. Doesn't sound like me. Was that actually really me? Grimacing a little, Subaru pulled out the whip that had been holstered at his waist. He tried to hit the tip of it against the wall, but instead only succeeded in hitting his own leg. Subaru. Oh, I guess my body doesn't remember how to use it. Or maybe I didn't master how to use it before I lost my memory. Having hit his own shin, Subaru's eyes began to tear up in pain as he rubbed it. In the first place, why had he chosen a whip as his weapon of choice? It was not a sword or a gun. Was he trying to be cool and unique, picking a whip as his weapon? Subaru. If I'd been able to use it, then I guess it must mean that it's not just the stuff inside of my head that's gone missing. While rubbing his shin, Subaru mulled this over as he knelt, his face twisting into a scowl at the chance that it really would not be salvageable. If his current reasoning was indeed correct, what was left for him? Here. He had lost his memories, made those he was supposed to accompany worry, lost everything he had worked towards and became useless. Ultimately, with only history having been etched onto his body, and merely the outer shell was set in place. Guess he was just like papier mth. Subaru. Ha. With a short sigh, Subaru got up. Those words that were floating in his brain were so silly that he wanted to guffaw at them. What are you going to do now, you papier mch? When wasn't Natsuki Subaru a papier mch? Subaru. I give up. I give up. I'm an idiot. Maybe I'm just unmotivating myself. Subaru brought his fist to his forehead in frustration and sighed again, bending over to pick up the fallen whip. He did not understand how to put it back to how it was. Struggling a bit, he finally managed to somehow put it back on his waist. As he did so, There he saw a blister on the palm of his hand, one that was different from those he got from swinging a kendo sword, one that made him feel the year that had gone by. For some reason, he traced it with his tongue. It felt tough. It felt bitter. Subaru. I wish I'd kept a diary for this occasion. This is no use. Subaru started to walk away from the scene, fuming at his past self in irrational anger. He couldn't confirm the presence of any secret cheat abilities, but in a sense, he could say the fact he couldn't was a trove of information. With this in mind, he concluded that he shouldn't rely on something that did not exist. In a way, it was a little bit positive, but way more of a negative. Subaru. Well, this is not the right way. Subaru had gone the wrong way and found himself on another floor. In front of him was the large spiral staircase that leads to the lower floors of the tower. He had heard that the tower was made up of 6 floors. To go up from the 6th floor to the 4th floor, one would have to climb up the stairs, which went up for probably over 100s of meters high. Subaru. Thinking about it, the way this tower is structured is peculiar. It's like being in a fantasy world story now. It was a world where foliage can treat your injuries just by being within. Besides, in his original world, there had been some buildings which had seemed to be beyond human understanding. Pyramids were one example of such a phenomenon. If you think about it, then maybe there was not much of a difference between this tower and the pyramids. Subaru. I'm looking for things in common between this world and my original world. Did the past mean do this too? Subaru began to feel ridiculous at having referred to himself as the past me. He felt as if he has slowly been going crazy ever since he'd lost his memories. In essence, there hadn't been a Subaru before, or a Subaru after losing his memories. The past and the present too. His self was all one continuum. So here too, Natsuki Subaru was. Subaru. Oh. Subaru shook his head as if he was trying to shake off the thoughts that had clouded his mind. He let out a small sigh. It was truly a nonchalant sigh. He had let it out completely unintentionally, in spite of having received something much more unexpected. It was no more, and no less than that. However, at the same time he had let out that sigh, he had felt a slight push on his back. Subaru. And as he let out that sigh, which was tantamount to no more than that, the world was flipped upside down. Subaru. Ah? His feet were off the ground. No, not just his feet, his whole body was. His whole body was overwhelmed by a feeling of weightlessness. He was falling down mid-air, losing sight of what was up or down. Engulfed by the sensation of weightlessness, Natsuki Subaru continues to fall. Subaru. Wow. The sound of the wind whistled through his eardrums. He didn't get it. He didn't get anything. Right now, Subaru was falling. He was falling, spinning round and round in midair as he falls down head first. Falling, falling, falling. As he falls, his thoughts caught up to him. Still falling. Subaru. Wait. The world was spinning around his eyes. His limbs were flailing in midair. He does not know how many seconds had elapsed, but finally Subaru understood what had happened. Falling. He was falling. He was going to crash. He would hit the ground after falling down from above. He was swallowed by darkness as he fell past the spiral staircase. As he looked around desperately to all of his sides, Subaru could only see the tower's stone walls flowing past him. No, the walls were not flowing past him. It was Subaru's field of vision that was inverted as he fell down head first. So it was in fact him who was sweeping past them. The sensation of tumbling down caused him to retch, chunks of vomit flying out from him. Subaru couldn't even breathe. His throat was clogged with vomit. His nose stung. Tears of pain were streaming out of him, and his organs felt like they were all in the wrong place. His whole body felt like a chaotic mess. His face, clothes, and surely the floor would have ended up flecked with vomit. Emilia would be shocked. Beatrice would get angry at him. Ram would just coldly stare at him. Julius would give him a tired sigh. Echidna would shrug her shoulders. Maeli would laugh. Shala would point at him. With such a feeling of frustration, Subaru had completely lost track of his own reality. Even if I search everywhere, I cannot find it. It's not up in the sky. It's not within me. Where did it go? Where is it? As well as his memory. Subaru had also lost himself. Subaru. Mommy. Natsuki Subaru fainted just as that acrid mutter escaped from him. His consciousness halted. His thoughts were becoming fuzzy. And then, 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 hard ground. Subaru. Hey, Subaru. Are you okay? As he woke up, the first thing he heard was her chiming silver bell voice. He could feel her breath near his face and her fingers on his arm. Sensing this, Subaru roused himself into consciousness and slowly opened his eyes. In front of him was a frighteningly good-looking fairy of the moon. Subaru. Is this Emilia-chan? Emilia. Oh, Subaru, thank goodness. You woke up. I was really worried about you. Hearing Subaru speak, Emilia stroked her chest with a relieved look on her face. Subaru looked around the room in shock. He was in a room that was completely covered in ivy. Even the bed he was lying in was woven from ivy. The beautiful girl next to him, Emilia, was gently patting her chest in relief. And right next to her stood a drill loli. Beatrice. Emilia. If you continue to be so gentle to him, Subaru will not reflect on his actions, I suppose. If you don't act tougher on him, he won't understand just how much he worried everyone. Emilia. That's right. Though Beatrice, why do you say it like that? Subaru was missing. So we hurried to find him. When we did, he was collapsed, and you were about to cry. Beatrice. It would be nice if you didn't say the unneeded, I suppose. Beatrice turned away from them, her face turning red in anger. Subaru, who was watching this exchange, looked on in confusion. Subaru. Eh? What? Was it a dream? At hearing Subaru say that, both Emilia and Beatrice turned towards him. Chapter 38. Who are you? Subaru gazed around the room, not knowing what had happened to him. He could not comprehend a shred of the situation. Subaru. It was the room that he had gotten so used to seeing now, even if he would hesitate to call it familiar. The walls, floors, and ceiling were covered in ivy. Even the bed he had woken up in was woven with ivy. In front of him stood two girls, a beautiful lady and a beautiful little girl. Both were craning their necks to look at him. A huge lizard was kneeling down beside his bed. On the other bed within the room, a girl with blue hair and closed eyes was lying there. There was absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. This was the green room of the Pleiades watchtower. Subaru. But, why am I here again? Subaru didn't know if he had even woken up. With his hands on his head, Subaru recalled what had happened just before. They had talked about challenging the second-floor trial whilst he had tried to confirm whether he possessed any special abilities. After all of that, Subaru had walked through the tower to join with Emilia and the others, after he had confirmed that he didn't possess any abilities. Subaru. What happened after that? His memory of what had happened afterwards was unclear. He had woken up on this bed all of a sudden. That impression had been strong. And, whilst he fumbled to straighten his mind, a voice broke his train of thought. Emilia. Hey, Subaru. Are you feeling okay? Subaru. Emilia-chan, you're so close. Emilia's beautiful face had suddenly popped up right next to his. She was so close to him that he could feel her breath against his face. In seeing her amethyst-colored eyes, bordered by long eyelashes, approaching out of nowhere, Subaru scooted back to the opposite side of his bed. Emilia's eyes widened in surprise at his overreaction. Emilia. You don't have to look so scared. Besides, it was me who had been scared earlier. Subaru. Scared. Beatrice. Certainly, we thought that you had disappeared. We searched for you and found you collapsed, I suppose. It would be improper to not be worried. Subaru. Seriously? I collapsed again? Beatrice crossed her arms and snorted in exasperation. Subaru was caught by surprise by her words. He stood up and patted his body to make sure it was okay. Yet, he couldn't feel any abnormalities. Though it was dubious whether he would notice any differences considering his amnesia, there were no obvious signs of trauma. Subaru. Still, it's pretty dangerous to collapse twice in such a short time. Although it has only been a couple of hours, should I feel lucky that my memories weren't blown away again. Beatrice. What are you grumbling up? Subaru should have something to say to Betty and Amelia, I suppose. Subaru. Something to say. Beatrice threw these words at him, as he was staring at his outstretched arms. Subaru turned around to see both Amelia and Beatrice staring at him. He was a little bit worried about what would he have to tell these two individuals. Subaru. Well, I'm sorry. I apologize for worrying you all. You both saved me again. Beatrice. You're doing fine so far. Amelia. You are most welcome, but I am quite glad that nothing happened to you. I'm so relieved. Subaru. Yes. I'm sorry, Amelia-chan. It's inexcusable for me to cause you so much trouble all the time. Raising his hand in apology, Subaru expresses his gratitude towards Amelia. However, when Amelia heard Subaru's words, she furrowed her shapely eyebrows. Her amethyst eyes looked positively bewildered. Amelia. Well, Wait, Subaru. What happened just then? Subaru. What happened? That's a vague question. What's the issue? Amelia. Well, just now you called me Amelia-chan. Somehow, being called that makes me feel a little bit uneasy. While saying this, Amelia began to fiddle with her long silver hair as she nervously looked at Subaru. Her gaze seemed to be filled with loneliness. Subaru involuntarily let out an internal yelp. Open and friendly, her appearance had struck Subaru's taste. However, in regards to her current emotions, Subaru felt like there was a deep gap between them. Beatrice. Subaru's pranks are starting up again now, I suppose. More importantly, Beatrice's mood was starting to get worse after hearing the exchange of those two. Shaking her splendid drills, she snapped her fingers at Subaru. And, with a puff of her red cheeks, she said, Beatrice, I want you to tell Betty and Amelia now. Why did you go to the Tegeta library last night, I suppose? Why did you collapse there? Subaru. Wait. What? I collapsed again in Tegeta? Beatrice? Again? Subaru. Seriously, Tegeta is such a dreadful place. I don't know what I was doing there again. After all, it's a place with such a shady history, it was reckless of me, I guess. Subaru had been told of an incident which his own memory did not recall. He was bewildered by this fact and started to feel a little bit unsettled. For sure, he could not recall anything before and after he had slipped out of consciousness. Still, there should be no reason for him to have visited Tegeta again. Rather, it's more likely that someone must have found him collapsed elsewhere in the tower and brought him to Tegeta, though he didn't see what the point of that would be. Beatrice. Wait. I suppose. Subaru. However, Beatrice had told him to wait up as he began to feel confused. Subaru. Yeah? Beatrice. Somehow, I think we're not on the same wavelength. Subaru. Tell us the story accurately, I suppose. Subaru. Accurately? What do you mean? Beatrice. Try telling us about the situation you're in right now. Patiently, Beatrice slowly spelled this out to Subaru. He nodded his head as he sensed the intimidation in her tone as she spoke those heavy words, and, whilst Amelia looked at him with a worried expression on her face, Subaru strained his memory in thought. Subaru. Well, I think I told you. When I woke up, I had no memories, though it doesn't mean that they are completely empty. My memories since being summoned to this parallel world are... Beatrice? Wait. Memories? What do you mean by memories, I suppose? Subaru. Huh. Beatrice's usually dignified manner was abruptly shattered as Subaru had begun his explanation. He was surprised by her unexpected reaction. Amelia had placed her hand on the panicked Beatrice's shoulder to steady her, but Amelia wasn't calm either. She was also looking at Subaru in astonishment. Amelia. Subaru. I am sorry. I don't know what you're saying. Subaru. No, I'd feel bothered if I stop here. I have you two here. He was supposed to know what to say next. He tried to continue. but his words trailed off. Both Emilia and Beatrice looked at Subaru with sheer bewilderment in their eyes. It was plain to him that they were not acting, and because he thought they were not acting, that made it all the more terrifying to him. Why were they forgetting about when he had told them about his amnesia? Surely the tower hadn't sucked up the memories of those other than Subaru. A terrifying thought rose to his mind. Namely, this tower was an awful one, sucking out everyone's memories to some degree, making conversation impossible. Then, Subaru realized. Subaru, when I woke up, and when talking to those two, and on top of that, he may have remembered something. No, not may have. He had definitely remembered something. The first time he had met Emilia and Beatrice, when he was told he had lost his memories, the conversation had sounded exactly like the one now. To put it more plainly, waking up in the green room, lying on the ivy bed, was that not a carbon copy of the situation earlier when he was told he had lost his memories? Subaru. Thinking about this fact, Subaru gulped loudly. If you look at Emilia and Beatrice, both of their behaviors had not changed. However, it is not from distrust that they were glancing at Subaru in sheer bewilderment. Rather, it's from concern in their heart towards Subaru. The fact that there was no deception in their gazes made Subaru feel much more calm at heart. In all honesty, Subaru's heart had been undulating under great turmoil. But, having made this guess at the current situation, Subaru, I am seeing the same events again. I must be experiencing precognitive dreams. Given his situation when he woke up, is it not reasonable to think this? If so, when he had lost consciousness, should he rather say that he had woke up? In that moment, just before he woke up, his memories had been incredibly hazy. Dreams did, for some reason, slip through the cracks between one's fingers when trying to keep them jumbled together. Or maybe these precognitive dreams were a special ability Subaru was given when summoned into this world. Subaru. It's difficult to make use of. It's a pretty selective ability. However, there's no doubt that if he could master it, then it would be quite a potent ability. In the end, a precognitive dream would let him foresee the future. The longer it would show him the truth for, the greater chance of finding a clue to overcome the situation. Unfortunately, he did not think that he got much useful information out of this precognitive dream, Subaru. You two, I need you to calm down just a little and hear what I have to say. Sitting up straight, Subaru now had an understanding of the ability he possessed. He turned towards them and said that. Emilia and Beatrice both look at Subaru and nod, with serious expressions on their faces. Looking towards them, Subaru said with a slight hint of hesitation. Subaru, I don't know if you can believe this, but I seem to have lost my memories. Subaru had awakened at the Taigata library and lost his memories. It took as much time as it had in the precognitive dream for Emilia and Beatrice to digest what he had confessed. Emilia. Aye. With an air-splitting sound, the girl slammed her palms onto her own cheeks with all her strength. Her anxious eyes widened up in pain. And at the shock, as she motivated herself with an all right, it was a brave, almost manly way of accepting it. Something he had also seen in his precognitive dream. Emilia, I'm fine. Being like that is no good, is it? How could we keep making that troubled face when Subaru must be feeling even more troubled than we are? Look, Beatrice too. Having rallied her strength with a vigorous speech, Emilia shook Beatrice's shoulder. In front of Emilia's geared-up presence, Beatrice looked at her, unable to hide her confusion. Emilia, I'm shocked too, and I also understand the sadness. But right now, we have to think about the one who's taking this the hardest. We have to do something for him, don't we? Beatrice, Betty is... Beatrice... Subaru fought back a pang in his chest as he watches Beatrice struggle to get her words out. Subaru knew exactly what Beatrice would say, and what sort of face she would make, but he was quite wrong in thinking that it would bring him some peace of mind. Having to betray someone's feeling of hopes was tough. Rather, it was terrifying. No matter how many times he had to do it, regardless whether it was the same problem for the second time, it was all the same. And now, Subaru knew Beatrice much better than the first time he met her. That was why it was tougher for Subaru than the first time. Beatrice, really. Subaru is just the most hopeless contractor in the world. With that said, Beatrice broke through her embarrassment. The pattern of the butterfly wings that adorned her irises started to flutter in her eyes. While he was relieved by that, Subaru felt a strong sense of self-hatred. Was this right? Was he satisfied with this? Yeah, Natsuki Subaru. Could he really erect a castle upon the sand on top of the bonds and faith he'd already built up? Subaru gritted his teeth together as he saw Emilia and Beatrice's heart-wrenching, albeit gentle determination. Subaru had not confided to them that he was able to experience precognitive dreams. The conversation after he woke up, and with remembering their names, he pushed the fact that not all of his memories had fallen out. In fact, besides his memory loss, of course, Subaru's report had also been about the allocation of his missing memories. He couldn't afford to doubt the two people with him, and furthermore, Subaru himself didn't want to engage in any unproductive conversation. Above all else, he wanted to figure out how far his precognitive dreams would show the truth correctly for. For this reason, he did not want to create a situation which would deviate from what his precognitive dream had shown him. Although some changes had occurred at the start, they were not anything too big. However, this was not the only reason that he did not mention his precognitive dreams. Subaru. Neither Emilia, Beatrice, Ram, Julius, Echidna, nor even anyone had explained to Subaru that he had this precognitive dreams ability. Shola and Miley also hadn't. It's difficult to imagine that they intentionally hid it from Subaru. Even under the prior circumstances, it's difficult to believe that they all had the same intention. It made no sense. It made no sense. Then it was inevitable that there was only one reason why they wouldn't know of his precognitive dreams. That is, Natsuki Subaru had never revealed to them his ability. Subaru. What were you thinking, Natsuki Subaru? Subaru calls his name out as if he was referring to a different person. No, saying as if he was referring to a different person was wrong. It was a different person. To Subaru, Natsuki Subaru is an unknown person who doesn't exist. He can't guess what he is thinking and he can't interact with him. There would be no chance of getting to understand him. Why did Subaru not tell Emilia et al. About his power? Was it because he didn't want to change the development of these precognitive dreams as much as possible? Even if it was due to that, surely once the situation had been overcome there would have been time to confide this? Was there a reason why he couldn't say it? A distrust of the old Subaru was steadily growing within him. Subaru. What were you thinking, Natsuki Subaru? After that, the events took place as expected, roughly following what he had seen in his precognitive dreams. Emilia. So, I guess everyone is pretty shocked. Subaru is in quite a situation right now. But even in a situation like this, no, precisely because the situation is like this, we should give him our support. Emilia explains to the others how Subaru has lost his memories. Although it wasn't the greatest of explanations, it was now impossible to make a follow-up in case he drastically changed the events. Thus, in place of Emilia, who sucked with words, Beatrice ended up taking on the struggle. And then, Ram. Is this some kind of prank, Barusu? Ram had suspected that Subaru's situation might have been a prank. Shola. Say, Master, you're still not tired of playing around like this. Just how many times do you have to forget me before you cut that out? Shola had indifferently accepted that he had lost his memories as if she thought it was something that couldn't be helped. Meili. Really? Ona-san sure looks like really. Troubled. Doesn't he, whether disinterested or not? Meili smiled at the prank, as if enjoying the atmosphere of confusion. Echidna. Let's give him a little time to settle down. That's fine, right? Worried about Julius as he became extremely upset at hearing that Subaru had lost his memories. Soon after, Echidna suggested for them to take a brief interval to collect their thoughts. He accepted Ram's invitation and left the room to fetch some water. Then, when they were alone with just the two of them, Ram grabbed Subaru by his collar and pushes him against the wall. Ram, please spit it. Out he'd parted with some of his saintliness. However, that's not to say that he wasn't shook to the core. After hearing Ram's quiet sobs, Subaru returned back to where everyone was with this conviction. The precognitive dreams are accurate. They are terribly accurate and foreshadow the events completely. Subaru didn't know everything they would say and do, but the impression that they had given was pretty much unchanged. If there was a problem, Echidna, Natsuki-kun is quite calm despite the situation, reintroducing each other, and both revealing their bombshells, with that Anastasia's consciousness was currently overwritten by Echidna's. Echidna said that to Subaru. Subaru felt his mouth dry up after hearing Echidna's words. To be honest, Echidna's observation was understandable. Subaru himself couldn't really do much about it. Everyone was shocked and in a state of panic. Still, whilst seeing her trying to smooth over the absurd situation, he couldn't help but not feel much empathy from within his heart for them. It's like when you watch a movie for a second time. The emotions you experience are not as strong as the first time you watch it. That which he felt even stronger was a flurry of negative emotions, namely sympathy towards them for putting on such a brave face, guilt for leaving them as is despite knowing that, and a feeling of revulsion towards Subaru, who'd probably continued to do such. It was no wonder that Subaru bore a dark expression on his face coupled with a taciturn attitude, even though they had thought that was him remaining calm. In any case, Subaru, I am happy that things have settled down. I was the type of kid who'd always get, he never settles down written down in his report card. Echidna. Report card. I don't really understand that that means. Is that something of the parallel world? Subaru. Yeah. Narrowing his eyes, Subaru nods his head at Echidna's question. The way he answered the question about the meaning of parallel world did not change again. He explained how he was summoned to this different world, and found himself in this place. And the same understanding came from Amelia, Echidna, and the others who concluded that he originated from beyond the great waterfall. Perhaps, even if he could not fully reproduce the events of his precognitive dreams, events that hold some sense of importance would still be realized with some slight changes to them. It's something typically found in Subaru's future prediction line of games and manga. Though the response to a sudden situation may change, what you decide to do doesn't disappear so easily. A person who has decided to ask someone out on a date goes and asks the person out in a completely different way than before, where there now are some notable obstacles in the way. That is the feeling he is getting from this. In other words, Echidna was going to ask about the different world, regardless of whether he had lost his memories. Subaru. Even though I didn't explain it up till now, was I still careless in mentioning the word parallel world? I don't even know what to think anymore. Due to the nature of his precognitive dreams, confiding his ability was difficult, and rather than that, it was incredibly strange that he hadn't talked about the different world. It was almost like he'd just given up, deeming it pointless to confide it, as if he were afraid to. Echidna. After all, it's odd that you sound the least confused amongst us. We are all growing uneasy here, thinking we must do something about it. Subaru. Maybe this is what they mean when they all talk about everyone being in a panic, but the person in question, instead, grows calm. Even I'm nervous, thinking we ought to do something about it. So rest assured there. Amelia. I feel like we can't feel relieved with that at all. Both Echidna and Subaru shrugged their shoulders at each other. Amelia's looked quite dispirited as she spoke those words. The mood was somehow still hitting rock bottom. After all, Subaru's attitude was growing. He had tried to mimic his precognitive dream as much as possible. However, how attempts at mimicking his attitude had been quite poor. It was very difficult to imitate the confused self he had seen in his dream. So, before he spouts out additional nonsense, Subaru. Anyways, I understand the situation we are in. I know that there's a lot of confusion, but let's overcome it together. Let's do something about it. Clapping his hands together, Subaru tried to progress the conversation ahead. Beatrice nodded in response, and as if obeying the precognitive dream, she said, Beatrice, you will want to check the Tegeta library, I suppose. Shola, oui, with a loose-lipped smile, the glamorous beautiful woman let out a shriek. If she would just straighten herself out and start to look more dignified, her beauty would surely captivate the hearts of many men. Her face relaxed, though, as she tried to snuggle into Subaru. Shola. Master, I'm happy. I swear I'll make you happy. Subaru. Hey, don't say that. Don't hug my arm. You're frighteningly soft. Hola. I just want to have it so those means parts to you are smushed, you know. Subaru continued to push her away by her forehead while Shola tried to desperately cling onto his arms. In all honesty, being clung onto by a beautiful woman who, from the start, took on a tempting appearance, was a sense of distance that he wanted to restrain himself from, both in terms of Subaru's strength as a human and as a boy. Subaru and the others had arrived now at the third floor of the watchtower, where the Tegata library was. As it had been in his dream, they would search the library in an attempt to find out how Subaru had lost his memories, and if possible, get them back. However, Subaru knows that their search will be ineffective, and that they will bring back no results. It was going to be an irritating time for him now, since he was not allowed to participate in the search, though to him it looked like Shola was acting way too over-familiar than his dream had shown. Shola. After all, Master, you chose us over that Chibi-ko, didn't you? Ooh. Subaru. It's not like I specifically chose it. Due to what's happening, I couldn't help but be stuck with you. Shola spoke this with a ditzy expression, talking about their approach to Tegeta. Although the distance to the library was not long, Subaru had arranged it so that he wouldn't have to hold hands with Emilia and Beatrice. His intention behind it had been out of pangs of conscience towards Beatrice and Emilia. Given that he knew what was going to happen thanks to his precognitive dream, he didn't reveal the fact that it was probably going to be a waste of time, and putting it like that with a bird's-eye view of the situations. Subaru treated the two girls, like so. Therefore, he was now sitting next to the air-headed Shola whilst waiting for the party to finish searching Tegeta. Shola. Finally, Master recognized how charming and attractive I am. I had to wait 400 years for this. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I will give you such a passionate kiss. Subaru. That's not what I was implying. That's scary. Really, stop it. Shola was pressing her body down onto his. Subaru tried desperately to push her off, but she had unusual strength, and thus he found himself pinned against a wall. This wasn't even a Cabedan. It was a Cabegala. That's how intense it was. And, just before the virginity of Subaru's lips, which had never experienced the love of a woman, was forcefully taken away. Melee? Hey, Anai-san? Seems to dislike this. Quit fooling about. Hola. Ow, 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 ow! It had been Meili who had dragged Shola off him by pulling her back by her ponytail. Shola twisted her neck, took back her ponytail from her, and carefully cradled her long black hair against her chest. Shola, what did you do to my hair? What did you do to my precious hair? You horrible little girl, Miley. I don't want my silver-haired Wani-san or Beatrice-chan to be angry. I was keeping watch to make sure that my half-naked Wani-san didn't do anything bad to my Antai-san's Hola. Grr, so annoying. Master, please, do something. Subaru. Shola, don't you dare come within 2 meters of me. You're scary. Shola. Master's such an idiot. Shola turned her back from Subaru, feigning a breakdown to tears. Subaru scratched his cheeks in confusion as he looked on at her exposed back. Then he turns around to face Meili, who was holding her hands behind her back. Subaru. Ah, you were a great help. Now that's a strange thing to say to a killer. Meili, don't worry. This killer has gone out of business. Now I do what Anwai-san, Wani-san, and her friends tell me. On-san and the others can make good use of me, like when I help out with the wicked animals. Subaru. She spoke with no malice or ulterior motive. That's why Subaru didn't react to her words. Meili did not seem to be especially affected by any particular pangs of conscience as she spoke. Those were difference between the values of his world and this one. Meili. She said nothing in response to Subaru's silence. She just looked at him silently with an unfathomable expression on her face. Meili now turned to gaze indifferently at the direction which Emilia was searching the library. The girl was quite short, had a youthful face. Her arms and legs were still tiny, and there was still quite a way to go before she reached womanhood. In the end, she was still a child. It was unbearable to him that she held such broken values about herself. Subaru. Maybe. Even in you, there's still plenty we can rely on. So I'm counting on you, Miley. So this is what you're saying? Make good use of me. Subaru, no, not use. Rely. We're not tools that can be just used. Think of it like a friendship, Miley? Humph. For a second, Miley had regarded Subaru's words in shock. Though it had only been for a fleeting moment, she had quickly averted her eyes afterwards. Subaru was relieved that she had not reacted in discomfort. Rather, it had seemed like a faint glimmer of comfort had flitted across her face. Even if within her heart she held broken values about herself, it didn't mean that everything she could feel would end up being out of sync from that which Subaru knew. The fact that they both could compromise about these unknown circumstances made Subaru feel a little bit better. Miley, Anui-san really doesn't remember anything, right? Subaru. Yep, unfortunately. Was something on your mind? He had unexpectedly shaken something about his memories from Miley. Subaru tried to ask her what she had meant by it. Hearing his question, Miley just put her fingers to her lips and gave a very sweet smile. Oh yeah, Miley. Petra-chan would cry if she heard it. Subaru. I don't even know who that is, Miley. Petra-chan is a girl that loves Anui-san. She was worried about you going all the way out here. It felt almost like I could hear her say, "Look, I knew it." Subaru. God damn that me from yesterday. What thoughtless things he did. Subaru looked on bitterly, thinking in distress about this young girl, Petra, that he had not yet seen. How much would he end up learning about the footprints that the Subaru unknown to him had left? Really, I honestly think that my opinion of Anui-san from yesterday is that he was quite careless as well. Miley was stretching as she said this, ignoring the turmoil she had left in Subaru's heart. In his mind, it had sounded like what she had said had been accompanied by a very strange emotion. In any case, Amelia and the others would come back before he could quickly confirm it. If they had found no clues, it would only reinforce how accurate his predictive dream had been. Since the search of Tegeda ended with no success, they would now prepare to go up to the second floor. Ultimately, from now on, the scope of the precognitive dreams would stop around about here. Subaru had, until now, not doubted the accuracy in his future prediction ability at all. The events had transitioned just as Subaru had experienced them before. If any issues were to occur at this point, he would not be able to respond by using his knowledge of the future that his precognitive dreams had shown. Subaru, I am able to predict the future. Isn't it insane that I managed to confirm it? However, it was also strange. In the first place, Subaru didn't know what conditions were needed to activate his precognitive dreams. If he fell asleep, would it activate? Or did it need some sort of trigger? Or was it just completely random? It would be unlikely that there would be time to find a place to sleep due to the urgency of the current situation. However, he wanted to depend on the power of his foresight. Certainly, he would need to find out more details about this. He would need to investigate thoroughly what he could do with his foresight. Subaru, for now. Just as in my dream, I managed to force Beatrice to leave me alone, but Subaru had asked Beatrice to leave him alone as he tried out via trial and error the transformation poses. It had seemed that Beatrice had been trying to remain more attached to him than he had seen in his dreams. That was probably as a consequence of being around her less than he had been in his dreams, such as on the way to Tegeta. In any case, he had a reason for being alone. Subaru. I have to find out why I woke up and what happened to me just before I woke up. It may be that he just happened to wake up normally. However, it could also be that there was something within his dream that had caused him to wake up. Something like encountering a horrible experience, or a painful one. Subaru, I'm a little freaked out right now. What if I start to have precognitive dreamception? It's spooky. It's like as if I was dreaming of being a butterfly. Dreaming of being a butterfly is the situation where you dream of physically being a butterfly. But when you awake, you aren't really sure whether you are a butterfly dreaming of being a person, or a person having dreamt of being a butterfly. It felt like it would become a vicious, never-ending loop, like a self-fulfilling prophecy that would drive the footholds of his own self to a corner of uncertainty, as something unreliable. Subaru, in order to avoid this, I need to go past where my dream ended. If I can do that, Then I should be able to tell Amelia and the others about my precognitive dreams. The Subaru, before losing his memories, had unfortunately avoided confiding his ability to Amelia and the others. However, Subaru now was anxious to change this situation and confide to everyone what he could do. He didn't know what would become if he were to do such a careless thing. Frightened by this anxiety, he didn't want to bring a situation about where he'd delay it now. Subaru, I have decided. Looking back to reevaluate his position, Subaru had finally decided that he would tell them about his precognitive dreams. Nonetheless, what was coming up ahead was an unknown to him. After the point at which Beatrice had left, his memories, including those of having performed the transformation poses, were quite fuzzy. Therefore, showing proof that he could experience precognitive dreams would be quite difficult to do. In addition, he didn't know how to activate them. He would need them to cooperate with him when he tried to explain his ability. If he could master his dreams, it would become an extremely powerful weapon at his disposal. Or perhaps it was a necessary weapon that would allow them to conquer the Pleiades watchtower. With these thoughts in mind, as for Natsuki-kun, is it not dangerous for him to accompany us in the crazed state he's in right now? In the distance, having arrived in front of the hall, in an attempt to join everyone, Subaru held his breath at hearing those words. The intelligent voice he had heard was Echidna's. For some reason in his mind, Subaru had hesitated to announce his presence and had decided to hide behind the wall. The conversation in the hall continued. Emilia. Echidna. What do you mean by dangerous? Echidna. There's nothing else to say, right? Considering the state he's in right now, it's certain he has lost his memories. However, what he said afterwards was truly crazed. The way he explained the term parallel world is proof. Amelia, parallel world. Julius, you don't truly believe he came from beyond the great waterfall? Julius and Amelia seemed shocked at hearing Echidna's words. Subaru's heart lurched. What did Echidna's remarks mean now? He wanted to jump out from his hiding spot and ask her, but for now he would suppress that emotion. Even if Subaru didn't ask, surely someone else would. Ram. It was certainly an absurd explanation. Amelia. Ram? You too doubt what Subaru said? Amelia reacted in surprise at Ram's cold, indifferent tone. In response to her question, Ram said, Amelia-sama Ram. It's not like I doubt Barusu's argument from the start. Indeed, Barusu's knowledge, behavior, and strange customs are things which are unknown to us. It is clear that he may indeed come from a place which none of us here know about. Amelia. Well, in that case, Ram, but where he came from, it's limited to this world. I'm sure being from beyond the great waterfall could be tailored to mean Barusu's term. Parallel world, but I can't believe the existence of such a place. There is no reason to believe him now at all anymore. Amelia. Ram. Amelia's voice faintly trailed away as she heard Ram's explanation, which felt like she was enduring bitterness in it. But there was no reply. Amelia quietly cleared her throat. Amelia. I believe in Subaru. Beatrice too. So, please, try to believe what Subaru said. Julius. Amelia-sama, Echidna is not suggesting that Subaru is trying to deceive us on purpose. She is just saying that he's in a terrible state of confusion. Beatrice. In that statement, you still agree with that spirit, I suppose. Julius tries to rationally explain their thoughts to Amelia. However, Beatrice was having none of it, as she was intent on remaining on Subaru's side in this matter. Her temper had flared considerably. At that moment, an unnerving silence had fallen within the room. Subaru's forehead had started to sweat. Shala? It's best if you all quit fighting and settle down. Even if y'all are at each other's throats arguing here right now, Master's not here. So no way he's gonna be pleased. Miley, I don't think it's quite a discussion on that scale yet. But what? Yeah, right. He heard the voices of Shala and Miley, who still seemed to be bystanders. Laughing rather superciliously for a short while, Miley continued her speech with, Going crazy, Miley. Why don't you ask Anui-san directly? Anui-san, are you going crazy? Subaru. Subaru gritted his teeth to those venomous words. He had remained surprisingly calm when he had stood against the wall. He carefully left the room without making any footsteps. After putting some distance between them, his prudent footsteps quickened in pace, which then turned into a run. Then, arriving at a passageway where no one was present, he pressed his forehead against the wall. Subaru, damn it! Not knowing what he should say to whom, Subaru struck the wall, letting out the feelings that were smoldering inside him. The discussion that had taken place in Subaru's absence was an unexpected shock to him. He wasn't conceited enough to think that he had gained their full confidence. Rather, he could safely say that such a point hadn't been in his thoughts. Subaru had thought that trust was such a basic pre-principle. Emilia and Beatrice had been too kind and thoughtful towards Subaru, whilst insisting to himself that it had felt far too uncomfortable. He had tricked himself into believing that it was true. There was no doubt that being from a different place would have helped them conquer from the tower. With the handicap of losing his memories and his calm and collected thoughts, he had lost all his usefulness. Looking at it objectively, he realized just how shameless he was. What was trust in this tower in the desert? He himself couldn't understand it much. He wondered if he could ever handle what Natsuki Subaru had gained. Subaru, in this state, it's no use telling them about my precognitive dreams. The fact that they believed in his memory loss was proof of these people's virtue. At the same time, however, they were sensible people who did not believe in a different world. Therefore, he didn't even have to think about what response an explanation of his precognitive dreams would provoke. Subaru. From the start, I bungled it up. Messed up. He had messed up. In the meanwhile, how would Subaru overturn their evaluations of him, showing that he could be dependable at this point? What was sought now, what was needed now, was Natsuki Subaru, not Natsuki Subaru. Was it all right if he feigned ignorance and went back down to them? Also, in a state which he didn't know what kind of exchange had taken place, would it be okay if he shamelessly joined the capture of the second floor? Or would Emilia and Beatrice veto that, and have him left behind? And who would be keeping an eye on him there? At least he'd like to hope for Shala or Meili, given that conversation with them was no issue. Subaru. Fuck. I'm such an idiot. While saying those words out loud, Subaru abruptly came out of the passageway he was walking through. He had come across the great spiral staircase which connected the fourth floor to the floors below. A gaping hole stretched out from the middle of the watchtower to its lower half. It was truly colossal. Subaru. Spiral. Staircase. Suddenly, laying his eyes on that scene, Subaru started to ponder, including his dreams. This was his second time he had come here. Both in dream and reality, Emilia and everyone else had guided the amnesiac Subaru around the tower. So, recognizing this place was not a mistake, but Subaru. No, apart than that, I feel something strange. Goosebumps coursed down his body. He felt the hairs on his back stand on end. The blood in his whole body felt cold, and the ringing in his ears was awfully loud. His heartbeat had accelerated. His breathing became rough, and his knees began trembling for whatever reason. His teeth had begun making an uncontrollable chattering noise. Subaru became aware of these abnormalities. However, they were not caused due to any changes in temperature or any external causes. This abnormality, this unusual phenomenon, had been caused by Subaru's own body. To say more about it, the influence on his body was as if it was Subaru's spirit or something from a deeper place. Subaru? Ah, with a faint tap. Subaru felt a slight impact just as he was stepping forward. No, it couldn't be said that he stepped forward. To step forward is a term which presumes there is some solid ground which can be stepped on. Stepping ahead, his leg had come out, and his foot had scratched the air. And so he, Subaru, I kan returan by death help me patlish my friend. Osumila I want to confess da, hatimge. Anyway sifya, awara reading this thena, it's used to yoke. Away formata, o formatis to pidliniana. WordPress, Zeetsies. Falling. He was plummeting. His whole body was overwhelmed by a feeling of weightlessness. He was falling down mid-air, losing sight of what was up or down. A tremendous gust of wind was hitting his eardrums. Subaru understood what was happening. He was falling. No, there had been a light impact back then, but that didn't necessarily indicate that he'd fallen. He'd been pushed down. Subaru. Screaming his lungs out, Subaru desperately stretched out his hands, searching for somewhere, anywhere to hold on to. There was nothing. There was nowhere he could hold on to. The world around him was spinning around so much that he couldn't comprehend the world around him. A desperate feeling of wanting to vomit overpowers him as all the contents of his body are pulled from bottom to top. Chunks of yellow vomit overflows from his mouth, spilling out right into the air around him. This sensation, he remembered it. In the midst of his pain and vomiting, the memories that had once been ambiguous had suddenly sharpened. Yes, that was it. Before he had woken up, the end of his precognitive dream, Subaru had been experiencing the same thing. He had fallen, lamented his futile situation, and then he had lost consciousness. And after that, he had woken up from his precognitive dream and found himself in the green room. Suddenly, Subaru experiences a great impact on the right side of his body, shattering his bones into pieces. Crack! The sound of something breaking filled the air. His right side felt like it had been hit by lightning. Subaru's cries were silenced, and, right after, even if a bit belated, a severe pain coursed through his body. Subaru. Kia! Ah! His right arm was sticking out at an odd angle, completely broken from the elbow with the bone protruding out from his skin. He was covered in blood, his jacket was torn, and he could see his own pinkish muscles and white bone from underneath his torn skin. He crashed. Subaru's body crashed against the spiral staircase whilst he fell down towards the bottom. As it is now, his uncontrolled spiraling descent would end up destroying Subaru's body. And still, he didn't stop. No, it was far worse. Subaru. Gah! His body that had tumbled downwards and had struck one of the lower steps of the spiral staircase, spraying blood everywhere. It was bad luck that his head hit the next step. His forehead cracked. He felt as if things were spilling out from the insides of his skull. Instantly, he lost consciousness. Where it seemed like it had all ended, his body collided with another step, and the pain from his broken right arm woke him up as his body continued to lose its shape. Subaru. Yeah. It hurts. 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 Pain, anguish, vomiting, burning. Natsuki Subaru was being shattered into small pieces. Arms, feet, face. Every part of him was thrown and scraped against the stone staircase. Broken, crushed, making it so he no longer resembled a person. No longer a person, into something that no longer was Natsuki Subaru. Memories are what shape people. Subaru. Blurb whilst a spattering out a vast amount of blood. Subaru suddenly heard this voice. Who had said such a silly thing? Saying it like they understood him. But it was a good thing to say. Memories are what shape people. It was a good saying. If so, what the hell does that make someone who's lost his memories and is no longer who he once was? Subaru. Blood was spewing out of his mouth. Quite literally a scream that spewed blood. His throat was completely crushed. Natsuki Subaru was falling apart, crumbling away until he reached the distant ground. There is no waking up from this dream. Natsuki Subaru had failed. There would be no more second chances to try again. The end drew near. Slowly. Darkness. Darkness. The world around him was being dyed black. Who are you? And finally, after all of his anguish and hot blood, Natsuki Subaru's crumbled out of existence. Chapter 39. Ruins repeatedly, over and over. A scorching heat filled his very being. His skull, his limbs, his torso, his organs, his flesh and blood. Every single thing in his body was crushed, smashed, twisted, and broken. His mind was set alight by the anguish. It was as if every single one of his nerve endings were being plucked right now, his soul on fire, burning away. The screams he let out were racked with unimaginable fever and a sense of loss. Pain, 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 pain. Pain, 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 pain. He is in pain. There was only pain. There was just pain. The world around him was filled with pain. Even just thinking this caused more pain to cloud over him. His thoughts, his very existence, were painted with pain. Anxiety, confusion, nervousness, sorrow, anger, despair. All of these emotions were meaningless in front of pain. They were meaningless, yes. They were meaningless. Thoughts, actions, pondering, opinions, hopes, memories, they were all equally meaningless. When it came to those things which were the very embodiment of worthlessness, what was there to value when they were crushed, smashed, and lost in the end? Only the endless pain inscribed within his soul makes him aware of his existence. Then, suddenly, the never-ending pain started to fade. Subaru. Aha! He woke up screaming. Right now, even the fact that his screaming throat had been crushed, drowned amidst welling blood, was naught but a memory. Subaru. Ah. 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 Whilst shouting, he tried to protect his body from being crushed using his arms and legs. His arms should be broken, completely unusable. Yet they moved. Although they moved, he lost his balance as his body was still overwhelmed by the sensation of weightlessness, and he fell and hit the floor. Subaru. He tried to speak, yet nothing resembling speech came out. He rolled onto the floor. The feeling of the floor was strange. He felt a sensation which was like that one of a rope against his body. He opened his throat, which was screaming for oxygen, and immediately felt a pungent pain strike it, resulting in a coughing fit. Unable to bear it, he vomited. His stomach had been mostly empty. Foul-smelling, watery chunks of vomit were spewed out of his acrid mouth onto the floor. Subaru. Blurg. Biya. Geish. Gra. Jibru. Coughing violently, spitting out a bit of bile. Tears and snot caked his crumpled face. Cowering and covering his face, he feebly smacked his forehead against the floor over and over again. Repeating this motion, he finally noticed it. That overwhelming pain which he had suffered as his body had been crushed had vanished. Subaru. Ah? He had been surprised by how suddenly his pain had vanished, that he hadn't until now realized that someone was gently patting his back. Is everything better now? Reflected in his tear-encrusted eyes, he could see the person who had been patting his back. Even with his blurry vision, the image of the girl was quite vivid despite his blurry vision. She had beautiful silver hair and amethyst eyes. On her face was an expression of worry whilst she patted his back. Subaru let out a wheeze. Subaru. He twisted his body and shook off the pale hand that had been touching his back. As he did so, a trace of surprise flitted across the girl's eyes who had until then been patting him, but the one here whose soul had been more seriously damaged was him, his back. She had been touching his back. Now and before, someone had touched his back, and after that, agony. Subaru. Ah. He jumped back, in an attempt to escape her. He felt the hair on his back standing on end. However, his legs crumpled beneath him, and he fell flat on his backside. As he fell, his blow was softened by a rough, black presence underneath him. Subaru. Looking down, he saw the eyes of the reptilian creature staring back at him as he reacted in fright. Looking at its sharp, long fangs that lined up its mouth, he suddenly realized that they could easily be used as a weapon to chew him up. Subaru. Ah! Again he screamed. He tried to escape forward this time. In front of his eyes now, he could see someone's leg. He didn't dare to look up, and instead pushed away the small silhouette blocking his way. Beatrice, with a high-pitched shrill, her chiming silver bell voice frantically cried out something, but the meaning did not reach him as he covered his ears up. Immediately he headed towards the gap which lay in between the foliage of the room. With his leg shaking, he leapt out of the room, stepping into the stone passageway, and without stopping his body crashed into the stone wall. Stopped in his tracks. Pain coursed through him. His sight was dyed red. In his mind he imagined an echo of his bones breaking. Subaru. His bumped right arm moved as normal. He pounded at the wall to check whether it really did move as normal. He felt pain again. He screamed again. Steadying himself against the wall, he broke out into a tottering run. Subaru. Ha. Ha. Puff. Pant, he was out of breath, drooling from his mouth, with sweat dripping from his forehead. He continued running down the passageway as fast as he could. Behind, he felt as if someone was following him, and many times he resisted the urge to look behind him. If he had looked back and decided that someone was following him, it would have been too much to keep a check on his heart that felt like it was about to burst. He felt as if his heart is about to rupture, as if the blood within his body was rotting, and as if his body was about to shatter from its feet, like a glass sculpture. Whether it was a premonition or the truth, there is one thing that was clear: the absolute, unwavering fact that if this went on, he would die. People are born to be ruined. Every second you grow older, every second you head towards eventual death, every second you fall towards the end. Though he wasn't applying this metaphorical meaning of death to himself right now. Death was approaching him with a steady gait, cornering the unsightly, shameful him who was struggling to flee, as if making sport of it. He ran. He ran away. He ran away anyway. Death was following him. He would be killed. He would be killed. At this rate, he would be killed. Although he had already been killed, he was going to be killed again. Or, given such sheer agony, could it be possible to not die from it? Was that a mystery of life? That's rather sickening. Embellishing it as mysteries was rather disproportionate. It was a repulsive, unseemly attachment. Rather, shouldn't he be dead? The beating of his heart felt like an explosion that shook his eardrums. His sight was flickering on and off. Even how he breathed resembled how a baby would take its first breaths. It was completely absurd how he looked like when escaping from his fear of death. Yet, as comical as it is, there was no laughter. Everything to him was something that would cause him fear, all around him. Almost to the point he was losing track of where he was running through. All of the stone passageways he had been going through looked the same to him. If there was one thing he understood, it was that he should not go back from where he came from. Though, if he continued to escape in this directionless fashion, he would gradually lose his way. If he lost his way, someone would catch him. If someone were to catch him, he would lose his life. Why his life? Such a question now was useless. He had no time to wonder whether to go towards the left or towards the right. Whilst escaping from death, which may catch up even at this very moment, he placed his right hand on the wall, relying on it, as he frantically panted for air, completely out of breath. It felt like he was drowning. It's as if he was struggling to break above the water's surface, even though here on the ground, there is no water anywhere. Drowning, struggling as he drowns, heading towards the water's surface, kicking and struggling, kicking and struggling, kicking and struggling, floundering, 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 before finally, "You, the hell you doing here so early in the morning, oi?" Subaru. He felt his feet stop as he sensed a monstrously huge presence right in front of his eyes. No, his feet weren't the only thing that had stopped. His breathing had stopped, his noisy heartbeat had stopped, and his knees, which had been trembling with fear and fatigue, had stopped. It felt like all of his vital signs had stopped, grasped by the scruff of the neck. Before his eyes there stood a giant-like being, an illusion like that. But after a few seconds, he slowly began to understand that even though he was tall, there was no chance that the person upon the stage had the constitution that transcended what humans could have. At the same time, the fact remained that there was a human being who could clad himself in such a ferocious, demonic aura. A person all alone? You're just a lone small fry that's not even worth talking to. Small fry. So instead of person, should I go with critter? Even as a critter, you're not even worth considering. Go fetch those people you were with yesterday, and that sexy girl. Are you listening? Hey, you, oi you. The figure that was standing still in front of him was rambling on. He showed the signs of being an extremely violent person, and his manner of speaking felt really vulgar, as if each word was being beaten into him. His breathing, which had stopped before, as well as his silenced heartbeat and his trembling knees, suddenly started up again. He had entered inside of the ferocious beast's cage, the very place where he mustn't tread. He had just kept running and running for his life. He had ran along the stone corridors and tried to keep away from any places he had found familiar. He had followed a stairway, which he had found within a strange room which had led him upstairs. Maybe he had been told about the staircase yesterday. Or was it something like yesterday, maybe some few hours ago? It was all but lost to the oblivion of his memory. He went up the long, incredibly long stairway. Short of breath, up he went, and then, when he reached the end, he had found himself being glared at by a most terrible beast. "Are you even listening to me, Subaru?" Suddenly, his breath was knocked out of him, and just before his eyes he noticed he was looking right at the other person's face. He had long red hair with a black eye patch covering his left eye. He wore a kimono that exposed one of his shoulders and part of his chest. White linen cloths were wrapped around his exposed chest, just underneath his nose. This man was jabbing at him a thin wooden stick. Though the tip of it wasn't at all sharp, yet he still perceived what was thrusted before him as death. To Subaru. HK. Hey, don't you fucking ignore me. Subaru. Hey. Without hesitating, he had obeyed his instincts and had tried to escape him. But the moment he had tried to run back out of the room, he had crashed straight into the man's chest. The man had then pushed him down using his wooden stick, causing him to fall down. The back of his head bumped against the floor. Bright flashes flew around his vision. Tears of pain started to flow out of his eyes. The pain of bumping against the floor, the pain of his head banging against the floor. It reminded him of the pain of being crushed. Subaru. Oi. Come on, are you crying? Why'd you start crying? Did you fight with your boyfriend downstairs? Are you crying 'cause I talked you down? Subaru. Who? Good grief, what a hopeless bastard, oi. Whilst lying flat on his back, tears had started to pour out of his eyes as he slowly relived the horror he had experienced. Looking at this spectacle, the long-haired man roughly scratched his head. He crouched down beside his head, and... Come on, tell me what happened. If you'd like to ask something, then... I'm all ears. Subaru, you ran all the way to this place. Must be a real big deal, you prick. He spoke those words with a sigh. The meaning of them was incomprehensible to him, and he simply reacted by blinking rapidly. Just then, he felt like the being who'd seemed vicious beyond compare slowly took on a more definite outline. Not only did it take on the shape of a person, but the emotions of a person and quintessence began to tie together an actual image. In his vision blurred by tears, the face of the man looking down in his direction gradually became clearer. No matter what you say, you're a fool, Subaru. Gah! With a cruel appearance, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty shark, the man had shoved the wooden stick right into his chest. He had slid in between his ribs the pointed end of the stick. He poked around and tickled the delicate internal organs behind his bones as if he was making sport of it. Sheer agony pierced his entire body, making him feel like wanting to vomit up blood. The fuck you doing running away, you prick? Even worse, what were you trying to pull? If, before you made a leg for it, you came to me, you prick. I ain't your guardian, nor your mate, you prick. Aren't you the one choosing who to flock with, you prick? Do you want to fucking die? Subaru. GGHGA. Don't reckon we have the sort of relationship where we get along by talking to each other, you prick. If things would end up hunky-dory with that, then it's not like I'd have been called to this place from square one. Come at me like you feel like killing me. I'll play about with ye, finally. With evident irritation and hostility, the degree of his anger increased with every word he said. The hands of the man that was fiddling with his organs had a certain delicateness to them, and boasted exceptional precision. He had been taught the importance and value of his organs with sharp, unbearable pain, so he well understood that. If the man had been someone who was on edge, and had the tendency to let his emotions get the best of him, or if his arms had been something other than precise and gentle, his guts would have exploded a long time ago. That it hadn't ended up becoming like so was down to the man's awful talent. His overwhelming resourcefulness as one who oppressed, being extremely blessed with violence, along with the talent necessary to exert it. It was only thanks to that that this act of barbarism was able to be carried out so properly. No, this place differed so much compared to the place he knew about. Beat it small fry. Subaru. Goo. The poking sensation in his guts faded away, and was quickly followed by the man's foot violently kicking his side. Rather than having kicked him with the side of his foot, he had punted him as if he was a football. His body spins and tumbles around mid-air and emerged out of the large room he had been in. However, what was welcoming him as he was flying out of the room was Subaru. No wowai. He was tumbling down the stairs. Seeing that scene in his mind, he instinctively dug his nails into the floor. With a terrible screeching noise, the nails of his right hand, belonging to his middle and ring fingers, were torn off their root. The nerves behind them became exposed and red blood wet the floor, but somehow he managed to stop himself from falling down. Subaru. Immediately following the brief moment of relief, as he somehow escaped the fall, he was assaulted by a sensation of scorching heat at the base of his nails. When he looked at the hand with the sharp pain, he saw his fingernails torn off like the open lid of a box. The nail on his little finger was also coming loose as well. Seeing this pain spurred his brain into overdrive. Subaru. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Grasping his left hand with his right one, whose nails had been torn off, he applied pressure to ease the pain, even if a little. Coming in drops, the blood flowing from his wounds flowed down his wrists, and left behind a trail of blood on the stairs as he stood himself up. There was no courage in him to look back behind him anymore. There was no sign that this ferocious beast was turning its attention over to him. If to say he had caught even a glimpse of it, he would have fallen down the stairs this time for sure, unable to put up with it. He had stopped himself from experiencing the worst situation, but had now settled into the second worst case. So, what was he going to do now? Subaru. Well? Why was he in a place like this? He'd forgotten how to flee, his heartbeat engulfed by dread and paralyzed, and finally, his mind had turned to the wonders and nonsense of why he was here. Though he should have been smashed up, he was here. Though he should have been engulfed by scorching heat and vanished, he was still here. It would have been nice if everything had been a dream or an illusion or the likes of that. Subaru. Precognitive. Dreams. He had assumed that was what he had been experiencing. The spectacle he had seen, the people that he had talked to, the conversations that had proceeded exactly as he remembered them, the events that should have occurred, because they had seen them with his very own eyes. Thus he'd thought that he'd try and straighten out a theory as to why it had occurred in his own way. For sure, in some respects, he'd even thought about it with such vagueness, as if it were none of his business, as if it were no skin off his nose. He hadn't known that the way he would be rewarded for such impudence and shallow thinking would have been experiencing such intense pain. Subaru. Noticing that he had crouched down on the spot, he could see drops of blood dripping down from him and soaking the stone staircase beneath him with a hue of red. A feeling of wasted effort. A feeling of loss. A feeling of dismay. Generally speaking, a lot of negative thoughts were spinning around his head. Even if he investigated the conclusions which were spinning around in his head, he would find that they would all result in the same thought. He didn't know why he had experienced such things. Subaru. Just a few hours ago, he was comfortably living his boring daily life. There was no danger there, at the worst. He was worrying about his future. There was no one around threatening him, nothing to actually be taken seriously. He had just been in a place where he only needed to face down at his mother and father's gaze. Was that so wrong? He wondered. He had continued to be an inconvenience to his mother and father. He had continued to disappoint them. He hadn't been a good son, and thus, he had tasted the pain of death. Nevertheless, he had been driven to a situation now in which he hadn't died. The nails which had been peeled off were hurting him. He had been tortured by a strange man. He had been left all alone on this stairway. Was he crying? In retrospect, if he had thought about it, he would have done it more properly. Subaru. I should have at least said see you later. It had been a life full of regret. Everything had gone wrong, resulting in only failure. If he thought back on it, the things he wanted to redo had once seemed impossible to have been done with his own hands and feet. For the first time it had occurred to him that, When I left home, I heard Mom's voice saying, "Take care," and I didn't reply to it. Why? Because I didn't wash the cups left in the kitchen sink. Subaru. Duh. I didn't wash the cups. I didn't care to wash the brown stains that were stuck to them after drinking that hot cocoa. If I'd responded to Mom's voice, if I'd started a conversation with her, I might have been told to wash those cups. I ignored my mom's words because I didn't want to wash the cups. I didn't say anything. I left the house without saying anything, and went to the convenience store and spent money that I did not earn. Then I noticed that I had ended up here. I didn't say anything to Mom or Dad. I didn't wash the cups, and then I ended up here. Without washing the cups, without even saying a word to my kind-hearted mother, I may die in this place. I will die, having always caused trouble without giving anything back, without even washing some cups. Die. I'll die. I will die. I will most definitely die. If I fall from that height, there'll be no saving me. I will definitely die. Subaru. I'll die. I'll die. Everything that lives eventually dies. And I am going to die here, alone in this place, without my mother or father, surrounded by complete strangers. I'll end up becoming a filthy, bloody lump. And die. Subaru. I'll die. I'll die. I'll die. 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 He muttered this. As he muttered so, albeit strange, it felt like it became a little more distant. It was just a temporary peace of mind. He was distracted. When put into words, it's not like anything would dramatically change. Death would not change, loitering about while smiling so as to catch up with his fate. Just now, it appeared to be taking the shape of a person. A dark shadow rose up, laughing at him as if it were mocking him. That face, which was stuck to the dark shadow, was a face which seemed familiar. Whose face was it that he recognized in this place? Thinking this, he noticed Death, with his face on it, was laughing as it pointed at him as he trembled. Subaru. Don't laugh. He glared at the shadow, and said this with a dark hatred. The shadow continued to smile. It hadn't stopped pointing its finger at him. Subaru. Don't laugh. Don't laugh at me. This is no laughing matter. Standing up and grinding his teeth, he approached the shadow that was standing against the wall. The shadow still continued to smile. It still hadn't stopped pointing its finger at him. Subaru. Quit laughing. I will die. But not to you. You will not kill me. The facial expression of the embodiment of death changed for the first time. It seemed like it had gotten angry that his own thing hadn't done as he'd said. It seemed like this was the shadow's weak point. It is here that he will launch an incessant onslaught against it. Subaru. I will not be killed by you. I will die. It's certain that I will die. I will die. I'm dead. I'm already dead. I died and came back here, but I won't be killed by you. In that moment he had tried to clearly speak those words out loud. Subaru. His lips had stopped moving to his will. The next thing he noticed was that his eyes, which had been glaring at the shadow, seemed frozen, and the sensation of being completely separated from his body. Why, even his ability to question it had been sealed. He had simply just succumbed to this sudden transformation in his body. He can't move. His body. No. It isn't his body that had stopped moving. It was the world around him. The black shadow that had stood in front of him had also stopped moving. Its distorted expression of anger remained frozen on its face. In this world where he couldn't move, there was only one thing that moved, and that was, I love you. It perhaps looked like a woman in black. Darkness. It was a woman with slender limbs whose whole body was entirely dyed in black. He doesn't know whether this woman's figure was made of darkness itself, or whether it was a woman that was dressed in black. He wasn't certain which one it was. It didn't seem to make any sense to choose one. In any case, it was a woman in black. It was as if she was wearing a black wedding dress, with a black veil that made it impossible to see both into it and out from it. This black veil completely concealed her face. I love you. However, the words which emerged from the lips of the woman who was shrouded in darkness contained an unimaginably strong emotion. Just how many emotions he could concentrate within to get close to the words that slipped out from her lips. In those words there was quality, there was quantity, there was the sensation of time past, there was weight, there was worth, and that was just the general concept. He doesn't know approximately how many people have uttered, "I love you" in the world. But if you were to take all of those "I love yous" and put them together, then it would surely be akin to this woman's "I love you." And slowly, the woman who had been gently whispering her words of love moved her black arm towards his chest. Slender fingers passed through his chest, his skin, his flesh, right through his bones, and caressed his beating heart. Subaru. Several minutes, dozens of minutes, he doesn't know how much time had passed. His heart had been made aware of her presence ever since awakened, but in that moment, he hadn't ever thought that he found her presence annoying. Because "I love you." She had caressed his heart with the same passion that was found in her whispers. But suddenly a great shock passed through him. His body, fearing pain, was completely succumbed by it. His body being crushed by his fall, his soul burning and being scorched out of existence. Even the pain of his guilty heart when he had thought back to his mother. All of those pains seemed insignificant compared to this pain. He wanted her to let him scream. If he could shout himself hoarse, he could alleviate the pain a little. Rather than be faced only with pain, he was able to escape some of the pain by thinking of things other than the pain he was in. Now, he couldn't do that. He could only face his pain. "I love you." Her love will not let go of his heart. It's like as if she had an everlasting desire to not allow him to turn his attention to things other than herself. It was as if she was envious of everything around him. Subaru. He had been suddenly set free. Subaru. Gasping, he collapsed on the spot. With tears overflowing from his eyes, he couldn't keep hold of his countenance. He feels a warm, wet feeling around his crotch, and urine starts to drip down the stairway. The dark shadow that had stopped continued to point at the shameful sight in front of it, and was laughing loudly. As he watched the figure that was laughing, he realizes that he had been deceived. Since he had displayed behavior which had indicated weakness, he had been deceived into stepping on the tiger's tail that shouldn't be stepped on. Subaru. He couldn't continue his words. He was holding his head, completely at his wit's end. Blood was still flowing from his wounds where his fingernails had been ripped off. Even his tears and the urine that was dripping from him seemed like punishment for his weakness and stupidity. "Just kill me." He voiced this out inside his head. As for having been killed, would he really be killed? He heard the sounds of footsteps going up the stairs, and the sounds of anxious voices running up to where he was. Until then, he continued to cry like a foolish child, smeared in his own filth and disappointment. The ruins of Natsuki Subaru kept on crying. Chapter 40. Abandoned by the stars, everything is messed up. Literally. So messed up. He was found, brought back, and questioned about what had happened. Bit by bit, he found that the situation would get worse every time he would say something. All right. So Subaru doesn't remember anything. As he was clutching his knees, the girl with the silver hair gazed down at him with a gloomy expression. Next to her stood a young, sweet little girl who couldn't come to grips with what he had said and reacted with shock. "We were at a complete loss when we heard that we couldn't find you. By no means did I think the situation would end up like this. It looks like we're faced with a very difficult problem." The girl, who had a white fox scarf wrapped around her neck, grumbled this in a stiff tone. The knight with the handsome face nods and mutters the occasional, "Yeah, that's right," as she speaks. "For how long are you going to be satisfied in exposing that unsightly appearance, Barusu?" Scowling at him as she said it was the girl who had cleaned up the mess that had been caked on him. But there was no great animosity in her words. Moreover, there seemed to be a forlorn expression hanging over her. Master. Something in the air seems to have become remarkably more gloomy. You need to smile more. What is that? You stink of piss. The black-haired woman was laughing in good spirits without seemingly understanding the situation here. At the side of the black-haired woman, there stood a young girl who was stroking her braided hair. She gives him a sidelong glance which seemed to show barely a small glimpse of interest at the situation he was in. Subaru. All of these reactions, if he were to broadly speak about them, every single one of them he had let go by. Once, twice, thrice. He had disappointed them 3 times. However, this time, he had soiled himself after he had tried to escape from this place. He had been found alone, huddled up and crying. There was no room for doubt that it had been the worst situation so far. even though he is the only one aware of the real facts behind this truly dreadful situation. Subaru. It makes him laugh. The fact that he had repeated this same situation. No, not just repeated once, but 3 times. He had seen the same scene a second time. Then on the 3rd time he had revisited this scene, he had finally grasped what sort of situation he was in. He had died twice. Both times, most likely from falling from the same place. The first time he had lost consciousness on the way down, and because of that, he hadn't tasted the moment of death. However, it had not been like this the second time. As he fell down, he hadn't died quickly, and had tumbled and crashed against the staircase, having his whole body destroyed. He then finally died but came back. At the moment of death, he would return back to the green room, and once again he would wake up and redo the day. Die and return. Return by death. That was the blessing which the god had given to Natsuki Subaru in this parallel world. Subaru. For the second time, laughter had leaked out of him. Whether objectively one could call it laughter is left to discussion. Suffice to say that for Subaru it was laughter. There's nothing else he could do except laugh. He felt as if his tears have honestly dried up. Crying also wasted his physical strength. He had died and then returned. It seemed like the physical strength he exerts before dying is given back to him when he returns. This time he had literally soiled away his strength on awakening. Anyways, let Subaru rest until things settle down. Over time, we may see some change. At hearing the girl with the silver hair's proposal, he knew that his treatment had already been decided like so. Was she thinking that he would lash out violently? Subaru's persona had been exaggerated. He had been brought back to the green room under everyone's supervision. I'm afraid we can't leave Rem here with this current Borisu. I oppose it. But apart from finding out what caused this, our best bet at helping Subaru recover would be to rely on the spirit of this room. If that's the case, we will move Rem to another room. Rem will stay with her and look after her. Rem seems to be the only one now who's worried about her. He wished he was in a place where there were no quarrels or clash of opinions. Whatever it is, he has no options. Taking the initiative and having the willpower to do things such as resolutely overcoming this situation. The current Subaru didn't have that within him. Poor Rem. She uttered this so Subaru could hear her, just before she carried the sleeping girl out of the room. It was remarkable how much they resembled each other. Like 2 peas in a pod. Subaru had no idea about the true meaning behind her words, nor did he want to. Beatrice. Subaru. Stay quietly here. Betty will surely find a way to return your memories, I suppose. Subaru. Beatrice, I won't let you cower here all alone. Just before she leaves the room, the young girl speaks those gentle words. Her voice is tinged with grief. Yet there is also a hint of noble determination within it. The voice is strong and doesn't doubt what she says. In that way, in response to her voice showing that she is concerned for him, Subaru. Ah! Subaru shrunk back in an attempt to avoid her outstretched arms. Seeing his reaction to this, the eyes of the little girl swayed with hurt. Beatrice. They were strangers. No matter what, they were strangers. But for Subaru, they weren't strangers. For the girls, the Subaru here was a stranger. Their familiarity, their worry, and their deep affection was directed at the original Natsuki Subaru, and not at his current ruins. And, at the same time, Subaru. I have no reason to be killed. He had been left behind in the green room, alone. Subaru grinds his teeth as he mutters this. It's still not yet a good thing to turn towards those good feelings of comfort, or to blow off the bonds that he had supposedly accumulated over time, and the trust and deep affection he has no memory of. However, why does he have to bear the consequences of the murderous intent that Natsuki Subaru had accumulated towards him? All the good things and the bad things, everything that was jumbled together was not his own. Despite this, why must he struggle and drown in this place? Subaru, I'm sorry. After a few hours of being alone, Subaru pushes his back up against the wall and steadily gets up. Having bitten down on his lips too much, he spat out the mixture of blood and saliva that had piled up within his mouth. Then slowly he starts to walk towards the green room's exit. Chas! Behind Subaru. The only presence that he could hear was the black lizard's cries. The cry sounded somewhat feeble, as if it was crying out in loneliness. Subaru shakes his head at that thought. It's just a big reptile feeling loneliness. Even for him, there was a limit to his stupidity. Subaru, somebody will bring you food. Shush now. The lizard continues to give out its feeble cry despite what Subaru had said. Without listening to it, Subaru shakes off his reluctant thoughts and steps out of the green room. He checks to his left and right, making sure the coast is clear, and starts to stealthily walk away. Subaru, water, and where they keep the food. He knows where those things are. As he had accompanied her to draw water, he knew where he could find it. He also knew where he could find food. The only other question he had was how much of it should he bring? Subaru. To be honest, there was something Subaru didn't know. What on earth had pushed Subaru down those stairs and robbed him of his life? However, there was something that Subaru clearly remembers. Back then, at that place, someone had pushed Subaru's back. It wasn't due to some ridiculous reason such as being clapped on the shoulder from behind or being blown off by a strong gust of wind. He was certainly pushed. He had been on the receiving end of definite, murderous intent. Natsuki Subaru had been killed. The suspects were 7. Amelia, Beatrice, Ram, Anastasia, Julius, Miley, and Shola. Subaru doesn't know how many of them are his friends, and how many of them are his foe. After all, Subaru now had no way to deem if all of them were truly his acquaintances. In reality, couldn't they all be assassins gathered here at this tower to kill Subaru? Subaru, if that's true, even if he brings out only a bit of food, he can't feel guilty about this. However, at the same time, the first and second time he had met them, Amelia had called out to him in the same manner, and Beatrice had told him that they would look for a way to return his memories, and Ram had cried out, refusing to believe that he had lost his memories. He doubts that they were acting. Subaru. It was impossible. Having gone through all that horrible stuff, he had been killed not just once, but twice. Subaru doubts the girl and the others from the bottom of his heart. And yet, he couldn't run away just for his own safety. Subaru. Shit, half-assed son of a bitch. He swears at his own disgraceful behavior, unable to choose as he starts to secretly pack away food. So to speak, he was collecting emergency rations. He was putting no consideration into what it would taste like. Of course, what was important now was that the food would fill him up. Other particulars like taste were secondary. No, tertiary. He had roughly taken enough food to last him 3 days. He had, in a similar fashion, drawn enough water and placed it in leather drinking pouches to carry along with him. Subaru. There's a desert outside, but... He donned a cloak that had been stowed in the same place as the food. In terms of size and design, Subaru immediately noticed which one was his. The cloak is designed so when you clasp the front together it can be pulled up to cover his mouth. It seemed like a perfect countermeasure against breathing in the sand of the desert. And after collecting food, water, and tools to help him in the desert, his preparations were complete. Subaru. I guess it is past the time where I've twice died. If he thinks about it, the time he had spent huddled up in the green room should mean that he had perhaps already approached the time in which he had been pushed off last time. The effectiveness of return by death had immediately demonstrated its power. Like this, one by one, he could overcome his own death flags and continue walking the tightrope of life and death. Subaru. He doesn't want to do that. It would be better for him to not be in this place, if he were to have to go through something like that. Subaru jumps out of the room and starts to jog. He heads towards where the spiral staircase is located using the mental map he had drawn in his head of the area. Twice he had been pushed down from this place. Naturally, his mind was screaming at him to get out of there. However, Subaru. Ooh. Immediately after arriving at the spiral staircase and being momentarily enraptured by the scene in front of him, Subaru looked back behind him and carefully examined whether the assassin was hiding somewhere behind him. Luckily, because the time was different to last time, or because the assassin did not know where Subaru was, he couldn't find any trace of an arm stretched out preparing to push his back. About now, everyone was probably at the library, where the memories of the dead sleep. Or they had headed upstairs and are waiting to face that arrogant examiner. The memory of having his internal organs messed with by this man resurfaced, and a feeling of wanting to vomit wells up within him. Subaru. As if you can challenge a guy who's like that. He wasn't human, both in skill and personality. By no means at all does it seem likely to win against such an opponent, were you to challenge him. If that's the case, what's it to him to overlook the fact that they had gone to face a fight they know they couldn't win? Subaru. Hell if I know. Since a little while ago, this enigma had kept popping up in his mind, and had been trying to stop his feet. So what? He doesn't care. Although she may have been gentle and kind, it may have all been a lie. She may have acted worried, but behind her back she may have been sharpening the blade of murderous intent. At least she could have warned him of the possibility that a dangerous individual was lurking somewhere in the tower. Subaru. Well, what if the person they told me about an enemy? Enemy. Enemy was a word of ridicule. In his everyday life in his world, which was relatively unaffected by conflict, the opportunity to utter a word like enemy only existed within games. This world was one where you were forced to say that word, as if it were only natural. No, that is wrong. He doesn't want to be in this place. He doesn't want to stay here. Subaru. Ooh. Subaru runs, biting down the unbearable irritation that was boiling within his chest. He runs down the spiral staircase, heading down towards the 5th floor that was out of sight. There are many steps spiraling endlessly down the wall, and he cannot see the end of them as he goes downstairs. He frantically ran down as fast as he could, puffing and panting, to the point that it almost seemed comical. Still, he didn't want to die. Subaru. I made it. Whew. He had made it down to the 5th floor. Unlike the 4th floor, the 5th floor wasn't divided into various rooms. Rather, it was like a single hall that occupied the entire space of the floor. The only thing that was noticeable within the 5th floor was a set of stairs that led downwards to the 6th floor, and, Subaru, a huge door. Looking up at the huge door, he sensed a terrible feeling of oppression emanating from where it stood. Subaru. Standing in front of the door, it felt like a strange, overpowering sensation was clogging Subaru's throat. He feels a slight, sandy breeze blow through. Perhaps the wind outside was blowing some sand into the tower through gaps within the door. In the end, he was certain that this door connected to the outside. Subaru. If what Amelia and the others said was true, using this door he should be able to go to the desert outside. Desert? He had forgotten its official name, but nevertheless he will follow the sandy road and head towards civilization. That way, at least, there should be no worries of having his life threatened by this cruel assassin. The basics to crossing a desert are to travel at night, avoid sandstorms, and try to move towards one set direction. This was the only knowledge he possessed on the matter. Subaru, I would bet that it is far more likely that I will survive there than in this place where it's certain that I am going to be killed. It could be said that this wasn't quite a normal decision to make. However, whether or not this was an abnormal decision to come to, he doesn't think making it is a mistake. Under these circumstances, if he can't believe even in himself, then only darkness would await him. He would never do such a thing like sitting in the dark, waiting for death. Since his death, he had decided to fight back. Subaru. He placed his hand on the huge door which was in front of him, and slowly pushed it with all his strength. The door was more than 10 times larger than Subaru himself. By all rights, even if Subaru were to push with all his might, it should be that due to its weight, the door should not budge at all. However, when he had pressed the palm of his hand against the door, it had easily pushed open, as if it was mechanized. Subaru. Hey. Subaru let out a flat sigh and stops pushing the door open. Even if now they hadn't noticed Subaru trying to sneak away, if he left the door completely open, then he can expect the girl and the others to notice. Even if Subaru slips out and manages to get away, he wants to make sure to put in enough distance between them so they couldn't catch up to him. Subaru. Quietly, Subaru looked out from the gap in the door to the outside. As soon as his eyesight adjusted, he saw a vast sea of sand which was swallowed by the creeping darkness of nightfall. Subaru. It really is a desert, eh? He tries to squint his eyes so he can see what is beyond the horizon, but he can't see anything beyond it. In this environment where there are no signs of any shelter, what is at the end of the horizon cannot be seen. There is no way for Subaru to know how far it stretched. However, no matter how far this desert went on for, It certainly couldn't go on forever. If he were to take a step forward, it would be one step closer to the outside world. If he were to get closer to the outside world, wouldn't that be a step closer to his original world? Subaru. For a moment, Subaru's legs remained glued in the tower. He will probably surely leave this place. It made him feel a bit guilty to do this, as he would be leaving behind those without any ill intentions towards him. Subaru shakes off these feelings. His attachment to go outside, to his original world, made him do so. He doesn't want to be here. Natsuki Subaru will return back home because that is where his mother and father await him. Subaru. So, with a firm step forward, Subaru passes through the gap he had opened in the door. Stepping on the sand, he notices that his feet sunk into the sand more than he had thought they would. Taking his initial steps with quite a lot of force, Natsuki Subaru had firmly stepped outside into the outside world. And, Subaru. Huh? A violent explosion from underneath his shoes suddenly launches Subaru high up into the air. He had been thrown from his back onto the ground, making him black out. He was in a complete state of panic. Subaru now no longer knew whether being in a state of panic was more normal than being in a state of normalcy. Subaru. What the hell happened? While spitting sand from his mouth, Subaru hadn't the leisure to continue those words. This was due to the imposing figure that was now standing right before his eyes, presenting an answer to what the hell happened. Subaru. Oh. Trust me, Subaru's eyes. A huge shadow is looking at him against the background which was dyed by the night. The shadow had a huge, limbless body, with slimy skin. It looked ferocious, with cruel fangs lining its mouth. It seemed to look like an earthworm to Subaru. A terrible, gigantic earthworm. In length, it stood not less than 10 meters tall. It was an earthworm monster. Subaru. Woo. Was this a world full of monsters? Every single scene he had seen had been disconnected from reality, and had not given Subaru's heart a chance to calm down. And now, the latest crisis was drawing near to him, not giving him any chance to crouch down and lament his fate. Subaru. This fucking... HK. Picking himself up, covered in sand, Subaru shakes his head. Most likely it had been this earthworm who had struck him earlier and blown him away, because he was standing on its territory. That, or he had simply been standing in the place where it had emerged to take a breath. Either way, the earthworm had knocked Subaru down onto the sand. And moreover, Subaru, it's not going to leave me be. Understanding that in this situation he was at an overwhelming disadvantage, Subaru looked around his surroundings. He had barely taken 4 steps since leaving the tower. Although it was cowardly, there were plenty of options to pick from, such as jumping back into the building and living. However, as he looked around, Subaru cursed his luck. He had been blown away by the earthworm's blow and had rolled across the sand, away from the tower. The huge earthworm stood in between Subaru and the tower, so if he were to try and get back to the tower, he would have to go past the earthworm's huge body. Subaru. So, even if he were to run into the desert, he expects that the earthworm will eventually catch up with him. Firstly, this may not be the only earthworm. There's a decent chance that this earthworm is the lord of the desert with how big it is. Although even one that's half of its size would be quite a threat too. Not to mention, if he were to be attacked by a herd of them. Subaru. In fact, was the option of escaping not even realistic? He hates the kindness which this world quickly teaches. And it seemed like the earthworm had decided what to do about Subaru, who had been busy trying to puzzle how to get out of this situation. Slowly, the earthworm turns its eyeless head towards him and opens its gaping maw. There was a curved horn on its head. It was quite a surreal sensation. Subaru. One shot. I just need to get in one shot on it. Just one shot. One shot. One shot. Pulling up his anti-sand cloak to his neck, Subaru keeps an eye out at what the earthworm was doing. He pulls his arm to the front and calculates the timing of when he should deliver his blow. He suddenly notices that the wound where his nails had been ripped off on his right hand had clotted, and that the nails had started to regenerate. Had it been healing magic? Or the effects of the green room? And while he was distracted by that... Kruaha! The gigantic beast had let out a terrible, shrill cry which he could have never imagined coming from such a thing. The earthworm had then leapt, almost as if it was flopping, toward Subaru. When Subaru had heard its roar against the howling of the wind, for a split second he had felt a strange sensation, like as if his body was acting on its own accord. Subaru, nee. The earthworm had leapt at him, however he had rolled towards his right side and dodged its attack. He hadn't been thinking of anything else. It's as if he could see an illusion of himself of what to do next. He had simply followed what the illusion had done and moved his body like it did. And just like that, he had moved out of the earthworm's attack. Subaru. She. A large amount of sand mushroomed up into the air, followed by a shockwave right beside him. Whilst experiencing the aftermath of its attack, Subaru rolls over the sand, still following the illusion of his own consciousness. Subaru. Ooh. F. His body was far more agile than he remembered it to be. A split second after, Natsuki Subaru's ear crossed through his mind which Subaru had no recollection of. There is a trace left of the experience Natsuki Subaru had accrued surviving in this harsh environment. Right now, he wasn't thinking anything about the fact he'd made full use of that. Subaru. At this rate, rolling forwards with the nimbleness and vigor his precursor had left him, Subaru rights himself up and runs as fast as possible towards the tower's front door. In this moment it is all about clinging on to what is in front of his eyes. If he makes it back to the tower, he knows that he will return to an environment of shadows and suspicion, as well as that he will be tormented by the fear of death. But still, he would rather chose that than ending up becoming this huge earthworm's poop. Subaru. He cannot afford to look back behind him. But it should be that the earthworm should not have enough dexterity to be able to switch over and catch up with him immediately. He was only a few meters away from where he was running to Subaru. Rawr! Just now. Instead of the earthworm's head, the earthworm's tail had broken through and appeared from underneath the sand at Subaru's feet. The sand underneath him violently exploded, and the momentum from the tail striking his feet hoists Subaru's body up into the air again. Subaru. Oh. Ah. Whilst revolving around in mid-air and flailing his limbs about, Subaru sees what is underneath him. Beneath his eyes, he sees that the earthworm was opening its large mouth, preparing itself to greedily devour his body. He'd underestimated it. He was naive to think that he could outsmart the wild animal that had lived in this harsh environment and gotten so huge, just like as if it had been living in a greenhouse similar to his world. Reckless? He had been reckless. He will pay the price of his own impudence with his life. Subaru. No! Whilst falling, he shouts this out, like a trapped insect struggling to escape a spider's web. Die? Would he die again? If he dies, he doesn't know if he will even remain dead. If he is to die and it end here, what would happen? Could he bear it? If he were to be thrown forever into the never-ending darkness like this, could he bear it? Subaru. No! He screams and stretches his hand out to the night sky for help. There is nothing to reach out to. Even at the ends of the sky, which was blurred behind some wispy clouds, he couldn't see the stars that were supposed to be there. Subaru was falling alone. He had been abandoned by the star with his own name, about to be swallowed into the monster's belly, to blink out and disappear. Such despair. Suddenly, a surge of white light appears. Subaru. A surge of white light rushes forward and blows away the face of the earthworm that had opened its large mouth. Literally, the impact had pierced the earthworm's face, with its large head being warped in such a fashion that it almost looked like it had been turned into a mosaic. And then, in a split second, it blows up. Chunks of dirty flesh and blood spray out of the earthworm's head as it flies off. The head that should have been swallowing Subaru is gone, and the earthworm's huge body shakes violently. However, before its body toppled over, Subaru's own body crashed off the top of the headless worm. With a heavy shaking movement, it had felt like as if he had fell onto a hamburger patty just before it was going to be cooked. Its gaping wound, its internal organs, and its flesh and blood were the things that had cushioned Subaru's body. He had been given his life in exchange for the discomfort stuck in his hair. He coughs and splutters violently. He realizes that inside his mouth there is some foul liquid within it which is making him want to vomit. Meanwhile, the earthworm's remains were slowly starting to topple over. Wait, no. One after the other, the light flashes across his field of view, and every time it does, the earthworm's remains are shot through. It's shot through, burst open. Segments of it are sliced off, Bits of it fly about. The earthworm is cut into ribbons. It was only by coincidence that none of these flashes of light hit Subaru, which you could say was a stroke of luck in such a bad situation. However, eventually, Subaru notices that its body, which had been shook by these impacts, had now been strewn across the sand. Subaru was now lying with his back on the sand, his whole body stretched out. Subaru. Up above him, he sees the same starless sky just like when he had been flung up by the earthworm. By some twist of fate, even now that he had managed to cling on to his life, the sky hadn't changed. Subaru had still been abandoned, being amazed, being wanted, being abandoned, being hated, being befriended, being kept away. Does he want to live? Does he want to die? Does he want to be here or not? Subaru, what should I do? If you know, tell me. There is no one around. Covering his face, he shouts this out at the empty sky. He received no reply. Who was it that Subaru wanted to hear the answers from the most? It was probably Subaru. Answer me. Natsuki Subaru. Saying this in a miserable voice, Subaru sighs and turns his body to the side. There had been no particular reason why he had happened to turn his body. But that tiny movement had barely saved Subaru's life from the white light which had grazed his ear and struck the ground next to him. Something had grazed past his right ear with tremendous force. He clasps his hand to the ear which was throbbing in pain and rolls to the side. As the blood was dripping out from his ear, he saw what had caused the pain. A long, narrow, glowing object, reminiscent of a stinger, was stuck in the ground. Subaru. What is this? As soon as he had reached out to touch it, the white stinger had turned into dust, and, right after that, Subaru's field of view shook. Subaru. It shook greatly, from top to bottom, whether it was because of an earthworm wriggling, or whether it was because the last stinger had stabbed into it. The ground underneath Subaru's buttocks was collapsing. He was sinking down along with the surrounding earth. Subaru. Ooh, ah, ah. His fingers slip through the sand as he falls, trying to find anything to hold on to. Rather like an insect falling into an anthill, Subaru's body sinks to the bottom of the sandy floor, unable to do anything about it. His arms and legs are buried. He cannot move them. Turning his head up, he desperately gasps for air. His whole body was being swallowed by the sand. He frantically tries to fight against the premonition that he was about to be buried alive. Subaru. Someone, help me. He couldn't say what he wanted to say next. Subaru's entire body was being swallowed by the sand, sinking, and the stars do not even take one single notice at the miserable, struggling Subarus. Chapter 41. The scent of peace. His consciousness returns. The first thing he feels is a difficulty in his breathing. Subaru. Cough, cough. Hack, feeling something unpleasant collected in his mouth. He coughs violently, spitting out sand and forcing open his heavy eyelids. He had lost consciousness. He feels sand trapped within his eyelashes. While fighting against that, Subaru wonders what had happened and tries to recall what had occurred to him just before. If he remembers correctly, there had been a terrible confusion, and after that he had attempted to leave the tower. There was no doubt that he had managed to leave the tower without being disturbed by anyone, but Subaru. The earthworm, the white flash of light. Recalling the terrifying incident that had happened just after that, and recalling how the Fire, impacts had continued to rain down, one after the other. Subaru seemed quite suspicious at whether he was actually alive. Had it only been down to luck that he had survived all of these abnormal events that he had been dragged into? However, even if he were to die, it was doubtful that he'd truly remain dead, though that was how the current Natsuki Subaru was, an unwanted foreign being. Subaru. After the stingers, I fell right into the termite nest. He remembers that the ground beneath him had collapsed and he, along with the earthworm's gigantic carcass, had been swallowed by the earth. He had managed to stretch out his head to secure some oxygen, however even his head had been swallowed up by the sand, and he had faded out of consciousness. It seemed as if he should have died of suffocation, but that hadn't been the case. Subaru. This place is this underground area beneath the desert. Looking around, he couldn't find a source of light in this room. The darkness was so thick that he could barely see anything nearby. Opening his heavy eyelids, he takes the palm of his hand out of the sand and pushes it forwards in front of him. Only barely can he see that it's there. The world around him was too vague to let him see the existence of this lifeline. It really seems as if he just barely remains in the world of the living. Subaru. This ain't appealing. Damn idiot, thinking that much. Subaru tries to slowly move his arms and legs in an attempt to release his body, which was trapped in the sand from the heavy pressure around him. The feeling that he couldn't breathe was due to the bed of sand that had swallowed him from his waist down. He was quite lucky that his upper body hadn't been buried. You could say that this process of extraction could be likened to trying to raise up a flag on a sand dune without causing the flag to fall over. Subaru carefully extracted himself out from the sand, moving it away, making sure not to make any poor movements to avoid burying himself in the sand again. Subaru, after barely escaping from the sand, he felt a great sense of fatigue overpower him. It was likely because his body temperature had been sapped by the cold sand along with the continuous pressure it had exerted on him. The fact that he couldn't grasp how long he had been out cold was horrible. Subaru. Guess I was lucky that when I was out cold another earthworm didn't come and munch on me. While speaking, Subaru becomes aware that his throat is parched, and he moves his hand to his waist. When he had escaped from the tower, he had fastened some leather pouches containing enough water to cross the desert there. But his fingers, which had been trying to grab that water, closed around thin air. Despite fumbling around several times for them, he couldn't find the leather pouches. Subaru. I should have expected this, considering I was buried from my waist down. It seemed like the water pouches had come off when he had been swallowed by the sand. As well as that, it looked like the bags filled with his emergency rations had also come away. Although it indicated he was in a fatal situation, he remained calm at heart. Already, his heart had been paralyzed by this cruel situation. It was perhaps becoming absurd to react every single time like this. Subaru. At least it's gotta be nearby, eh? Getting on his knees, he fumbles around the bank of the sand mound that he had just gotten out of. It is quite a large amount of sand. He didn't expect to find it. But as if it was just mere consolation, he feels something soft exactly where his body had slipped out of. Confirming it with his fingers, he was surprised to find that it was the leather pouch that he had been looking for. But, Subaru, it's empty. So why am I even surprised by this again? Feeling the pouch with his hands and gauging its weight, he realizes the contents are empty. Just in case, he places the opening of the leather pouch to his lips, but only a few drops trickle onto the tip of his tongue. Even if it was just a little bit of water, now every drop of it was precious. He was thirsty for more. Subaru places the leather pouch to his waist and decides that he will feel around his surroundings again. Subaru. Ooh. If he had found his drinking pouch, there could also be a chance that he'd find his food. But such an expectation had been betrayed, just like when he had found his water. His food had fallen out, and was now scattered all around the mound of sand he had been buried in, almost as if it had messily eaten it up. Subaru. Due to it being dark, he can't see around the sandbed properly. However, he can recognize that the food that he had brought now lies scattered around it. The crumbling pieces left on top of his palm have not maintained their original shape. If he were to speak truthfully, he recognizes that the food is now inedible and leaves it scattered there. Gulping. Subaru's throat ached in thirst. Subaru's food was scattered around his surroundings. This fact clawed at Subaru's mind, as if it was scratching him with nails, as he desperately tried to remain calm. Subaru starts to sweat profusely, wasting precious water, as fear fills his heart as he thinks of being preyed on by earthworms. Originally, this huge earthworm had crawled out of here. So to speak, this was the monster's habitat. The earthworm who must have been the chief among them had died, but it would be no surprise to him if there were other monsters inhabiting this passageway which it had cohabited with. Subaru. I need to leave this place as soon as possible. However, he knows that he can't see his surroundings well. He starts to crawl using his hands and knees, relying on feeling his way using the ground beneath him. Never mind even the walls. He could merely flee crawling on his hands and knees, making sure to check for ground, walls, a path, his own being. Subaru. Ow, it hurts. Shit, ouch. His right ear had been grazed by the white stinger, The fingernails on his right hand were still halfway through regenerating, and the organs in his body were still aching him. While suffering from all this pain, Subaru was crawling out, trying to escape this place. Even if beforehand he didn't know exactly what the heck he was running away from, now, he must do anything to get away from this strange being. Anyway, in order to get away from this unfamiliar being which inspired such fear in him now, he had no choice but to continue his escape. Subaru. Smelling something. Subaru moves his hands and feet forward towards it, as if he was being guided by it. The smell gradually became stronger, eventually becoming strong enough to be regarded as a reliable sense. It guides Subaru deeper within. It had been a little over an hour since Subaru had begun to crawl out of this place. Whilst escaping, Subaru had accidentally slid down the sandbed quite a few times, and had also been obstructed by walls in his way on this trackless path. Sometimes sand had rained down from above, which had caused him to react by rolling over in fright. Whilst doing that, Subaru realizes that he's within a cave underneath the desert. Although it hadn't really been any great salvation that he had noticed this, it did bode an omen to its real meaning. A strange yet alluring scent suddenly drifted into his nostrils. By no means could he call such a strange thing sweet-smelling. In a typical situation, smells are generally considered to be of lower priority and have less value when trying to figure out a situation. However, considering that his sight was sealed by darkness, and he couldn't tell what was happening in the world around him, this sudden stench felt extremely fresh to him. Therefore, Subaru started to crawl using the wall to feel his way towards the source of the scent. It looked just like when a young child first starts to learn how to walk using walls. Sniffing with his nose, he looked exactly like a dog who was following a trail towards the depths of the cave. No, to the depths. Or maybe the entrance of the cave. He cannot be sure where this scent is leading him to. Subaru. Pant, pant, pant. Without even noticing, Subaru had stuck his tongue out and had started to pant heavily, exactly like a dog would. He had heard that dogs would stick their tongues out and pant in an attempt to cool their body down, but Subaru didn't really equate this comparison to his current gesture. The reason why Subaru had lolled his tongue out, imitating something that a dog would do, was because he wanted to increase the amount of knowledge he could obtain from his surroundings by sensing the flow of the air on his tongue. Subaru. In just a few hours, Subaru had applied the methods that creatures use to move about in the dark. Naturally, his half-baked attempt was completely different to how it occurs in reality. The darkness was unchanging and didn't provide Subaru with any hints of what was around him. In this lonely area, all he can hear is his own breathing, and the faint scratching noises of himself paddling across the sand. But this felt comfortable to Subaru now. It was terrifying. It was horrible. But one way or another he must manage it. It was the first time he had naturally embraced this natural human feeling. Right now, Subaru loved this silence, and this darkness, and this lonely space where no one was around. Right here, no one would hurt him. Right here. All he needed to do was keep floundering around to try and escape. Right here, even if he needn't think about anything, there were things to do. A feeling of complacency, similar to the feeling you would get if you let a muddy river sweep you along, embraces Subaru's heart. If he could just melt away into it, that'd be no problem, wouldn't it? In this manner, he had submerged himself and thought about it whilst escaping from his fatigue and habit. Subaru. Damn it! What is this? Subaru had steadily crawled through the dark cave. On his way, he had come across a fork in the road with a path going left and the other one right. He anxiously deliberated on which path to choose. In the end, he decided on the right path. From then on, there was a long, long journey whereby he followed the scent. Would there be a place where he could find relief at the end? Would he reach somewhere which had light? Even though such a prospect was not necessarily true, Subaru pushed forward without any concern for this. However, Subaru. There's a dead end right here. The path that he had followed had steadily narrowed. After going up a slope, Subaru had found a narrow path awaiting him, which could only be traversed by literally crawling. At the end of it was a wall of sand. Ultimately, it was also where the source of the scent ended. Subaru. Why did I even come all the way here? No. Wait a sec. Angry at the blockage in his path, Subaru had been about to strike the wall of sand, but caught himself. He racked his brains at the current contradiction in front of him, having followed the scent all the way here. Subaru had unmistakably arrived here by following the scent which was lingering in the air. The scent had been wafted in by a draft and had certainly arrived all the way to Subaru, who had been quite far below. In other words, if the drafts had flowed from here, it meant that this wall of sand could not be a dead end. The draft had surely flowed into the cave from the outside. Subaru, if that's so. Frantically palming his surroundings, Subaru shuffles back a bit. He fumbles around the dead-end path for anything. He hadn't missed anything on the left, right, front, or bottom. Then, where had he not looked? He had been abandoned by the stars. Had he been afraid to look up? Subaru. There it is. After more than an hour of backtracking, his hand that had been touching the ceiling brushes against the air and Subaru's eyes sparkled. Standing up, he puts his arms up. And even when he puts his shoulders up, they don't hit the ceiling. There is a hole. The hole is more than twice as large as Subaru's waist, and his body would fit through it easily. In other words, if he were to push up using his back and legs, he should be able to climb out. Subaru. A gentle breeze was flowing into the hole. Until now, Subaru had clung on only to the target that he had been pursuing. That is, the scent. It was flowing in from the wind above to the underground area below that he was in. There was no choice now but to climb up as Subaru had sniffed to make sure of it. Subaru. Goo. And FFF. Placing his body by the hole, he pushes his back against the wall. Of course, because the wall was made up of sand. If he makes even a slight mistake in the angle in which he applies his body weight, he risks the wall collapsing and his plan failing. Being careful not to do just that, he places his feet against the wall too. Subaru thrusts his feet and buttocks up and slowly starts to climb out of the hole. Subaru. Fortunately for him, the wall has some grooves embedded within it in some places, which to an extent helps Subaru support himself as he makes his solitary climb. Perhaps if you happen to be a person possessing superhuman physical ability, you could simply put your feet on one of the grooves and get out of the hole just by jumping. Subaru. Puff, but Subaru does not possess such physical abilities. Thus he has no choice but to continue steadily climbing up. Still, it seemed like his body had been trained in the time which was unknown to him, and was suited to withstand activities like this. He gradually adapts to his body having a new engine, just like as if he was getting used to driving a new car. He had gotten the hang of it by the time he had managed to pull half of himself out of the hole, and had established that he was a pretty good climber. However, before being able to show the full extent of his strength, Subaru. I'm out. He doesn't know roughly how many meters he had climbed up the wall. But if he were to take a look, he had climbed up to such a height that if he were to fall down, he would die from the resulting fall. Finally, Subaru had succeeded in climbing up the wall. Subaru. He didn't feel any great emotion about it as he thought he would have. That wasn't down to him thinking anything tedious like, when you go and do it, this is how it is. Climbing all the way up the wall was a piece of cake when faced with this. That's all he thought. Pulling himself out of the hole, treading onto the fresh sand, Subaru stands up. And, taken aback, he mutters a brief word about the majestic structure that was standing in front of him. Subaru. A door. Right there in front of him, there was only a strange door standing there without relying on anything else for support. Subaru was at loss at what to do about the door that was standing right in front of him. Subaru. I can see it. It seemed that the hole Subaru had gone through did not lead towards the surface. He was most likely still inside the cave. If there were different tiers to the cave, then the place he had probably dropped down to was B2F, and now he was at Bonif. Rather than it being a large-scale area, the room was hidden by the means of something that you could call a stopgap. The room had nothing that resembled walls or floors. It only had a single door which was standing there stock still. Could there be anyone at all who could fathom what this meant? Subaru. Other than me, that is. Whilst looking at the door, Subaru announces this with extreme arrogance. Placing his hand on his chest and widening his eyes, he was clearly aware of what the door he had suddenly encountered was. It was his door. He had a strange confidence about it. He was confident that this door was his own. The draft that had flowed to the underground area he had been in. The scent that had been carried in by the breeze. He had followed it all the way here. Everything was bringing Natsuki Subaru to this place. And now, The door that stood in front of his eyes was glowing. Even in the darkness, it was asserting its presence. It was longing for the moment when Natsuki Subaru's hand would open it. Subaru walks up to the door with a spring in his step, as if he was about to go and caress something beloved, like a sweetheart. It looked like a set of wooden double doors that were about twice as high as Subaru. Straining his eyes, he can see that at the center of the double doors there was a doorknob that allowed it to be opened. He can also see a strange pattern in that particular area. He can see 7 jewels there. Subaru. Wah. Whilst looking at the jewels, Subaru touched the door, and just as he did, the jewels on the door started to shine. 4 of them. 4 of the 7 jewels were shining brightly, welcoming Natsuki Subaru's visit. The door's master did not admit the visit of those who didn't possess the keys. In the wink of an eye, after he blinked, Subaru did not know where he was. Subaru. Wah. Breathing a sigh like as if he was stunned, Subaru looks down at his hands. He can see, of course, there was light here. There was color. He can see where he is standing. He is standing on a stone floor. There's stone on the floor. Subaru. Subaru's body stiffens as he looks around his surroundings in confusion. In his surroundings there are reddish-brown walls. They were the walls of the circular tower. The huge door behind him leads to the outside. He was inside the tower. He was on the 5th floor of the Pleiades watchtower. He had come back to the very place that he had tried to leave with determination. Subaru. There's no way. He can't continue. His words never come out. It must have happened just after he had blinked. In a split second, Subaru had ended up standing stock still in this place. He cannot break out of his shock. He feels dizzy, and his feet start to wobble. He was barefoot. His shoes had come off. Subaru grinded his teeth together. It isn't the case that he is completely stunned by this place. He could run away right now. No, Subaru. Why should I run away? Subaru looked up above him with extreme fury. Murky feelings were boiling up inside him. A burning hate, like molten magma, was zealously whirling inside Subaru, without him even being aware of it. His time alone had ended. The peaceful darkness had ended. Clinging to that scent had ended. His hatred was one without rhyme or reason, towards the fact that everything he'd had there had been wrenched away from him. Subaru. Why does Subaru have to run away? Someone plans to kill him and had once, no, twice taken his life. Why would he want to be in place where they shamelessly masquerade as good people, hiding that fact under a guise of tranquility? There are only suspects inside this tower. Does he want the culprit to be inside? Did he escape because he couldn't do it? He had been an idiot. He had been an idiot. He had been an idiot. He didn't know anything. If whichever one of the suspects was the right one, then he could just crush them all until he found the right one. Subaru. Luckily, all of those bastards were careless around Subaru. He would find out whether it was only the culprit that would show caution around Subaru, though the culprit has no way of knowing that he is suspected by Subaru. That is the advantage Subaru has here, having once died. Once he had realized that he had died, he knew that someone was trying to kill him. The only thing he has to do is kill them before they commit that act of murder again. Subaru. Ha! A wicked smile appears on his face, and Subaru covers his mouth with his hand, stifling his laughter. The idea for his gratification had just suddenly leapt out from inside his head. Subaru had received a blessing from the heavens to pick up and rescue himself. Subaru. Then he needed some sort of weapon to set things straight swiftly. Subaru rushes down the spiral staircase. He was going down towards the 6th floor below him. The 6th floor was fuzzy in his memory, but he recalls that it is the lowermost floor of this tower. When Subaru and the others, when the original Natsuki Subaru and the others had come to the tower, they had borrowed on the strength of lizards to cross the desert, using things that looked rather like horse-drawn carriages. Of course, if there are such things lying about, they may come in useful for an emergency. Subaru had arrived at the lowermost floor and found the carriage he was looking for. However, his feet had stopped there. The reason that he had reacted like that was because just beside the carriage, collapsed, there was a huge lizard, already dead. Its head was missing. Its body from the neck down was lying on the floor. Had the blow that had decapitated it been that powerful? The head that had been blown off was nowhere to be seen nearby. Instead, Blood had flowed out of its huge body, staining the ground below. He found that a considerable amount of time had passed since this tragedy had occurred, since the blood had dried already. Subaru. The stingers. What Subaru had thought about in this moment was that it looked a lot like how the mysterious white stingers had blown up the head of the earthworm which had battled against him immediately after he had left the tower. This impression was consistent with the remains of the lizard that had collapsed here. Then that attack was from someone inside the tower. It was highly likely that it was one of the suspects' attacks. Thus, the lizards themselves had been treated just like cattle, in their pitiful lack of burial too. Subaru. Does this mean they are not trying to hide their true colors anymore? It seemed like his opponent had been quick-tempered, and rather than giving Subaru a chance to escape, they had instead delivered a decisive blow. Whilst trembling at this fact, Subaru went inside an intact carriage. It showed signs that it had been used as a place to sleep. Tearing through the inside, Subaru finds a big knife inside one of the baggage. Dare he say it had some purpose? Was it something similar to a survival knife? Rather than it being an all-out weapon, the large knife was probably good for cutting through obstacles. But in this situation, it would still be a splendid weapon that would fulfill Subaru's aims. Subaru. I don't know who the enemy is, but he will show them. With his body burning with dark feelings, Natsuki Subaru heads upstairs, knife in hand. A twisted smile curves across his cheeks, boosted by his hatred. If he wants to be saved, if he wants to escape, he must believe that anything he murders is justified. With that, he will go forward. Below his smiling cheeks, he doesn't notice the tears of fear that are streaming down his face. Chapter 42. The tower of the dead Natsuki Subaru slowly continued up the stairway, stepping firmly as he continued up. With madness filling his eyes, fury raging in his chest, and a knife in one hand, he continued to walk up. Subaru. Kill, 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 I'll kill you. Definitely gonna kill you. That whisper, rather like a rasp, were the words of an endless curse. If power dwelled in the might of words, then the sheer amount of curses Subaru was spewing out would indeed bolster his deed. Kill. Each time he said it aloud, he felt as if the power lodged in his knife increased. Subaru. Kill, 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 kill. While muttering this, his sight would occasionally blur over. Maybe it was a combination of his exhaustion from spending hours crawling around the area beneath the desert, and his fears. For a moment, Subaru's head felt strangely heavy, making him shake his head a few times. Now was not the time to collapse in a place like this. After all, the place he was in was an environment full of people who were a danger to him. It was the sort of environment where he couldn't tell between friend or foe. It was already an enemy's den. In order to protect himself, Subaru had to kill them. Otherwise, they would come to kill him. Subaru. Kill, 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 kill. He didn't want to kill them. He had to kill. If the language de l'ami here took the condition of using words correctly, then it was likely that the word kill coming from Subaru's mouth was not quite right. If it truly reflected his feelings at heart, then the right word he should be using here wasn't kill. Rather, I don't want to die would be more correct. That's why he'd made up his mind that the first thing he would do was kill anyone who appeared before him. Natsuki Subaru reached the 4th floor of the tower, and there he laid his eyes on that. Subaru. Ah. He let out a short gasp. His knife fell on the hard floor with a shrill clatter. His body was trembling. His fingers were stiff as rocks, unmoving. Subaru shrunk back, able only to shake his head slowly. The smell of blood brimmed in the air, and the traces of a terrible fight that chilled even him. The stone walls and floor were broken and smashed up, and standing there in the area that housed the lingering remains of such destruction was Subaru. He looked at that, frozen in place. Shola, her head crushed, was sprawled down on the floor with her body a complete sight for sore eyes. Shola's corpse was in such a terrible state that it made him want to cover his eyes. Her long brown hair, which had been tied up, was sprawled untidily across the floor. Her limbs were flumped about to her side energylessly, and what's more, one of her arms had been sliced off at her elbows, the other at her wrist, with the severed parts nowhere in sight. Her lustrous pale skin bore countless wounds, and a large amount of blood had been splattered nearby. The trail of blood continued further back down the aisleway, and ended where she'd met her end, proving that the battle had been long fought and changed places many times. Most likely it had been the wound to her head that had settled the fight and killed her. Wound was too light of a word to use. That which had laid waste to her life was a lethal hole. Maybe it could be said that someone had swung down a great hammer on her head. He couldn't think of any other barbaric way that her head would have been smashed in, scattered about, throwing its insides just about everywhere around. A tremendously huge blow from something had smashed up her head. Shola's head had been smashed apart and completely destroyed. Though it had only been for a short while, he remembered how she'd unhesitatingly gotten closer to him and turned her genuine open smile at him. Subaru. Subaru sunk to his knees where he was as he gazed at her remains aghast, in shock, in awe, in disbelief. The urge to vomit was unbearable. Unable to stop himself, Subaru puked up the contents of his stomach. The contents of his stomach, which had turned to gloop, mixed in with his gastric juices, splurged out of his body with an acrid smell to them. They even got on to Shola's remains, further humiliating her in after death, after having died in such a gruesome manner. Subaru. Ooh, goo. Blur. Despite that, Subaru, while hunched over, continued to vomit, having no composure in himself to pay attention to how he was desecrating the dead. He could do nothing more than let his throat open as wide as it could, and spew out the burning sensation that pervaded him as he felt the pain of his stomach tightening and the unceasing feeling of wanting to vomit. Finally, when he finished puking his guts out, Subaru threw himself down to the floor. He lay spread-eagled, staring up at the ceiling with his hands over his face. It was the first time he'd seen someone's death. It was the first time Subaru had ever come face to face with a person's corpse. For most people, the first time they'd encounter someone's death would be when an elderly relative would pass away. However, Subaru had never been to a funeral before, as his grandparents on both his mother's and father's side were still in good health. He'd never come across anyone's death in any other case either. So, seeing someone else's death like this for the first time was a real shock for Subaru, even more so when the manner of her death had been so gruesome. There are people who can have their lives taken away from them as cruelly as this as well, he thought. Subaru. Me too. Huh? Subaru muttered this to himself and lifted his body up. He wiped away the vomit that was caked around his mouth with his sleeve and shook his head as his ears were ringing hard. Then, using the wall to steady himself, he slowly stood up. Subaru had been pushed in the back, knocking him far down the stairs. His corpse too must have turned into a lump of grizzled meat, one which surely no one could bear to take a second look at. He himself had been unable to see his own corpse, and for that, he was slightly relieved. There'd probably be no way he'd keep his sanity were he to see his own death with his own eyes, or the like. The mere realization of the fact that he had died was enough to shock him to the point where it felt like his heart was about to burst apart and shatter into tiny pieces. Subaru. Any ways. Cutting his train of thought short, Subaru gained belief from the fact that she was dead, all the while trying his utmost to keep Shola's remains, who was strewn near him, out of his sight. The fact was, there was still some terrible strife lurking within the tower, and at the same time he understood all too well that this strife wasn't aimed only at him, but also at some of the other members inside of the tower. He felt sorry for the deceased Shola, but he could also say this bode good news for him. Now that he didn't know who'd been the one that had killed him, Subaru wouldn't be able to rest until he struck out all the suspects inside the tower. But, with her dying, that allowed him to strike off one of the names from his 7 suspects. Yet at the same time, the one who'd killed him was hostile with someone other than himself. Or at least, he could be sure that they were a dangerous individual who was trying to kill everyone in the tower. In other words, there was a chance that someone other than him would kill the murderer who'd killed him. Then all he ought to do is kill everyone who was left. Then he'd be able to acquire some peace of mind. If he were to kill the culprit who was trying to kill him, along with the potential candidates who might try and kill him, then, with only Subaru left behind in the tower, he should be able to indulge himself in some peace and respite. Subaru. In that sense, the ones in the way are Ram and Echidna, huh? It'd be easier if that damn Julius was dead too. With Maylie and Beatrice being children, it would be pretty easy to off them, so he didn't need to think too hard about them. Emilia, and, although she was dead, Shala as well, should have been easy to catch off guard and kill in the sense that they never had their guards up around him. However, Ram, who was always contrarian around him, and Echidna, with how shrewd she was, smelled like more trouble. Even if he did catch them off guard and killed them, those two would be the hardest to aim at. That was the impression he got. It was tough to say about Julius, but in his case, he was worth his utmost vigilance considering he was the only other man. As cheesy as it was indeed a problem that he carried a sword at his waist. However, on the flip side, there was also a chance that he'd be cornered down were he to take his sword. Subaru did kendo, so it could perhaps be said that he'd have an advantage assured were he to snatch it away. Also, Subaru. Above there. That fucking bastard. Subaru shook his head straight away, having thought about eliminating that red-haired man who was sitting on the upper floor of the tower under the guise of being an examiner. It would be impossible to eliminate him. That thing was an untouchable superhuman being who lived outside of all reason. By Natsuki Subaru's common sense, it would be definitely impossible to beat him. There were people here too that just couldn't be killed. The only saving grace was that it was hard to think that he'd be the being who'd push Subaru off. If it was him, he wouldn't have tried to kill him in such a dull manner. That was the kind of pessimistic faith he had. Subaru picked up his fallen knife, stepped over Shola's remains, and turned towards the back. For a moment, Subaru was at loss at whether to investigate her body for any clues, but he doubted that he would find anything that would be useful hidden inside her clothing, as she was very scantily dressed. At the same time, his conscience was screaming at him on the matter of further disgracing the dead. She was dead. The dead were no longer his enemies. She just had no luck. That's all there was to it. Subaru didn't even bother doing anything as admirable as clasping his hands together in prayer for her. He left her behind there and slowly walked further into the tower, masking his footsteps as he made his way deeper into the 4th floor. Following the trail of destruction, the tower had fallen into a deep silence, to point which not one sound could be heard. He, however, found that stillness rather noisy. A high-pitched ringing noise was tormenting his mind, and he felt as if he could hear the sound of his blood flowing through his body. But, strangely enough, his heartbeat was steady, as if his initial agitation had been a lie. Whilst going up the 4th floor, the dark hatred that had boiled inside him still lay stuck to his chest like dirt that wouldn't come off. Even now, for the sake of his own survival, his willingness to murder everyone was unshaken. He'd stab, gouge, and take the life of the first person he would lay his eyes on. He was prepared to do that. Yet, just after he turned around the corner, he found Echidna's corpse with a diagonal slash across it. Now he had no idea just how useful his resolve was going to be in this hellscape. Echidna's body bore a wound from her right shoulder to her left side, as if she'd been cut down in one stroke with some sort of large blade. And as he came to that conclusion, the first thing that popped into his mind was the sword Julius carried. It was a cheap-looking, likely mass-produced sword, but certainly it ought to be plenty to have slashed through the body of a woman as delicate as Echidna. The question remained. He had no idea what reason Julius would have to kill Echidna. When he had been introduced to them, Subaru had heard that Echidna and Julius had a relationship quite like one of a master and a dedicated servant. He'd heard there were some complicated circumstances involved, but in any case, they should have been quite close. Of course, if Julius was some sort of psycho killer who wanted everyone in the tower dead, then perhaps those circumstances meant nothing at all. Subaru. H-Cheech. Using the wall to steady himself, Subaru once again succumbed to his stomach's complaints before then lifting his head up. The condition of her corpse was somewhat in a better state than Shola's. Even so, it was a sight that required nerve to witness without looking away. Yet the way she died gave off a completely different impression to Shola's. While it had seemed that after Shola's death her corpse had been abandoned, Echidna's body left him with a sense that respect had been carried out towards the deceased. Putting it bluntly, there was a white cloth that had been placed over her, and her eyelids had been closed as well. Considering the differences between the ways they'd been killed, There was a big discrepancy in the way the deceased had been treated afterwards. Even just thinking which one of these was more normal in this situation made him feel like he was going to be driven crazy. Subaru. Echidna's gone too. Subaru's breath quivered, his voice went hoarse, and he couldn't stop his arms and legs from shaking. In that state, he made just a mental note of the facts in front of him and plunged deeper into the tower and searched the survivors to kill, though perhaps even the reason whether it was the living or the dead he searched for, or for what sake he searched for, had already become nebulous for him. Yet, he walked on. Further inside the corridor, Subaru found Ram, her body having been blown away from behind. Her body was in a wretched state, with a gaping hole between the nape of her chest and her lower back. Her wound looked rather similar to that which had killed the desert earthworm. She'd probably ran down the corridor and been struck in the back as she'd tried to make her way elsewhere. He could sense a hate-tinged curse coming from her dead face, with her lips which were bitten, leaving behind regret. Subaru vomited again. In the hall where they'd explained the morning situation to him and eaten breakfast lay the dead bodies of Miley and Julius. The state in which Julius had perished was one of the most striking ones yet. Traces of blows and cuts, inflicted by incredible sharpness, were plastered around his entire body. His left arm had been blown off at the elbow, and his wound had been crudely wrapped up and treated using a piece of a cloak. He couldn't find a direct cause to his death. From the wounds across his body, he'd probably died of blood loss. And had the reason he'd fought so desperately until that been for the sake of the little girl who'd collapsed behind him? Subaru vomited yet again. Meili, who had been slumped against the wall, with her hands around her belly, was the only one who had died with a peaceful expression frozen on her face. On her abdomen, which was covered by her small palms, was indeed a gash that was wet with bright red blood. Her cause of death was also probably due to blood loss. She'd been wounded, and subsequently lost her life whilst awaiting for salvation in this place. And yet, the seemingly peaceful look that had adorned her face in death caused him to refuse to understand even a single bit. Once again, Subaru vomited. A corpse, another corpse, another corpse, another corpse, and yet another corpse. There were corpses around. Only corpses. Only corpses lying around. He couldn't fathom what was going on. The truth behind what was going on was unclear. Ideally speaking, everyone other than Subaru dropping dead should have been the conditions that allowed him some repose. However, he couldn't fathom why everyone was dead when he hadn't even been around. Poor Shola, with her head crushed and her whole body sliced up. Echidna, who'd been sliced from shoulder to side, had fallen due to a terrible blow. Ram, whose body had been blown off from the back, died leaving behind her regret and curses. Julius, who'd been left with scars all over his body of the fierce battle that had unfurled, and had eventually lost his life. Meili, who'd just lost blood from her stomach wound, yielded peacefully to her slow death. What must have happened for this to occur? Would he even be able to accept this situation if someone was behind it? Subaru, Amelia, and Beatrice. He'd found 5 dead bodies, yet there were 2 suspects he hadn't found. Had one of them, or both, conspired to make this happen? Those 2 who'd worried about Subaru when he'd woken up with no memories, at the very beginning. Had they concealed killing intent and madness behind their demeanor and thus carried out these acts of murder? He had found 5 dead bodies, white sheets covering 4 of them, with the exception of Shola. All of their bodies, bar Shola's, had been carefully laid to rest on the floor, and they'd even closed their eyes. Respect towards the dead had been shown there. Only Shola's body didn't have that. In the first place, when the hell could this massacre have taken place? Subaru. The blood had dried up, he thought. Barely keeping his footing, Subaru looked around for Amelia and Beatrice's presences, which he'd yet not found in the tower, with each of the circumstances of the dead bodies popping up in his mind as he contemplated. The choking stench of their blood along with the states each of their corpses had been in came back to him vividly. It pierced through to the depths of his mind, causing his stomach to heave in pain. However, he was running out of stuff to hurl up. He was so parched that he couldn't muster any spit to spit out the dregs of vomit inside his mouth, and nary even a bead of cold sweat appeared. Subaru's body was completely parched, dry, just like their blood. There'd been a ton of it, despite blood being harder to dry than water. It would take blood several, or even dozens of hours to dry, so he could consider that such an amount had passed already since the tragedy broke out. He himself had no idea how much time he'd spent wandering around beneath the desert. But enough time should have passed for that, or, well, he wasn't extremely sure. Confusion and chaos. The shackles of his marred awareness screamed at him to do something about this out-of-control situation. He needed to earn his repose. He needed to find it. For that, he needed to reduce the number of suspects. From the remaining two, if any of those criminals who'd brought this situation about were to die, he would be freed. He entered the green room. The black lizard caught eye of Subaru and gave out a cry. It was the first time since he had came back to this tower that he had found a living creature. Subaru. What's with this lizard, seeing that the lizard had survived? Subaru let out a parched smile. He'd hoped that if he was going to meet someone, that it would be a corpse where possible. However, what damned use was it that the survivor he'd met here after all this was the lizard? He gave a click of his tongue and turned around so to leave the room. He didn't have anything to do in rooms where only lizards remained. However, Subaru, quit following me. The black lizard, having shrunk down its massive body, had tried to follow in Subaru's wake when he'd left the room. It was surprisingly large when it stood up, as big as a horse. It plodded along, moving its sharp clawed feet following in Subaru's wake. Unable to bear the tension, Subaru waved his arms and threatening it with spittle flying from his mouth. Subaru, it's not like I've got the time to play with you right now. I need to kill all the damn survivors in this tower. If you get in my way, whilst gripping the large knife in his hand, Subaru stared straight at the lizard. The sharp-featured lizard looked at it in his hand but quickly turned its gaze back towards him. Subaru. Subaru's voice shook at the way they were ignoring his knife and instead were staring at him. It's as if they were undaunted by Subaru's murderous hostilities, and that roused the animosity that had been uncomfortably smoldering inside his chest. Subaru, don't you fucking screw about with me. Subaru swung his knife up and plunged it into the lizard as he cried out. The tip of the knife plunged into its jet-black scales. Though at first, the knife encountered a bit of resistance, he was able to easily push through it, thrusting it deep into the lizard's body. The lizard stood there, unmoving, with the knife stuck through the left side of its body. The blade dug into its flesh all the way to its hilt, with fresh blooding spilling out from its clearly serious wound. Subaru, how? Subaru tried to continue by saying this, however he involuntarily let out a thin, ragged sigh. For the first time, he had taken the action to try kill a living being. And although he felt excited by that fact, and the fact that his heart beating wildly had caused that, there'd been a different reason behind why he hadn't been able to finish what he wanted to say. Subaru. Even though the lizard had been stabbed by his knife, it remained unmoving, merely staring at Subaru. It hadn't reacted at all at having been stabbed deeply by his blade, neither in pain nor surprise. Merely the lizard's sharp eyes stared at Natsuki Subaru's handiwork. Those lizard eyes, which he couldn't read the emotions therein, were blaming Natsuki Subaru. Subaru. Shit. Shit. What the hell? Scratching his head, Subaru couldn't stand it any longer and lost his shit. Whilst shouting, Subaru took a step back, forgetting even to retrieve his knife that he'd stuck in the lizard. No. He didn't have the courage to touch that knife. The lizard's eyes were terrifying. Subaru. You, those guys except you, and those corpses, as well as those guys still living. Those guys who I don't even know if they're alive or dead. What on earth are you all cooking up? What are you trying to do? Despite knowing his words were pointless, Subaru still blurted them out to the lizard standing in front of him. As he'd wandered throughout the tower, as he'd wandered through the pitch-black darkness of the underground, as he'd anguished at the fact that he'd been thrown into this world where he couldn't make heads or tails out of it, his gloomy emotions had of it built up. Subaru, I'm gonna kill every single one of these guys who tries to kill me. I'm gonna deny every single one who tries to depend on me. Don't get me wrong, don't push your luck. It ain't a damn joke. Acting like you're so close to me as you please. Subaru. As if I give a damn about any of you. As if I give a damn about what every single one of you are thinking. Every one of you is pushing their own damned agenda on me. If you all have your hands full with your own selves, then I've got my own hands full with myself as well. Shouting and screaming, Subaru began to shed tears without him even realizing, falling down to his knees on the spot. In front of him, The lizard wordlessly looked at him as his body shook and let out of ragged gasps. Subaru had crouched down and pressed his head to the floor, unable to see them. Subaru. Just leave me alone. Leave me be by myself. Subaru's choked sobs vacantly echoed through the silent corridor. How long had he spent like this? Several seconds? Dozens of seconds? Several minutes? He couldn't find it in himself to move. But it was with his face pressed to the floor that he suddenly noticed faint, really faint tremors, drawing near to him through the floor. Subaru. Ah, lizard? Subaru lifted his face a moment later, seeing the lizard's gaping maw in front of him. Lined with sharp fangs, her maw inched closer towards him. He looked at her, as if it wasn't him in this situation, wondering whether they were going to chew his head up. Subaru, huh? The lizard picked up Subaru by his left shoulder using her mouth, and without wasting a moment, started to run. His body had been forcibly pulled up from the ground and lifted up. The lizard's sharp fangs had bitten into his shoulder, causing a shriek of pain to escape his mouth. Subaru. Gah. They were going to kill him. He was probably going to be killed. Those were its intentions. However, now that it had practically sunk its fangs into his shoulder, the fear he had towards the pain it brought was readily painted over by a feeling of cheap resignation. He was going to have his shoulder eaten, then his body chewed up like that, and left to die. To die being eaten by a living creature was one of the worst deaths Subaru could possibly imagine. It was just after Subaru's body began to tremble in fear at that presentiment that the hallway that Subaru had just been in was blown away from beneath by an astonishing amount of black haze. He hears a heavy impact which causes dust and debris to scatter around. The fog was overrunning the hallway, engulfing the ceiling, the walls, the floor, reaching out towards Subaru and Patrash as if hunting for prey. Made up of black shadows, it even looked like it had arms. Subaru. Shadowy arms. In his mind, he briefly recalled the shape of the woman who had tormented him by the stairs. A woman who was drenched in shadows. Her face was hidden by a black veil, had thoroughly played with his heart, engraving fear in him. The shadows that had been engulfing the room were akin to the ones that the woman wore. It was laying waste to the tower's passageway as it pleases, chasing after the fleeing lizard and Subaru. Subaru. You? The lizard didn't answer, but with Subaru held in its mouth, it ran through the passageway at full gallop. Subaru, who was looking in the opposite direction to where they were headed, could not see where they were desperately trying to flee to. Instead, he could only look straight at the menace of the looming shadow, making the blood inside his body freeze. So it was either be devoured by that shadow, or meet a fate that would be more terrible than death. Intuitively making his mind up, Subaru pushed himself further into the fangs of the lizard which were digging into his shoulder. His throat quivered in pain, but if he were to be shaken off, he'd be done for. At this point, his hatred for the lizard was no more than a pointless obsession. Lizard. They heard the sound of the passageway exploding as the shadow blocked their way. Taking a snap decision a split second later, the lizard turned back down the aisle, diving into a side corridor just before they could be swallowed up by the shadow. They galloped at full speed, trying to shake off the shadow that was surging towards them with the force of a muddy stream. However, as they kept running away from the shadow, the area that appeared in front of them was Subaru. Spiral staircase. The huge spiral staircase which connected the 4th and 5th floors of the tower. Subaru was lost for words as they emerged there, in that area. Naturally, he could see the 5th floor far off down below from the height they were at. He did feel some of the fear of witnessing the scene where he'd fallen to his death before. But not only that, right below him the staircase was being engulfed by the shadows of black and was beginning to sink down, meaning that the lower half of the tower was in the process of being enveloped by these colossal amounts of shadows, sinking it. Subaru. There's no escaping down there, but there's no escaping behind us as well. The bottom of the tower was already under the shadow's control. The dark, muddy stream was looming towards them from the insides of the passageway that they'd fled from. They were absolutely, completely cornered. All that was left was the absurd choice of whether he'd be devoured by the shadows or killed in some other manner. Subaru. For a second, The idea of suicide flitted across his mind. Wouldn't it be much better to choose how he died, rather than be swallowed by those shadows? Perhaps for him, there was still possibilities remaining even if he were to die. Subaru. Urk, as soon as he thought about taking his own life, Subaru's body started to tremble. What if by some chance, choosing to kill himself would have ended here? What would he do then? He did sort of believe now that he was redoing things. But did he really have a guarantee that this would keep holding true? Or how could he say that this wasn't a precognitive dream just like he'd thought at first? All the way up to the last time, he'd had some painful precognitive dreams. So, if this was his last one, then things would end for him here. Why did he even have to die in the first place? He hadn't done anything wrong. Why was he paying with his life here? Why he? Subaru. No. I don't want to die. Subaru yelled that out without any shame. There was no one in the tower who could hear him. Only the dead and the missing were here. So, the only one who heard him was this jet-black lizard, who wasn't a human being. Lizard. Whilst holding Subaru by its fangs, the lizard gave a choked, almighty roar. Immediately, the lizard broke into a fierce sprint and leapt towards the void of the spiral staircase, so to give the muddy stream of tendrils looming behind them the slip. Naturally, no matter how much momentum the leap carried, they would eventually lose it, with gravity catching them into a free fall, to be swallowed by the shadows below. However, the lizard had come up with an ingenious idea to overcome this desperate situation. The lizard dug two of its pointed feet into the tower wall. Of course, even if they were clinging to the wall, sooner or later they would fall. That is, if the wall was vertical. The lizard ran frantically across the wall, letting out a roar. The colossal tower was starting to tilt due to the shadows engulfing it from its base. The lizard scaled its way across the wall, which was lurching to its side, practically perpendicular. Subaru. No way. What was going on? Everything was swaying. Subaru could not make sense of what the complete picture here was. However, it was clear that this black lizard was spending its remaining strength trying to survive. He could clearly tell that they were giving it their all for that. Subaru. You. Suddenly, the dark stream of tendrils completely enveloped the place where the lizard had just been. It searched for signs of its prey that it had failed to swallow, and realized that they were running up the wall. It rushed towards them. The lizard dodged aside a split second later, barely managing to avoid its attack. A violent shock wave and a fierce howling wind accompanied the attack, leaving behind a large hole in the side of the tower. Without hesitating, the lizard slipped into the hole that had opened up in the wall. Subaru was violently jolted left and right, losing his sense of balance, no longer able to perceive the world properly. Though even among all this, he knew that the lizard's drastic maneuvers were to make sure that Subaru wasn't hit by any of the shadow's attacks. He also knew that they weren't showing any consideration to the fact that their own body was being whittled away by the shadow. They came out of the large hole. A sandy breeze immediately greeted him after, with darkness filling his field of view. He could feel the outside air against him. Had they have jumped out of the tower? Once again, the lizard ran up the tilting tower wall, frantically trying to escape from the shadow. Subaru. Ooh. The lizard's thin neck was stooped over, and the next moment, a strong breeze buffeted them. The lizard let go of Subaru, pulling its fangs out of his shoulders. Subaru's eyes flashed in pain as he felt the sensation of the fangs being removed from his flesh. However, he ignored his pain, as well as the strong wind which was blowing against him. His body had been struck by something hard. After being bumped around, tumbled about, and thrown down, letting out a winded breath, Subaru opened his eyes. He caught a glimpse of the night sky flickering in front of him. Subaru. Subaru lifted himself up from the floor in a panic. The view he was seeing was far beyond what his imagination could comprehend. He looked around at his surroundings. He was in an area that was made from the same stuff as the tower. Despite that, he was definitely outside. He could see that this space was attached to the outer wall of the tower, resembling something like a balcony. They had gone through the hole, rushed up the wall, and thrown him here. Subaru. The lizard. Shuddering, Subaru rushed over to where he'd tumbled down and looked beneath him. There he witnessed the last moments of the lizard, who'd thrown him here. The falling lizard was swallowed up by the black shadows, which were even darker than its scales, and vanished from sight. He had stabbed them with his knife due to his crazed anger, yet they'd not even cared about their pain and fear. They had brought Subaru up to this balcony, only to then be swallowed by the shadow. Swallowed by those shadows, where a fate worse than death awaited. Subaru. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Subaru had no idea what was going on anymore. Subaru. He watched the bottom of the tower gradually get engulfed by the shadows, up on the balcony. Suddenly, a white bird perched itself at the edge of the balcony beside him. The white bird looked at Subaru with unfeeling eyes. At the presence of the large bird, Subaru gasped out, the suspects who had died. The suspects who were nowhere to be seen. The lizard that had helped him at the cost of their life. And now, a white bird had suddenly appeared in this place, little by little. The tower was being swallowed by the shadow, disappearing in front of his eyes. Feeling that the end was approaching, Subaru sat down in exhaustion. He now understood that the lizard had been ever so desperately trying to save him. Even so, their expectations had been in vain. They'd just bought him a little more time before death dawned on him. Still slumped down, Subaru suddenly lifted his head up. There was someone behind him. It wasn't the bird, or the lizard, or the shadow. The sign of someone living was standing there. Subaru, the hell are you? Subaru asked this in a very faint tone of voice, having nary even the strength to look back behind. The one who stood behind him laughed in response. Then, in a voice he'd never heard before, next, try guessing, hero. For a second, Subaru heard a whooshing noise. Then his field of vision jumped up and started to spin rapidly in front of him. His body felt awfully light. He was soaring up into the sky like a bird. And then he realized what had happened. The someone from behind had decapitated him. Emilia. Subaru. Hey, Subaru. Are you okay? The connection between his head that should have been lopped off and the change in his consciousnesses happened in an instant. Subaru woke up on a soft ivy bed. He was greeted by the chiming voice of a silver bell, along with its owner, having not found her, no matter how hard he'd searched. Subaru. Leah. Emilia. Oh, Subaru. Thank goodness. You woke up. I was really worried about you. Subaru opened his eyes slightly. In front of him there was Emilia, a relieved expression resting on her face. She had her hand to her chest, seeing Subaru wake up, with a smile grooved in her lips. He looked at Emilia. Her beautiful, slender neck was frightfully dazzling. Feeling rather parched, Subaru wordlessly stretched out his hands around Emilia's slender neck. It easily fit between Subaru's hands. Emilia. Subaru, what's the matter? Emilia was staring blankly. Her eyes widened in surprise, with her neck having been grabbed by Subaru. She was surprised by Subaru's reaction, but she didn't make any movements to try and get him off her. If he'd felt like it, he could have definitely ended up breaking her neck with ease, were he to just put some muscle into it. Even though her life was held within Subaru's grasp, Emilia's reaction was awfully slow. Moreover, Beatrice. Emilia, apparently it seems that Subaru is still half asleep, I suppose. He's acting all easy, regardless of worrying us, in fact. Subaru. Subaru let go of Emilia's neck immediately, as a voice called out to him from right beside him. He glanced over, his eyes meeting Beatrice's as she folded her short arms together by his bedside, her nostrils flaring in absolute shock. Emilia gave her a strained smile and said, Yeah, Emilia. Though it's better for you to be half asleep than it being anything else more serious. When I found you collapsed on the ground, Beatrice was nearly in tears. Beatrice, you didn't have to go and say that, I suppose. Beatrice's face grew red, angered by Emilia's unmalicious comment. The two of them locked in that exchange had absolutely no idea what kind of urge had caught hold of Subaru just a moment ago. Before that, they'd shown no recognition of the situation being dangerous. This was also evident in their attitude towards Subaru. Subaru. Meaning that I'm immediately after Subaru, after Natsuki Subaru had lost his memories. That's to say, as soon as Natsuki Subaru had realized that he'd been summoned to another world, he'd came back to this very place. And at the same time, Subaru. Oh, it's you. Subaru hastily turned around at the sound of her whinny and breath, her figure coming into view. Sitting docilely in one corner of the green room was a large black creature. The lizard who'd done so much for him as he'd been on the verge of being swallowed by the shadow was sitting there, cool as you like. Beatrice, I'm a little unsatisfied, in fact, finding you should have been mine and Amelia's exploit, I suppose. Amelia. Hey. No need to sulk about it. It's great, isn't it? Subaru and Patrasha get on really well. Behind him, Subaru could hear Beatrice and Amelia talking to one another. Subaru did not care to join in. He was too busy tightly embracing the large body of the lizard in front of him. Immensely thankful that they were here, he was eternally grateful that back then they'd been the only one who had not tried to hurt Subaru. Chapter 43. The Tower of the Living. Think. 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 He must think. Subaru. Natsuki Subaru kept thinking as he wrapped his arms around her whole body, which was lined by hard, rough scales. The things that had happened in his own body, the ridiculous events inside the tower, the people who were attempting to kill him, the people who were attempting to kill ones other than himself, distinguishing between friends and foe, and... Beatrice? Subaru, is that enough, in fact? Have you calmed down, I suppose? Subaru. Subaru turned his head slowly towards the voice he had heard from behind him, which had interrupted his thoughts. Beatrice, the one who had called out to him, was sitting upon the ivy bed. The girl, who seemed to be making a pouty face, was dangling her feet. Her hand was connected with Amelia's, who sat beside her. She was glaring at Subaru. Seeing that look, Subaru's face stiffened a little. Amelia. Beatrice. Don't speak like that. I guess Subaru felt surprised when he woke up. I think it's inevitable that he'd go hug Patrash. However, Amelia smiled as she denied Subaru's misguided thoughts. Hearing her point this out, Beatrice proceeded to suddenly turn away from Subaru and Amelia. Beatrice. It doesn't mean I am angry, in fact. It's not just to do with your sudden awakening, I suppose. Betty and Amelia were also worried for Subaru. The Earth Dragon isn't the only one that worries about you, in fact. Amelia. Yeah, I was really worried about you. Stroking Beatrice's head with her still facing away from them, Amelia looked at Subaru and raised her eyebrows. Subaru held his breath as he looked into Amelia's amethyst eyes. His chest gave a sharp pang to the deep, deep affection in her look. And at the same time, a strange sense of irritation grew in him. He was reminded. They were hoping in Natsuki Subaru, the one that was here, he would feel uneasy were he not able to shoulder that burden. But, however, Subaru. I am sorry to worry you all. I'm sorry. I heavily apologize. It is not like me to hug a girl that is half asleep, and this even is a thing to hide my embarrassment. Relaxing his stiffened face, Subaru replied, whilst easing his face into a smile. To that answer, Beatrice and Amelia exchanged looks. And Amelia. But Patrasha is a girl as well, you know? Subaru. Hey, wait. Patrasha is quite the special entry. Or rather, the sort of target which we are bonded by different sorts of bonds. Or rather, the top seed in an unconditional second-round entry. Beatrice. That is unpardonable, I suppose. I don't get why you're only giving special treatment to that Earth Dragon. I would like an explanation, I suppose. Subaru. Hey, don't try to stand in the same ring as her. That Earth Dragon. Subaru returned his answer whilst looking carefully at Beatrice and Amelia's reaction, as Beatrice's face was growing ever more in displeasure. Receiving his answer, it seemed that the two of them did not feel like anything was out of place. Feeling relieved about that, Subaru turned his head to look towards the lizard. No, to Patrash, who he had been stroking. Subaru. Truly, only you are special, Patrash. Patrash. The black-ground dragon closed its eyes while letting out a small neigh as Subaru placed his forehead against her head. Amelia. So, Subaru, are you really feeling okay? Subaru. Ah, yes, I am okay. I am okay. No problemo at all. I'm sorry for worrying you all. I think perhaps the exhaustion got to me, and as things are rather the case with that, I must have accidentally fallen asleep. Amelia, but you'll tell us if you are tired, right? Because you can take it easy. Amelia brought this reminder to Subaru, who had answered in tune whilst rotating his arms. Subaru answered back to those words with a lackadaisical, "Okay, Captain," whilst immersing himself in full thought. Subaru led Beatrice and Amelia now, and kept walking through the 4th floor of the tower. They were going to the 4th floor hall. Their purpose was to dine. In brief, the three of them were walking with their bodies not holding any urgent issues. This time Subaru was determined to take a different approach from last time. That is, he would not confide to Amelia and the others about his amnesia. In other words, the situation would require Subaru to act as if he were impersonating another. Wetting his parched lips with his tongue as his strain exacerbated, Subaru had kept observing how things were around Amelia and the others. Subaru had still not figured out what kind of character the Natsuki Subaru for the others was. It should be impossible to do something like tracing a stranger in such circumstances, but by all rights it should be a different story to impersonate himself in conditions that would otherwise not be established. No matter where he went, Natsuki Subaru is simply just Natsuki Subaru. Even if he had spent a year in this parallel world, Subaru knew that the fundamentals of human nature would remain unchanged in himself. Then, if he just paid heed to the relationship afterwards, then he should be able to trace the same sort of character to a good enough extent. And then, whilst tracing Natsuki Subaru, he would see what would happen now. What happened in this tower, who would kill him, and who was killed by who. For now, Subaru would verify the likelihood of the trigger that drove him to his own death by hiding his amnesia. In other words, would his opponent kill him because of his amnesia, or did it have nothing to do with that? Be that as it may, in all honesty, he didn't have much expectations. Subaru's lost memories. It's hard to imagine the situation without some troubles cropping up. However, of course there are exceptions. Subaru. The case in which the criminal would be a guy who would be troubled if my memories were to come back. Subaru remembered seeing it in a movie before. Eyewitnesses who had witnessed the murder scene lost their memory due to some sort of shock. The criminal who could observe the scene would be in trouble if their memories were to return. That's why in the movie the criminal tried to kill the witnesses as well. It can definitely be thought that a similar situation was occurring to Subaru currently. Foremost, the circumstances in which Subaru had lost his memories were unclear. Subaru. Amelia, did you find me collapsed in the 3rd floor of the library? Amelia. Yeah, that's right. You were on the floor of the library. Beatrice and I carried you to the green room in a great hurry. Beatrice. Well, since it was Amelia that carried you, Betty was just there to help out behind her, in fact. Subaru gazed at Amelia's slender arms as he received Beatrice's supplementary explanation, laced with a sigh. If he were to settle down and think properly about it, it was a mystery to Subaru how these two people had carried him all the way back from the library to the green room. Beatrice didn't give a single fragment of indication that she was suited to do any heavy lifting, and from what he had been told at face value, he was also wondering how this Amelia that believed in a fake had carried Subaru so easily. Amelia. What's wrong? Subaru. Nothing. Well, in any case, you were a great help. I've said it many times, but sorry to have troubled you. Amelia, not sorry. A thank you would be nicer. Bowing his head in apology, Amelia placed her palm on Subaru's forehead as he tried to lower it. Subaru's eyes widened at the touch of Amelia's smooth fingers, hastily muttering out an, "I guess you're right." As Subaru had thought so far, the feeling of distance between him and Amelia was a little too strong. Therefore, he did not hesitate and let her touch him. Come to think of it, when Subaru had woken up, he had also placed his hands around her neck. Nevertheless, she was looking at Subaru with a peaceful expression. Subaru. No matter what kind of livelihood, I will always feel a great sense of distance with this girl. Or perhaps Amelia, contrary to her awfully well-prepared appearance, was just all too used to strangeness. Surely, she is gentle to everyone as well. And probably she didn't feel any barriers between anyone as a result of brought up and loved. She was likely a girl who had been sheltered as a child, unaffected by any significant hardship. With this impression, Subaru was satisfied with this sense of distance. If someone isn't burdened with even one regret, then they can believe in only the virtue of others, and keep your eyes all the time prim and beautiful. Or was even that all just an act? Whilst looking at Amelia and Beatrice side by side, Subaru was deeply immersed within his thoughts. Simply, when he deconstructed it down to the bare bones, when it came to Subaru's last moments and tragedy in the tower within the last loop, the suspects most worth keeping an eye on were Amelia and Beatrice. Subaru had seen the corpses of Shola, Echidna, Ram, Julius, and Miley. He had been saved by Petracia and brought out of the lurching tower. However, he had had his head lopped off by someone standing behind him and lost his life. He had yet to see Beatrice or Amelia die. Of course, even if the two of them had conspired together, then he didn't know if the possibility of the killing of the 5 people still remained. Subaru's diagnosis was that it was difficult, but if for argument's sake another person existed, if the number had increased to 3, then the story probably changed. Next, try and guess hero. Subaru had no memory of the unknown voice which had spoken those words at the end. In the midst of the chaos, in the midst of the swirl of confusion, in the midst of despairing of wanting the end to come already, he had heard this voice. That, a third person cooperating with Amelia and Beatrice. Could that be the identity of an unseen third person that carried Subaru from the library to the green room? That's why these two were spouting out such codswallop. Amelia. Subaru, you are going too far. Subaru. Huh. Apparently Subaru had walked past the room whilst he was immersed in his own thoughts. Amelia had stopped in front of the room and had placed her arm on Subaru's shoulder to prevent him from walking too far. In an instant, Subaru felt peculiarly uncomfortable, and he looked at Amelia's arm which had grabbed his shoulder, and then he took her hand and shook it. Beatrice. Subaru, what on earth are you doing, I suppose? Subaru. Just a little experiment. Amelia, won't you do a contest of strength with me? Amelia. Yeah, but I think we'd better have it stop from being dangerous. There had been no sense of resistance when he had shook her hand itself, and Amelia had shown a sense of denial to the contest of strength. Seeing this behavior, Subaru became more convinced and strongly said, I ask this of you. If Amelia's arm indeed did not have the strength to carry Subaru, then his deduction from before would give him a fairly strong guarantee. So now, Amelia should not think that she is suspected. He would need to make best use of this advantage. A chance like this only existed right now. Subaru. I ask this of you because it's of utmost necessity. Amelia. Since Subaru sounds quite serious, it must be quite the important thing, right? Receiving Subaru's supplication, the worried Amelia pursed her lips and gave a nod with a determined look. Seeing that, Subaru clenched his fist with all his heart, saying, Ready. If after he proved her weakness, then Subaru's deduction would progress far further. Beatrice. Well, do something different like an arm pull match instead so that it doesn't become dangerous, in fact. Is that okay, I suppose? Subaru. That's okay. Amelia. Okay. Amelia. Okay. Got it? In accordance to Beatrice's instructions, Subaru and Amelia shook hands and made some space between them. They took each other's right arm, and then the two of them stared into each other's eyes. And then, Beatrice. Ready. Go, in fact. On Beatrice's signal, Subaru pulled Amelia's arm with all his might. Subaru. Ooh. His grip strength could crush apples. His grip strength could keep swinging a kendo sword even with no target. His grip strength could keep on doing push-ups. The strength of a man against that of a woman's. He poured all of this into this battle. Yet, Amelia's arm did not move an inch. Subaru's deduction in which he doubted Beatrice and Amelia was set back to square one. However, Subaru had only confirmed that Amelia and the others had carried him without the help of a third party. It didn't mean that the suspicions of the two girls had been cleared away. Subaru had still yet to have seen the two girls' corpses. The tower's mass killings. That situation's criminal being different was something that was still not decided. Subaru. After all, Is it purely the guy who came out in the end? The one who is the criminal? They had certainly killed Subaru, but was that guy a criminal insofar to have carried out everyone's mass murders by those hands, as well as the shadows which had engulfed the tower? All the ones killed were each killed in different ways. What becomes of that explanation? The ways they had died in was easy to understand merely from glimpsing. Echidna had suffered damage from a single stroke from something sharp. Julius had had several wounds piled up on him. And hadn't Melee died from blood loss? There was no doubt that everyone had died in different manners. Fighting someone. That should be it. But, so what the hell was that prank about? A voice called out as if amazed to Subaru, who was deep in thought. That voice was Ram's, who was finishing preparing breakfast. As she set up the table with water and preserved food, she demanded an explanation on the contest of strength with Amelia, Subaru's experiment which he had carried out. The contest of strength, which had been for determining proof of Subaru's deduction, had its curtain closed by the shape of his defeat to Amelia. It was Ram joining up with them in front of the hall which had given an impetus for its end. When she saw Subaru's struggles, red in face, she had put an end to things with a curt, "Are you stupid, Amelia?" I was asked by Subaru. I don't quite understand why, but I am sure it had some really important meaning to it. Isn't that right, Subaru Ram? Is that so? The reason given to Ram, all I could see was wanting to hold Amelia Sama's hand. Subaru, you're overthinking it. If you want, next time do you want to do a contest of strength with me? Ram, disgusting Subaru. Why? Ram spoke her awfully cruel impression of him to Amelia, who had tried to stick up for him. If he tried to dispel it, in an instant his position would get considerably worse. An undoubtedly vicious cycle. Ram. Ha! Giving a scornful laugh, Ram diverted her attention back to setting the table. Seeing her retreating figure, Subaru was secretly relieved that it seemed as if his current behavior did not give off anything that would feel out of place. It seemed as if he hadn't yet taken an attitude which separated him from the Natsuki Subaru known by the girls. This made him feel relieved, and also amazed. Doing this, he mustn't tip his awareness towards a different bearing. Not even by a little. Subaru. Erp. In an instant Subaru bore the vomiting sensation that suddenly welled up in him. Subaru put his hand to his mouth. Its cause was Ram, who was diligently working with her back, turned towards them. The girl's retreating figure caused him to keep blinking with the manner of death, scorching his eyelids. Ram had received a blow from behind, in which part of her stomach had been blown apart, killing her. The shadow of her death were coated with regret and anger, distorting and cursing her pitiful facial expression. A lamentation was etched into her soul which would attempt to tear any who witnessed it from limb to limb. The owner of that corpse moved right before his eyes, and certainly was alive. In all honesty, from the moment he first came across her at the hall, he had been desperate to accept a contradiction between reality and that uncomfortable feeling. He felt more or less relieved that he could use the lapse of dizziness he had experienced as an excuse thanks to his exertions in the contest of strength with Amelia just before. But he had overlooked Ram's facial expression. Grinding his teeth together, Subaru directs his awareness into getting back strong self-control. From then on, all of the people related to the tower one by one filed into the hall. He mustn't overlook each of their expressions, because that in itself would be the key to breaking the situation. Ooh, what a nice meal. A meal fit for a king in this refreshing morning. Sure know I'm living for this. The first one of them showed up in the hall while saying out this stuff noisily. A beautiful woman whose long black braided hair was swinging about, who was unabashedly exposing most of her huge breasts. Shola showed up in the hall still with her head definitely attacked to her body. She was looking at the meal which had been prepared by Ram, but then she noticed Subaru within the room, and she spoke. Shola, Master, good morning. Did you sleep well yesterday? All of a sudden, her facial expression lit up, and she rushed over towards where he was with the vigor of, say, a puppy. And then, grabbing Subaru's arm, she tightly embraced his chest. Subaru. Shola. By the way, C slept incredibly well. After such a long time, I had dreams and such from the former days. Me and Master and Mother, and then. Subaru. I getcha. Wait, I will give a good listen to the story about your dream sometime. But did you happen to see me this morning? Holla. Again with the awfully weightless questions? How typical of Master. Disentangling himself somehow from her arms which had embraced him, Subaru inquired this as he escaped from Shola. In response to that, Shola gave a cheerful laugh. Shola. Honestly, what Master sees is no big deal. Just like the olden days. To me, you're always the sexiest guy. It's a marriage proposal awaited for 400 years. Subaru. Talk about patience. Generally speaking, for that joke it'd be good if it is nothing. Holla, is that so? If so, I don't mind as well without a desired response. Subaru withdrew his doubts regarding Shola whilst sensing some relief mingled with some traces of discouragement. And, as he did, the next suspect, Miley, showed up in the room. Miley. Yawn. Good morning. I'm feeling sleepy this morning, too. The girl who came through the entrance gave a sweet yawn, covering her mouth with her hand. Even so, she had taken great care to upkeep her personal appearance, and he certainly admired the little girl's sense of beauty. Greatly different to Subaru, who was just content in ruffling his hair up and washing his face. In any case, Subaru. Good morning, Miley. You overslept this morning, huh? Miley. When slowing down and thinking about it, I feel like I have no reason to get up at the same time as One-E-san and the others. This tower doesn't really have anything to do with me. Beatrice, a girl who's proposing such ill-natured things, in fact. In general, unless Betty and the others complete the trial so to leave the tower, then you can't leave this tower either, I suppose. Meili. Well, that is true, but, having a bone to pick with her yawning excuses, Meili pursed her lips at Beatrice's opinion. As she said that, she shifted her attention to Shola and Subaru, who were near the wall. She gave a wave, accompanied by a smile. Seeing that, Subaru raised his eyebrow, and then he returned the wave. Subaru. Am I overthinking it as usual and having doubting even as far as a dead child? Shola. Master, when troubled, you return back to the basis, staring with from how you jab. Subaru. What is that teaching? Hola, it's Master's teachings. Subaru. It's no wonder I thought it was useless. Listening to this monologue, Subaru dodged Shola's frivolities as he shuddered in his heart. In any case, he couldn't get a response he desired even from Miley. Then the only things which remained were just two more people who could test to see whether this plan was at all fruitful. Good morning. With that, the last two people missing entered the room together, Echidna and Julius. Echidna, who was wrapped in a white fox scarf, walked into the hall with Julius beside her. They each in turn greet Amelia, Ram and the others, and exchange words of good morning. Meanwhile, Julius, who had been walking behind Echidna, saw Subaru standing near the back of the room, and his face stiffened. He suddenly averted his eyes and drove Subaru out of his awareness. Subaru, you? Julius's reaction was quite close to one Subaru was seeking, and as no one other person had shown such a reaction, it was very likely that he had no choice but to say that it was him who had displayed the most blunt reaction. Toru. Shola. I have a small favor to ask you. Subaru faintly muttered this. The remains of hatred, as if boiled with the flames of anger that would not extinguish, were there. The breakfast at the hall started, and ended with the meeting regarding the explanation that Echidna Anastasia, as he made his face into something like, as if hearing it for the first time to the surprised reactions of Amelia and the others. Subaru was impressed with the way the world had went ahead, like so when he hadn't talked about his amnesia, so far mistaking what is reality and not had been piling up. And Subaru almost can't comprehend his own special characteristics which make him return by death. However, just the same as time leaps that are often in fiction, the problems which do not involve Subaru will proceed the same as usual. He understood that changes in the affected problems were born. In other words, up until the last time he had been involved in the core of their discussions, due to his amnesia, the reality in which the individual called Echidna, lodging in the body of the young girl called Anastasia, had by no means been delved deeply into during their talks. Even this time around, There would be no such thing like finding the problem's solution or something that would reveal new facts. The changes are considered to occur only in Subaru's actions. If he wanted to dramatically advance the situation, Subaru would need to proactively do stuff. Therefore, Subaru. Julius, I'd like to have a couple of words with you. Breakfast ended, and as they all tried to file out of the hall, Subaru called out to Julius so that he'd stop. Julius stopped in his tracks at that call, turning his head to look at Subaru. Subaru craned his neck up to look at him when they were facing each other, as Julius was quite tall. However, if he were to lose to that intimidating presence, Subaru would stick his chest out all the more as he and Julius glared at each other. Perceiving his disposition, Julius spilled a weary sigh from his thin lips and said, "Julius, what is it? Shouldn't you rest until noon, as Emilia Sama suggested?" Julius's words were something he had gotten from Emilia's proposal back at breakfast. Apparently, it seemed that Emilia had been worried about unseen fatigue wearing everyone down, and had taken up the opinion that Subaru had been exhausted and had slept in the library because of it. In fact, although this wasn't in Subaru's memories, this party had just managed to cross the desert a few days ago. Though Subaru had failed to cross the desert in just a few steps, it would have probably relatively difficult to fulfill that. This too could be said to be a change caused from Subaru's speech. Even trivial words sometimes can derail that day's schedule. He must take care in what he says and does. With that in his chest, Subaru would confront Julius head-on. And, tucking his chin in response to his words, he said, "Subaru, I want to talk about last night." The effect of these words was immediate. Receiving Subaru's words, great emotions floated in his yellow eyes. Seeing the immediate effect his response had brought, Subaru deepened his belief in his own deduction. "Subaru, come, let's change location." Julius. "All right." Julius followed along with a look of resignation at Subaru's invitation, which he gave whilst jerking his chin. Just like that, Subaru led Julius and brought him to a suitable place for conversation in a room on the 4th floor. Naturally, it was a secret talk in which others couldn't be allowed to but in. "Subaru. Well, I wonder where shall I start from?" Inside this cramped room, Subaru turned his head around and confronted Julius. There was a slight feeling of tension, but he didn't want to make a mistake such as revealing that. The thought that he should to some extent stand emotionally superior allowed him to show his boldness. On the other hand, the way Julius looked was complex. Reading what lay in heart was difficult. But it seemed to be something that mustn't be a feeling of composure that had persisted from the place of breakfast before. "Subaru, first of all, about last night to start things off." Subaru abruptly cut to the main point in an introductory manner. Currently, he has the emotional upper hand, but his opponent has an overwhelming advantage with what he knows. In the first place, Subaru didn't really know all too much about what had transpired the night before. Nevertheless, perhaps last night, Subaru and Julius must have done something in the library. As a result of that something, Subaru thought that perhaps he had lost his memories because of that. "Julius. About last night," repeating Subaru's words, Julius closed his eyes, which were bordered by long eyelashes. Subaru consciously kept breathing out deep, long breaths as he stood in front of the handsome man. He mustn't be overwhelmed. At least, it's that his feeling was to not lose. "Julius, when it comes to that talk, we said it was a thing that ended at that place. At least, that's what I was thinking. But is it different for you?" Subaru. Not quite. I mustn't have grasped it." Seeing Julius join in the talk, Subaru replied in turn. Julius's voice was devoid of any intonation, and so to speak he was careful so that he didn't reveal more emotions than necessary. Of course, when it came to Subaru receiving that, he chose the option of snapping at it. "Julius, grasped it. I see. Well, that sounds just like you. In short, you're saying you want me to postpone the feelings I hold and solve the issues of your own self, isn't that a little too selfish?" "Subaru, that's a little off, and that's not what we're talking about. I'm certainly not happy with it, but are you trying to look happy about it? We're both walking around with anger in our hearts, and you're saying I have to look like nothing's wrong? You think I could do that, Julius? Well then, exactly what other option is there?" Julius had been quietly keeping a check on his emotions, but little by little, emotion started to flow out from his voice. Subaru could feel Julius staring at him with a furious gaze. Subaru, of course, was still unaware of the details behind Julius's outburst. What choice did Subaru want to hear? What kind of choice had Julius taken regarding Subaru with him holding such fury? And when it came to Subaru, how did he let Julius choose that choice? Julius. My feelings are as I said last night, and I am not going to keep mentioning it, since I hadn't even noticed you and Anastasia-sama. And your knivery with Echidna. Subaru. Me and my knivery with Echidna. An unexpected fact had leapt out, and this time it was Subaru who had been caught unawares. By the information he had at the present, Subaru was supposed to be part of a group with Amelia at the top. Julius and Echidna. In their situation, he had been in a master and servant sort of role with Anastasia, who was the original owner of Echidna's body. He also heard that they were in an opposing sort of relationship with the girls, if he looked at the big picture. But he had said Subaru had been conniving with Echidna. Julius, I know you did not have bad intentions doing that. Even if it's Echidna, I can't say it's enough. But we spoke. She can be trusted. No. There is no other way but to trust her. Subaru. Julius, I have nothing except for pursuing that possibility in order to save Anastasia-sama, even if we get her back. And even if that lady doesn't remember me. Julius uttered these words, an awfully lonely tone of voice tinging his expression. Subaru had heard about his circumstances as well. Just like Ram's sleeping younger sister, and many people from many different towns, Julius, too, was afflicted by this. He had been told that they had faced an awful experience similar to a curse in which they are forgotten by others. Even if Echidna returned control to the rightful owner of the body, it would be highly unlikely that Anastasia would remember her night. Julius. Even so, Julius. I haven't changed what I've set out to do. I don't know what on earth you want to drag out from me, but let me tell you just this beforehand. Subaru. What is it, Julius? For goodness sake, please do not make me miserable in front of you again. As soon as Subaru heard Julius's feeble voice, no words escaped him. However, in the back of his chest, there was just a feeling of discomposure. Subaru kept silent. Julius took a look at Subaru, loosening his lips so that he could let out a faint sigh. Julius? It seems apparent this will be a barren exchange from here. Saying that, Julius turned to face away from Subaru and was about to leave the room. Then, just before leaving the room, Julius stopped, just once, and while still not turning his head, he said, Julius, last night's talk that was said left me quite shocked. What ought I do if you were to speak an apology? Subaru. If I were to apologize? Julius. Back then, I wonder how I would have replied back to you, though even that is something I don't know anymore. Julius left the room, leaving behind the echo of self-derision in that mutter. After making sure that he wasn't in sight, Subaru let out a long sigh. He suddenly felt exhausted, as if a great stone had been placed on his back. He was sweating copiously. He felt like he had become a vehemently detestable person. Shola. Master, was that okay with you? Shola showed up and peered into the room. Subaru let out a ha, seeing her quite indifferent manner, and then, placing his hand to his forehead, he nodded his head with a, It was okay. Subaru. In that state he is in, perhaps Julius didn't have anything to do with the library, but the distrust in myself sure grew still a little bit stronger. Shola. I don't really get it. But was I useful for you, Master? Subaru. Indeed. Thanks to you, I was able to face Julius and get some peace of mind. Holla. That's good yawn then, Master. Shola was delighted. She was making her body squirm, and her cheeks were blushed and red. She was making her way towards Subaru, and then she nervously stretched her hands out. Shola, I want a really tight hug as a reward. Subaru. No way. Shola. Eh? How mean? Master, didn't you say you'd listen to what I'd say if I didn't deviate from the reward level? Subaru. That wish goes far beyond my pure and innocent heart. Subaru bluntly rejected Shola's excessive hopes and dreams for close skin-to-skin contact. Nonetheless, it was true that Shola had been lying in wait, giving him enough composure in his heart to confront Julius. When he had called out to Julius, Subaru had kept Shola in wait in the adjoining room as backup. The reason he had chosen her was because, between all of the other girls, she seemed to have the best athleticism. As well as that, she seemed to listen to favors due to her likability of Subaru. It was as a result of calculation that she seemed willing to help him without asking too many questions. Other than that, from amongst the suspects, the girl, whose dead body he had found first, was the least likely to pose a danger from all of them. In any case, Subaru. My thoughts that it was Julius who was the opponent who stole my memories at the library was way off the mark. This morning he had thought it was almost a certainty from his reaction when he'd seen Subaru. But those line of thinking had been off. Despite what happened at the library, the Julius of some time ago didn't really touch much on the incident in which his memories of him had gone. Having said that, his emotions were all too natural for an act. It was quite uncertain what thing of speculation the canavery with Echidna was due to Natsuki Subaru. But, at least, it was a good enough reason for Subaru now to harbor distrust to the him of last night. Before his memories had been lost, it seemed like there'd been quite the exchange of tempestuous words between him, Echidna, and Julius Subaru. You... What on earth were you doing? And who on earth targeted you, Natsuki Subaru? Shola, Master, how about you jump to my chest? Come hug my busty body, Master Subaru. That wish is beyond Nave. Hola, Master is mean. Speaking of things he had no clue about, Subaru also had no clue why Shola showed him such a strange affection. Why did she dearly love Subaru to this extent? It appeared that Amelia, and everyone else around her, also had no clue why she did. It was said it was something to make convenient use of, but was it really like that? His canavery with Echidna, the blurriness of last night's deeds, and in the first place, his relationship with the girls. And now, the being Subaru least knew of as far as he was concerned was Natsuki Subaru. What kind of speculation did he face against the girls and guys? Was Natsuki Subaru even truly associated with them? Subaru. Crap. My thoughts have come to a dead end. Let's go where Patrash is for a bit. For the time being, he wanted to go to a place where could settle down and think. When thinking that, the first thing that came to the current Subaru's mind as his greatest ally was most certainly that jet-black Earth Dragon. There was no choice but to put his faith in the one who had staked their life protecting him, regardless of whether he had his memories or not. Shola. That Earth Dragon-y? That Earth Dragon isn't really my cup of tea since it keeps glaring at me. Subaru, you insults against Patrash are unforgivable. Even if this world became a world in which anyone's insults were permissible, I won't forgive any insults at Patrash. Shola. Master, how whipped does that dragon have you? Shola raised her voice into something like a shriek, but Subaru took absolutely no notice of it. In any case, it was because he now wanted to be lost in his thoughts in peace. By Patrashi's side. At any rate, their original aim, the tower's capture, would begin straight after lunch. Since he had concealed his amnesia, there would be no way of stopping it. Subaru. That's why we're parting here as well. See you in a bit. Hola. You were colluding even for the reward, but even so, I see I'm Barrett. I'm a woman for Master's convenience. That's the meaning of my life. Subaru, as he tried to leave the room, Shola spoke this out and gave him a cold goodbye. Receiving her words, Subaru held his breath. While still keeping his back turned away from her, Subaru hung his head down and closed his eyes. Subaru. Where in Natsuki Subaru is the worth in going that far? Shola. Master? Subaru. HK. Damn it. Unable to bear the irritation welling up in him, Subaru roughly scratched his head and turned around so he was facing Shola, who was inclining her head. And then, walking towards the immobile girl, he stretched out both of his hands, and with all of his might, he embraced her slender body. Shola. HK Subaru, you shouldn't think of yourself as just a woman for convenience, or things like that. It was my bad. Subaru was going to end up becoming the same as Natsuki Subaru were he, to just make a one-sided use of her. Shola's breath hitched and her body stiffened at the Subaru's comportment, who had refused to become like that. Shola was tall, approximately the same height as Subaru, but even so, her body which he had embraced was slender, supple, and soft. There was quite the difference between her body and that of his own body. Shola. Stare. Subaru, you helped me out by being there. That is all. Shola. Around 30 seconds had passed hugging Shola. Subaru slowly let go of her body. In all honesty, he felt awkward, but his sense of achievement was stronger. If he were to become a guy who just handed out gifts like that. If he were to become the same as Natsuki Subaru. Shola. Master. Looking at the pensive Subaru, Shola dizzily walked towards him, her cheeks fiercely blushing. Her eyes were wet with tears. Her breathing was somewhat feverish, and she was gazing at Subaru's lips. Shola. Master. Finally, you've shown me some love, Subaru. Beyond Nave. Shola. Gare! Pushing her face away with his palm, Subaru snapped Shola back to reality. Subaru, whether or not I reward you, you get carried away. What a difficult character. Subaru had somehow managed to calm down the aroused Shola and extracted himself out of the situation. He sighed. Eventually, Shola had left, still in a dreamy state of mind with the words, "It's the mark of a good woman to see when it's time to leave as well. A secret makes a woman a woman." In all honesty, even though he had no clue what the meaning of this was, meddling into it would be all too bothersome. Subaru, since sometimes there are things that you need not know in the world. In any case, contrary to such a careless act, Subaru's situation was not looking great. At least, he expected what happened in the library to come to light if he pecked at Julius. But, as now it had missed its mark, he had once again returned back to square one. Or, as he had first posited, were the others not at all involved in Subaru's missing memories? Though it was just Ram's facial expression that he hadn't been able to check. Subaru, she looked like she was in tears. But I don't know anymore if they were just crocodile tears. It had been Ram who had tried her hardest to not believe the story that Subaru had really lost his memories. Of course, there was still the possibility that she had been acting. It's not a possibility that she hadn't been able to recognize some sort of participation happening. But there are no limits to these sorts of suggestions. If he doesn't place his trust in something, then it's certainly a fact that he can't even start to doubt something. As far as Subaru is concerned, that basis was Subaru. That means Patrasha now. After asserting that, he was shocked at himself for being the conclusion of a person who fell into a pitfall of bearing complete mistrust for everyone around him. But in fact it was true that that side of him was quite prominent. His complete mistrust for everyone was indescribable, tantamount to it being deeply ingrained. And it wasn't just to others, but now he also couldn't believe in himself. Subaru, still, it might be more a blessing if I got to spend some time in a paradise in which just Patrash and earth dragons are. I heard Thate, Subaru. Woo! At the very moment in which he had been voicing these thoughts out loud, a young girl nimbly rushed out from the corner of the aisleway. The little girl was Meili, her blue braids swinging about as she stifled a giggle. Subaru wearily dropped his shoulders at the figure of the young girl when she had heard his dull thoughts voiced out. Subaru. It's just something like a joke or nonsense. Surely you didn't get that, Meili? I'm sure. But I don't particularly intend to laugh at them, even if they're Oniwai-san's true feelings, Yaino. Because if there's a place where you can just live with some bad animal chans, then I think it's something that one wouldn't mind living there. Subaru. Who, whilst hearing Subaru fumbling excuses, Miley held her skirt by the hem in a gesture which Subaru cannot tell whether it's meant to be elegant or wild. Even if he'd gotten an answer from that, he didn't really know what sort of reply to give. However, it didn't seem like she was pleased by that reply. Miley. Science, I gave a vague answer. Since a person took the trouble to diligently give a speech, I think that not listening to it properly is the mark of a naughty child. Subaru. That's not much of an apology. You're alone? You aren't with Beatrice, Miley? No chance. Why would I be with Beatrice, Chan? Oat. I think that is a question I'd rather ask of you, Anaya-san. He had thought that the girls who were of a similar age would be hanging out together, yet it seemed that it was not so. Certainly, the times in which Beatrice had acted together with Amelia were many. That's why he treated his misgivings for the two of them as a set. He wasn't able to think of them separately. Subaru. Well, still, that's fine. Though, just so you know, I don't have time to play with you. I'm sorry, but look elsewhere if you want to speak to someone. Shala's back there, for example. Miley. I could talk to my half-naked Wani-san boo. Right now I have stuff to do with Ani-san. Subaru. With me? Though Subaru didn't want to be disturbed during the time he had set to plunge into his unavoidable brooding in his secret date with Patrash, he couldn't help widen his eyes at Meili's unexpected introduction. Thinking about it, the little girl was quite similar to Shala in that she was easy to talk to compared to Amelia and the others. Even in her last moments, in the last loop, her corpse hadn't been left in a mutilated state as far as it being too painful to even look at. Since she had looked as if she had died in her sleep, the shocking images don't overlap with each other even when he's directly opposite her. His heartbeat had calmed as well. Subaru. What is it? Is it quick, Meili? Yeah. It won't take particularly long. Subaru felt an overwhelming sense of security. He leant out an ear to listen to Meili's story, and then, seeing Subaru adjust his posture to indicate he was willing to listen, Miley placed a finger to her lips and licked the fingertip with her tongue. This somewhat alluring gesture did not fit her childish appearance. Subaru frowned at it. Miley. I wonder, just how seriously should I take what we talked about last night? This is what the little girl said to Subaru, while still smiling sweetly. Subaru. Suddenly, Subaru was set free from the strange stoppage in his consciousness and grasped his own neck. There was something in his throat, like a feeling of acridity and breathlessness. He launched into a coughing fit. Subaru. Ack. Us touching his throat. Subaru coughed over and over again as he relished a sensation which felt similar to parched pain. And then, he suddenly took notice. Subaru. What was it that he was doing? Just before he had for sure talked to Julius. Then there had been that farce with Shala. And after that he had tried to go to where Patrash was. And, finally, he had met Miley halfway there. Subaru. Ow. Subaru had been rubbing his arm as he was immersed in thought. He clucked his tongue in sharp pain, looking down at his hand. Both of his hands. A bunch of scratch marks were carved on the wrists of both his left and right hand. He realized that blood was oozing out of them. Subaru. Chich, what the hell is this? The wounds were relatively deep, but the wounds themselves were irregular. Them being scratch marks was not a bad guess. They could not be from a sharp blade. They were wounds which had been caused by someone digging their nails deeply into his flesh with all of their might. Where on earth had he got these wounds from? Subaru? Subaru looked around his surroundings to see if there was anything he could use as a bandage whilst grimacing in pain. And he noticed that he was in a similar stone room like many of them on the 4th floor. And then, he finally noticed it. White feet were strewn on the floor. The feet were unmoving. The strength in them had fizzled out. He slowly shifted his gaze up from their feet. There was a skirt and the upper part of their body. And then, Subaru. What? And then, right there, the figure of a little girl who didn't even twitch had collapsed in front of him. Miley had collapsed in front of Subaru's eyes, and she wasn't breathing. Chapter 44. Medal of blood within the stone room. Subaru was gazing down at his hands in shock at seeing the small girl who lay limp just beneath his eyes. Subaru. He could not understand what had just happened. His wrists were wounded, his throat felt acrid, and his heart was racing. However, those things did not seem to be linked with his memory. He could only think of them as like glitches that had been born within the voids of his mind. Apart from the physical evidence that remained, any traces of anyone had vanished. Only one thing was certain. Only one thing. The light within the little girl's eyes that lay in front of him had been extinguished. Subaru. It's still too early to give up. Subaru shook his head and rushed over towards the girl who was lying face up. His feet, with each step he took, were heavy, and his movements were sluggish, as if the soles of his shoes were glued to the floor. Somehow he managed to peel his shoes off the floor and stoop down beside the girl. Miley. Subaru. Miley lay there motionless, in spread-eagled fashion with her mouth half open. She had an expression that seemed like one of shock frozen on her face, and her lightless eyes seemed to be out of focus. The girl had always given off a hard-to-figure-out impression. However, her figure now only made that impression stronger. Subaru. Miley. Oi, Miley, he called out to her, but there was no reaction. Since his appeal had not roused her, Subaru shook her shoulders and tried to lightly slap her face in the hopes of seeing a response. But yet again, there was no response from her. Her eyelids, which had remained open, did not even blink. Subaru. Me. Stopping himself, Subaru took a deep breath and decides that he will try to resuscitate her using what he recalls. Putting his hands on her chest, he remembered learning about how to administer emergency chest compressions. He remembered that the heart's position was about 2 fingers length away from the top of the stomach and such. With this in mind, he started to push his palms down on her chest. Subaru. Ha. Ha. Miley. Hey, Miley. Subaru. Fuck. There was no reply. With a pale face, her body feebly shook. Cursing the situation he was in, Subaru brought her head up and secured her airway in preparation for giving her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. The process of CPR included administering both chest compressions and performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Subaru. What next? There's something else. What is it? What is it? Fuck. Desperately clawing at his memory, Subaru searches for anything else that he could do. However, he had obtained this smattering of knowledge from watching TV. In the end, it was only half complete. The more desperately he tried to resuscitate her, the more Subaru's arms succumbed to fatigue, and the more it started to feel like a fruitless attempt. Simply, in the end, he was repeating over and over again the actions of chest compressions, followed by mouth-to-mouth. He could not feel any trace of a heartbeat against his palms whilst he pressed down on her chest. He could not get any response from the girl's body even when he was breathing air into her lungs. Continuing to administer CPR to the limit of his strength, he... Subaru. Damn it. Subaru fell back towards the ground, breathing in exhaustion and sweating profusely from his forehead. Subaru. Fuck. Clutching his fringe in frustration, Subaru could only swear. Miley had not shown any signs of breathing. His first impression had been correct. The light within this little girl's eyes would never shine again. Miley had died, ruthlessly. Fate had snatched away this young girl's life so cruelly. Such an expression was mere consolation and was not suitable in this place. It hadn't been fate that had killed her. She had been murdered by someone. Miley's neck was blemished by a series of bluish-black bruises, serving as proof. Subaru. Catching his breath and filled with regret, Subaru looks towards his hands. Until now, both of those hands had been used in an attempt to save Miley's life. On his wrists, both his left wrist and his right wrist, there were numerous amounts of scratches grooved into them, as if done by fingernails, quite entirely as if someone had scratched and clawed at them with all their might, as if it was a life-and-death situation. He wasn't so ignorant to not understand what it meant. Subaru. Subaru gets up and goes to fix Miley's disheveled appearance. He adjusts her clothing, crosses her arms across her chest, and closes her eyelids. And, whilst he was paying respects to her corpse, he gently placed his hand against her thin neck. Sensing a bad feeling about this, he traces his fingers against the bluish-black hues left on Miley's neck. Subaru. A perfect match. His parched muttering came without any strength or surprise, and it only reaffirmed this fact. The bruises left on Meili's neck looked like they had been caused by fingers, and the shapes of those fingers matched exactly with Subaru's fingers to the untrained eye. No longer would he doubt the facts here. Meili had been strangled to death, and the culprit was no other than Subaru. Yuga. As soon as he had realized this fact, the feeling of wanting to vomit ran up his throat. He turned his face quickly and rolled to the side so he could avoid befalling Meili's body. It had only been a short while in which Subaru's breakfast had been in his stomach, and that was what came out. Emptying his stomach's contents onto the floor, he vomited until his stomach is completely empty. Subaru. I'm really done puking. Wiping his mouth with his sleeve, he mocks himself. In fact, he couldn't remember how many times he had vomited now. This may have been the first time today, but the day last time had been a terrible amount of times. He felt that as of now, he wouldn't be able to stomach any food anymore. Subaru felt like apologizing with all his heart to all the farmers around the country. His mind would likely crack and break into little pieces if he wasn't conscious of thinking such absurd thoughts. Subaru. The circumstantial evidence present matched too well. There had been 2 people in the room, and the bruises on Meili's neck matched Subaru's fingers. Subaru isn't optimistic enough to believe that he could escape the blame in this situation. He didn't even think someone had framed him. You don't need to add another person's hands to create this situation. If someone had framed him here, then this place transcended all known dimensions. If hands are needed to create this nightmare, then it is only 2 you need. Since Natsuki Subaru possesses 2 arms, then surely that is enough. Subaru, I don't understand the meaning of this. Having accepted this reality head-on, Subaru put his lack of understanding into words. Inexplicable, baffling, incomplete. Regardless of the term used to describe this scene, it would be impossible to reproduce it. He can only conclude that the crime was done by Natsuki Subaru. However, Subaru did not hold such a memory within himself. Subaru. What happened? What happened? Remember, 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 remember. He stood up and walked around the room, trying to wrench open his memories. He had died, then woke up and seen Amelia, Beatrice, and Patrash. He had hid that he had lost his memories from them and then eaten breakfast. He had tried to interrogate Julius whilst Shala secretly kept an eye on them, before then hugging her. Then he came across Meili in the corridor. Finally, Meili said she had some business with him, and wanted to talk to him about something. Subaru. Last night. She mentioned last night. Subaru frowns as he vaguely recalls Meili's words. However, shortly after she had tried to talk about it, Subaru had slipped out of consciousness. The words she had said had shattered into 1,000 pieces, just like the thoughts that you can get whilst you are on the verge of falling asleep. Subaru. Night. I was asked about the night. On that, I am sure. Before I woke up or before I went to bed. Either way, she asked me about one or the other, and then, from there, he doesn't know anymore. The only thing he can fathom about the contents of what Meili had asked Subaru was that it was related to his evening excursion. Something he too wanted to know about. Amelia and such had told him that this morning Subaru had been found collapsed in the library. Subaru's behavior in the night before he had collapsed was completely unknown to him. At least now, there was no doubt that the incident was related to his memory loss. And surely, Meili remembered what Subaru had forgotten. There happened to be some connection. On that there was no mistake. Subaru. She's dead, and I strangled her. Why did I do such a thing? If he looked down at both of his hands, although not present in his memories, he felt that it revived a raw sensation in his palms. Both arms had squeezed her neck until her breath had stopped. There was evidence on his wrists that showed that Meili had desperately tried to resist. If he looked carefully on Meili's fingernails, there was blood left in them, and the evidence of a fight. Very deep fingernail marks had been left there on his arms. He couldn't help but feel like this had been the echo of deep-seated resentment that the little girl had left behind. Subaru. Subaru's thinking, which had been gripped by the reins of delusion. Suddenly he let out a hoarse gasp. He had gasped as if he'd been taken aback by something. The cause was due to his arm. It was not the wounds at the vicinity of his wrist which he was staring at. He was looking at his right hand's fingernails. Just like Meili, his fingernails were jam-packed with blood and skin, as if he had scratched someone. Subaru. With these baffling bloodstains in mind, Subaru turned to face Meili's corpse again. Showing respect to her death, he had fixed up her disheveled appearance. It wasn't a great consolation, but except for her bluish-black bruises on her neck, the little girl's corpse still looked cute just as she did when she was alive. At least there were no traces of any fingernail scars visible on her body. Subaru's fingernails were unkempt and hideous, and there were no traces of such pitiful gouge marks on her body. Then the remains of skin and blood left stuffed inside his nails. What were these vestiges of harmful intent? Subaru. No way. He looked down at the arm that had been hurting him. Subaru's lips quiver as he gets a bad feeling about it. Fresh in his mind was the fact that from the elbow of his right arm, there was grotesque black coloration to it, but it had been his left arm that was throbbing in pain. Subaru starts to slowly roll up his sleeve, unrolling all the way up to the inside of his elbow, where the source of the pain was coming from. He feels the fabric trying to stick to his arm as dried blood peels off as he continues to unroll his sleeve. Taking a sharp breath, Subaru finishes unrolling his sleeves all the way to his shoulder. There he saw his own left arm bleeding quite a bit. Subaru let out the breath he'd taken. Subaru. He scrapes away the dark red blood that was dirtying his arm with his fingers, and gazed at the wound that had been bringing him this pain. As he had imagined, there were scratches in his skin, as if it had been carved by his own right hand. From the inside of his elbow all the way to his upper arm, there was a wound which had been painfully carved into it. However, it was not merely just an ordinary wound. There are characters. Carved there on his flesh by fingernails are some crudely etched characters. Engraved there, it said, "Natsuki Subaru was here." Subaru. It was as if his breath had been knocked out of him. Subaru wiped the scar left on his left arm with his fingers to see if he had been mistaken, over and over again. Once the flow of blood had stopped, he rubbed the wound once more and confirmed it. There was no other way of reading it. No matter how he looked at it, it was written as Natsuki Subaru was here. The handwriting was messy, written in Japanese, and said, Natsuki Subaru was here. It was easy to understand. It was a very easy to understand self-assertion. It was like when the criminal left evidence at the scene of the crime as proof of his own crime. Leaving behind the name had clearly conveyed who had committed this crime. How kind of him, what ambition. Oh, how must he have craved being in the limelight. Subaru. You? What is it with you? In the face of such unacceptable facts, Subaru's voice shook as he shouted out in grief, shaking his left arm and keeping it far away from him whilst turning his face away from it. His feet ended up getting tangled. He fell flat on his backside. Subaru's left arm hit the floor and his teeth clattered together. Many, many times he banged his arm on the floor over and over again. He bit his lip as the pain in his bone resounded. Blood starts to pool out of his mouth. But even so, the reality of the situation will not change. The wounds on his arms will not disappear. Subaru. This wasn't there. There was no such wound here. Shaking his head in refusal, Subaru cries out this appeal that his wound was something after he lost consciousness, in the room where there only the motionless Meili lay. The wound on his left arm had been newly created. He had never noticed it before. Someone had strangled Meili, and had scratched him as well. No. It wasn't that. No! That was absolutely wrong. It's all wrong. No. Admit it. Understand it. He ought to know. It wasn't someone else. It wasn't performed by another being. This crime had been committed by Natsuki Subaru. It wasn't Subaru. It was Natsuki Subaru who killed Meili and carved this medal in his arm to show off his achievement. Subaru. Seer. AZ. Insane. Crazy. It seems he's going insane. Is Natsuki Subaru the name of a monster that he just couldn't comprehend? Subaru. This was not the first time Subaru had held great distrust of Natsuki Subaru. Natsuki Subaru obviously repeats actions that make no sense, starting with his unusual behavior of the night before, which still hadn't been answered. When he had ended up questioning Julius, he had heard from him of Echidna's misdeeds with him, and how those actions had driven Julius into some sort of mental anguish. The Subaru that came back from the convenience store, and the Natsuki Subaru here no longer resembled the same person. as if it was a counterfeit version of him. Subaru was seriously convinced that his body possessed a completely different being inside it. Subaru. But that's not right. Although it annoys him to, if he pays close attention to the scar engraved on his left arm, he can't deny his suspicion. His name was engraved on his arm. Of course, it was quite different from how he'd write it using a pen or a brush. However, there was a certain peculiarity within how the letters were written. Specifically, there was a certain habit that Subaru had when writing his calligraphy. Unless you were to deliberately copy them, it would be practically impossible for someone else to have coincidentally written it like this. In other words, it was unmistakable that Subaru's handwriting and Natsuki Subaru's handwriting had the same origin. As soon as he had noticed that, the facts had become clear. That is, Subiru. When I lost my consciousness, was Natsuki Subiru returning? And then that Natsuki Subaru had had some form of argument with Meili and ended up killing her. He had then left that fact behind in his arm, and then hidden back in the confines of his consciousness. Just that. He truly did not understand. Subaru, why are you using my body when you have your why, my, no, what on earth am I? What are you planning to do? Who the hell are you? Clutching his face, Subaru's voice trembles as he mutters this. In this different world in which he has no allies. In this different world in which he doesn't know who the enemy is. In this different world where he can't tell between friend and foe. In the end, Subaru had removed even himself from the frame of innocence. Subaru. He was staggering around, barely able to keep upright as the feeling of anxiety overwhelms his heart. Subaru tries to take long, deep breaths to ward off this overpowering feeling. He can't remain calm. His mind was in complete disarray. But, as it was currently, he didn't want to be brandished about by whatever intentions Natsuki Subaru had without knowing about them. So, Subaru, who are you? Whilst muttering words of hatred at the impossibility which was reflected in his arm, Subaru placed his left index fingernail against his right arm. He placed it right against the grotesque-looking skin, and started to scratch that into his arm. Red blood droplets were oozing from his black skin. He thought that it was ironic that the blood that flowed from his black skin was red. Chapter 45. Embrace of the Guilty. A painful red drop of blood drips down his right arm with the black spots pattern. Call it fortune, or whatever you want, but his wound had stopped bleeding faster than expected. But still, if he applies force to it, his wound will open again. But he didn't care about that too much. Dig your nails in and you'll feel pain. Do it hard, and you'll tear the skin, and blood will flow. Even though it felt like the blood from that wound had stopped quickly, it really didn't feel that different. Subaru. Without paying much attention to the fresh, self-inflicted wound on his right arm, he proceeds to wipe the blood from his palm, and then pulls down his sleeve to conceal the hideous message carved on his left arm. Subaru. In any case, I need to hurry. Already he had wasted quite a lot of time in this room. Meili's corpse was still lying in the middle of the room, but at least there no longer was any trace of what he had done to her. If he could, he would have liked to avoid defiling her corpse even more, but there is still one last thing he must do. Subaru. Using both of his arms, Subaru drags the girl's light body to a corner of the room. There, he finds what could be called a table made of stone. Or maybe it might have been beddings. For now, he gently hid Meili's dead body behind where the huge square stone slab was placed. Sorry, though apologizing to Meili from the bottom of his heart, Subaru concealed her fate. After all, how would he explain that it wasn't him to everyone, and that the culprit is Natsuki Subaru, and even if he could, who would believe such a thing? Subaru. I can't defend myself or do anything, even if I wasn't the one who killed Meili. The murder was carried out with my own hands. He's not aware about how criminal investigations are handled in this world. But if someone were to see Meili's nails and the wounds on Subaru's wrists, no one would doubt that he was guilty, and trying to appeal would be futile. If it ever comes to that, the only thing he can do is try to avoid the trial. No. He already covered up the crime. He was aware that the course of actions he took isn't the right one. However, he had no other option. He no longer knew who he could trust, who could he doubt. However, if there is a single thing that he is convinced of, it's Subaru. Next time we meet, Meili, you will be the only one I won't suspect. Crushed. then strangled. This is the second time Subaru finds Miley already dead. Aside from a few others, she was the least suspicious. But it doesn't matter anymore. Subaru won't be able to get any kind of information from her. The closed circle mystery, in other words. It is known that the criminal is one of the people present, and the crime could not have been committed by some outsider. What a cliché. However, as a detective, Natsuki Subaru is equipped with an illegal power, return by death, which causes time to be rewound whenever he is killed. Anyone, no matter how useless, could become a renowned detective capable of dealing with any tragedy with this power. Subaru. Though the detective being the culprit is also something predictable of these mystery tropes. It's regrettable. No matter how great return by death might be, probably Natsuki Subaru is just waiting to make his next move. Even if the situation gets redone many times, stopping him may prove a very difficult task. The detective having a different personality in which he is a criminal is a pretty tired mystery trope. But you would think that in real life, if the detective just threw himself off a cliff, the problem would be solved, right? Return by death, and the detective himself is the culprit. When both of these met, the situation became unsolvable. A so-called inescapable helix maze. This isn't the time to be talking. In any case, right now I gotta buy time. It's not a problem that will be solved with time. There's definitely something that brings back time. Believing in that, Subaru wished to be freed from this dead end, and then stood up. Leaving those circumstances aside, he caressed Meili's forehead just one last time. Surely she wouldn't want him to touch her anymore. Her forehead felt cold to the touch, as if she was rejecting Subaru. And, after despairingly concealing Meili's murder, Subaru leaves the room. Then, looking at the right and left of the aisle, as he left the site slowly. Ah, Subaru, thank God, so you were here. Subaru. Gee. It was Emilia's sudden voice that made Subaru's shoulder shiver as he turned back to look at her. She was just taking a stroll, and she tilts her head to Subaru, whose cheeks had turned rigid. Emilia. Sorry, did I scare you? Subaru. I was surprised. That's, you know. It's just because it was so sudden. What happened, Emilia-chan? Emilia. I was just walking around the tower to see whether I could do something. Rather than that. Subaru. Subaru. Yeah? Emilia? Just now, were you playing around again? Subaru inhales sharply at hearing Emilia's mysterious question. Her amethyst eyes were staring right at Subaru. But Subaru didn't know the meaning of her question. It was true that his voice was shaking, but what he said was supposed to be an incomplete answer that would still suffice. Well, other than Emilia's gleeful eyes, Subaru tasted a sense of uncomfortableness and gulped down his bitter spit. In the room behind them lies Miley's dead body, cold and lifeless. Although he made sure to keep it out of plain sight, were someone to search through the room, her body would be discovered within minutes. So, leaving this place was his top priority. Subaru. Sorry, I need to go to the washroom for a second. Emilia. Sure. Hurriedly leaving the room, Subaru left words that could easily be misunderstood. He must get away from Emilia as soon as possible and kill time as much as he can. From there, he could take care of the wound on his right arm. Subaru? Emilia-chan? I am going to the washroom. Why are you coming with me? Emilia. I mean, we all will get together for lunch anyway. So, don't you think it would be nice if we're together for a while? Don't worry, I'll be outside the door. Subaru. I'm not worried about you hearing the sound of peeing, but Emilia stands in front of Subaru, who wanted to part ways with her, and looks at his face. Speaking of justice is just an argument, and the side which deserves justice always goes through pain. In this case, it was no exception. Subaru had said all that without even once thinking of justice. However, concerning that other side which had been struggling, Subaru carefully hazards a guess towards Emilia's feelings. For what purpose does Emilia want to accompany Subaru? Still, Emilia looked completely plain to Subaru, who was looking at her from the corner of his eyes. She doesn't look like she has any plan in mind, but in fact she is one of the enemies he suspects. Subaru did not see Amelia's and Beatrice's dead bodies the last time when everyone had been killed, although it was true that Natsuki Subaru's intentions were unknown from the wounds on his arms. No matter how much chaos Natsuki Subaru could cause, it was not possible to produce such a situation alone. Killing Shola, Echidna, Ram, Julius, and Miley, and eventually tearing down the tower with the power of shadows, and finally beheading him. That someone. There still existed someone in this tower who Subaru was not aware of. Emilia. Subaru. Are you okay? Actually, you still aren't back to normal, are you? Subaru. I'm fine. I just got lost in my thoughts for a bit. Emilia. Really? But you don't look too well. Suddenly, Emilia reaches out for Subaru. He couldn't give up so quickly. But Emilia makes his cheeks redden in embarrassment, and Subaru senses a ticklish feeling in his eyebrows. Subaru. You're looking quite closely now, aren't you? Emilia? That's right. I am looking closely. It feels like lately, I've been following you around with my eyes a lot. I don't know why, but it's strange. Subaru. I guess so, it's really strange, isn't it? He was carefully keeping an eye on any sudden movements from Emilia. The smiling Emilia's hand was touching Subaru's face. The situation would drastically change if Emilia's hand were to slit Subaru's throat in the blink of an eye. No guarantees she wouldn't. Or otherwise, she didn't even need to do that. With the strength of Emilia's arm, it would be easily possible for her to break Subaru's neck bones. However, her hands did not feel malicious or hostile, and Subaru is at loss on what to think. After all, Subaru, he was only a Japanese student who had come from a convenience store, so it was only natural that Subaru would not find these feelings reliable. Things like people's hostility or malice, he had almost no experience with these things. Subaru's familiarity with the atmosphere, of making people awkward even from big distances in silence of apathetic indifference that could not even be called cold disdain. Neither of these can hurt the loner Natsuki Subaru. Henceforth, he does not know the feeling he was getting from the girl's amethyst eyes in front of him was genuine or fake. But if he doesn't know, he wonders what kind of face she would make if he were to confess everything. How great would it feel if he were to screw up that beautiful face she had that made it seem like she grew up only ever seeing splendid things, as if there was nothing to worry about in the world. The Natsuki Subaru you are worried about is nowhere to be found. No, that's not it. If he were to say that he is a cruel, crazed murderer. Emilia, come to think of it, Miley. You know Subaru. A strangled noise emerged from his throat as his eyes opened wide. Why was Meili's name mentioned here? He couldn't in the slightest hide his exclamation of surprise. It had been a complete surprise attack. If it was Emilia's aim to gauge Subaru's reaction, he had fallen hook, line, and sinker for it. However, Emilia had her eyes off of Subaru. Her gaze had dropped down towards the floor. She wasn't looking towards the aisleway where he had come from. More so, it felt as if she was just looking around the whole tower. And following from that, Emilia showed a slight hint of hesitation and said, Emilia, I wonder if I was too short-tempered with her. When we return back safe and sound from this tower, we can see what we can do about Miley. Emilia, of course what she did a year ago was terrible. And I understand Otto-kun's point that we shouldn't believe her so easily, but it was thanks to Miley that we were able to cross the sand dunes. And if she had been plotting something against us, I think she would have done it before we reached this tower. Pinching the cuffs of her clothes, Emilia carefully states her thoughts, although it feels as if he should take her story with a grain of salt. Amongst the people in this tower, Meili's position was special. She had apparently originally been an assassin hired to take Emilia and Beatrice's lives. She had failed her duty, leading to her being their captive. However, she had made full use of her special ability, which she had been born with, accompanying them on their current journey, thus contributing to the objectives of her former targets. Subaru, a pardon, I guess, Emilia? Even if I were to let her free, I think everyone would oppose it. But maybe we can find some other place to put her in outside of her gloomy prison cell, right? Emilia, of course we'll talk to Miley herself and see if she wants it. It would be hard if I got ahead of myself and ended up being hated by her. Hurriedly shaking her hand, Emilia insisted that it had just been one of her opinions. Perhaps She had put enough thought to hold and convey this story out to its fullness. At every turn there's a glimpse of the argument being rebutted. Were these Emilia's true intentions? Would it be okay to believe her? At least until now, there hadn't been a single time which Emilia had been hostile towards Subaru. No. If you were to say it, no one had shown any hostility towards Subaru. Beatrice, Echidna, Ram, Julius, Miley, none of them had shown any hostility towards Subaru. The only certain things were that a criminal had killed Subaru by pushing him from the top of the staircase, and that a criminal had slaughtered everyone in the tower, and a criminal had lopped off his head, and that Natsuki Subaru had killed Miley. Only these evil acts should be held in contempt. Then, could he trust Emilia? Could he believe in her purity, which was like that of fresh snow, that did not know of impurity? Emilia had put so much enthusiasm in her speech whilst he had been fretting about Miley, which his hand had killed. Still he wonders if she would wonder. Believe him, Subaru. So stupid. Emilia. Eh? Subaru. I said such bullshit. I should have known. Short-tempered, indeed. In these situations, can we really be talking about future prospects? It feels like a stalemate in all directions. He has no room to worry about anyone else. And that especially applies to hearing the future plans of the girl who had already died. Even if he closes his eyes pretending not to know about her death, would it really comfort him? Cursing, Subaru bit his lips right after he had uttered those words. He had said such stupid things. He couldn't help having said things such as all the remarks of suspicion that he had thrust upon Emilia due to the emotions of this place. There was no justification for his actions. He had just been venting his anger, just like a child's tantrum. Emilia. Subaru. Boo, Emilia. What happened to you so suddenly? Even if you're in a bad mood, it's no good to speak like that. Astonished and shocked, he hangs his head down as his emotions gnaw at him, and tears start to pour out of him as he sobs. Emilia, however, having anticipated such a reaction, vigorously clasped Subaru's cheeks with both hands and looked straight into his black eyes. Subaru. Emilia. If you are going to be sulky and emotional like this, speak up, either to me or Beatrice. If Subaru is in trouble, I will be in trouble together with him. But don't carry it all by yourself. Quit moping around by yourself. Stop trying to be alone. That's something similar to what Roswell would do in bad times. Don't copy him. Giving it her all, Emilia turns towards Subaru and continues to speak. And just after that, she took her hands away from Subaru's face, who had been really taken aback, and suddenly pulled his head over to her chest. She held Subaru's head against her chest in an embrace, and started to gently stroke him. Emilia, do you understand? In my heart, I am not mad at you at all. I won't be disillusioned with whatever it is. So, you can tell me. He was pressed against the feeling of soft, warm skin. Beyond that feeling of warmth, the rhythm of life was steadily ticking away in her. It was quite gentle, rather like a lullaby which a baby would listen to. Subaru let out a strangled sob. In that moment, Subaru's heart had lurched with a feeling of intense shame. Having done all these things until now, having said such terrible things, still she was gentle towards him. He had doubted her. He had blindly hated this poor girl. What had been the point of it all? Do they really exist? The one who had been planning to kill Subaru. Had plunging to his death really been a simple accident? It had not been something somebody did on purpose. Maybe someone had inadvertently tripped and pushed him. There was no evil person inside this tower. The only one who had a heart that was foul, ugly, and dangerous was Natsuki Subaru. And Natsuki Subaru, properly speaking, wasn't he just an insolent outsider to this world that should have never been? Subaru. Emilia, I am... Emilia. Subaru. I am... He doesn't know how to tell her. He had thought that he would be able to confess everything to her. Losing his memories, what had happened to Miley, returning back in time every time he died. Everything he says may not be believable, but she may believe some of it. If she believes him, a way to break out of this deadlock may be found. If just that is found, Subaru will... Emilia-sama, Barusu. That was the moment when he had tried to somehow squeeze his thoughts out of his shivering head. A sharp, imminent voice comes from the side, as if filling over Subaru's anguish. Subaru could not see the owner of the voice at that moment, due to Emilia's embrace. Then he heard Emilia, who confirmed that person's identity by murmuring, "Ram." "Emilia. What's wrong?" "I'm talking to Subaru about something which is very important." "Ram. That is something Ram understands just by looking at it. But kindly stop it. This is an urgent matter." "Emilia. Oh, okay." The sound of footsteps drew closer, and as soon as they did, Emilia nervously let go of Subaru. Subaru aggressively wiped away at this face with his sleeve, getting rid of the distant feeling of warmth and the zeal in the corner of his eyes. After that, both he and Emilia turned to face Ram. Whether it was the thing she saw which was bad, or whether her timing was the worst, he wanted to strike Ram with such feelings that were coming up in his mind. Even though he just reflected on it, he felt sorry for himself for not being able to stand straight again immediately. However, Ram's appearance said that she could not afford to do things like teasing them for them embracing one another, or thinking about Subaru, who was having mixed emotions after seeing them. "Emilia. Ram, what's wrong?" "Ram. It is an urgent matter. Please come to the third-floor library immediately. Beatrice-sama found something terrible." "Emilia. Beatrice did?" To the surprised Emilia, Ram briefly nodded as yes. Then, as she turned away from Subaru and Emilia, Ram. "Anastasia-sama. No, was it Echidna? Anyway, Ram will go search for her and Julius. Barusu, you go with Emilia-sama." "Subaru. Yeah, got it." Subaru nodded his head whilst being unable to form a reply. Without even waiting for an answer, Ram kicks the door and runs away from the two. Surprised from the situation, Subaru turns to Emilia. "Subaru. Ram said that." "Emilia. Let's hurry." Ram sounded really serious. Something terrible must have happened. "Emilia. Subaru. I won't forget about what we talked earlier." Subaru. "Yeah." Subaru weakly nodded and listens to Emilia, who was the only one thinking about that. Already, from his guilt towards Miley to his sense of urgency regarding the situation, all of Subaru's thought process had been torn down. With that, Subaru took off with Emilia, heading for the third layer Tegeta at a brisk pace. Welcoming them after running up the long staircase was the Library of the Dead, which boasted a huge collection of books. "Beatrice. So you've come, I suppose." Beatrice, who was standing in front of the stairs behind the bookshelves which had the countless books of the dead fitted in them, welcomed Subaru. The girl, with her short arms and a peculiar pattern in her eyes, breathed out a tired sigh with a frown. "Emilia. Beatrice. Ram told us to come. You have found something terrible, is what she said." Beatrice. "Certainly. It cannot. He said that it's good news. Rather, it is something bad, I suppose." Saying that, Beatrice swings roundly around to Emilia's question. Then, she turns her blue eyes towards Subaru. "Beatrice. Betty had been looking into the Tegata library since this morning. While Subaru was out cold, Betty was trying to analyze this room, though its mechanisms are nothing like the forbidden libraries, I suppose." Subaru. "Well, regardless of the introduction, what happened? Please tell." Subaru, who ran up the stairs and was lightly panting, urges her to get to the point. Hearing those words, Beatrice shut her eyes for a moment, and she slowly pointed towards one of the bookshelves which was diagonally behind her. The third row from the top, the book on the far right, the rightmost of the third row. In accordance with what Beatrice pointed out, Subaru and Emilia came to the bookshelf after she had spat out those words. The bookshelf was packed with books, and Subaru could not read the characters which were written in a foreign language on the black covers. As usual, he could only think of them as hieroglyphs. So, even the title of the book which Beatrice pointed out to Subaru and the others was not known to him. At least, as all books were in this library, it was certain that it was a book of the dead. Emilia, no way. Emilia, who had been standing right next to him, spilled these words out. "South. Allah, Bashray, Ahmad." Looking at that, Subaru's cheeks stiffened at hearing her stunned reaction. Such astonishment had delayed the sadness which was to come straight after. Just what was it that had punched her heart with such force? Shivering, her lips tremble right next to Subaru, clearly in shock. And Emilia said, "Emilia, Meili Portrait. Chapter 46. Meili Portrait. Meili Portrait, staring at the binding of the book as Amelia said that, Subaru became shocked. His eyes shot open. He glared at the binding of the book. The letters written there. However, here now, there is no reason for Subaru to put on a pretext and think that Amelia was shaking without meaning. Then why was there a Book of the Dead with Meili's name in the title? There was no room to doubt this fact. Subaru. He still couldn't talk. Subaru with stiff cheeks had his back break out in a cold sweat. Inside his skull, his brain was desperately screaming one thing and one thing only. Why? Why is there a book with Meili's name here? Why did this library that kept records of the dead have the girl's book ready that quickly? Why is it that in a library this vast that they found Meili's book so easily? Why was it that the moment Subaru felt like he could trust Amelia out of everyone in the tower this had to happen? Why was it that fate just couldn't forgive Natsuki Subaru? Why? 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 Amelia. Beatrice, did you check the contents of the book? Subaru. HK, while forcing himself to bury the incredible amount of whys in his head, those words rung awfully clearly inside of his eardrums. Raising his face in a snap, Amelia was the one who probed Beatrice. She asked Beatrice whilst continuing to lay against the bookshelf, glaring at the book in question. As far as Subaru had heard about the books of the dead found in this library, if you are acquainted with the person in the book and touch it, then the memories of their life will pour into their head. Though it's a magical book with unwavering powers, it is not the fantasy tone part of the story that becomes a problem in this place. It's a more realistic problem. Looking at the records of Meili's life means that they will supposedly see the records of her last moments. In other words, all that they will see who it was that strangled her. Subaru. Subaru had killed Meili with his own 2 hands in these circumstances. He does not doubt that it was Natsuki Subaru that had carried it out. But it's only Subaru who can come to that distinction. The memories act sort of like video footage, such as the ones you could get from crime prevention cameras around potential crime scenes. He won't be able to expect them to follow such a distinction. In addition, Subaru in this loop had concealed his memory loss from Amelia and the others. Subaru's crime would become clear to them from the memories, and it very much would reach the stage where it would reveal his memory loss. If the others had acted ad hoc already, then it would only sound like a bad excuse. Naturally, Amelia and the others seemed to be on the same level as Subaru, but if Beatrice had anticipated this and had already referred to the memory about Meili's death, Beatrice, I haven't checked yet, I suppose. Subaru, HK, oh, is that so, Beatrice? It's natural that I didn't, in fact. I have no choice but to handle it carefully, I suppose. In fact, to begin with, we don't even know whether this Meili's book is about the one we know. If it really is that girl's book, Amelia. Meili's inside this tower. Oh no, we have to look for her right away. Her complexion changing. Amelia tries to break off into a run at hearing Beatrice's words. However, Beatrice cuts in front of Amelia and shakes her head. Beatrice. Wait. I suppose, if it really is that girl's book, then searching for her all in a hurry is meaningless. In fact, you know what happens when a book is added here, I suppose. Amelia. So, because of that, Ram went searching for us in Julius's group. Beatrice. If in the middle of this, Meili waltzes in looking all innocent, then you can take this as being Betty's childish misunderstanding. Amelia's strength steadily drains out of her as she listens to Beatrice calmly pointing these facts out. Still, with a fretful look across her pale face, Amelia clasps her hands against her chest, as if she was praying. She hopes that the book that had come from the bookshelf was not Meili's one. She clings on to the hope that it belongs to someone who had happened to have the same name as her. But Natsuki Subaru knows that hope will never come true. Subaru was frantically turning his head back and forth between Amelia and Beatrice as they spoke. His thoughts were spinning around in circles. For the most part, he was thinking on how to get out of this situation, and whether to keep the truth only to himself. As he had simulated before, he can't let Amelia and the others see Mayli's memories. It was a stroke of good luck that Beatrice hadn't seen them. Even so, it was only a matter of time until one of them would. It's a fact that Mayli is dead. She will never appear in this library again looking all innocent. So of course, they will eventually get a chance to check the Book of the Dead. Before long they would do it. If they look at the book, everyone will accuse Subaru. Then, should he do something like disposing of Mayli's book? No, he wants to avoid that. It's true that this situation was exceedingly difficult, however, Subaru's feelings had become more problematic. Subaru also has a great interest in the contents of the book. Subaru currently believes with certainty that it was Natsuki Subaru who had killed Mayli. If he were to look through Mayli's records, he may be able to see Natsuki Subaru there. He could conceivably look at the literal form of the potential enemy that was lying inside him. If that was possible, Subaru's situation would change drastically. At least, he should be able to come up with a resolution. Hence, he cannot let Amelia or anyone else read the contents of the book. Subaru must be the only one to experience the book's contents. Shola. Now this is what you call a kamashun. Did something happen? Amelia. Ah, Shola, you've come. In the meanwhile, Shola had showed up at the Tegata library, craning her neck, her black hair swinging about. Shola greets Amelia and Beatrice. She then notices Subaru at the back of the library and waves her hand at him. In this moment he thinks that her appearance overlaps with how Mayli had entered the breakfast room this morning. Subaru turns his face away and resists the urge to vomit. Shola. Oyo. What a cold response from Master. After spending such a passionate time together with me, Beatrice. I am quite interested in what happened between you and Subaru, but for now I will postpone it, I suppose. Speak up if you've seen Mayli anywhere. You were good friends with her, I suppose. Hola. The Chibiko? Number 2? One her? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her for a while. I don't know what happened to her after this morning's breakfast. Shola answered Beatrice by shaking both of her hands. Then she placed her waving hands against her cheeks, and cocking her head, she said, What's wrong with number 2? At hearing Shola's question, Amelia cast her gaze down in unease. Amelia. To tell you the truth, we found a book with Mayli's name in the library. We haven't looked inside it yet. Before doing that, we wanted to check whether that child was okay. Shola. Ah, I see. Number 2 ended up dying? That's troublesome to think about. There are many ways you can die. Things like that may just happen, no? Amelia, H.K. Beatrice, you looking quite indifferent to what was going on around her. Shola states her opinion on the matters of life and death, paying zero consideration towards the distressed Amelia. Hearing what Shola had said, Amelia's cheeks stiffened, and Beatrice glared at Shola with an expression of anger. However, Shola did not pay any attention to how the two had reacted. Shola. So, where is this important book? Once you look inside, you may find out how and where number 2 died. Indeed, Subaru. That's enough from you. Always talking like this. Subaru was unable to look on without doing anything. He flares up at Shola's reckless remarks. Now Shola's behavior showed heartlessness too. Up until now, by no means could Subaru tell Amelia his thoughts. He has just about enough discretion to not open his mouth. As for Shola, she has no... Shola, don't get mad, Master. I didn't mean any offense. But practically, the book is here. So shouldn't we do that? Subaru. At least, after we all get together. Shola. Even if you don't do it leisurely, is it not worth a shot to read the book? If it's about number 1's worries of not knowing what'll happen after reading it, then... Subaru falters. The strength of his rebuttal weakens as Shola presses for an answer from him. She cuts off her speech and quietly sends Beatrice a sidelong glance. And then once again, she cast her gaze at Subaru. Her face continued to have an unreserved but not malicious look on it. Shola. Master should read the book. Subaru. Shola. When you first saw this library, it was Master and that other pretty boy who first experienced what was in it, no? Afterwards, there were no negative effects coming out, right? Her ample-sized breasts shaking. Shola takes a step forward and brings her face right next to his. His breath was taken away by the woman's suggestion, and Subaru's brain started to once again think carefully. Shola's suggestion is extremely reasonable for a woman that has such an attitude. Naturally, it's not known to him what sort of effect the books of the dead have on people once you read it. At least, there had been 2 people who had already experienced it. There should be enough value in trying to read it. Of course, it was entirely possible that this experience of Subaru's had snatched away his memories, triggering the separation between Natsuki Subaru and his current self. If that really was the case here, it would be odd that Julius had not experienced any of these unusual phenomena. By no means would he conceal his memory loss like Subaru had done. It was a great leap of imagination to come to such a suspicion. There is no relation between the influence of the books of the dead and his loss of memories. Making this conclusion was no issue at all in this situation. Thus, with that being the case, her suggestion had come as a lifesaver. Subaru. Certainly what Shola said may have a grain of truth in it. Beatrice. Subaru, are you really going to do it, in fact? Up until this time, you shared meals with that companion, I suppose. If he were to take advantage of Shola's words for the time being, he could break through the first obstacle, becoming the first one to read Miley's Book of the Dead, and making sure he is the last and only one to read it. Then what Subaru had done would remain hidden inside his mind. However, that is where Beatrice's genuine worry for him entered into the fold. She is concerned about Subaru's soul being damaged. Until now, the dead that Natsuki Subaru had seen here had only had a shallow relationship to him. There was a big difference between that and Miley. They had journeyed together. They had talked to each other. They had shared meals with each other. She was that kind of comrade in arms. Beatrice had been concerned about what sort of mental trauma would befall Subaru if he were to see her death with his own eyes. Subaru, I'll be fine, don't worry. As Shola said, I am most likely the best person to do it. To Beatrice's concerns, Subaru straightens his cheek so that he looks serious and nods. Certainly. Looking at the memories of a deceased person whose face you know could very likely cause someone to have mental trauma or abnormalities. If you happen to be a good person, then maybe it would be unbearable. But that's not the case with him. It isn't so. For Subaru now, the journey with Miley, the words he had exchanged with her, the meals he had shared together with her, by no means was she that kind of comrade in arms to him. For these few hours he had behaved as if was acquainted with her. They had shared 2 or 3 meals together, and sometimes she had helped him reassure him a bit, but that was the extent of their relations. She was just an unfamiliar little girl to him. He would not receive any mental trauma by seeing her death. Emilia, I am still against this. If we really have to, then it shouldn't be Subaru, but me? Beatrice. If Emilia wants to look at it, Betty will oppose it, in fact. If someone has to look at it, it's frustrating. But Julius or Subaru are our best bets for it, I suppose. But if you had seen how Julius looked like this morning, you'd probably want to erase him from the list of candidates here. Emilia, Beatrice, Emilia, who looks quite dispirited, trails off into silence at hearing Beatrice's reasoning. At least, Beatrice seems to have chosen to respect Subaru's will. However, due to what had happened just before, Emilia knows that Subaru's condition is quite unstable. Therefore, Subaru nodded at Emilia, whose amethyst eyes showed deep concern that did not disappear. Subaru, I will look. Perhaps, what if it's only a misunderstanding? And if you read it in high spirits, then maybe nothing will happen. Emilia, if anything happens, I will tear the book from you at once. I'll pull your hair as well, Subaru. I would prefer much more if you'd call out to me and shake my shoulders instead. With Emilia's superhuman strength, if she were to pull his hair, the back of Subaru's head would become a permanent desolate wasteland. And then, after retorting with such false words, Subaru faces towards the bookshelf. Unchanging, Miley's book was still there, emitting a strange presence. From the beginning, at the times he had happened to catch a glimpse of it, he had seen it as just an ordinary plain book. But now, from this strange aura the book had, it felt as if he could instinctually recognize the name. At any rate, he couldn't rely on just his senses. Thus, Subaru picked up the book to search into what he can't rely on in himself. Subaru. Behind him, Amelia and Beatrice are holding their breaths. Shala puts her hands behind her head, watching over Subaru's decision with a carefree expression. Whilst taking a look at these three individuals, Subaru takes a deep breath, and he places his hand on the thick books, which looked rather like a dictionary. Front cover, Subaru. Let's go, as if he was trying to persuade himself to do it. Subaru mutters this and opens the book, his senses black out. Ever since the woman had been aware of what was around her, there had been nothing. There had been no one around. There were no men, women, adults, children, elders, babies, no one at all. Alone in the dark, black forest. The woman was all alone, being able to stand up and walk, being able to speak, being able to cry out in order to live. The woman was not able to do any of these things. All of these things were far away, unknown to the woman, vanished beyond oblivion. If she doesn't know how to speak, she cannot know how to mourn. If she doesn't know how to walk, she cannot know how to resist. If she doesn't know how to live, then there is no reason for her to know about dying. Therefore, the woman had no choices. The meaning of both life and death were not brought to this woman. She had been snatched away by the fangs of a beast. The beast had a horn on its forehead, and this hideous beast of slaughter was continuously engaged in ferocious slaughter. The woman did not know why this beast hadn't crushed her throat with its fangs and had instead dragged her by the nape of her clothing back to its lair. However, choices which were not supposed to exist were born, and the woman's fate was decided under the beast's. She did not know any words, so she didn't know how to mourn. She did not know how to walk, so she didn't know how to resist. However, as she knew the way of living, she didn't think she would die. Taking notice of what had happened, the woman had followed the murderous beasts and had become their queen and had dominated the entire area, assailing their prey however she wanted, eating whenever she felt hungry, killing whenever she felt like it, sleeping whenever she wanted to sleep, living the way she wanted to, killing the way she wanted to, and she was raised amongst the motherhood of slaughter. In the past, she lost the memory for the reason for her existence. She had been reduced to something like nothing, something that had no need for anything like a symbol. That sort of stuff. At this rate, she believed that for better or worse she would die alone, as one of these beasts. This welcome is far warmer than what I thought it would be. However, I do not mean to hurt you. It was a girl in black, covered with a blood-reeking devilishness. It was a girl in black. The woman who led the group of beasts with a mere action of her hand was deprived of everything she had. By that girl in black, blood and flesh overflowed. Dying throes scorched the sky, and the smile of the girl in black began to be coated in their jets of blood. Without knowing how to do anything, the woman, once again, was in a position where she had nothing. Girl in black, I've been told to take you back with me. That's why I shall have you accompany me. The girl in black forcefully took the woman who had nothing. She took away the place where she had lived for a long time. The beasts she'd spent so long with, the place where she'd been herself. Even after all that, the woman still could not do anything. She did not know any words, so she didn't know to mourn. She did not know how to walk, so she didn't know how to resist. She lost the way of survival, so this time she may have no choice but to die. How to mourn, how to resist, how to live. You lost all of those. No way, no way. I couldn't care less for however many dull excuses you come up with. That made her regret of not knowing how to mourn. Mourn. For my sake. Resist. For my sake. Live. For the sake of loving me. That made her regret of not knowing how to resist. If you're saying that you've lost everything, forgotten everything, parted with everything, then I'll just have to discipline you, won't I? That's a mother's duty after all. That made her regret of forgetting how to live, and her inability to think about how to die, more hellish than hell, more nightmarish than nightmares, more evil than evil. As for that, Mother gave all sorts of discipline, not for the sake of the woman, but for the sake of herself. Mother did not lie. Mother was impartial. Mother used every possible means to be loved. Mother, however, just used distorted version of those means. She remembered words, how to mourn, got peeled away. She remembered how to walk. How to resist was painted away. She remembered how to live. It was etched into her that there would be no more hope to be had of a way of dying. Girl in black. Please, stop being under the complete control of that person. Because, except for me, surely, no matter how many lives you get, they would end up being insufficient. Suddenly, when she had remembered the way of words, and the way of walking, and the way of living, she had met again the girl in black. The girl in black had often shown her face to the woman. Before she even noticed, she was acting in accompaniment of the girl in black much more than before. Before meeting Mother for the first time, she remembered when she was thrown into warm water, covered with blood, mud, and dirt. The merciless girl in black had sloppily rinsed her of the irremovable dirt. Or perhaps that had been the last sense of freedom the woman had felt. Mother's intention made it clear that she wanted the woman to be aligned with the girl in black. The girl in black was abnormally strong. Her way of killing was amazing. She knew more about how to kill rather than how to live. Everything else except for that was estranged in her. Is here. Well, it's better to leave it to you. A single event would shape everything else that had happened. Or that's how it felt like. She was undisciplined. She wasn't strict. She was quite a handful as a companion. She couldn't take her eyes off her companion. She was not faithful to Mother. Not just in how she killed, but also in how she lived. There was freedom therein. She had seen hell. She had seen nightmares. She had seen evil. For her whole life, the woman thought she would never forget the horror. While she was together with the girl in black, while she went along and helped this undisciplined girl, it felt like what was engraved in her would fade away. But the woman, Elsa, died. She died. She turned to ashes and died. The girl in black who never dies even when she is killed. No. Towards the end, that girl was Elsa. Died. She died. She turned to ashes and died. She had a spear stuck into her belly. She lost both of her arms from her shoulders, and she also saw her with a broken neck. Still, Elsa did not die. She thought she would never die. Died. She died. She turned to ashes and died. She had also endured Mother's training. She had also endured the hell, and the nightmares and the horror. But Elsa had died. She was going to go back being alone. She had lost her herd. She had lost Elsa. She was all alone. Died. She died. She turned to ashes and died. Killed. She was killed. She was turned to ashes and killed. Those who had turned Elsa to ashes had captured the woman and imprisoned her. Alone, inside a dark room, the woman questions the void around her. Hate. Hateful. Hatred. The feeling of hatred. What does it feel like? Sad? Sadness? Sorrow? The feeling of sorrow. What does it feel like? She doesn't know how to mourn. She doesn't know how to resist. Even for herself, she doesn't know the value of life. It was like this from the beginning. Before Elsa had died, before she could recognize that the girl in black was Elsa, before meeting Mother, before beginning her training, before her herd of beasts had been destroyed by the girl in black, before she had begun to lead the herd of beasts, before her life was saved by the whim of a beast, ever since the time she had been torn away from those who were supposed to be her real mother and father, the woman had been a defective product. The woman was set adrift, living. When she had been a beast, she had imitated the way of living of a beast. After being trained by Mother, she had done exactly what she told her to do. And even after she started to spend time together with Elsa, she had imitated the way she spoke. She had imitated her. Imitated. From the beginning, this woman was that kind of creature. A humanoid creature that imitates people. She had behaved as others desired. The woman was capable of imitating others. She was a mere sham of the people she imitated. She had the form of a person but was nothing like a person. Kill the bastard. She wonders if that is what she is thinking. Pursue him. She wonders if she is thinking of that in that manner. She wants to imitate someone that knows Elsa's death. She wants to precisely know what to do in regards to Elsa's death. She wants to imitate. She wants to see what is the correct norm. What should she do? She had lost Elsa. Who should the woman imitate now? Time had passed, and still she didn't understand. Meanwhile, While keeping up her appearances on the outside, the woman is a woman who continues to exist for the desires of those in her surroundings. She wished for change. If the events change, if her situation changes, she may come to an answer. That, or Mother may want her to die. That also may be okay. She had let herself be shaped up as requested, as they desired, as if she was adrift. Then, if Mother desires it, she can also take her life, which she can't find any particular value in. She hated it. She hated ending it right there. Ending here, she hated it. A feeling of impatience burned her heart. Her desiring soul demanded her own desires. At the very least, she wanted to know the answer. The answer to what she should do, now that Elsa had been murdered, would do. Oh, so you came here too? At night? In the library inside the Tower of Sand. In the place where the books of the dead were. A voice came from behind her. Around there stood a familiar black-haired boy who she knew well. Her heart jumped in that instant. She noticed it herself. Deep down, that she was afraid. If he were to ask why she was there, she couldn't answer questions like whose book she herself was looking for, that she secretly came here. The boy? I just kinda had a book I wanted to look for. I really should have asked the others for help, though. I couldn't stand the feelings of restlessness, and the boy is saying something. With a smile and a head tilt, she hides her exalted heartbeat, pretending as always. The boy. Don't stay up too late, as she was told that. She left the library, slowly walking away, then quickening her pace, and in the end, running. He saw what she was doing. He knows what she was doing. He realized what she was doing. Biting her nails and furrowing her brow, the woman squatted and calmed her breathing. He didn't see, he didn't know. He didn't realize anything. But she abandoned everything and started again. The woman understood why it was that she came all the way to this place, and it was all the more reason to change everything she knew and start all over again, abandoning anything and everything. The urge controls her head. As her repressed emotions are left to grind on her molars, the woman turns around. Going back through the road she just ran through. Her legs gradually relax and she eventually starts walking slowly. Finally walking so gently so as to eliminate the sound of her footsteps, she returns to the library where the books of the dead are. With his back facing her way, the black-haired boy was sitting on the ground. With how many books are scattered around the ground had he already found the book of the dead he was looking for? Already guessing that, she felt jealous. But before he notices her, she definitely has to... The boy. You're so damn shallow. Letting herself be controlled by feelings of desperation, she felt like blaming her impulsive actions. As she stops her feet, all that is before her eyes is the black hair on the back of the boy's unturned head. She was supposed to be coming back without making a sound and holding her breath. It's true that she doesn't hold a candle to Elsa, but even then, she could at least erase the sound of her footsteps. Then how did he find out? All of her thoughts become jumbled. She just came here while eliminating the sound of her footsteps, and he still saw through her with his back to her. What kind of explanation can she give now? No, even then, she should have said something. Taking her training into account, it would have been fine if she had just come here. No matter what, the woman was brought by the boy. She was also supposed to take that into consideration. With a timid smile and a head tilt, she hides her exalted heartbeat, pretending as Al, the boy. Don't try to suck up to me, it's disgusting. Nobody would want you doing that to them. Cutting off her train of thought and shutting her up as she was pondering and going around in her thoughts. What did the black-haired boy mean? The boy. Don't give me that composed face, submissive little doll. Are you going to ignore that desire in the depths of your own heart? Desire in the depths of her heart. Why did hearing him point that out weigh on her so awfully heavily? The boy, devote yourself to listening to your desire. If you do so, you'll see yourself a little more. And when you see yourself a little more, you'll know what you want to do. To know what she wants to do. To see herself. What she wants to do, what she desires, that is, the boy. Now that's a nice face. Looks rich. When she noticed, the black-haired boy had turned around and was standing right before the woman. The boy's hand grabbed onto one of the woman's hanging braids and stared at her with horrible eyes that held a perverted pleasure. She couldn't take her eyes off of those dark pupils in front of her. The boy. If you understand your desire and began to see who you really are, Then you'll begin to act more like yourself. Your boring worries and anguish, I'll make sure to remember them. Selfishly deciding what another person wants. The boy declared so while putting the woman's hair tips to his lips. This filled her chest with a feeling of dread, however. A slight pain burned in her chest. The boy, I'll make sure to remember them. If she understood her own desires, if she properly came to see who she really was, could the woman become more like herself, like what was supposed to be? The woman I wanted to talk about last night. I'm wondering, how seriously should I take what we talked about last night? The sun rose, she finished her breakfast, and before they moved to the next trial in the tower, she contacted the black-haired boy. She thought about it so much she couldn't sleep. She thought, but no matter what, she couldn't come to an answer. The boy greeted the woman in the morning almost like his attitude last night never happened or something. So she had to make a special chance. She called out to him, unable to control her restless feelings. At the very least, she needed to get him to a place where no one else could hear them. Then it might be better. The boy, not here. Let's change places. That suggestion came from the boy. They changed places. As they entered the room, she wanted to question him about the meaning of his words from last night. Come to think of it, in the library last night, the boy had said something about going to talk with everybody else. The boy. Sorry. As those words were whispered into her ear, her light body was pushed down into the floor. Falling down, she hit her back on the floor yet couldn't scream. Just as her field of vision was flickering like that, she saw the face of the boy getting on top of her. The smirk on his face was the most disgustingly fiendish thing she had ever seen. The boy, asking that directly is against the rules. Her neck was gripped with a strong force. Her mouth was opening and closing, but the air that was so important for her body wasn't coming. Writhing, struggling, she grabbed the hand on her neck and dug her nails in. Desperately, she kicked her legs. She can't move or push him off, but if she was Elsa, she could deal with him. The boy. This time it was a loss because of breaking the rules, but I hope you'll act even bolder next time. Do your best as you always have. She didn't understand what he meant. What was he talking about? What was he saying? What was he telling her? The boy. My oh my, this is going to be very interesting. The Natsuki Subaru murder mystery. I'm being killed. The reasoning was nothing but flawed. I'm going to be killed. In the end, could I do anything at all? Killed. When I was hunting in that forest, what did I? Killed. Meaninglessly unable to do anything. Being killed. It was fun. Killed. It was enjoyable. Be killed. Like I was part of some childish game. Being killed. 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 I'll kill you, Subaru. Ah ha ha. In an instant, his head jumped back as if he was being flicked away. Fell backwards, dropping what he was holding in his hands. He saw the world go around in circles. He took a pained breath. His lungs were having panicked spasms at his labored breathing. Emilia. Hey, Subaru? As he was remembering the painful shock, the silver-haired girl rushed over to who was screaming in pain. She was followed by a girl with light-colored hair. Both of them came and propped him up at the same time. Subaru. I am... W. Just? Hi. Beatrice, deep breaths. Take deep breaths, in fact. You don't need to force yourself to talk, I suppose. Emilia, do not touch that book under any circumstances, in fact. His eyes were going in circles and foam was sprouting from the corners of his mouth as the girl, Beatrice desperately called out to him. Beatrice called out to the silver-haired Emilia, who was reaching for the book. Yes. Emilia once again nodded and retracted her hand away after all. Emilia. But Beatrice, Subaru is looking weird. This book is... Beatrice. That's exactly the reason why. It would be troublesome if Emilia were to fall into the same condition, I suppose. It's probably quite likely that he ended up diving in too deep, in fact. He is confusing how he talks, I suppose. At Beatrice's analysis, Emilia's cheeks stiffen and she gulps. Following that, she swiftly comes to side and holds onto his cheek, meeting his eyes with her own pupils. Emilia. Subaru, remember, you're okay. You are Natsuki Subaru. My knight. You're clueless about the world and broke beyond compare. You get along with everybody and you're... Amelia starts picking through her memories, hysterically bringing up everything she can, while hearing her say, all of that. Begins to. Ru begins to. Suru begins to. Subaru begins to recall himself. Subaru. Beatrice. I am. Me, right? I'm not her, I am. Without Elsa or Amelia. You're doing fine. Stay calm. Everything is fine. Slowly, okay. Beatrice. Like a splinter, slowly pull out those lodged memories, in fact. And then, you'll be able to come back to the normal Subaru, I suppose. HK. Amelia and Beatrice talk to Subaru. Yes. Subaru. They talk to Subaru. While those words are reaching his ears, somehow, he sorts through all he saw just now, sorting through them, doing it somehow, down to the very end, the memories, the moment his life was extinguished. Julius? Amelia-sama. Sorry I made you wait. I heard about it from Madame Ram on the way. Echidna. Is it true that you found that girl's name in the book? Then Julius, who was running up the stairs, arrived. Julius, Echidna, and Ram arrived, and were caught up with the fact that Miley was absent. To those three people, Amelia and Beatrice started explaining the current situation. Shala was silently staring. She was staring at a book, lying at her feet, to which she was indifferent. She narrowed her black eyes. There wasn't a single hint of emotion in that stare. She was simply silent. Silently staring. Chapter 47. I won't forgive a dark place. In the back of his head. The back. Myself. Who. You. Natsuki Subaru. Meili Portrut. Natsuki Kenichi. Elsa Granhirt. Natsuki Naoko. Petra Leite. Emilia. Shola. Beatrice. Frederica Baumann. Anastasia Hoshin. Garfield Tinsel. Julius Jukulius. Otto Suven. Ram. The blue hair. Who is, I am. You are, I am. Myself is. The others are, I. You, me. Myself, I. Natsuki Subaru. Myself, I. Natsuki Subaru. Who, I. Meili Portrut. Who, I. Meili Portrait. These thoughts spin round and round and round in his mind, blurring the lines between what is reality and what isn't. They are fused together as one, blending as one, becoming entwined as one, feeling affection as one, hating as one, loving as one, desiring as one, killing as one, wishing as one, threatening as one, understanding as one, understanding as one, crying as one, laughing as one, not understanding as one. You can only be yourself. Others can only be themselves. There's no room for compromise, no compromise out of pity, no chance to engender a compromise, no being considerate to each other. There's nothing at all in the end. Emilia. Subaru. Shaking his head back and forth, he exerts himself in trying to extract the thorn of the so-called other person from inside himself with utmost effort. Amelia and Beatrice both gently hoist him up by his shoulders and prop the struggling boy up from his left and right. Whilst feeling traces of the two's worries on their cheeks, the boy, the individual that should be called Natsuki Subaru, is trying to determine the boundary between his own self and others. He is struggling, trying to regain himself. A swirl of thoughts clouds him. The correct answer disappears due to the whirl of emotions which were melting together inside him. His lungs were convulsing. If he were to feel his throat now, he would realize that his breathing had become painful. From within his neck, he was experiencing a severe difficulty in his breathing that had come to life just now. A fear that he would suffocate was slowly attacking him. The sensation of impending death once again revives within him. The feeling of wanting to vomit surfaces inside him and causes tears to stream out of his eyes. Subaru. Whilst confronted by this horrible feeling, Subaru slowly and carefully tries to exclude things which don't define him from within him, struggling to establish his own personal identity. First-person pronouns, second-person pronouns, memory, recollections, impressions, feelings. Identify which belong to the other person, and distinguish between them. Just like that, if he sifts through what is not his and removes the stuff that got blended together, he will go back to as he was. Otherwise, this state where they are fused and blended together will never peel off. It was himself, and the little girl who had been killed by his own hands that were mixed together into a hodgepodge of echidna. Natsuki-kun, what on earth did you see? Are you able to tell us? Subaru. A voice had called out from in front of Subaru as he was immersed by his current identity crisis. He looks at her, right in front of him. At the same level he was crouched at, a person with pale turquoise eyes is squinting at him. Anastasia. No, it's Echidna, right? In any case, it's that girl. Despite Subaru having such recognition, Echidna's eyes remain quite serious, and she continues to speak. Echidna, I sympathize that you are in a tough spot, but the current situation we are all in is quite grave. If you are able to, we need information as soon as possible. That way we don't make any mistakes when dealing with this. Amelia. Wait, Echidna. Just now, Subaru experienced something terrible. Echidna. Of course, I know that. I also appreciate that his recklessness was something he did for us, you know. That is why we ought to have a duty in responding quickly to his judgment. Subaru can only let out a hoarse breath, as Echidna's assertions pierced through Amelia, who had tried to defend him. Whilst talking, Echidna's gaze for a moment turned towards the fallen book on the floor behind him. Taking a look at the thick black binding of the book, Echidna continued her speech with a, "Because, Echidna, the little girl who accompanied us is missing. Furthermore, we found a book which seemed to match with the little girl's name in this library that records the memories of the dead. This situation is serious. We cannot afford to be treading water here. Amelia, that's... Yeah, but Amelia can't find a rebuttal against Echidna's low, insisting tone of voice. In fact, Echidna's complaint was justified. In this messed-up situation, the only one to possess such vital information is Subaru. Taking everyone's feelings into consideration, it can be said that everyone here has no time to spare to calm down. As she knows that, Echidna is prepared to be blamed, so with a steeled heart, she raised her questions at Subaru. At hearing her resolve, Subaru grits his teeth again and places his hand against his throat. With all his strength, fighting against the feeling that he can't breathe, he shut his eyes and... Echidna, let me try asking again, Natsuki-kun. What did you see inside the bow? Subaru. I saw Meili's memories. Echidna. Subaru responds with perfect honesty to Echidna's questions without attempting to deceive her. Just as he said that, next to her, Amelia held her breath, and in front of him, Echidna closed her eyes. Next to them, Beatrice, Julius, and Ram each respectively have expressions of worry and grief floating across their faces. The Book of the Dead had shown Subaru Meili's memories. There isn't a single person here who wouldn't be able to understand what that meant. Could there have been a mistake, and the memories in Meili's book had been laid out there by some error? How easy would it have been to comfort oneself by clinging onto such futile hope? However, in this place, he isn't alone in not wanting to surrender himself to this deception and escaping towards the more comfortable option, especially for the girls right next to Subaru whose cheeks had stiffened in distress trying to bear this. Beatrice. Calm down, Subaru, in fact. Calm down. And focus on regaining yourself, I suppose. Subaru. Right, Beatrice. It's okay, in fact. Right now, you can rely on Betty, I suppose. This isn't just your fault, Subaru, in fact. Don't beat yourself up, I suppose. Subaru. Beatrice had stood up and hugged Subaru's head as he breathed unsteadily. The little girl was gently stroking his black hair with her hands, whilst checking on Subaru's well-being, which was scattered into thousands of little pieces. He notes the irony in it. Beatrice had so benevolently said that it wasn't Subaru's fault, but this was no one's fault but Natsuki Subaru's, who had committed this crime. Not knowing this fact, Beatrice was speaking gently to him and treating him kindly. It was so absurd that it was almost comical, yet harrowing. Yes. Miss Ram, what do you think? As Beatrice and Subaru had been giving this exchange, Julius, with a serious look etched on his face, had turned towards Ram and tried to get her input on the matter. Compared to the others, the complexion of those two had not paled in shock to the same extent. Following Miley's memories, it's known that these two had been the most wary about her. At least, Miley felt that both Ram and Julius had never lacked in vigilance towards her, as she had once been an assassin. Conversely, she had certainly taken note of Emilia and Echidna's carelessness towards her. Julius, if you believe the words that Subaru just spoke, Miss Miley has already. Ram, there's no way Barusu would be skillful or cold-hearted enough to conjure up a lie in this situation. I'm certain that the book is Miley's. To make sure we could have someone else check it? Holding her slender arms, Ram glares down at the book that was still lying on the floor. Following that speech, Julius frowned in thought and said, Julius, if I were to, Ram, would there even be any leeway for you, since you'd be reading these books for a second time, so to speak? What if doing it a second time you end up in the same state as Barusu? Of course, we could also presume that it has only resounded to this degree in Barusu, due to him being immature and inexperienced. Julius, Ram, but unfortunately when it comes to your mindset now, whether it can be said to be more stable than Barusu's, Ram hasn't evaluated it as being any better. Standing up stiffly, Julius held his breath as he heard Ram's words, who had narrowed her light pink eyes. However, he quickly shook his head and said, That's reasonable, Julius. It's bitter, but I have no basis to reject the words of Miss Ram. Yesterday, when I acted in this predicament so selfishly and arbitrarily without consulting anyone, I'm definitely not qualified to do this at all. Echidna, I am sorry, but I also agree. Echidna raised her hand up and barged her way into the conversation after hearing Julius's self-deprecating words. And whilst fiddling with her white scarf which was wrapped around the base of her neck, she said, Echidna, however, the basis of my argument is not about the state of mind which Julius is in. Purely I am only stating my opposition to this from looking at the state Natsuki-kun is in and saying that it's too dangerous to try this. Ram, it's pretty much a fact that it's dangerous. It's quite obvious that this situation is pretty messed up. Julius. Indeed. Since the last time, it seems that the influence from reading the book has come out more strongly. The only question is whether this is down to reading the book more than once, or whether it's due to the specific book you read. Ram. Maybe it's both the number of times you read it and who the book belongs to. As Ram and Julius rack their brains, Echidna nods at the two, saying, Ah, Echidna. Simply put, could there be a mechanism where your burden increases the more books you read? Or, perhaps, could it be that it warps your mind due to seeing the memories of a person that was close to you? I think the possibilities are divided into two, Ram. A person close to you, huh? Echidna had raised her fingers up, and to her conjecture, Ram turned toward Subaru. While seeing her glaring at him, Subaru desperately tried not to scream from where he was. His face pressed against the middle of Beatrice's delicate chest. Most likely, Echidna's guesses were correct. The reason why Subaru's heart had suffered so much damage was due to her latter guess. The cause of this burden was likely because he had looked at the memories of someone he was quite well acquainted with. People involved in closer relationships. Those fresh records of life bring a greater impact. It's natural that people are more interested in closer companions than people they have more distant relationships with. Subaru also wished this as a fact. As a matter of fact, Subaru and Meili's minds had almost merged together, and he was coming to grips with that he wanted to know her. As a result, Subaru had come to face the unfathomable emptiness in the depth of oneself. That young girl had been carrying this feeling of emptiness for all of her life. Emilia, anyways, we can't sit still without doing anything. Let's go and search for Meili. A strong feeling of silence echoed across the room. It had been Emilia who had looked up firmly with both of her hands placed upon her chest and said this. Emilia had gained everyone's attentions in the library. Subaru widened his eyes at her words. Subaru. Search? Searching. What the heck? What is the meaning of this? Maylie, she. Damn, but I am already dead. Even though they never even cared about her before she died. Emilia. Even if we find her, it's probably too late. If only we had been together with that girl. But probably we couldn't have. But at the very least, we need to find her body. Subaru. Emilia. So, no one at all knows where that little girl could have wandered off to. First of all, we shall find her. And after that, we will see what we can do. Let's go search for her. Emilia's words weren't concrete. They were far off from being reliable and wise. What was the point of this? The insistence of the me inside Subaru remained unchanging. Moreover, it should have argued that it was a useful way of using time, if it was being a realist. However, no one in this place opposed Emilia's suggestion. There wasn't a single person who'd flatly deny her and say that was erring. Therefore, what followed Emilia's proposal was a realistic discussion on how to go about searching for Maylie. She announced that they would split into groups to search for her. Emilia. We have no choice but to change our plan for today. We need to split up and search for her. Ram. Before we do that, Ram will go and check to see if Rem is safe. Before I went out to call for Emilia-sama, Barusu and everyone else, I was with her in the spirits room. I will go back now once again, Julius. That's okay, Miss Rem. Subaru, it seems like a cruel thing to ask, but I want to make sure. Did you also happen to see Miss Miley's last moments in her Book of the Dead? Subaru hesitated to answer Julius's carefully worded inquiry. The answer to that question on whether he had seen Miley's last moments is a yes. Subaru had experienced the very moment in which Miley's life had been snuffed out. Her neck had been strangled. Her consciousness had slipped away as she was being choked. Her thoughts had been filled with hatred and despair. And then it had stopped abruptly. It must have been in that very moment that her life had ceased. It was Natsuki Subaru who had experienced this and had been complicit in hiding the girl's corpse. Natsuki Subaru is helping the man who killed me. The Natsuki Subaru who knows me was helping none other than Natsuki Subaru, the most detestable in this world. Echidna. Natsuki-kun, I want you to answer. Did you see her last moments? Where is she now? Did you see what on earth caused her death? Subaru. Echidna had kept hounding Subaru with questions too as he remained speechless. It felt like the emotions in her words indicated that she was feeling suspicious on her pretty countenance. Her words made him feel on edge. His heartbeat quickens. His back starts to sweat. He fears that Beatrice, by his side, could notice this. In fact, Subaru wonders if everyone knows that he had some involvement in Miley's death. Subaru wonders if they already know and are feigning ignorance in order to draw out a confession from him by cornering him with devious tricks. These crazy ideas cross his mind. But each time these ideas had come to his mind, the look in their eyes denied these thoughts as being plausible. Emilia, Beatrice, Echidna, and Julius's eyes had turned toward Subaru, his hands stained with blood, his thoughts scuzzy. Subaru is only struggling to frantically protect himself. He possesses such an ugly, rotten heart. That's what it seems like. Then, better yet, listen to my desires. Subaru. I didn't see up until the point where she died. There's no doubt, though, that she's inside the tower, though. Subaru bit down firmly the temptations brought by her. Dangerous feelings are sprouting up deep down inside of him. She was trying to convince Subaru to confess to his crime. That was the sweet curse left behind by Miley Portroot. These thoughts are certainly newly born within Subaru. They want Emilia and the others to find Miley's dead body. Find her. Mourn her. Repent for what had happened. Make him feel sorrow. The thoughts inside of him want to relieve the emotions coiled within his heart. He was getting to the point where he too no longer knew who out of Natsuki Subaru, myself, and Natsuki Subaru desired what. Echidna. Do you have any strength left to read the book again? Beatrice. Echidna. Echidna had thrown out a suggestion at him which you could call completely ruthless as he struggled to decide on what he wanted. For a second, Subaru tried to reply with a, "If you say I have to do it," but before he could, Beatrice had snapped at her. While still hugging Subaru's head, Beatrice's round eyes sharpened. "Beatrice, What name does Betty have to shout out, in fact? In any case, I won't let that happen, I suppose. Past this, I oppose it. For both emotional and other reasons, in fact. Echidna. Given the risks of being joined together as one, I would never have seriously recommended it. I wanted to make sure he was prepared just in case, that's all. You know, it wasn't my intention to make him do it even if he insisted. Beatrice, let's pray that was what you were really thinking, I suppose. Beatrice speaks angrily over his shoulder to Echidna, who was hastily taking back her words. Immediately after this exchange, it was Amelia and Julius, simultaneously, who broke the awkward silence that the two had left behind. Amelia. Stop this now. I also don't agree with making Subaru do more reckless things. I also don't want us to be forever discussing this here. We need to start moving quickly. Julius. I completely agree with Amelia-sama. In these circumstances, we can assume it's very likely that an accident befell Miss Miley. Something may have happened, like slipping off the balcony or off the stairs, or she could have gone outside the tower. Sola. That's not what happened. Out of nowhere, Shola, who hadn't participated in the conversation until then, had interjected to deny the concerns that Julius had blurted out. She had picked up Maylee's Book of the Dead that had fell down underneath the woman's feet. Whilst picking it up by its spine, she was shaking it from left to right. Shola. Because, if Chibiko number 2 had gone outside the tower, I would definitely have turned into a killing machine. What I mean by that is that no one went outside Amelia. You sure are quick to touch the book that we hesitate to touch for some reason. Sola, leaving it out on the floor makes me feel kinda anxious. Like, what if someone thinks that it's disrespectful towards the library? I don't actually want to be a presence kill 'em all, you know? While saying this, Shola was throwing the Book of the Dead around her hands as if she was juggling it. Her attitude seemed to be one born out of fear of disrespecting the library, however. It felt more unscrupulous in effect than anything. Julius scowled at her attitude. Julius, Miss Shola, I would like for you to stop messing about with the book. You're... Sola. You guys think that my heart isn't filled with grief or something like that. I'm not sure I said such a thing. For sure, Chibiko number 2 clung to me quite often. I also didn't dislike number 2, but ultimately, except for Master, I don't give a fig about anyone else. Looking quite indifferent, Shola smiled and disregarded Julius's words. He couldn't catch a glimpse of any evil intent in what she had said. It was undoubtedly what Shola really felt, at least. That's how Subaru perceived it. In brief, she's a person who also finds it hard to comprehend certain emotions within her heart, compared to ordinary people. Actually, no. Ever since he came to this place, Subaru has only had a limited amount of contact with them. It's no wonder he isn't able to comprehend their true feelings. He wonders what complex emotions could be hiding on the other side of the mask of her smiling face. Though that was just something he came to realize all too well now, after assimilating my life. Amelia, let's split up. We'll look for Miley. Subaru, you stay here with Beatrice. In between Subaru's self-condemnation and the awkward atmosphere left behind by Shola, Amelia raised her voice and cuts in with a few words to urge them all into action. Subaru's heart tanked with shame at hearing the girl's instructions. They want to find me. Amelia. Beatrice, I'm leaving Subaru to you, okay? I'm going to go look around where Reed is. Beatrice. Very well, in fact. Amelia and everybody else, be careful, I suppose. Exchanging these words, and placing him under Beatrice's care, Amelia and Beatrice sort out everyone's roles, praying for some stroke of luck in this situation. Amelia took Ram, Echidna, and Julius with her, and went back into the tower to search for Miley. As he sees them disappearing out of the library, Subaru can't find any words to see them off. Beatrice. Well then, I guess you aren't thinking about going with them, in fact. After seeing off the search party, she had been left behind next to Subaru. Whilst glaring at Shola, Beatrice had bluntly said this. At receiving Beatrice's scathing glance, Shola replied in an exaggerated tone, "But Shola, you gotta remember my role here as Justice Star's Keeper new. So, given that I've taken that title, my body and soul belong to Master, so if Master was to wish for it, I would follow his requests with all I have. Beatrice, if that's the case, then you must also go and search for Maylee, I suppose. Don't just dawdle here." Sola. Really, is that so? Shola had craned her neck and looked towards Subaru with a look on her face that looked almost coquettish. Looking over Beatrice's head, She questioned Subaru about it directly. There's something bewitching about her appearance. Rather than the usual nonchalant appearance on her face, for the first time her facial expression showed signs of something else other than the usual youthful demeanor she has. Subaru's heart once again leapt at seeing the charm in her face. It was as if he had been surprise attacked. He reflexively raised his face up and looked back into Shola's black irises, in which he couldn't read anything from. Face to face with Subaru, Shola's lips relax, and showing no traces of malintent, she holds the Book of the Dead in front of her ample breasts. Shola, if Master wished me to do so, I would even knock down the moon. That's why I want to hear it from Master, not from the half-witch, or from Chibiko number 1, or from the pretty boy. Subaru, Sola, Master, what should I do? Do you want me to look for Chibiko number 2, or? Shola trailed off her words, choosing not to say anything past that point. However, while looking for Subaru's decision, and while she held the Book of the Dead by her breasts, Shola refrained herself from saying any more. Subaru reflected but couldn't come up with anything to say to her unwavering attitude. Where was the right answer deep down himself? Subaru. His conflicted emotions towards what Emilia and the others had suggested were proof of Natsuki Subaru's current contradictory existence. Meili Portruit, her life, which by no means could be said to have been long. By having read the contents within her Book of the Dead, it had snatched away at him as it liked, as if digesting parts of him, blasphemously chewed, swallowed, and digested with an invisible stomach. Natsuki Subaru had fully savored the life of me in twice the meaning of it. As a result, the mixed consciousnesses of Natsuki Subaru and Natsuki Subaru were divided into something which half resembled schizophrenia, having also now taken in the little girl. Subaru wants to conceal the manner in which Meili had died. Subaru wishes them to find Meili's dead body that he himself had hid. Subaru hates Natsuki Subaru who killed me, and thus, contradicting wishes were born inside of Subaru, spurring him in trying to make their desires come true. Subaru. Shola. Go and search for Meili. Please go and help Emilia and everyone else. Before he could even notice it, Subaru was issuing out something like an order regarding what to do about Meili. Receiving his instructions, Shola raised her eyebrows and straightened her body into a salute. Shola. Roger that. If that's what Master wishes, I will do whatever you desire. Winking at him, whilst giving him a loving salute, Shola held out the book towards Subaru. He received from her the book which felt like a black weight in that moment. Shola stuck out her tongue at Subaru, whose face had scrunched up into a frown. She looked somewhat mischievous, just like she was getting her own back. She turned away from Subaru and she jumped down the library stairs with one giant leap. He sees her swaying black hair gradually disappearing from his sights. Feeling as if he had been released from a great tension, Subaru let out a sigh of relief. Subaru. Such strange things. The falsely accused Natsuki Subaru, who doesn't want to divulge his participation in the crime, or let them find her dead body. I, the victim, wish for them to find my body and clear the anger and regret from myself. Natsuki Subaru, the perpetrator, who murders people, and piles up acts of wickedness one after the other. All of these thoughts exist alongside each other in one body. All of them loom over and try to press Natsuki Subaru into selecting one of their choices. If he truly only cared about his own skin, he would have shut his mouth regarding Meili's life and death. He would have worked his brain harder to falsify the contents that he had seen within the Book of the Dead. In fact, he couldn't really have done that. Subaru wouldn't really have the intelligence to do such an act. But more than that, he felt hostility towards Natsuki Subaru and emphasized towards my own regrets. There was anger towards himself. Inner's anger towards himself, letting such a wicked being do as it pleases. It's true that last time, and the time before that, and even before that, that someone had been behind Subaru, dying. But even that seems like as if it's a plot set up by Natsuki Subaru lurking inside of Subaru. It seems likely that it's a trap set up to make Subaru act rashly and hate the others. After all, what he had thought before reading the Book of the Dead was right, wasn't it? Emilia, Meili, and everyone else. Not one of them was truly evil. The only one who is evil is Natsuki Subaru, isn't it? Beatrice. Subaru. It's not good for you to be languishing in thought, in fact. It'd be better if you let go of that book, I suppose. Subaru. Just noticing her. Beatrice was kneeling right beside him, looking at him with a look of concern in her eyes. Right in front of him, she was giving him a look of concern. It resurfaced in his mind that Amelia had looked at him in the exact same way. A sense of discomfort takes hold of Subaru's heart. The emotions that Beatrice was letting off. They weren't directed towards Natsuki Subaru himself. Rather, they were directed at Natsuki Subaru. It seems like such a terribly dishonest thing to do, and having received this himself after having hidden the fact that he'd lost his memory, and on top of that, having kept his silence about the true nature of Natsuki Subaru. Shouldn't he tell them? Before he knew it, it had been the current Natsuki Subaru who had snatched Miley's life from her. If that's what was going to happen, then, before that danger is once again turned towards Amelia, Beatrice and the others. Subaru. Why are you so kind to me, Beatrice? Wait. That's such a sudden question, in fact. What's the matter, I suppose? Subaru. No. Never mind. As a final word on this matter, if he is to crack the meaning behind these relationships that he had borrowed, maybe he needs to hear what had happened before becoming like so. Their real opinion. He needs to know the real meaning of why Amelia, Beatrice, and everyone else have so much faith and are always turning towards Natsuki Subaru. The moment he had tried to put some deep thought into it, a feeling of hesitation arises inside of Subaru's heart, that which I had turned towards Elsa, Amelia, and the others who in this world treat Natsuki Subaru as someone close to them, that which they turn towards Natsuki Subaru. A gemstone that only Natsuki Subaru could have, that only he could gaze upon. The traces, the lingering scent, the remnants, the warmth that should have been there. Why was it that only Natsuki Subaru was exposed to it in such proximity? Subaru. Why? Such a man. Why? Such a cruel human being. Why? A man with such a cruel smile. Why? This man involved in the death of Elsa. Why? This man who laughed as he murdered Meili. Why this man who tried to conceal my death? Why is such a man, this man, so loved? Subaru. I want to know. I don't know. I want to know. I don't know. Only me. Only Subaru. Only I do not know the reason. I don't know. I don't understand. It's all so one-sided. Subaru. If I ask, will I understand? If I ask, will I be able to call it into question? Can you tell me? Did you think it was genuine? The smile I expressed, the smile I showed was a fake. There was emptiness in my heart. That's because everyone wears masks. Even you, Natsuki Subaru. Even despite you not having wanted to show it to your mother and father outside the house. If there's a way to know the truth, then where is it? What do they all really think of me? What are their true feelings? Why do they all believe in Natsuki Subaru? I can give that to you. A way to know about this. Subaru. A voice resonating in his mind cruelly seduces him, and he realizes that the solution to the problem that had dominated his thoughts for so long was close by. Hadn't there been up until now a way to know the answer to this resting in between his arms? Beatrice. Subaru? Staring at the silent Subaru, Beatrice narrowed her eyes with uneasiness. Without returning her gaze, Subaru simply looked down between his arms. Subaru. A black, heavy tome. It seemed like it was offering a gruesome welcome to his curiosity. Chapter 48. Murder becomes a habit. Subaru. Subaru was silent whilst he looked down at the black cover of the Book of the Dead which he held in between his arms. Beatrice nestles closer to him, and feeling her worried and strange gaze, Subaru doesn't dare to move. Until now, what had dominated Natsuki Subaru's mind were questions he'd ask himself without any particular answer, as if engaging in Zen dialogue. The truth is, what had occupied Subaru's mind were just shallow thoughts that could be discarded as just wasteful thinking. They were the laughable, vague questions of a child. Everyone, no matter who, always has an inner face which others would never see. This was an obvious truth which everyone learned as they come of age. The expression of hatred behind a smile, the sorrow and tears behind their anger. It is human beings that can pretend that these emotions don't exist, while hiding their true feelings. It is impossible to fully understand the true wishes, the true desires, the true intentions of those human beings. Brothers, sisters, parents, children, spouses, family members. You can never fully come to understand any of them. Friends, childhood friends, best friends, lovers. No matter how close your relationship becomes, by no means is it ever possible to uncover what is hidden deep inside them, what they love, what they desire, what they prefer, who they let their guard down around, who they feel comfortable with. These were completely different problems to those various connections of mind and body. Indeed, he knows that. But still, he doesn't want to abandon these thoughts just for the sake of it. He wants to know. He wants to understand it. He wants to hear it. He wants them to reveal everything. That is his arrogant but desired wish. Even more so when it involves both his own and the others' lives hanging by a thread, even if there is absolutely no way to do it, nor would one come to be. No? There was supposed to be absolutely no way to do it. He laughed at the thought of it. Sure, there was supposed to be absolutely no way to do such a thing. But in this Tegeta library, Saburo ended up finding out how. Miley Portrute. By reading her Book of the Dead, Subaru vicariously experienced Miley's life, understood what she thought and felt, and who she hated at the time of her demise. Of course, this extremely short experience did not define Miley entirely. The time she had spent alive was too long to even accept all her individual events into his brain. Even if it had been a short life that she had lived, he could by no means have absorbed into him all of her memories, eagerly gnawing away at the key points, drinking them in with the intention of understanding Miley. Those were how Natsuki Subaru felt right now. Such was painfully clear to see. However, but even so, by comprehending that he didn't understand even a bit of the girl, Subaru now had a deeper understanding of Miley than ever before. There was a person whom I cherished. Her life was stolen away from me, and now alone, my heart continued to wander. Being with Subaru and the others who were the ones responsible for that, I struggled to understand what exactly my purpose was. I went to the library to find her Book of the Dead, and I felt ashamed and in despair when I was discovered. Miley, whom Subaru knew absolutely nothing about. He had discovered the girl's innermost feelings and desires without even expecting it, and thus he had realized. This Book of the Dead itself was the means to truly find out the true intentions of others, without any falsehoods between. Subaru. It was just that he wants to know. That's the only thing he desires. The real intentions of Emilia, Beatrice, and the others in the tower is what he wishes to know. He wants to know why they put so much trust in Natsuki Subaru. Why do they believe Natsuki Subaru, who was responsible for killing me? And now, what do they think of Subaru, who desperately pretends to be the despicable Natsuki Subaru? Intimacy is just camouflage. Hatred is the reality. And feelings like anger, sadness, and joy are temporary. Hostility and malice, aren't those their true feelings? I don't know. I want to know. I want to trust them. I can't trust them. Are Emilia and the others allies? Or are they enemies? Are they enemies who killed Subaru? Or are they allies that want him to live? Can he love them? Or can't he? Can he hate them or can't he? Won't he obtain that answer by reading their Book of the Dead? Beatrice. Subaru, you really look terrible, in fact. If you are feeling uneasy here, it'd be better if we went somewhere else for you to rest, I suppose. Touching Subaru's shoulder, who was immersed in thought, Beatrice gives her suggestion. Subaru is rendered breathless for a minute, being trapped by the gaze of her characteristic blue butterfly pattern in her eyes. Looking at it, the girl's tiny palm rested on Subaru's shoulder. What would happen if he took her hand, grabbed her head and smashed it on the floor with all his strength? Subaru. How small? Beatrice. What are you suddenly starting to say, in fact? This smallness is exactly the reason behind Betty's loveliness, I suppose. Subaru has also said that, in fact. Subaru reflexively relaxes his cheeks as Beatrice sullenly blurts this out. Certainly, if Subaru was in his normal state, it wouldn't be weird for him to have said that. Noticing the similarity between himself and Natsuki Subaru, he smiles bitterly. Nah. Wanseyo. Smong. Small. Truly, Beatrice was just a small child. Her neck was thin, and her bones fragile. The hand that rested on Subaru's shoulder was small enough to be fully covered by his palm. If he put even a bit of strength into his arms whilst hugging her, it seems like her fragile body would break. If these thoughts are turned to actions, you should be able to easily kill her. If he kills her, if her life blinks out of existence, will her book appear in the library? Just like you did with me. N. Subaru. Suddenly, Subaru hears a voice from his subconscious, one which would be impossible to call his own. It is somewhat sweet, glossy enough to sound adult, but it was a strangely familiar voice. In that short period of time, the voice became familiar enough that he could call it his own. The voice inside him was that of the dead little girl who mocks Natsuki Subaru's intentions. Subaru. However, Subaru discards this event, concentrating on the matter in front of him. That is, whether the Book of the Dead could be realistically utilized. If so, then how would he go about making this come true? Beatrice. Your face looks really pale, I suppose. Indeed, we should go somewhere else, in fact. But before that, Subaru. Beatrice. I must return that where it originally was, I suppose. It's no good for Betty, too. To be in the haze, in fact. Saying that, Beatrice takes the Book of the Dead from Subaru's stiff hands. She holds it cautiously to ensure the book doesn't open, and places it where there was an empty gap in the bookshelf. The place where it originally was. Beatrice. It's easy to understand and remember where I positioned it, I suppose. However, it's possible that the books in this library will just start moving on its own. Subaru. A safety measure, huh? Yeah, I suppose that's right. Beatrice, you ought to think that bringing it out is pretty dangerous, in fact. This is safer than throwing them out onto the floor because Shala is worried about that, I suppose. Subaru. I feel like being in this library is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Subaru dryly spits these words out as he replies to Beatrice. In reality, even in the world which Subaru knows, it's said that opportunities, like coming across a book, which has been published a number of years ago, only come once. Just like coming across a second-hand bookstore whilst traveling. If he misses out on this opportunity, he may never find the book ever again. This speculation may also apply to this library. Like usual, had he been overthinking this? No doubt that this thought is bothering him. Either way, whilst warily looking at Beatrice's back as she struggles to arrange the books, Subaru immerses himself deeper and deeper into his sea of thoughts. Awfully realistically, counting backwards the lives from the warmth he'd felt, he searched for a way to kill her. Although Beatrice isn't the only one he should think about. Every single one of the members who are inside the tower are in a position to becoming a target to Subaru's plan, involving the books of the dead. Miley. So you want to try and kill them, because you want to check if they can be trusted, or if they should be doubted. Ani-san truly is warped. The voice of the little girl interrupted him, causing Subaru to inwardly click his tongue. The first thing he wants to say back to her is that he thinks that this is a necessary thought experiment. By no means is Subaru a psychopath that is dominated by homicidal impulses. He isn't controlled by such abnormal urges whereby he must take pleasure in deeds like that. But, right now, when he was thinking this through, this had been the only choice that had come to his mind. It seemed rational. Meili. Enough with the excuses. I wonder, can't you just tell me what you're going to do? It would be very easy to get rid of Beatrice. This is because Subaru can see her back. Unprotected, defenseless, completely unguarded. It can be clearly stated that Beatrice's life is precariously balanced by a thread which depends entirely on Subaru's flawed reasoning. When that rationality surpasses reason, Subaru will very likely take the girl's life quite easily. When it comes to Beatrice, the only options he has are to do or to not do. It seemed possible to entirely disregard the countless other possibilities that branched off as an alternative from his standpoint. Meili. Well, what about the half-witch Wani-san? The likes of Amelia would be even easier. A piece of cake. Once, he had even seized her by the neck after he had woken up. In the past, She hadn't shown any signs of resistance. As long as Subaru put all of his strength into his arms, he could easily break that fragile neck of hers. Certainly he can say that she has strength similar to that of a pro wrestler, but means nothing unless she is prepared to use it. If in an instant, he strangles her neck with all his strength, mildly. He. It's your specialty, eh? Ram, despite her sharp tongue, is in essence also merely a weak girl. It reminded Subaru about the time she cried while pressing her head against him, entreating him for his memories. With her thin arms desperately embracing him, weak, she was just a girl after all. Echidna is also the same way. Come to think of it, they're all weak girls. He really made the wrong selection of people if the mission was to cross the desert. As much as he would have liked to have more suitable people with him, there really just weren't enough people to go around. Therefore, even though Subaru could take advantage of that chance, the last obstacle in his way is a different story. Subaru. Julius. The only man who is the same as Subaru. Until even now this character which carries a sword in hand is an obstacle that stood in his way. It'd be impossible for him to say that it would be a good idea to strike at him head-on. You could also, it's a suicidal act to strike at Amelia head-on. But that's a whole other story. In any case, if he was to implement the Book of the Dead plan, he will be the biggest wall in his way. In other words, Julius is the one he should beat first. Melee. With the amount of time it takes to search for the books, however much time you have, it's not going to be enough, right? According to the words of the girl, Subaru's purpose isn't simply kill and be done with it. Rather, killing is a necessity, a passing point that must be cleared, as his desires lay in front, on the side of the books of the dead obtained in exchange for death. For that purpose it is necessary to be certain he had killed. He had failed. So he could not let it end like this. Beyond this, he has a goal. Beatrice. Subaru. That's enough books for the moment, in fact. Let's get far away from here. Like the spirit's room or somewhere like that, I suppose. You should calm down there, in fact. Subaru. Spirit's room. Beatrice, coming back, taking Subaru's hand helps him to stand up. Subaru is reminded of the room with the spirit, and his restart point came to mind. That place is the green room, and at that place, Subaru. Patrash. Beatrice. You're saying that Earth Dragon's name again. Geez, there's no point worrying about a partner like you, I suppose. I was the worried one. I can't believe this, in fact. Subaru. So. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. For a moment, the figure of the black earth dragon brushed his mind, and his lips softened. As Beatrice watched, Subaru hurriedly came back to his senses. However, even in this scene, Patracia remains the only one who Subaru can put his trust in. Actually, only Patracia who ran the risk of death to defend Subaru, regardless of its true intentions or feelings. A being who remained by the side of Natsuki Subaru. Melee. Really? Really? If she knew that Onui-san isn't Natsuki Subaru, I still wonder if she would do the same thing. Subaru. Melee. After all, on Oni-san's side, there isn't anyone, is there? Resonating in his mind is a smiling voice, mocking Subaru. But haunting him, an existence that differs from Natsuki Subaru tries to break his optimism. It was a silly point, and he would have been better off laughing it away. However, at this moment, Subaru couldn't afford that. His heart came to half agree with the girl's words. If they were to discover that even the kindness that made Patrash throw her everything at him, that which was directed at Natsuki Subaru, and that the current Subaru was a fake, he reckoned she would come to disregard him. Beatrice. Hey. Subaru. Give me your hand, I suppose. Subaru. Ashura. His brain being toyed around by the girl's voice, Subaru grits his teeth with emotions that were hard to accept. Consequently, his vision started to shift out of focus, holding out her hand in an attempt to hold his. Suddenly, she made a face, indicating that she had noticed something. Her gaze staring at Subaru's wrist. She noticed it. Beatrice. There are scratches, in fact, and so many. Rolling up the sleeve of Subaru's right arm, Beatrice furrowed her eyebrows at the scratches, pathetic and painful to look at. Even if it seemed she did not notice the scratches deeply bored further up in his arm. Just the forearm is enough. Subaru. At the moment, Beatrice does not know how Meili had died. She therefore shouldn't be able to immediately connect these scratches with Meili's death. But, even discounting this, she should be wondering where on earth he got these scratches. If Meili's corpse is found, she will inevitably be suspicious. Subaru. His unprepared heart began beating like an alarm bell going off. Before his eyes, laying her eyes upon his hand, Beatrice did not notice that expression of his. With instant action it would be possible to take care of Beatrice. Meili, what are you going to do? Shouldn't you get started already? As if playing with his self-confidence, the voice urges Subaru to a decision. His temple throbbed from the blood circulating through it, along with his pounding heart. As things were, depending on what Beatrice continued with, he'd have to... Beatrice. It seems you scratched your arm again. A bad habit, I suppose. Subaru. Ah, Beatrice. This isn't good, in fact. If Amelia had noticed it, you would have made her really worried, I suppose. Even Betty can't overlook this when it's this bad, in fact. Tracing Subaru's scars with her fingers, Beatrice painfully cast her eyes down. Following those remarks, Subaru was unable to move from the unexpected impact of her words. It was almost as if Beatrice was familiar with the scratches that covered Subaru's arm. Even so, supposing the others noticed the scratches on Subaru, it is still completely different from the horrible situation, for entirely different reasons. There's no mistaking that this time the arm is scratched in self-mutilation. She had even said that she had concealed this from Amelia, which, in itself, was shocking. Beatrice, if you go to the room with the spirit, these wounds will be healed as well, I suppose. But still, because Betty cannot bear looking at it, Betty will heal it even if a little bit. As she says so, Beatrice wrapped Subaru's wrist with a pale light. The cozy sensation that came about, warm as it was perhaps the twinge of his wounds healing up. Healing magic is what is being shown before his eyes. Subaru. At the same moment, any hostility that Subaru had for Beatrice inside was rapidly swept away. Along with this warmth, the humanity of Natsuki Subaru, which had ruptured along with the wounds on his wrist, certainly seemed to be restored as well. Meili. Boring. The little girl grumbled in Subaru's head, as if her hopes had been betrayed. Whilst listening to her directly in his skull, Subaru swallowed down the evil environment that had taken root in his head. Certainly, it had been an option, but it had been nothing more than an option. There is no need for him to lead himself in the direction that longs for their Book of the Dead, especially in a situation where he hadn't any preparation. Subaru. Inflicting harm on Beatrice right now is not a good idea. His preparations are not ready yet. Even if he takes the worst possible means, it must be done after thorough plans are made. As such now, this place. Beatrice. Come now. Let's go, I suppose. Subaru. Betty will eventually talk about it to everyone afterwards, in fact. Subaru. All right. Sorry to bother you, Beatrice. Beatrice, promise not to speak about this, I suppose. Although he did not know whether the concern of the girl before his eyes is genuine or not, Natsuki Subaru thought that he ought to listen to her. Firstly, though this is unrelated, there exists a phrase. Murder becomes a habit. That is one of the phrases the famous detective Hercule Poirot left the world with. Murder becomes a habit. The meaning of this phrase doesn't refer to a person who has killed a human being, and then suddenly wakes up with a preference for murdering people, who then repeats the crime to satisfy their cravings. Murder becomes a habit. It refers to someone who solved their problem once by murder. For them, whenever another problem arises, they will think about trying to break through the problem through murder again. Murder becomes a habit. By the time they start to consider that murder is not one of those options, the utmost important thing would have had already changed. Murder becomes a habit. The truth is, even if there was a single murderer who didn't commit a crime by his own will, even if he dislikes the act, even if you see a glimpse of the memory of the one who had been harmed by such an action, that habit does not go. Murder becomes a habit. That habit, it does not go. Murder becomes a habit. Chapter 49. To you, the worthless excuse. Gradually he becomes aware of a sensation of numbness coming out from his arm. Slowly but steadily, the scratch marks of Meili's dying throes were starting to vanish and heal. Realizing that he was being healed, Subaru turned his eyes away from his sleeve. Subaru. Well, this room was certainly the big deal it was made out to be. They'd said that the spirit who resided in this ivy-filled room healed the wounds of living beings here in this room. That said, Subaru hadn't had the experience of visiting the room with any trauma up until now, had doubted how effective it would be. While relishing the sensation of his wounds actually being healed, he was being made to reconsider that he'd been unnecessarily suspicious. Meili, despite it being my dying message, Onui-san is still being awful. Subaru. Meili. But Beatrice Chan's judgment was terribly helpful, right? Thanks to her, the evidence left around your wrists will disappear. The shade of the little girl who is incessantly speaking inside his head annoys him. What really anguished him was that the girl's words really struck deep into his heart, to the point it was impossible to say that they didn't reflect Subaru's inner thoughts. He doesn't know whether this little girl's shade is running rampant due to being part of Subaru, or whether it had been because of her ghost literally possessing him after reading her Book of the Dead. Whatever the reason may be, he mustn't bend his ear to what the little girl is saying. He mustn't listen to her. Just that fact brought his sense of annoyance. Thus, Subaru consciously closes his mind to the sound of these incessant hallucinations. However, the more Subaru tries to seclude himself in his own shell, the louder and more talkative her shade becomes, growing more impish in poking fun at Subaru. The most annoying thing was, Meili, right now you don't have Beatrice beside you anymore, do you? Since there's no one in your way, why don't you just get rid of that sleeping girl? Subaru. Ha! Don't start looking like you're about to cry. I know you're trying to ignore me, but you can't. Oni-san's such an adorable guy. The little girl's voice, which had no corporeal presence, was heard by Subaru as if it was a whisper in his ear. If he closes his eyes, it feels like the little girl's gently leaning on his back, her figure spitting out these sweet words to his ears accompanied by sweet sighs. It almost feels like he is able to see her hallucination. She had been brought to the spirit's room for rest, and once again Subaru was presented with the same choice as when he had held the Book of the Dead. Beatrice was on her way to tell Emilia and the others that Subaru had left the Tegeta library and that she had brought him to this room. Right now, Subaru had procured some time where no one would be able to see what was going on, and right in front of him lay the girl who is sleeping on the ivy bed just as if she were an offering to him. All alone, Subaru. Even if he tries to say the name of the comatose girl out loud, no emotions rise within Subaru. He has no memories known of her. He only knows her name. All he knows is that she's Ram's twin sister, and that she was one of Emilia's companions, and that they had come to this tower looking for a way to wake her up from her long slumber. Beyond that, he wants to know more. Meili. The means are there. It's either you do it or you don't do it. The sweet girl's temptation reminds Subaru, whether he is willing or not, about the Books of the Dead plan. Even though now she had fallen into a deep sleep, there must certainly have been a relation of some sort with Subaru around the time when she had been in good health. By borrowing the powers of her Book of the Dead, he can find out what kind of relationship and feelings she had towards Subaru. Above all, he would be able to take that life far more easily than Meili's. The likes of this girl who is in a comatose state could even be suffocated by just smothering her face with a damp cloth. He must do it quickly. 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 Subaru. Am I being stupid? No. I'm definitely being stupid. Restraining the feeling of impatience brimming in his arm, Subaru rethinks his foolish idea. Immediately carrying something out like that wouldn't be good. Jumping at the situation in front of his eyes, as if drooling, would have no meaning if there wasn't a continuation. Killing is the method. Subaru desires to find out what everyone truly thinks of him. As far as it comes to achieving that result, this was also a good moment to screw up how he'd do it, and rush the killings. Even at the Tegeta library, hadn't he thought the same way? If he is to carry out his Book of the Dead plan, he needs to carefully choose the right order to eliminate them in. Subaru. Julius Emilia, Shola, Ram, Echidna, Beatrice, Ram. Counting them on his fingers, Subaru lists the people who remain inside the tower, excluding Meili. Namely, the order in which he'd prefer to get their Book of the Dead if at all possible. This order should enumerate who'd become most likely to become a hindrance to his execution of the Book of the Dead plan. Conversely, unless he followed this hit list he had come up with, if he were rush into it and act then, it wouldn't work out. He doesn't want to screw up. Meili, if you don't, then you'll end up missing out on killing them. How scary. Subaru. He keeps his silence with the talkative shade. She seemed to give off quite a strong hint of displeasure towards him. Nevertheless, even if he tries to speak to her, her behavior doesn't change. It remains the same. Subaru doesn't necessarily want to kill Amelia and the others, but still, if he has to kill them, he wants to go through with that once. Only once. Only once is fine. And only if he has a complete plan. Subaru. And thus, with that in mind, Subaru sighs as piercing yellow eyes gaze at him. Noticing them, the gaze came from the figure sitting right next to the sleeping girl in the spirit room. The gaze had come from his jet-black earth dragon, Patrasha. Patrasha's gaze seems like it's filled with worry and gloom as she looks towards the exhausted Subaru. She may have worked out that before leaving this place for a while, Beatrice had said. Keep an eye on Subaru to her. As long as Patrasha's eyes are focused on him, no matter how frustrated he gets, he will be unable to commit any violence towards the sleeping girl. In that respect, he would like to thank Patrash for having made him not make a premature decision in this matter. But after reading the Book of the Dead, Subaru was becoming unable to direct solid trust towards anyone, even to Patrash, who he had felt a great deal of affection to. Subaru. I wonder, is this all going to your plan, Natsuki Subaru? He wants to believe in them. The more he ponders about their true intentions, the more Natsuki Subaru isolates himself within this different world where he has no one to turn to. Isn't this clearly because of the game presented by the wicked Natsuki Subaru? Subaru. Bit by bit, the scratches that had been caused by Meili continue healing. While savoring the feeling of his aches and pains fading away, Subaru rolls up his sleeve to where the painful scars showing Natsuki Subaru was here were carved in. He traces his nails above the scabs and realizes they are also being healed. He doesn't mind that the scratches which served as proof of his horrible criminal acts were fading. No, not his. He hadn't been himself then. However, the message that indicated the self that wasn't his self, only that could he not erase. Subaru. This message as well. The wound that had been carved into his left arm, and the one in his right arm too, had both been scratched in a similar manner. On his still unfamiliar black arm, which is mottled by black spots, there is a wound that at first had not been there. He had carved this wound there as if he was returning the favor for the wound that had been carved into his left arm by his other self. Who are you? He holds that serious question engraved into him as a wound. Subaru. And so, while injuring himself without giving a toss about his own body, Subaru, at the same time, was unable to recognize something. Subaru. The fact that Patrashi gazes pitifully at the wound left behind on Subaru's arm, as a result of his own self-harm. Even if the scratches Meili had given him were to disappear, if they were to look at Meili's own hands, they would find it clear that she had died trying to put up a fight, trying to desperately ward off the one who had killed her. The logic of thinking that he had concealed Meili's murder from everyone was based entirely on his terribly sloppy cleanup afterwards. All it would take is for one gear to collapse to set everything into motion. He feels like a marionette being dangled from the top of this tower, standing on thin ice, turning his face away from the root of his problems, an amusing clown desperately fighting to keep his balance. That is what Subaru has become. However, this amusing clown's performance will finally earn itself a curtain call without encountering any more obstacles in his way. And that is because, luckily for him, Meili Portrait's corpse had not been found anywhere. Subaru. The atmosphere around the dinner table was awfully heavy between everyone as they looked at each other. This was due to the dangerous circumstances that they had found themselves in. Half of them had recognized that their desperate search for Meili's body had been fruitless, and that they had already been far too late. Although they were too few to call their search an all-out frontal assault, they had still split into groups and mobilized everyone so that they could search for her. As a result, they had spent almost half a day trying to find her without even finding a trace of her. The feeling that it had all been for nothing had grown. It was understandable that many of them were experiencing immense levels of stress. Ram. Everything's just been going wrong since we came to this tower, huh? Subiru. No need to put what was left unsaid so clearly, even if we're thinking that. Whilst munching on his dinner, which consisted of something like dry bread, he mumbles this, staring at Ram with a growing feeling of lethargy. Receiving Subaru's protests, Ram shrugs her shoulders, a blank look adorning her face. However, even for her usual calm and composed self, an aura of fatigue was coming off from her. And it wasn't just Ram. Everyone in the tower was in the same state as her. Emilia. For now. I first went to ask Reed about her, but he said he hadn't seen her. He said that no one had come there since yesterday, and that he was getting bored. I don't think he was lying. Since Miley had seen what Raid's like, I don't think she'd have gone there alone. Beatrice. It's hard to imagine that even that arrogant man would harm such a little girl, though. I can't say that for sure, as scary as that is, I suppose. But Betty ultimately agrees with Emilia's thoughts, in fact. Emilia and Beatrice exchange words between them regarding the red-haired, eye-patch-clad man who guards the second floor. Although in his mind that man had done nothing but cause him great torment, Emilia had faced him and more or less heard him out safely. It seems like she had managed to come back unharmed. Feeling a sense of relief by that fact, Subaru shook his head. There's no reason for him to feel such a sense of relief. Rather, he has no right to considering what had transpired before. He doesn't know if he even has the right to comfort Emilia. Echidna. Can I mention one thing? It may sound cruel, but I want to propose something, and I am prepared that I may end up being shouted at because of it. Draining her bowl of bland soup, Echidna raises her hand as she finishes her meager dinner. Whilst facing everyone around the dinner table, she narrows her turquoise eyes and says, Echidna, searching for that little girl. I think we should stop for today. And from tomorrow we should focus on trying to capture this tower again. What are your thoughts about that, Emilia? HK? We will do no such thing. What would Meili think of us? Echidna. It is already too late. She has no way to think or feel anything. That was proved by Natsuki-kun's confirmation after he read her Book of the Dead. I am against further searching for her. Emilia had been the first to oppose Echidna's proposal, which could be said to have been both realistic and level-headed. However, Echidna's expression didn't waver when hearing Emilia's argument that had come purely from her emotions. However, on behalf of Emilia, who was at a complete loss for words, Beatrice spoke in her place. Wait. I suppose, Beatrice, your point at first seems to make sense, in fact, but it seems quite sudden for you to mention it, I suppose. Why is it that you want to stop the search for Miley? Echidna, was it really that strange to say? In this tower, the food supplies we brought in are limited, and as more days pass by, it will likely become more burdensome for everyone in each camp to stay here. If our stay greatly drags on, then you ought to think that a search party will be sent out to look for us. Ram. Naturally, Emilia Sama and Anastasia Sama. Well, what's inside of her now is different, but both of you are esteemed candidates for the royal selection. You both shouldn't even be in this tower in the desert. Beatrice and Ram began to display a somewhat lukewarm attitude, beginning with Echidna's proposal. The suggestion that went by the rules of rationality served as a trigger for colder opinions, making the tense atmosphere around their dinner meeting more intense. Shola, Gee, this isn't much fun. If you're going to squabble, I'd rather you did it away from Master and I, but I don't mind either way. As for me, I'll build a happy family with Master, just the two of us. A girl first, and then a boy, and then another boy. He doesn't deign to reply to Shola, who had slipped into the seat right next to him as she babbled on, sticking her tongue out at the tense atmosphere around her. She'd also shown this kind of attitude back at the library. Shola had pressed Subaru for a choice back at the library. What was it that she had wanted Subaru to say back to her? If she refers to Subaru as her master and completely idolizes him, then how far would she go for him? How far would she obey him if Subaru were to give her a command? Julius, we should stop arguing. Julius, with anguish etched across his handsome face, breaks the tense mood around them. He places his arm in front of Echidna and looks at Beatrice and Ram. Julius. Beatrice Sama, Miss Ram. As a member of her camp, I deeply apologize for Echidna's careless words. However, don't misunderstand what she meant to say. She didn't make such a proposal with only rationalism in mind, with no other meaning to it. Echidna. Julius, stop. That speech was Julius. Amelia Sama's camp may have lost the little girl that accompanied us here. That pain can be felt there. If possible, we should be more understanding in this situation. Hearing Julius's sincere remarks, Echidna stops herself from saying any more. Julius then turns to face Beatrice once again. Julius. For now, Anastasia Sama's body has been pretty much taken over by Echidna's spirit. It's true that in her current state we can't find a way to get Anastasia Sama back. But there are other issues as well. Echidna is with every passing moment consuming Anastasia Sama's OD. Amelia. Her OD. So, she's always been burning her way through it? Has it always been like that? Ever since Anastasia San became unable to be woken up? Julius. Indeed. I imagine that's why she wants to hurry to borrow the sage's wisdom by capturing this tower. The rest of them react in shock at hearing Echidna's secret being spoken out loud by Julius. Echidna's secret had been revealed by her own camp member. Shrugging her shoulders at the people staring at her, she says, "Ah, Echidna. No point in trying to gloss over this. It is as Julius said. I don't think it's a good idea to consume so much of Anna's OD like this, which isn't really abundant in the first place. If I can, I want to return this body back to Anna as soon as possible. Amelia. Even going as far as letting go of her human body, so you're free, Echidna. Even if I can free Anna's body, my own mind itself is being bound unfreely. I don't know how much you'll trust me with what I'm saying, but..." Echidna paused for a moment, and then continued her speech. Echidna. Essentially, one's very vessel should contain its own being. Even if you just borrow the outer shell, if the insides doesn't come with it, it will fall to tatters and become unnatural. And that's just plain awful. Everyone. Casting her eyes down, Echidna's words had been relentless, as if she were cursing herself. Her story had struck Subaru's heart to its very core as he'd listened in casually. If you just borrow the outer shell and the insides don't come with it, that pierces his heart really profoundly. Echidna. Anyways, that is why I want to hurry up and capture this tower. By all means, if you don't believe what I have said, you can let someone like Beatrice poke around this body just to make sure. I suppose they will immediately see how distorted I am as a spirit, and how much ode I have consumed. Echidna leaves to the others the proof of her own situation without noticing the turmoil brimming inside of Subaru, brought upon him by her words. In fact, after being nominated, Beatrice takes Echidna's arm and probes into what in principle is her body. It seemed like Echidna's words were proven to be true, and, receiving that result, Amelia. Okay, I understand the difficult circumstances that Echidna and Anastasia San are in. It's no wonder you want to hurry up and climb all the way up to the top of the tower. Echidna. I do not know if this will bring you peace of mind, but if it is as it is said, and the sage in this tower is omniscient, possessing esoteric wisdoms, then it is possible that he may also know the whereabouts of where the little girl disappeared. When putting it this way, I really do know how unfair it is, but... Amelia? Nano? Thank you. It's better than having no hope left at all. You're also looking out for me. And Meili too, aren't you, Echidna? Maybe. Or maybe it is just that mine and Anna's body is far too cute. Echidna, her face showing traces of awkwardness, turns away from Amelia, who seemed prepared to accept her claim. Amelia narrowed her amethyst eyes, seeing Echidna react like this. Taking a deep breath, she once again spoke. Amelia, I am really worried about Meili, but I also get Echidna's point. So, starting from tomorrow again, let's do our best to try and get to the top of the tower. Of course, I will keep looking for Meili as much as I possibly can, but... Julius, remember to not neglect the importance of capturing the tower, Amelia-sama. Amelia, I know. Sometimes you've got to think on your own about what's important. Putting her hand on her cheek, Emilia chastises herself. A firm resolve grows deep in her irises. Turning back, she looked towards Subaru, who had been observing the exchange as if he was a spectator. For a moment, the intensity in her gaze overpowered him, but the words Emilia continued with did not scathe into him. "Emilia, is that okay with you too, Subaru?" "Subaru? I guess that's okay. That way Meili can also rest in peace." "No. I guess we all need to move forward." "No, that. Why are you asking me?" "Emilia. Because Subaru read Meili's book, Mama. When I saw Subaru's reaction immediately after reading it, that's why I think the one who is the most worried about Meili should be Subaru." Emilia reminded him about it. Hearing her words, Subaru held his breath. It wasn't just Emilia who was looking at him. Beatrice, Ram, Echidna, and Julius. Everyone was looking at Subaru. What sort of intention is present in those gazes? He can't hazard a guess. Without even realizing it, Subaru moves his lips in accordance to the treacherous spirit inside of him. "Subaru, I'm definitely worried. But I think Meili also would have wanted us to go on. Perhaps just so he could utter the most superficial words in the world." Late at night, Subaru springs himself into action, finally having the time to freely act without anyone interfering. "Subaru." After the group resolved to rack each other's brains for ideas on how to capture the second floor, and after having established a firm plan for tomorrow, the meeting at the dinner table ended. They then proceeded to get ready for bed. It was a night in which unforeseen problems had occurred to one of their companions. Naturally, they recommended that they put all their bedding together in one room and sleep together. So, more or less, they gathered together in one room and made an improvised partition across the room, using a blanket to act as a curtain between the male and female sides. However, Subaru had insisted on sleeping inside the spirit room. The after effects from reading the Book of the Dead was most of his excuse. Practically, after having experienced what followed Subaru reading the Book of the Dead, no one had tried to argue with him. Of course, Beatrice had shown particularly strong disapproval at letting Subaru sleep alone, but the spirit room has a fixed capacity limit. Sick with worry. Subaru's voice had trembled, but Beatrice had to withdraw her opposition to it. Rather than it being a boon of Subaru's acting prowess, it had likely been his awfully pale face that had influenced them. Honestly, it was a miracle that he hadn't collapsed. He was aware that he was in a terrible state. "Meili. I think Meili also would have wanted us to go on. What an actor you are, eh?" "Subaru. Meili, Fufu. Don't get mad, no. It isn't sarcasm. I truly think that, and I commend you for Ayit." He had thought she had been surprisingly quiet during the meeting at the dinner table. He wonders if she had something to do with the barefaced lie he had told at the end. Even if he refuses to listen to this troublesome hallucination, locking his ears to her voice has no effect. That sweet voice continues to cause him discomfort, just like the sound of scratching a chalkboard with nails. "Meili. So, tonight you're not going to take care of the blue-haired one Isan's head?" "Subaru." Her shade kept repeatedly hinting to Subaru, who had waited for the evening to grow dark to take action, about the existence of the sleeping beauty in the room. To the same shade's temptation from several hours ago, Subaru's answer remained the same as before. "Subaru. It isn't her turn yet." Saying that, Subaru leaves the room without even looking at the sleeping beauty's face. At that moment, his eyes met with Patrasha's, who had slightly opened her eyes. He handles the situation by bringing his finger to his lips, shushing her, a gesture that indicated to her to keep it a secret. He did not know to what extent the intention has been transmitted to his reptilian companion, but at the same time it feels like Patrasha is more clever than creatures like dogs or horses. Whether or not she is, it would be nice if she remained silent. "Subaru." After ensuring he had made it so he ended up being left alone, the reason why Subaru started to move in the dead of night wasn't to take the lives of his sleeping companions and to put the plan of the Book of the Dead into practice. Of course, he had carefully considered that scheme too. With Subaru's abilities, it would be best for that plan to be realized with surprise attacks. And you could say that while they're sleeping would be the best opportunity. However, it is still too early. It is a last resort, a deed that goes against humanity, that he shouldn't do unless they force his hand. Then, for what purpose had Subaru started acting in the dead of night? It was because of Miley. My corpse. What are you going to do about it? Realizing where Subaru was going, the voice of the little girl, as if standing behind him, poses him that question. Subaru doesn't reply to her, but the direction he was walking towards was just as good as a confirmation to her question. Subaru is acting to dispose of Meili's still hidden corpse. Subaru. Whether you can call this a ridiculous story, or a lucky situation, or whatever, in any case, he had no other choice. That today, Amelia and the others hadn't found Meili's remains should be called nothing more than a devil's plot, rather than God's plan. Thinking back on it, in regards to the situation, his cover-up for the abrupt situation was full of holes that were plain to see, to the point that he wanted to curse himself for his own dim-wittedness. Unexpected as it was, she hadn't been found. That had saved him. However, from tomorrow, whilst committing himself to capturing the tower, it would be no strange thing if they were to find by chance something that had slipped by them. At least he expects that Amelia will not abandon searching for Miley. Seeing that she is a girl without any troubles of her own, her heart will not give in until the situation is resolved. It's easy to imagine that she'll continue to look for the little girl that had vanished. Therefore, it was necessary for Subaru to have peace of mind. If he can't have peace of mind, he wouldn't be able to lay the groundwork for his success. Unless he lays the groundwork, he won't be able to build his castle on top of it in the future. If the groundwork can't be built, he will not be able to achieve his future. To Natsuki Subaru's peace, the existence of Meili Portrut is an obstacle. Meili. I guess it kind of feels like you're being even more restless now inside your Hiad. He turns a deaf ear to her. She had just made her affirmation clear. She would get in his way. He firmly refuses to let that happen. As Subaru travels stealthily through the night, making sure not to draw any attention to himself, he arrives at the room where he had hid Miley's corpse. Although the rooms in this area all look the same, you can see discoloration in the stone wall near the entrance of this one, making it so that the room is easy to identify via this landmark. Subaru. Honestly, this is going to leave a bad aftertaste. Taking her out from the tower's entrance into the desert and burying her in the sand would be for the best. She would continue to decay if she was left for a few more days inside the building. And although the temperature aren't too high or too low, a body, after ceasing biological functions, cannot be expected to avoid rotting. Indeed, if he wanted to never have to see it again, the best would be to bring it far away from the tower, as much of a pain as it would be, and turn her into chow for the witch beasts prowling about outside. However, he imagined how that would weigh on his heart. No matter what, it was an impossible decision. Subaru. At the back of the dim room was enshrined a square lump of rock. On the opposite side of it, her corpse was hidden. You couldn't overlook it if you consciously looked at it. It was an awfully childish manner of hiding. While he was feeling pathetic at losing his head, Subaru went around to the other side of the stone. There. Miley's approximately half a day old remains. Subaru. Huh? Without thinking, his voice leaks out. His head renounced grasping the view before him. On the other side of that stone was absolutely nothing. At the very least, he had made arrangements for the little girl's corpse. Closing her eyes, crossing her arms together on top of her chest, the bruises adorning her pale neck, even the corpse of the poor little girl. They were nowhere to be found. Subaru. I was sure. I left it here. It was supposed to be here. He couldn't have possibly mistaken the room. He didn't make such a fundamental mistake when coming here. He didn't. So if he didn't, where was the dead body which had to be here? Where did Meili Portrut's remains disappear to? What are you sneaking about to search for this late at night, Barusu? Subaru. HK. Astounded, the voice coming from behind him made his body go stiff, and Subaru fearfully turned around. Paling, within his field of vision at the entrance of the not-so-small room, stood a single silhouette, bobbed pink hair, sharp, light pink irises. With crossed arms, her imposing yet lovely features staring in his direction with coldness. With that out-of-place feeling in her chest, while staring at the petrified Subaru, the girl, Ram gazed at his eyes and with an absolutely cold tone of voice said, "Ram, or I guess I should call you a fake, a worthless excuse of a barusu, of Natsuki Subaru." Chapter 50. To you, the absolutely worthless excuse at the sound of her cold voice, Subaru literally felt his heart freeze. Subaru. Looking back at the front of the room, Ram stands still at the entrance, her light pink irises ablaze, quietly boring into Subaru. Though Subaru had only came in contact with her a few times before, he had rarely ever seen her reveal such emotion on her face. In that Ram, there was a fervor that easily betrayed that impression. Subaru. Ram, what are you getting so flustered for? Ram asked you a question. Answering is Barasu's. No, answering is your duty. Subaru. I am. Just. Ram. Just. Promptly. Subaru's head begins to spin as he tries to explain himself. Somehow he needed to move his tongue, curse his sluggish mind for its initial response and meet this situation with a silver tongue. However, in addition to having been thrown into this unexpected turmoil in the first place, before this had occurred, Subaru hadn't. He hadn't even processed how Mali's corpse had disappeared. He hadn't even prepared the words to talk his way out of things. He wasn't even able to prepare to come to grips to what was happening right before his eyes. All that Subaru can do is open and shut his mouth awkwardly as he tries his best to not to say anything improper. Even though Subaru's manner now supported his suspicious behavior louder than any words could. Subaru. Ram narrows her eyes at Subaru's silence. The coldness in her gaze, which he had already thought to be at the level of absolute zero, falls even further. It almost feels as if he had been assailed by a sharp, bone-chilling blizzard. While desperately trying to keep his knees from trembling, Subaru slowly starts to understand. Too little, too late. Had he been set up? When Miley's body hadn't been found, the meeting at the dinner table had been a bluff. When they had reported that Miley's body hadn't been found, Subaru had been relieved that he had escaped from a chance of being blamed. Desperately searching in vain, they hadn't found the little girl's body that hadn't even been hidden that well. Bad luck had prevailed even in these unnatural circumstances. Subaru had accepted the convenient truth, putting off any niggling doubts that had concerned him then, and that resulted in him being caught up in this uncouth act. Hadn't Subaru also repeatedly seen this in various TV shows? In the final scene, the murderer who had meticulously put together his perfect plan returns back to the crime scene and gives himself away as the police and the detectives are closely watching the crime scene. And due to that, they give away that they committed the crime by showing themselves as being the smoking gun. That kind of comedic-ish moment. Somewhere in his mind, Subaru had thought that if it was himself, he would never show such stupidity. Any connoisseur of mysteries will take note of the sheer foolishness of the dumb criminal slipped up at the very end. He had acted completely the same way, rather worse, for his shock of being caught up in this act had made him quite a miserable sight to behold. Ram. Fake. Ram's quiet mutter barrels into him as he is stricken by his own defective actions. With just that single word, Subaru's brittle heart crumbles and sinks in his chest, as if he had been shell-shocked by a mortar attack. As soon as he had heard it, his face had turned as white as a sheet, his lips trembling. Ram let out a sigh. Ram. So, you have nothing to say to defend yourself. I guess that's proof that even you yourself were aware of what a botch job your acting is. You didn't prepare well enough when disguising yourself as him. There's limits when it comes to not being diligent, don't you agree? Without hiding her contempt in her voice, Ram starts to tell Subaru why she had suspected him. Fakeness, poor acting, and showing insufficient understanding towards Natsuki Subaru were all pointed out by her. Not only was Subaru lost for words, but his heart felt as if it was going to crack, and the flow of his blood ached with each heartbeat. In fact, Subaru bit his lower lip, and blood started to stream out, accompanied by a sharp stinging pain. A fake, 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 fake. A poor imitation of Natsuki Subaru, a fake. That thought settles into the pit of his stomach as if it were thick, black sludge, a disgusting sludge covering him from head to toe. a weight that caused his knees to stop trembling. Instead, where the depths of his eyes had burned, a blaze glowed, dancing atop the fuse of his dark emotions. One could call it hostility, malice, malintention, or perhaps an intent to kill. Ram. There's no way such unnatural behavior would go unnoticed. Well, except for those that can't spare the heat for it. That could be said of Julius, Anastasia, Sama. Well, Echidna, Subaru. You're sure letting it all out. Here I am listening to you, patiently, without even saying a word. Ram. Subiru. A fake? I think you're crossing the line here of false accusations. Who the hell do you think you are? Ram. False accusations, huh? Subaru tried to voice his objections, painful as it was, in response to Ram's unwithering, sharp tongue. Of course, the point she made had been completely correct, even if he didn't agree with having been sternly described by her as that worthless excuse. That unfillable void between Subaru and Anatsuki Subaru existed. However, she couldn't have noticed this. If she comes to notice it, then it would become impossible for him to worm himself out of this situation. He can't stop here halfway through. Subiru. False accusations upon false accusations. My ears are deaf to them. You know, I can't hear any of them. Shoulders shrugging and cheeks distorting into a scowl, Subaru speaks while glaring at Ram, as if he were dramatizing truth and lies, which even he himself felt as to be so brazen, to be the truth of the world. Subaru. Anyways, what's with going on about me having wanted to wander about in the middle of the night? I just wanted to stretch my legs and think a bit whilst there was no one around. That's why I deliberately went somewhere where I wouldn't be around your little sister. Rem's sleeping, nor Patrash's presence. Ram. Did you really think that nobody had seen anything? Ram had quietly asked Subaru this as he was rapidly blurting his excuses out. Her words were brief, but sharp, designed to puncture deep into his vitals. Subaru. Holding his breath at hearing her inquiry, he racks his brain, trying to figure out what she really meant by saying those words. See. Seen. Not be seen. Can't have seen. Where had Ram got this word from? See. What does she mean by this? Meili's corpse? Or perhaps the Meili from before she had become a corpse? Or had she seen him working on hiding Meili's corpse? Or maybe... Ram. Nothing. Even if it was your plan that nobody would see anything. The Earth Dragon was diligently watching your strange behavior, and because of that, Ram was also able to watch you in the same way. Putting her fingers to her lips, right in front of him, Ram deliberately makes a scene out of showing this particularly uncouth gesture towards Subaru. Subaru. What the heck are you saying? Without understanding the meaning of her behavior behind her gesture, Subaru let out these words in bewilderment. However, he did have quite a recent memory of this particular gesture. It was none other than the gesture Subaru had shown to Patrash before leaving the spirit room. Right now, he couldn't for the life of him understand the meaning behind how it had cropped up again in this place with Ram. Ram, you need to study him more, you worthless excuse. The utter disappointment those two words carry is what drives home that this is Subaru's final warning. Subaru. Up until now, though extremely cold and unfeeling, Ram had kept up her stance of wanting to talk, even if her intention of exchanging words with Subaru was disappearing by the second. The instant Subaru had seen the look in her eyes, he realized that his excuses were meaningless. Ram will turn a deaf ear to whatever excuses Subaru comes up with. Since it had come to this, Subaru has no other choice but to break through this situation using brute strength. In that moment, Subaru starts to consider how to kill Ram inside of his head. Subaru. Think about how to kill her. There is no longer any point in feeling reluctant about it. He had already killed one person. One or two, it makes little difference. A while ago, I had a lot of experience in snatching away the lives of a great number of people. From here on out, there'd be no hindrance in the execution of his Book of the Dead plan. Me. Boo. That one san. Countless choices within Subaru crumbled away noisily. On the verge of being left with only his dangerous thoughts, the shade of the little girl that had been keeping silent up until now had chimed in. Though invisible, the presence of the shade beside him was so strong he could practically feel her breathing. It hugged Subaru's body from behind him, softly whispering into his ear and tempting him. And the contents of that sweet, sweet saccharine temptation is Miley. Surely she's in a poor condition, right? Her center of gravity on the left side. Its balance is poor. Those sweet whispers had whispered to him the weaknesses of that awe-inspiring, yet terrifying girl. When it comes down to it, she had given him instructions on how to kill her. She is smaller than him. She is weaker than him. She has less experience when it comes to killing. With the knowledge she had accumulated by spending so much time with the assassin in black, it should be easy to kill this woman, Millie. Knock her over towards her left-hand side and bash her head against the wall. That'll do the truck. As he was taking into account the difference in strength between himself and Ram, relevant advice comes from her. By just following that, the girl's skull will crack, and flowers of deep crimson will bloom upon the wall. Crimson flowers that would marvelously complement this lovely young girl's pink hair. Subaru. Without any cues, and without any obvious openings, Subaru faces his opponent in the blink of an eye, and stepped forward. Receiving a round of applause from the shade, Subaru steps forwards without hesitation, towards Ram's body, which was slightly tensed, towards her right-hand side. He will throw her body against the wall and then, Ram, since you're lost for words, you're now resorting to violence. What a barbaric, boring conclusion. In that moment of offense and defense, before Subaru's arm could reach her, Ram had opened her lips and uttered these words. Meeting each other's gazes, Subaru's breath was knocked out of him seeing Ram's cold eyes. Ram. Did you really think that the oh-so-frail and feeble Ram would challenge such a barbaric man alone? Rather than mocking him, Ram's words feel similar to pity. As she speaks, Subaru hears a crackling sound in the air mingling in with her voice. In fact, he was not hearing things. The moisture in the atmosphere freezes rapidly. The air around him was being forcibly changed from gas to solid. Subaru. We? That crackling sound he had heard had been caused from Subaru's own foot stepping against the pile of ice rising at his feet. It had stopped him in his tracks, causing him pain. Subaru. Ice. Ricocheting from the hard, cold impact, Subaru could hardly believe his eyes. But the transformation didn't just stop here. Bars of ice weren't just materializing where his foot had been. Rather, they rose from all around him, enclosing him, materializing into an ice cage. Subaru. You're kidding me. What the... magic? In the blink of an eye, the ice cage finishes materializing. Subaru was completely trapped within. Seizing the bars of ice with his hands, Subaru tries to violently shake them in an attempt to break that prison. However, his efforts only result in him being astounded at the strength of the ice. The bars did not yield even an inch. Even if he kicks and punches with all his strength, he doesn't at all believe that he'll be able to break through. And thus Subaru had been imprisoned within that ice cage. Everything would have been so much better if Ram had been wrong about this. Looking at him with her sad amethyst eyes, Amelia comes into view from behind Ram. What had happened was hardly surprising. Subaru finds himself dumbstruck like a monkey inside a cage. Subaru. Ram and Amelia had banded together to restrain him. That much was obvious. Unlike Subaru, however, they had the option of cooperating with each other. From the very beginning, the choice of trying to go against a dangerous person alone wouldn't have cropped up for them. Ultimately, Subaru had definitely been dancing in the palm of their hands at every step of the way. Ram. In this scene, you won't be able to aggrandize yourself with frivolousness. Never mind chattering away with your unproven twaddle. As an actor, I can barely say that you are below third-rate, let alone second-rate. Ram spits this out, crossing her arms and looking at Subaru sitting in the cage. Looking at her, he noticed that she hadn't even moved a single step away from the place where she had first made her entry. Even worse, she hadn't even changed her posture. Between her and Subaru, that's what differed between the two actors. That's it. Ram. With such acting, only a seriously oblivious person could be fooled. Then, who the most mentally tough person was amongst everyone, you needn't even consider there. Amelia. From that way you're speaking, aren't you praising me? Thanks. Ram. You're welcome. Next to Ram, who had reacted with a faint air of bitterness, silver hair flew up as Amelia stepped forward. Judging by what Ram had said, this ice cage had been handmade by Amelia. In other words, it can be concluded that this was a kind of magic she is able to use. Had he not been stuck in this situation, Subaru would have definitely been impressed by her enchanting ice magic, which suited its owner's beautiful mystical face quite well. But, seeing that practically he was a captive in the ice cage, and witnessing just how strong it is, at a glance he can understand the difference in strength between him and her, and just how inferior he is. The difficulty level of executing his Book of the Dead plan, that ranking had now greatly changed. But before that, Amelia. Subaru, what were you trying to do at this time? Weren't you supposed to be resting in the room? Subaru? Looking worried, Amelia asked Subaru what he had been doing here at this time. A serious look of anxiety dwells in her eyes. But when it comes to this situation, the only possible conclusion he could think of it as being a simple honesty that practically almost classified as stupidity. She was mistaken, thinking that there was a logical reason behind everything. Even Subaru has his own say about this. A reason how he had ended up like this certainly exists. However, telling them would be like grasping at thin air. Who on earth would believe Subaru's words? Ram? Amelia-sama. It's pointless to ask him that. I doubt he will answer your question honestly. I am doubtful in handling it as if it were Barusu, Amelia. But Subaru is Subaru. Ram, you must understand that, right? Ram, just a counterfeit that has a similar appearance, only that's how Ram judges it. If anything, it seemed to resemble something closer to one of Subaru's own thoughts about himself. Ram rebuked Amelia's notion. Most likely, it had been Ram who had suspected Subaru and also proposed to keep an eye on what he would get up to at night. For sure, Amelia must have been standing by as the rear guard, brought along in the case of an emergency. In other words, the answer to dealing with the Natsuki Subaru, who is not Subaru, had already been noticed by Ram a while ago. And afterward, all that was left was to take the steps to confirm both the fact and the accompanying grievances. Ram, thanks to Amelia-sama, you were captured without any harm done. I wonder if a bit of pain will make you willing to tell us what we want to hear? Subaru. Pain? Like torture me. Isn't it a well-known thing that that's not only extremely sadistic but needs sophisticated knowledge? Ram. I will do what is necessary. Besides, I don't really like inflicting pain on others. But it is a specialty of mine. Keeping him in a cage with a space of not even 2 meters square, Ram wasn't going easy on Subaru. Pale and slender though her fingers may be, her humble claim of inflicting pain as my specialty feels frightfully convincing to Subaru. If he keeps going like this without doing anything, if the opportunity to launch a counterattack doesn't present itself, it will end up becoming a case where no matter how hard she searches for his secrets, he would just be meaninglessly confessing his miserable behavior. Amelia. Wait, you can't hurt him. I won't let you do that. However, Amelia, who herself had imprisoned Subaru in the ice cage, was the one to stop Ram before she could resort to extreme measures. She turned her back on the cage Subaru was in and faced Ram directly. Ram. Amelia-sama, weren't you supporting Ram? Amelia. I endorsed your opinion of questioning him because I also felt that Subaru was acting strange. But, because I thought this might happen. That I decided to stay here, Ram. It's because I didn't want something like this to happen that I asked Beatrice to keep Julius and the rest company. And yet, I did not think Amelia-sama would be so disobedient, too naive. Without hiding her irritation at the difference in their opinions, Ram points at Subaru, who was hiding behind Amelia's back. Regarding them, she utters the biting words, "Is this okay?" Ram. He's too lacking in the points that the original Barusu should obviously have. I heard you talk about the Watergate City, Priestella. It seemed like there you'd met a shape-shifting Sin Archbishop. Amelia. Yes. A reason for us coming here was to change back those people who that Sin Archbishop changed into a different form. Ram. Then, what are the chances that Sin Archbishop could have become any of us? Amelia. Ram. Even if they're not that specific sin, Archbishop, if they are able to freely change their shape, then we can't go by outward appearances. Their normal conduct, the feeling when they try to talk, if all of those things are different, Ram responded with logic while holding back her anger towards Amelia's emotion-driven opposition. They're nothing but deductions and baseless accusations towards Subaru, but they didn't have any basis to deny them, and no less important than that. Subaru. No. I felt revulsed by the topic at hand. Subaru. HK a flashback, white memories. They come not from Natsuki Subaru, but from a small fragment of the memories seen in the Book of the Dead. The memories from when I was herself. Training. That's what they called their actions towards me. Even though dread was carved into me many times, the most terrifying thing to happen to me was when my body was made to change into countless, innumerable frogs. Even though my consciousness existed only in one body, my infinitely fragmented consciousness did as it liked, leaping whenever it wanted, running wherever it wanted. Dreading the thought of not being able to go back to my original self brought the realization that I had forgotten what my original self was in the first place. Having my reason for existence as a living being crash like that, I was thankful from the bottom of my heart to Mother the moment I was returned to normal, and at the same time, the idea that I should never, under any circumstances, go against her orders was etched into my soul. Subaru. HK recalling that dread directly, almost as if he'd personally lived it. Subaru's field of vision blurs. One's own appearance is something that is directly linked to one's identity and sense of self. Tampering and changing that as one liked on a whim, that could only be called blasphemy to one's existence. The most detestable deed of all. Amelia. That's too extreme. This is quite unlike you, Ram. You sound like you're forcing me to contain him. Ram, can you say nothing's up? Before that man behind us. Amelia and Ram continue their arguing while Subaru alone drowns in anguish, feeling like his stomach was churning. However, Ram's claim was like a probatio diabolica. You can prove that something is, but no one can prove that it isn't. This Natsuki Subaru was not the Natsuki Subaru that they wanted. To explain that theory, some kind of shape-shifter power was helpful. It made it simple, and at the same time, it was unbearable for the current Subaru. From the bottom of his heart, overwhelmed by the hostile emotions inside him, Subaru wheezed in pain. Ram, I need to make him spit it out right now, so I can know where Meili and the real Barusu are. Subaru. Ah. That complaint from Ram, like a surprise attack, overloads Subaru's consciousness. It was a bolt out of the blue. A truly unexpected comment. Subaru. Raising his face, Subaru looked at Amelia and Ram, at their continuing quarrel. Gazing at her back, he couldn't see Amelia's emotions. However, Ram's face was clearly visible to him. Her eyes, burning with rage, contained no schemes that would snare Subaru into lies right here. At least, what she just stated was what she really meant. In other words, this means that Ram and the others hadn't found Meili's remains. The only thing that was lying in wait, in trying to denounce Subaru right here, was his suspicious behavior, since he couldn't at all, try as he might, play the part of Natsuki Subaru. He understands where the confused Ram's questioning was coming from, but, at the same time, he didn't understand. If it hadn't been Ram or Amelia who was the one who had moved Meili's remains, if it had been neither Ram nor the others, nor Subaru, then there was another agenda at work. Amelia. Real or fake, you can't just decide like that. I mean, the Subaru that is here right now is... Subaru. I have... amnesia, Ram, huh? Holding onto the ice gauge bars, Subaru's scream cuts into the duo's quarrel. Hearing that screaming voice, Ram appears taken aback and confused. That one unexpected angle of attack leaves Ram's mind blank. If it had been a trick, employed to poke gaps between her logic and disturb her thoughts, then it had been a success. But there had been no such intent. This had been Subaru's scream of truth. Subaru. As for why he had cried this out right at this moment, even Subaru himself has no clue. In this loop, Subaru had hidden the fact that he had lost his memories, and had tried to imitate how the old Natsuki Subaru had seemed. Thanks to that, his life hadn't been snatched away this loop. And though that had not come to pass, hadn't there been some other alarming situations that perhaps even rivaled that, which had toyed with Natsuki Subaru and chased him about, one after the other? But in truth, concealing his amnesia had complicated everything else in this loop. So what will happen now, after his grand reveal? Ram, after all this time, you're still joking like that. In reality, the moment her stagnating thoughts had resumed their activities, Ram's expression became dyed in anger. The girl probably thinks that Subaru's desperate cry now was a desperate lie, that it's nothing more than sheer nonsense. Emilia, Ram, listen to what Subaru is saying. There was a reason after all, Ram? Are you serious, Emilia-sama? That was completely unbelievable. With arms stretched, Emilia stands in front of Ram, rallying with Subaru's words. If she thinks he had only jumped up and taking advantage using this absurd excuse, Subaru may as well give up on continuing to speak. However, standing in opposition to Ram, who wants to reject it completely, Emilia still faces her with resolve. Emilia, it's worth believing him, didn't we all up until now? Ram. Ram's cheek slightly stiffens at Emilia's appeal. For a second, a trace of doubt flits through Ram's light pink irises, various thoughts seeming to spin through Ram's intelligent head. She starts to open her stiffly closed lips. And, Emilia, Ram. Let's listen to Subaru and Ram. What about Rem? Emilia. In an instant, Ram's closed, teary-eyed, petite form spins around and leaps at Emilia. Deciding in that moment to fall back, Emilia had prepared herself to hold down Ram. But the approaching Ram's movements proved to be faster, and Emilia's left hand was caught by Ram's right. Ram, don't get in my way now. Emilia, Kaya. As she spoke, demonstrating her excellent footwork and defensive movements and minimally moving her wrist and shoulder, Ram flings Emilia's body aside in a manner that had demonstrated maximum effectiveness. As Emilia flies away, her figure slowly somersaulted to the side. Through her surprise at her world's sudden revolutions, she quickly grasps her situation and attempts to swing her long legs onto the floor below. Emilia. In the spot where Emilia landed, lay one of Ram's shoes, which she had flung off. Tripping over it, Emilia loses her balance and lands on all fours. In that close combat, Emilia had been overwhelmed by Ram's technique, and Ram slips into the gap created, thrusting her wand between the bars of the ice cage towards the tip of the frightened Subaru's nose. Ram, I dare you to say that again. Subaru. It's not like that, Ram, with that face and that voice. Say that you forgot, Ram. One more time. Gritting her teeth, Ram was collecting something on the tip of her trembling wand, and he knew what it was. It was invisible to the eye. A power which you would probably call mana was accumulating in front of his eyes. But even then, Subaru couldn't follow with any words. He couldn't think of what to say to Ram, to that girl in front of him hanging on the verge of tears. If he wasn't Natsuki Subaru. But Natsuki Subaru, would he have been able to do it? Emilia. You can't, Ram. Stop! Emilia, having just clambered back to her feet, screams in an attempt to stop Ram. However, she doesn't make it in time. Emilia. A white light blinks through the ice cage's bars, and the shock engulfs Subaru. That shock flings his body all the way to the back onto the ice bars. The back of his head banged against them. Subaru. His head shook violently, and his consciousness became hazy. Without even having time to explain himself, Natsuki Subaru's consciousness slipped away. Subaru. Huh? Letting out a faint, weak groan, his consciousness starts to resurface. Gradually, his consciousness rises to the surface from the sludge of darkness, feeling as if he were somewhere vast, steadily accelerating, stretching into reality, and finally, Subaru. Gua, Alu. In the instant in which he'd been about to flit into consciousness, he'd been yanked up by a force that felt like it had seized him by the scruff of his neck. Sharp, hot pain burned within Subaru's mind. Groaning and writhing in pain, Subaru wakes up on the cold, hard floor. Subaru. Ow, ow, ow. What is this? His body roused by throbbing pain, Subaru reaches out his hand to his left shoulder. The moment he touches it, scorching pain once again burns across his mind. He couldn't move his left arm at all. Subaru. Did it get yanked out of my socket? Is it dislocated? Never felt this one before. Dangling about, his arm cannot move to his will down from his shoulder. However, when he had tried to move and touch it, he had felt a sharp pain. Thus, Subaru stood up with great care. Looking around at his surroundings, he sees that there was nobody around. And this room was Subaru. The room where I hid Miley. In other words, he was in the same room where he had been conscious up until just before. As evidence for that, behind Subaru, the ice cage Amelia had magically crafted was still there. It was strange that Subaru had been lying down outside of the cage. Looking at the cage, it didn't appear opened, and it didn't look like he should have been able to get out of it by any normal means. Subaru. So does that mean my shoulder was... Thinking to that degree, Subaru notices the relationship between his dislocated shoulder and his escape from the ice cage. The gaps between the bars of the ice cage were so small that it would be impossible to get through them unless he was the size of a child. By force, it should be possible to get through with his shoulder dislocated. The question is, how did Natsuki Subaru manage that whilst unconscious? Also, Subaru, where have Emilia and Ram gone? Within the room, the girls who'd been arguing with each other not long ago, or even about to kill each other, their figures were nowhere to be seen. That situation was far too unnatural. No, it was more like a terrible situation than an unnatural one. Subaru had been knocked out of consciousness, and thus knew nothing about his shoulder's dislocation, or Amelia and Ram whereabout, or anyone else who should have been here. Subaru looks around the room, wondering what had happened during his unconsciousness, looking to see whether anything strange had occurred. And there, he saw it. Natsuki Subaru was here, Subiru. On the walls, everywhere he could see, those words were engraved. Cut into the stone wall, crudely shaped words were carved as if scribbled into a notepad. Had it been the fragment of stone that was near the wall that had done that? It seems like it was part of the stone that had been in the back of the room, which had been originally used to hide Miley's dead body. Using that stone fragment, the phrase, Natsuki Subaru was here, was engraved onto the wall. If it was just that, then the impact had not been as great as when the same words had been carved into his arm. Under the influence of the surprise and astonishment that the redux had brought along to him, he should have laughed it off as no big deal. But, however, Natsuki Subaru was here. 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 Natsuki Natsuki Subaru was here. 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 Natsuki Sobaru 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 was here. Was here. Natsuki Subaru was here. Natsuki Subaru was here. Subaru. Ooh. Ah. Tightly packed together, abnormally so. The words were engraved, so that they completely covered the walls inside the room. They had even looked so natural that he hadn't truly noticed the uncomfortable feeling from the start. The words were so abnormally and stubbornly engraved to the extent that it had looked somewhat like an optical illusion, due to the excess of that pattern on the walls. Inside this room. For what purpose? Engraving these characters... Oi. The fuck is up with this creepy-ass room? You. Fuck is this crap decorating the walls? Subaru. Shuddering, standing stock still, the voice coming from behind Subaru inspired fear, and it wasn't down to the fact that he hadn't detected its presence. After all, Subaru's attention right now had been firmly fixed at the writing on the walls. He wouldn't have noticed anyone approaching. Thus, he was not surprised because of that. Subaru's surprise had come from how familiar that crude voice sounded. Terrible memories of it that he wanted to forget. You. Hell you doing looking so blank, small fry? What's a small fry doing so far away from his flock? Aren't you just asking to be a bigger fish's prey? As he spoke from behind Subaru, who dares not to look back, the red-haired man's laugh rang out like a shark's. Oh, how he laughed indeed. That man who should by all means not be here. Chapter 51. Tower of the Living 2. Hearing the voice of the familiar man from behind him, Subaru trembles in fear, to the point that he forgets to breathe. Subaru. Right in that instant he even forgets about the pain from his dislocated left shoulder. His mind is dominated by a vast succession of negative emotions, such as fear and cowardice. A tempest of hopeless feelings clouds over his thoughts. A single word repeats inside his head. Why? Why? His list of questions is inexhaustible. Why is his left shoulder dislocated? Why is the phrase, Natsuki Subaru was here, carved all around this room to this extent? Why are Amelia and Ram's figures, who had captured Subaru, nowhere to be seen? Why is Meili's body, which he had hidden, nowhere to be seen? Why had Natsuki Subaru lost his memories? Why had Natsuki Subaru been summoned into a different world? Why? Couldn't he ever tell his mom and dad the truth about everything? Why? What are you doing all huddled up? Don't be so silent, gross bastard. Why is the man who wasn't supposed to be able to come down standing here? Suddenly. Irritation rises in that man's voice, causing Subaru to whirl around in a panic. To look directly at the figure behind him is a frightening notion. In most cases, what triggers this sense of trepidation is a fear of the unknown. However, the fear that this man inspires comes from more than just the immediate risk of looking. This is far deeper than just unease from being unable to see. For this specific opponent's intent is not merely to inspire fear. Subaru can't help but think it's much closer to a straightforward urge to maim or even to kill. Ha. Ha. What you looking at, with that face? Are you that scared? You look like you're about to cry. A disgusting bastard, in this fucked up room. Smiling sardonically at Subaru, who'd made up his mind as such, the man dressed in a male kimono brazenly bares his white teeth, long red hair, an eye patch covering his right eye, his bare chest wrapped in white linen strips, and a muscular, well-built body. He is looking down at the pitiful Subaru, Pleiades Watchtower's second-floor guardian. Reed is the man that is calling out to him. Subaru. Reed. Does your mouth not work? Can you not hear me speak? Or are you trying to show that you have no plans of speaking with me? If that's the way it is, I don't really mind. But still, I guess it feels more dignifying that way. Bluntly saying this out loud, with words that show utmost arrogance, Reed stares at Subaru with an angry expression on his face. Whilst being overwhelmed by the hostility coming from Reed, Subaru forces his lips into a mumble. Subaru. Right. Subaru, wasn't your eye patch on your left eye? Why? Is it on your right eye? It was a question that he should not have uttered right now. As Subaru asks him, Reed's eyes flicker slightly, and just after, the man clanged his teeth together with a clack. Reed. Whim? It's a whim. Either eye is fine for me. That's the way it is. I put it on just when I feel like messing about. If I don't put it on, I'll end up seeing way too much crap. It's just that kind of thing. As Reed said that, he turns over the eye patch covering his right eye using his fingers, and there below his eye patch there are no wounds. His eye is in good health, exactly as he had stated, and of course there are no signs of injuries in his uncovered left eye. In short, his words had been completely true. He understood that his eye patch was really only an item for doing something because he wants to. Even so, when it comes to him, it's a pacetime needed for bridging the power gap between himself and others. Reed. What the— Oi. Isn't your shoulder dislocated? I did think looked a bit weird. Subaru. Gah. Immediately after he'd felt such profound emotion, a burning sensation scorches the lining of Subaru's brain with a sudden impact. Subaru. Gah. His throat is constricted by sharp pain, and his field of view around him flickers, pierced by great anguish. Looking at it with no consideration or hesitation, Reed had grasped Subaru's dislocated shoulder with his right hand. With a mere twist of the wrist, he had casually inserted the dislocated bone back into its socket. The dislocated bone was fixed, echoing a dull click across the room, and freedom of movement returns to his left shoulder. However, the pain that for a moment had become negligible returns to him. Tears pour down Subaru's cheeks. The pain makes him feel like cursing the world around him. Reed, don't you be acting so over the top. It looks like I'm picking on you when you look like that, damn it. As a matter of fact, it's not me who's picking on you. More so, it's that smoking hottie. Subaru. Smoking hottie? Reed, that smoking hottie with the silver hair. The ice cage behind you. I can pretty much tell by looking at that. Plus your dislocated shoulder. Did you fall out with your friends? Ha, how amusing. Reed snorts this back at Subaru, who is holding his left shoulder and groaning in pain. Having heard those words, Subaru understood he means Amelia when he described them as a smoking hottie. And, at the same time, when it comes to what had happened in the room, between Subaru and everyone else, Subaru fears that Reed's observant eye must have grasped what happened. Subaru. How? Do you know? Reed. Stuck inside the sullen tower, the stuff between a man and woman'll either improve beyond imagination, or deteriorate beyond imagination. Those are the only two options. When it comes to ya, you're the type to piss people off beyond belief. It's not so hard to figure that out. In all honesty, none of those conclusions are wrong. Therefore, Subaru has no way to refuse those words. Tearing his gaze away from Subaru, Reed turns to glance at Amelia's ice cage. Subaru. Twisting his neck, he strides huffily away from Subaru's side, eyeing the ice cage for a moment before he stomps on it, applying force, but for a brief moment. In that instant, the structure gives a sharp cracking sound. In the next, the destructive force spreads to all of the resilient prison, shattering the lattice entirely. Needless to say, no matter how hard Subaru had tried, he couldn't shift that ice cage even slightly. The cage's integrity had refused to yield, whether in terms of magic or strength. With a simple glance, the disparity between is immediately revealed, leaving Subaru dumbstruck. Putting his reaction to one side, Reed stretches his hands and feet lightly. Reed. Well, looks like you can move it again all right. Excellent. Excellent, indeed. Muttering that, making sure he had some kind of feeling there, he slowly steps out from the room. He takes absolutely no notice of Subaru, who stood stock still, perplexed out of his mind by that attitude. The confusion still hadn't settled down. He isn't able to completely grasp what happened, but he knew that, in this place, taking his eyes away from Reed would result in nothing good. Subaru. Wait up. Didn't you say you couldn't come down from the floor above? Why are you walking around this floor like it's normal? As Reed walks along the corridor of the 4th floor with complete indifference, Subaru rushes out of the room, quite unpretentiously, staring at Reed's back as he strides across the floor with an air of majesty. Subaru throws out that one question which had been inside his head since the very beginning. In response, Reed waved his hand without looking behind him. Reed, When did I say I couldn't walk out the second floor? If that's what you're saying, then isn't that a little bit unfair? Don't worry, your assumption that I can't leave has a bit of truth to it. I only became able to leave just now. Subaru. Just now? Wait. So may I ask why the premise collapsed? Ride? I'm not gonna give you a full lecture here and explain everything. I can walk about. You're about to piss yourself. That's that. The end. Wait. It's not the end yet. Following Reed in his wake, Subaru catches up to him. Changing the tone of his voice, Reed narrows his eyes at him. Subaru's body shrunk in place. As Reed distorted his cheeks at him, it looked like he could kill him just with his sharp eyes. The red-haired swordsman, who didn't carry around weapons unarmed. With merely the glint in his eyes, this man's gaze would be enough to put someone to the sword. Subaru takes a deep breath. Subaru. Whoa, what the? Reed. Excellent. Keep blustering on like that, you. If you can't even do that, you have no right to call yourself a man. And so, I have a question for you. You borderline failed man. I'm about to bid this sullen tower farewell, but where the hell did your buddies you fell out with run off to? Subaru. Huh? As the hostility exuding from the man nearby squeezes his heart, Subaru hears this surprising remark, causing his eyes to widen. Seeing the disheveled Subaru's reaction, Reed naturally continues with a, "You, Reed. I plan to get out of here, but I need food, water, and sake. Let's not even talk about the women. Well, from your friends, that smoking hottie and that woman with such a slutty figure are certainly fine prospects. Though, since I'd feel guilty seducing the smoking hottie, the slutty woman would have to be the prime candidate for it. Subaru, leaving this tower? But what about your trial? No, what about everything else? What are you going to do about this situation and everything that's going on? Raid. It's nothing. Everything you said doesn't have shit to do with me. Your issues should be solved by yourself. I've got nothing to do with it. Hold up. It's one last disgusting task left. Subaru. Disgusting. Task. Gah? Reed's facial expression suddenly changes, jabbing at Subaru's forehead with his finger, as Subaru's eyebrows had knitted into a grimace at those words. Subaru's back crashes against the wall of the corridor due to the sheer strength of the poke. Looking down at Subaru, laying in a painful heap beneath him, Reed snorts out a... Raid, I already told you. Don't you be thinking. You'll be able to get an answer to everything, you lil' chicken. Are you a small fry? Or a lil' chicken? Tighten the grip under your feet, you prick. Subaru. That's a problem of your own definition. Reed, don't use the me, who so fortunately appeared before you as a tool to dispel your worries, questions, or regrets with. Your issues are for you to solve. Don't use me as a crutch. Subaru. Calling those words akin to something like irritated was not be quite right. Feelings of irritation have some emotion to it, but Reed does not care at all about Subaru's existence. You don't get emotional over someone you don't care about. Thus, there isn't any irritation present in his voice. However, just these over-the-shoulder words were enough for Subaru to feel as if a knife had been stuck into his heart. Groaning from that pain, once again the questions left behind filling Subaru's mind lurch as if they were going to bury up his heart. But just before that happened, Reed. It came. Swiveling his head to look towards the end of the aisleway, Reed grumbles this as if something was up. Lifting his head up, Subaru's eyes are also lured towards that direction, pointing them towards where Reed was looking at. However, he couldn't spot anything different there. However, he realizes it late. Crouched down, his buttocks against the floor, he notices it. A faint tremor. The tower is shaking. Faintly, not quite on the same scale as an earthquake, but he felt tremors nevertheless. Reed. Clacking his teeth together and laughing. His eyes shining, Reed steps forward, sandals firmly treading against the floor. Seeing his unhesitating manner from the corner of his eyes, Subaru panically follows in his trail. Reed had said that he shouldn't use him as a tool to dispel his own worries. It's undeniable. There was no doubt in Subaru that Reed's words had cut right into his frail heart. Subaru's issues could not be solved by merely complaining about them to Reed. However, apart from that, Subaru now has a responsibility to get to the bottom of why Reed was wandering about the fourth floor, and what was happening in the tower in general. Subaru. Reed? Ride? Subaru. Hey, wait up, wait up. At the very least, tell me, what are you going to do? With long strides and a quick pace, Reed's back was proudly advancing forward, and he did not deign to stop and answer Subaru's question. His shoulder is in pain. There is bewilderment and confusion in his heart. He doesn't have any assertiveness. Subaru is driven by his half-hearted obligation. He has no other choice but to chase with utmost effort after the man's back who was striding forward. And suddenly the back of the man with the swaying long red hair abruptly ground to a halt and stopped. Reed had stopped his feet as he reached the spiral staircase present in the atrium at the end of the corridor. It was the place where the amnesiac Natsuki Subaru had twice been pushed to his death. As Subaru had been busy frantically chasing after Reed, he only noticed where he is standing at the last second. He holds his breath, frozen in place. However, his desire of wanting to break the deadlock in the feelings of hopelessness surpasses the feeling of avoiding this place that brought about his death, and gives Subaru the strength to move forward. It wasn't the place that had killed Subaru. It was evil that had killed Subaru. It isn't the place that ought to cause him to harbor these feelings of avoidance. Rather, the main cause of this should be attributed to the culprit, Subaru. The beating of his heart and the sound of his blood flowing through his veins feel frightfully loud. Ignoring that, Subaru wipes off a bead of sweat and pushed on forwards towards where Reed had stopped. He is standing at the edge of the drop, looking down below at the scene beneath his eyes. Wherever he may be, he is a man who really suits the posture of looking down on things. Whilst thinking such a useless thought in the depths of his mind, Subaru follows his gaze. Following his gaze, he finally notices it. Having been lost in his noisy heartbeat, the sound that he hadn't heard before was now audible to him. Subaru. Right beneath him, at the bottom of the large staircase on the 5th floor, having appeared out of nowhere, a repulsive herd of witch beasts of flame were filling up the hall, presenting to him a spectacle of absolute hell. Witnessing this display from beyond even his wildest imaginations, Subaru's senses went completely white. Subaru. Huh? The cracking of the scorching crimson flame and the sound of countless wailing infants dwelt in the tower. Connecting those two factors led to only one conclusion. That was, this terrifying witch beast, which wore a mane of flame around its neck, is only one part of a violent chaos of a horde. 4 legs and a torso akin to that of horses, an upper body with arms that are comparable to a human's, and a gaping maw, complete with fangs spreading through the human half. The dreadful heat's flames were about to scorch and devour the oxygen within the tower. There are about 20 witch beasts here, more or less. He can see them rampaging about below him on the 5th floor. The dreadful heat reaches below towards Subaru and Reed, who are dozens and dozens of meters above. Flinching back, being taken by surprise by this heat wave, to the extent that he felt like his eyeballs dry up in an instant. What is going on? Reed. So there's some creepy-ass witch beasts here, huh? Do ya know what they are? Subaru. I don't know. It's the first time for me, too, seeing these witch beasts. Other than the huge earthworm. Ah. Next to Subaru, who cannot keep his eyes off of the scene, stands Reed looking at the exact same spectacle, issuing that question to him. Subaru shakes his head at that query, his voice unintentionally trembling at the change in his view. The witch beasts are rampaging about inside the tower, garbed in flame, looking like both horse and man. A more convenient term to call them by would be centaurs. The centaurs let out a piercing yell. Coming out from their warped maws is a violent yell, a shrill roar as if caused by sheer fury. And the reason for that was due to the lone knight who was fighting back, swinging his slender sword, weaving his way through the herd of witch beasts. Holding his breath, an elegant sword slips through the gap between the herd of the witch beasts who carried swords of flame. Blood scatters. The arms and legs of a witch beast is severed, Its delayed shriek reverberates around the surroundings. Whilst listening to this, the knight who risked being overwhelmed by the amount of centaurs springs forward and leaps towards the next beast, sword poised. Subaru, Julius. Reflexively, Subaru's lips calls out his name, deeply moved at having found a survivor. He can't tell which emotion is stronger within himself, the one of joy or grief. Nevertheless, immediately after his consciousness leapt, he had done something unknown. There had been a situation like that once when he found himself with Miley's corpse beside him. He can't say for sure if the next time he meets with someone, whether they'll end up as a corpse. There's always such a fear in him. Therefore, it was good news that he had broke through this fear. Subaru. Putting aside the expression of surprise from above, beneath Subaru's eyes, Julius wields his sword and continues to fight against the witch beasts. Although he is at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, it was a situation where the strength of one probably wasn't equal to that of Julius. Although, if the witch beasts which freely emit flame, think of swarming Julius, who had only a sword to fend off against them, would mean his limits would be called upon. And if he burnt to death, then his Book of the Dead should appear in the library. Read. Where are all the others? Well, I guess this is convenient. Subaru. In that moment, a dark thought had floated across Subaru's mind, desiring for the death of his companion. That idea fought in the depths of Subaru's heart. Reed's muttering as he gazes at the scene below jerks his thoughts back to reality. But Reed wasn't aware of Subaru's internal conflict. Baring his fangs, he takes a step forward. Already on the verge of falling down to the depths below, he steps forward again. Subaru. Hey, what are you going to do? Reed. It's your only ability asking questions. Stop relying on me and try to pull some daring moves every once in a while. Talking to you is completely no fun. You're not a sexy lady for me to feast my eyes on. Nor are you interesting to talk to. With what intent are you trying to talk to me with? Subaru. Right. Let me ask again. How are you going to do? One of your comrades is just right there, trapped to face a bunch of disgusting witch beasts, and you're still just standing. To say that weak guys don't have options is just a pitiful excuse. Just like a carnivore making sport of a herbivore, so did Reed's philosophy echo the right of the strong. This philosophy's incompatibility with Subaru only served to reinforce its veracity. That was the sheer disparity between the strong and the weak. Reed. Without neither a word nor glance to Subaru, Reed at last stepped into motion, leaning forward slightly. There had been no chance to stop him. Like this, Reed fell forward, weightless, tracing the path that Subaru had followed to his death. Straight down Reed fell. Back then, Natsuki Subaru's consciousness had left him before he had crashed into the ground, and he hadn't been able to even see the moment which had actually caused his death. That red-haired swordsman, Reed dropped down in the same way, falling, thump, thump. Its back being struck by sandals falling from such great heights, the centaur's equine body is crushed. Its limbs, unable to bear that impact, shatter. It's unbelievable how the witch beast's huge body was crushed. Blood the color of ink spraying out, staining the floor of the 5th floor. Completing this scene is, falling from a height that would have been fatal to Subaru, energetically stomping on the remains of the witch beast, the violence of Reed Astrea. Subaru. The witch beasts, which from their looks likely did not possess intelligence, ceased their movements. Noticing the chaotic appearance of this red-haired man, their baby-like wails stop. Looking closely revealed that these headless witch beasts were using their non-visual senses to gauge their opponent. This is what Subaru surmises. Reed's abnormality is clear to them, using just their organs remaining that were devoid of sight. That observation is equally apparent to the knight, with all 5 senses intact, who had been engaged in a vigorous battle with these creatures. Julius. Why are you here? Why? What's the secret to being popular with women? What's the best kind of alcohol? How'd you get to be so strong, for instance? Standing in front of Julius, whose eyes are wide open in sheer shock, Reed brushes away the pieces of meat on the soles of his sandals. He turns his hand to another centaur standing beside him. As if it were a joke, in his hand, he held a thin wooden stick. He could see that he was holding a chopstick. Reed. My secret being popular with women's my face. That's kinda alcohol's gran-haired brandy. And's for how I'm the strongest in the world, simply because I'm me. Pausing for a moment after he finished speaking, Reed lightly began moving the chopsticks at his fingertips. In the next moment, the frozen centaur's body exploded in a shower of blood. Slow to detect the collapse of its body, the witch beast finally released the cries of its throes of death. Those screams, reminiscent of the cries of a baby, clinging desperately to this world, are indeed the worst in taste. However, a smile remains firmly on the face of the man who had caused all this. He raises his unbloodied weapons, his chopsticks, once more. This time not towards the witch beasts, but Julius. Then, looking at the yellow irises of the faraway Julius, who seems to dread those chopsticks far beyond what he appears to, Reed bares his fangs. Reed. Right. Let's get the rest of the trial going. Try and wrench him away before I get bored with this, you prick. Chapter 52. God, please forgive me. An unpleasant sword dance began to unfold, with the stage being the fifth-floor atrium. With his long red hair flying about, the eye-patch-clad man flawlessly weaved left and right, with absolute control of his burly body, wielding only short, fragile sticks of wood. Unfolding right on the stage was an unbelievable spectacle. Kashi! A witch beast in the form of a centaur rushed towards the redhead, its half-human, half-horse form raising a cry that sounded like something a newborn baby would emit. On its upper half, the human part, the witch beast had no head. It wielded a sword of flame, carrying it in both hands. Were you to come into contact with this immeasurable, scorching heat, even if were to graze you, then certainly your body would end up becoming carbonized. And yet, how was it that the man was doing this? He had twisted his body into this dance within the searing heat, fending it off as if it was child's play, using only those plain-as-day wooden sticks that he carried about. Flames did not alight upon the wooden sticks which had successfully warded the creature off. They didn't catch on fire. Why? Perhaps it was just because he was swinging those wooden sticks faster than they could catch on fire and burn. The reason why his wooden sticks were not burnt by the fire was because he was swinging the sticks faster than they could catch a flame. The reason why he'd warded off those slashes of flame was because he'd shift his sword flashes, conferring unto them the minimal amount of strength needed with the gale of his blades. And it seemed like the reason why that man found this so enjoyable, as the air around him became red-hot with murderous intent, was because he was absolutely insane, fully enjoying this crazy situation like it were the prime of this world. Reed, in this crazed state, resumed the trial. Reed! Oh, look. You! What happened? You! Are you playing? Unlike before, it's time to get serious, you. Use your companions around you. Time to take vengeance on me. Come on, monk. While bellowing angrily, with spittle flying from his mouth into the midst of the flames, Reed held a wooden stick in each hand. In a similar manner to how those blue eyes glared at him, Julius was encircled by the flames around him. As Julius dealt with the witch beasts around him, with his sword in hand, a sudden feeling of tension and bewilderment floated across his face. He didn't want to pay any heed to the words of Reed, who, as expected, was treating this as if this were a song and dance. And with that same expression, Julius shouted out, Julius, what the heck, what are you thinking? All these witch beasts came from the basement. This is a big deal for the tower. We should combine our strength, Reed. Wowzers, being a dude who's a well-mannered swordster, you sure are well-mannered in how you think too. You like this? Can you even enjoy living? From my experience, guys who hold off on doing what they want to do live much boring lives than guys who do what they want. Understand? You, Julius. What do you feel, God? Well, Red. First of all, what's the problem with letting those disgusting burning horsies run around? They're only as bothersome as Rain to me. Except Rain's plenty bothersome, 'cause I've got frizzy hair. You see, Julius's argument had come from a sensible point of view, but Reed laughed at it like it had been madness-spurned nonsense from a madman's reasoning. Comparing the flock of clearly murderous witch beasts of flame to something on the same level as the rain served as proof that any reasoning within Reed was long dead. There were no chances of there being any proper reasoning to it, holding no meaning save for filling the minds of those listening with confusion and chaos. Julius. H.K. When Julius heard this, he was disturbed by a thought he'd never even considered, and as a result a trace of hesitation was born in him as he brandished his sword, and his parry to the centaur's attack was belated. Julius. Damn. Julius did not meet the arcing flaming sword with his sword. He instead dodged it with something like a backward somersault, and straight afterwards, another centaur came to trample his head under its hooves. He avoided it by jumping forwards using his momentum from his landing. He thrusted his sword towards the body of the witch beast that had been wielding the flaming sword just before, as the witch beasts behind them screamed. Centaur, as he went to turn around, a hoof kick caught Julius's left shoulder. A muffled sound, and then a look of anguish ran across his handsome features. Even so, he used the momentum of the hoof to turn his body around, and with his sword, he cut down the witch beast by its legs, and with one mighty sword sweep he ran his sword through its body. Then, he slammed the pommel of his own sword into his bleeding left shoulder. The sound of raw meat and bone reverberated, and far more drastic than had been the case when Reed had treated Subaru's own shoulder. His bone slotted back into place. Reed. Ka. And that's that. Not bad. That expression of yours. As their giant burning bodies and trampling hooves transformed the fifth floor into a burning hellhole, only one person, Julius, had dared to fight against everyone's despair. Reed was pleased by this, with a cruel smile taking form on his face. The witch beasts, unable to reason, would consider Reed and Julius equally harmful opponents. However, their troublesomeness was clearer than flame, had you any intelligence. Stained with blood, lacking his usual elegance, Julius's sword kept the witch beasts' attacks at bay, and steadily cut them down one by one. Meanwhile, Reed didn't seem troubled, and with martial arts skills that were about the same, or higher than Julius, he was reaping the lives of the witch beasts as if he were a shinigami. And in the meanwhile, Julius, G'day, but watch your step. Well though, from how I see it, you gotta watch your everywhere. Picking his ears seemingly in boredom, Reed's long leg slammed into the back of Julius, who had been turned away from him. How much power had been in that kick? Having received it, Julius's body was blown away with ease, just like a stone wrapped up in a piece of cloth. His body crashed into the tower wall. His crash could be felt reverberating all throughout the tower. The witch beasts let out a shrill cry, welcoming their prey's predicament. Hunched down on the floor, the herd of witch beasts rushed forward in a mad scramble towards Julius, who was coughing up blood. Julius. Julius slid his torso up from the ground, and as he kicked out at one of the hooves with his long legs, he jumped back onto his feet. Using that momentum, Julius clambered up using the shoulders and the torso of one of the witch beasts that had rushed forward as a foothold, and tried to break through their encirclement. He pointed his left hand towards a gap left in between the witch beasts. Julius. Nothing happened. Grasping his left hand, Julius's face showed bitterness. The witch beasts had turned around, drawing nearer towards Julius. Reed, even at a time like this, you ain't gotten serious yet, you. Julius found himself between the witch beasts, while Reed sighed and waved his stick as he cut in. Holding one each in both hands, a heavy gust of wind was raised as he swung them, lifting up around about 10 of the centaurs up into the air. A sensation of being unaware at what had happened rose up in the witch beasts as they felt their hooves floating in mid-air. Reed. Die. Ya useless horses. Right there, Reed gently took a step and jumped up. Towards the witch beasts, one by one he cut the torsos in half, pierced their heart, broke their upper body, destroying all of the witch beasts, massacring them all, total annihilation in different manners. Flying in the air, to scattering their corpses on the ground. Everything happened in about 2-3 seconds. The witch beasts, known for their tremendous lethality, killed without anything they could do about it, all destroyed. Then, the fifth layer filled with the centaurs was swept away, and in this case it felt like there was room for some relief. Reed, geez, there ain't any end to 'em. One after another, they emerge from their nest. Reed clicked his tongue, and as if to confirm what he had said and indicated, from the stairs that led towards the 6th floor underneath, the sounds of hooves and the cries of their baby-like voices were once again approaching the 5th floor. If this went on, due to the accumulation of the corpses, it would only be a matter of time before the witch beasts would go up. If the desert outside was the natural habitat of these witch beasts, it was impossible to fathom that they'd run out of stock. Reed seemed to have a similar idea, and he slowly crossed his arms together. Reed, "It's a time where man comes down feeling like leaving settling a few things on my plate. And they're just getting in the damn way. They're fucking annoying. Oi, Julius. Wait, go out? Things are in this state, and you're still saying you want to go out from the tower? Reed, you heard me. That's my conclusion. Like I said, these guys ain't nothing but drops of rain. Playing with them's just boring. They're really nothing special. Only the smoking hottie was capable of playing with me. The rest of you can't match up to my level at all." Julius, clenching his teeth. Julius was highly dissatisfied with Reed's attitude, but he hesitated to express that. If he lost his temper here, the discussion with Reed would break down. In this case, the situation would be against both Rhydastria and the witch beasts. Yes, that was what Julius's rationality had thought. Glancing at him, he saw Julius's hesitation in an instant, the anguish that was clear as day. Reed, "Nothing can be done about it. It's their nature." Reed was disappointed from the bottom of his heart, and he muttered, which made Julius's cheeks become stiff. How much anguish was coursing through there? Julius's, his expression and overly complex emotional vortex. It was like a child heading for the top of the mountain which was covered by clouds. The pain within his heart was absolutely invisible to everyone other than him. However, it was immediately after that the hellfire which spouted from below rose up aiming at Julius. All of what was happening below was well visible to the mediocre guy looking down at the battlefield from up above. Subaru. While everything had reached this point, Natsuki Subaru overlooked the 5th layer fight from above. He realized that he had even forgot to breathe because of the situation downstairs. Beneath his eyes, the melee between Reed and Julius, with the witch beasts added to the equation, was on an absurd dimension, in which Subaru, lump of banality as he was, could not even think of intruding. Struck with admiration towards Reed, who operated far outside the norm, he could feel nothing but fresh-born awe towards him. But, for the first time, Subaru witnessed Julius's fight. His swordsmanship and skills were at a level at which Subaru could not remotely take advantage of him. If Subaru challenged him, he would definitely have all his limbs lopped off in an instant. It would only be an ugly defeat. To face him without utmost seriousness, with only a wooden practice sword, well, that nonchalant face would never waver. There would only be agonizing, crushing defeat. Whether it was Emilia or Julius or Ram, it was all the same. Or, let's say, Beatrice and Echidna, not to mention Shola. And everyone in this tower, Natsuki Subaru's meager power could not be compared with theirs. He had taken them, the people of this world, the inhabitants of this fantasy world, far too lightly. Weak and young, Meili was the only one he had killed. Even then, it was Natsuki Subaru who did that, which meant that Subaru did not participate in that. He can't kill what he can't kill. Natsuki Subaru realized that he did not have the strength to fulfill the Book of the Dead plan. After realizing that, Natsuki Subaru's heart became hesitant. Amazed while standing, Julius lost his calm and was slow to notice the witch beasts behind him. Reed noticed them, but showed no signs of warning him. At this rate, Julius would be burned to death by the flames of the witch beasts, who were approaching him from behind. The fulfillment of the possibility that had crossed his mind before, that Julius's Book of the Dead would also be added to the library. Subaru could not make this situation unfold with his own hands. It would be a tragedy. By going with the flow of the situation, Subaru would push Julius into his death. Subaru, behind you, Julius! Julius. Tisk! Upon hearing that scream, Julius's body reflexively unstiffened. Without hesitation, his slender body flew to the right, over the hellfire that had been set loose from behind him, swept across the floor of the 5th floor, incinerating everything in its wake. Explosive flames which dyed the air crimson. The source of this continuous emission was a witch beast, an entire size larger than all the previous ones. Adolescent and adult, whether or not such distinctions existed amongst witch beasts, Subaru felt such a discrepancy in their power levels. See. Cloaked by the flames, the big centaur that made a piercing noise gathered several other smaller centaurs around him. Once again, the 5th floor was swarmed by a herd. The situation turned once again back into a stalemate. Having been caught up in the aftermath of the hellfire, Julius flung off his burning cloak in which flames had set it alight from the hem without turning back towards the witch beasts. Or not, with now nimble figure. Julius faced Subaru, who was feeling desperate and unable to move. Julius. Urberu? That moment, even with the distance between them, Julius's and Subaru's gazes crossed with each other's. Even though they are clearly quite a distance apart, in positions where they can't even see each other's faces clearly, Subaru felt the complex emotion buried in those yellow eyes, letting out a groan from the depths of his throat. Doubt, confusion, hesitation, worry. Various shades of negative emotions swirled around within the depths of his eyes. They pierced straight into the depths of Natsuki Subaru's inexpressible guilt. And then, just after, speaking this to Subaru, who wanted to do nothing but run away from there, Julius spoke out. Julius, I'm leaving Echidna, Anastasia-sama, in your hands. Julius pointed his sword toward Subaru. No, not at Subaru. Behind him when he shouted that it was likely to point up to the 4th floor. With trust that was cracked and full of scars, Julius clung on to this supplication. Or perhaps, as if it had been the right thing to shout right now, even Julius himself couldn't brush away all his doubts. Those were words he shouted among all this. Doubtful, confused, hesitant, concerned, he still did not stop, and made a decision. So, like a bullet, Subaru lifted his heavy legs, which were attached to the floor, and ran as fast as he could. Scrambling forward while stumbling, he clumsily ran. He turned his back to the spiral staircase and started running. He did not know the destination. Was he escaping? Or not escaping? He didn't even know that anymore. He didn't understand his feelings, but even so he could not stop running. Leaving Julius downstairs, in the place where there was a horde of witch beasts and Reed, Subaru ran away like a rabbit. Reed. Whoa. Truly no help in it. That nature. In the distance, Reed, who was watching the situation from afar, muttered silently. Mutters which seemed identical to his previous one. Whether or not a touch of emotion was lodged into them was unclear. Why did he scream? Why couldn't he let him die right there? While he sprinted, almost running out of breath, Subaru questioned himself over and over again in his head. Why did he scream? Why couldn't he let him die right there? Mainly, letting him die shouldn't feel any different than killing him yourself, right? Embracing Subaru's back while he ran, the shade of the girl sentimentally grumbled her complaint. The shade hadn't come out even once after Reed's appearance. Her voice, although her neck had been strangled, was entirely torturing Subaru, as if cursing him with that. In actual fact, it was like that. Subaru's actions were contradictory. His thoughts, his actions, his desires, and his goals, none of them aligned. The Book of the Dead plan was constantly in a corner of his head. That craving awaited eagerly for an opportunity. The shade of the deceased girl could see through Subaru's conflicts. So why did he, even when she gave him a push in the back by calling out to him in his time of doubt, waste his chance? He had given Julius a chance to escape the line of fire. However, in the end he remained downstairs, where the danger of Reed and the witch beasts was very much still present. It was a half-hearted way of leaving someone to die. Was it that he just didn't want to be involved in the actual scene? Having strangled Meili with his own hands, the depths of his heart had that impulsive fear engraved in it. Could he say that it was such that he didn't want to see someone else die in front of him? Was that why he ran away so desperately? Regardless of the words, and everything which had been left to him by Julius, entrusted by Julius, Subaru, while he was absorbed in his thoughts, Subaru's feet were abruptly stopped by an overbearing call. When he stopped in his tracks, lurching forward, The voice he heard was from a side passage that he'd gone past without noticing. Coming from the other side of the corner, a shadow rushed over to Subaru. I was looking for you, in fact. Right now, going there is too dangerous, I suppose. Beatrice? And, holding up the hem of her dress, Beatrice came running up to him with an earnest expression. Following Julius, Subaru felt both relief and surprise at the same time at having confirmed her safety as well. However, the surprises didn't stop there. Someone else was accompanying her from behind. Subaru. Echidna? Why are you two together? Echidna. It had to be here that I met you, Natsuki-kun. With a slightly disturbed breath, the girl following behind Beatrice, Echidna, grumbled so. Aside from the surprise of the unexpected meeting, what had taken a strict hold of Subaru's heart even more was the emotion with which Echidna's pale green eyes were looking his way. That clear-as-day suspicion would be made aware to someone in Subaru's position whether they wanted or not. Reed, of course, knew nothing. Julius and Beatrice's demeanors indicated that they also didn't clearly know anything at all. However, Echidna's demeanor told a different story. Echidna knew about the exchange that Subaru, Amelia, and Ram had in the room where he hid Miley's corpse, where he was locked up in a prison of ice. And, possibly, that might not be limited to only her. He remembered how Julius looked at him with a complex emotion in the end. All of them supposedly shared what happened to Subaru when he woke up. So, it was only natural for Echidna to react this way, rather. Beatrice, you're... HK. Right now's not the time to talk about that, in fact. Come over here, I suppose. However, in contrast to Subaru, who was remembering his hesitation, Beatrice one-sidedly took his hand. Subaru's quivering voice was blotted out, caught off guard by her action, having been grabbed by her tiny hand. As a matter of fact, if they were informed by Ram and the others of his circumstances, it was immeasurable how much determination would be required to go ahead with this action. It was such a careless move that it made Subaru want to question their sanity. Beatrice, are you serious? He escaped his cell in a situation like this. However, Beatrice taking Subaru's hand made Echidna's face go pale and scream at them. She was questioning the pros and cons of Beatrice's actions. She raised her own hand above and pointed it at Subaru. She pointed her finger at him. The look of that gesture held more pressure. That seemingly restrained attitude did not seem like a bluff to Subaru. To him, the situation was the same as if he were being held at gunpoint. However, the threat to his life, Subaru took it as a matter of course. From Echidna's point of view, being wary of Subaru was obvious. Beatrice was, for some reason, even now, standing in front of Subaru and standing off, even against Echidna. Echidna. Hold it, Beatrice. With such odd behavior, siding with him is a dangerous choice, so I can't allow it. Just as Ram warned, he isn't Natsuki Subaru. Beatrice. That's not true, in fact. Holding his hand like this. Betty, who has been in contact with him like this, knows, I suppose. Subaru and Betty are still bound by our contract, in fact. You would understand this if you're in the same position as Betty, I suppose. Echidna. Even if that's the case, he's still untrustworthy. Escaping his cage in circumstances like this. How can I trust him at all? There's no possible explanation for this. As Echidna screamed so, her expression had the strongest emotion he had ever seen of her. To date, she'd always stifled her feelings skillfully. The her they had always given off that air now seemed painfully anxious. Continuously forceful, she desperately tried to eliminate the threat before her. Desperately. Doing so. An overwhelming number of witch beasts are overflowing downstairs. Every single thing happening in this tower is to be feared. It's natural she would have an outburst when thrown into that impossible situation. While looking at that, he thought, Subaru. Just whatever, Beatrice. Subaru? Beatrice, who was holding his hand, hearing Subaru's whisper, her eyes widened in shock. That Beatrice's small, soft hand was then released. With a sudden sound, something that had until now been pulled taut, snapped. Like so. Echidna. What are you trying to do? Subaru having pushed away Beatrice's shoulders, Echidna furrows her brow at him as he stepped forward. Bewildered, her caution was more than that. Even then, Subaru's heart didn't falter. Subaru. Just as you see, I'm giving up. Just do whatever you want with me. He felt like his emotions couldn't stir into anything else now, other than having whatever happens happen. He committed a crime he doesn't remember. He desperately wanted to conceal all of it, causing doubts around people. He just tried to stay in peace, but his life was targeted, all while being continuously frightened by the shadow of Natsuki Subaru. Echidna, with that admirable attitude, do you think we'll lower our guard? If so, you're making a big mistake. From the bottom of my heart, I can't trust you, Subaru. Fine, whatever. You're free to add that in too. This tower is finished. Subaru could not handle it. He had gone over his mental capacity, having gone through one too many impossible situations. This was just him wanting to grumble at his blockade. However, it seemed that Echidna thought differently. Echidna, this tower is, in other words, you already have achieved your goal. Subaru, my goal? Echidna, don't feign ignorance. Your goal, it is the witch in the shrine, isn't it? Because your goal is fulfilled, everything reveals its true nature. I should have followed Anna's intuition. I shouldn't have brought anyone else here. Echidna's voice, speaking with anguish, was filled with contrition and remorse. It was like Subaru didn't know its origins. Just now, she was seeing something Subaru couldn't. Moreover, she suspects that Subaru is related to that. But does it even matter? The end of the world is approaching. Beatrice, Subaru. In fact, what's wrong with you? The way you're talking, it's nothing like Subaru, I suppose. You cannot stop in such a place like this, in fact. Subaru, like me. Beatrice appealed and pulled Subaru's sleeve, whose expressions had completely disappeared. The trembling voice shook his ears, and Subaru stared at Beatrice. Subaru, what is being like me? Just where is that being like me which you guys are seeing? Echidna. Amnesia, do you intend to continue your disgusting farce? You know that Ram has lost memories of her little sister, or Julius, who has had himself forgotten, and the fact many have had the memories of their precious ones erased, and yet you maintain your cruel act. Subaru, act you say? Give me a break. If it's acting, then isn't it obvious I'd act with much more determination? Who would like to become Natsuki Subaru? By their choice. Who would become that disgusting guy? With his brain a total mess, Subaru burst out with anger at Echidna. If he had the freedom of choice, if he had the luxury of being picky, who would like to become Natsuki Subaru? Twisted, unbearable. That was the kind of existence he was. Just who would want that? Just who would wish to become Natsuki Subaru? Subaru, you're all just ganging up on me. Who do you think you are? I lost everything. I was just coming back from the convenience store. All I remember is that there was just the store clerk with me. From that, suddenly a different world. Sand tower? Dead body. Trial. Fakeness. Natsuki Subaru. Don't mess with me. Don't mess with me, Echidna. Subaru. That's right. It must be my fault. I came here when I shouldn't have had. I didn't want to go back home. I was too scared to bother Dad and Mom by putting on a fake look on my face, so I was all excited in the beginning. But just in the beginning. Beatrice and Echidna were staring open-eyed at the emotions of the exploding Subaru. They surely didn't know their meaning. To them, Subaru's anguish was simply meaningless. He also confessed of this being a different world for him. However, they did not understand the meaning of different world in its truest sense. There was an unquestionable gap between their understanding. Subaru was not the Natsuki Subaru they were seeking. Likewise, they too would never become to the salvation Subaru was seeking. Subaru. You must all be thinking why I'm blowing my temper right now all of a sudden, right? I don't know either, but I have suddenly just reached my limit. Because I am like this, something that was perfectly fine snapped. Even if I was implored, I can't do anything. Not a single thing. So, Subaru. So, just forgive me now. Please forgive me. Please, send me back home. If God wanted to punish me then, I understand. It was my fault, Subaru said, overwhelmed with his voice gradually fading away and holding back all his bitterness. He asked for forgiveness, as he rubbed his forehead on the aisle. He did not know who he should ask this of, so he prayed to God. Taking the name of all the gods that were to his knowledge, he prayed. He wished forgiveness for the punishment given to him, to his slothful self. Reflection and regrets, he had surely done both enough to change his life. So, please forgive me. He no longer wished to have anyone else involved in the punishment resulting from Natsuki Subaru's foolishness. He did not want to be hurt himself. He did not want to hurt anyone else. Cowering, Subaru desperately and tearfully appealed to the silent Echidna and Beatrice. Beatrice's palm gently stroked Subaru's back, who was squatted down next to the two of them. That feeling of the palm of someone not of the same incorrigibleness as him. Why did it still persist with him? Hearing to the answer of that question was too hurtful for Subaru. Echidna. I don't believe you. Beatrice. Echidna. Beatrice called out to Echidna, who had sighed out her conclusion. At her voice, Echidna loosely shook her head. Echidna, even if you cradle your head and sob, none of my doubt will be erased. My answer remains the same. I have the responsibility of borrowing Anna's body. For her safe return, no matter who curses me, who hates me, I'll bear it. Beatrice. Echidna. However, I don't want to do anything that leaves me incapable of facing her. Saying that, Echidna gradually lowered her fingers towards Subaru's forehead. Seeing the fingers lose the pressure they had ever since coming to this aisle, it became obvious that the issue of those fingers holding Subaru's life had been solved. But that had nothing to do with the salvation Subaru wished for. Echidna. Beatrice, you're free to go with him. I plan to go to where Julius is. After reuniting with him, if no surprises arise, we'll meet again above. Beatrice. Understood, I suppose. Hey, Subaru. Stand now. If you can't stand, then Betty is ready to even carry you, I suppose. Echidna turned her back and recognized that Beatrice respected her beliefs. At that time, as Beatrice tried to lend her small shoulder to him, Subaru stared at Echidna's back, who was trying to keep distance from his affairs. I'm leaving, Echidna. Anastasia-sama in your hands? Echidna. By this, what do you think you're doing? Echidna turned her head around and glared intensely at the hand which grabbed the sleeve of her left hand. Echidna asked Subaru, whose face was all messy with his tears and a runny nose, his cheeks stiffening at her question. He was unable to answer what he was doing. Subaru could not stand the look in Echidna's accusations. Even so, having heard Subaru's unsightly plea, it had been Echidna's judgment to not lay her hands on him, as she realized that Subaru's fingers continued to damage her judgment. Echidna. I thought I was handing you over. Even so, how come has it come down to this? Subaru. Julius asked me to. Echidna. He did? Don't joke around. He could make this decision, but at that moment, Echidna, who was the reason behind Subaru's tears, reconsidered what she was going to say, letting out a before that. Echidna. Did you meet him before coming here? He should have headed over to take a look at the situation on the 5th floor. And if he met with you? No, rather than that. What did he ask you for? Right now he is... Subaru experienced an overwhelming pressure due to her threatening attitude, hearing those rapid-fire questions. The cracks in his heart hadn't healed yet in the first place. Just why did his body act for a world out of his control, where he could not do anything? Why, until he'd recalled Julius's scream, which could hardly be called a promise. Echidna. Yeah, we're making no progress. Anyway, where did you last meet Julius? Tell... Subaru. Echidna, driven with impatience, picked words to continue the conversation. Looking at her efforts, Subaru gulped. It was not because he was hesitating to tell her. A situation even more urgent than this unavoidable one with Echidna had come up. Behind Echidna, who was staring at Subaru, a dot of red light floated across the aisle. Subaru was distracted by it, wondering what it was. The dot of red light, floating in the dark and moving slowly, directly faced Subaru's black eyes. Subaru understood that this was a situation of being eye to eye with someone or something thanks to his mere intuition. At the same time, the eyes of the one who had locked with his own. Its figure was faintly visible through the dark. A black body that stood in the dark, with a glowing dot of light, and a pair of strangely developed sharp pincers, and above all, a trembling sharp tail stinger. Subaru. Wah? An unbelievably huge scorpion, with its tailpiece pointing towards them. Beatrice. Subaru. At the moment when it swung its tail, Beatrice, who was standing next to him, called out. Light swept through the aisle. The shock waves emitted violently, shattering the stones which composed the fourth floor. Chapter 53. A voice chimed the volatile tail stinger which came flying towards them, shattered the stone aisle, causing an eruption of smoke as the destruction spread rampantly. Feeling the spectacle seemingly in slow motion, Subaru witnessed a petite young girl in a dress jump into the core of the vortex of the terrible destruction unfolding before his eyes. With her vertically rolled hair fluttering, jumping into the destruction head-on had been Beatrice. Courage? No, foolhardiness. Though a matter of course, the petite young girl's build was fragile. It had much less capacity to withstand the tail stinger's blow than the stone monument. Should she even try to act as a shield, the young girl, with her stature, would not be able to obstruct any strike above Subaru's chest. In other words, it was naught but an impulsive action, naught but a death, futile. Just as how the sobbing Subaru, with his face stained with nasal mucus, had grasped Echidna's sleeve, just as how he had ultimately called out Julius's name, who had been scorched in the flames of deeds, just as how he had tried to slam Ram's head into the wall, and had not abided by the illusionary young girl's advice. Beatrice, too, had overlooked the impossible, and tried to receive and halt the tail stinger. Subaru. Whoa. Beatrice. Incomplete empt, in fact. At that instant, Beatrice, who had appeared forth, grasped Subaru's hand, and held her empty hand aloft ahead, at the same pace with the young girl's shout. Something invisible to the eyes, similar to energy, flowed out of Subaru's body. Before Subaru, whose head was tottering, the tail stinger's blow was blocked by a seeming light screen which had been activated in front of Beatrice's pointing palm. The shock wave, which gave one the impression of this being the last thing one gets to see, was blocked by the defensive wall which had Beatrice's palm as its center, and it unrolled the damage onto the environs, seemingly avoiding Subaru and Thebula. Others, the launched tail stinger did not end with a single blow, and rained upon them continuously. However, all of it was blocked by the shield which had taken the form of the young girl named Beatrice, and led the damage onto their rear. The terrible shock wave blew violently. One of the scattered fragments of the aisle grazed Subaru's cheek. The noise became further distant, in the situation where his field of vision became white, and as he squinted his eyes due to the pain of his cheek, Subaru had his glance robbed by Beatrice's back. The titanic scorpion which had been visible for a single instant, if this was indeed that scorpion's tail stinger which had rained incessantly upon them, then it was a matter of course that it was a mortar which could effortlessly turn a human body to dust. Dust. Having that be shielded by a young girl with such a small build gave Subaru the chance to pick up his life. An instant before, he had been thinking of what unimaginable hell must he endure, having continued to wish for salvation from God. Subaru had no room to be cursing his own misfortune, and close to his awareness, an existence separate from Beatrice or the scorpion had been present in the corner of his field of vision. That was Echidna, who had been dragged into this attack and exposed to the same damage. She had once declared acting separately and tried to part ways with Subaru and Beatrice, but immediately preceding the commencement of the attack she had been restrained by Subaru, and thus dragged into this situation. Fortunately, she had also been in the location which Beatrice was protecting, so the tail stinger's damage had been obstructed by the light screen and did not reach through. However, that was all. What Beatrice had blocked was merely the direct damage that had been rained upon them by the tail stinger. She had not been able to defend against the secondary damage that the tail stinger brought with itself. In other words, Echidna. Whoa. Raising her voice faintly, Echidna lost her balance and collapsed backwards. Though she stepped back in order to support her body, there was no floor to support her legs. Shattered by the tail stinger's attack, the aisle crumbled halfway. As a result, the structure of the tower's aisle was damaged, and due to the collapse of the floor, ceiling, and walls, Echidna lost space to step on. Upon being abandoned into an unknown space, death due to falling would be inescapable. Instinctively comprehending that fear, a sense of impending crisis levitated in Echidna's eyes. Subaru. Subaru instantaneously stepped ahead and grasped Echidna's hand, preventing her from falling to death. Echidna, Natsuki-kun? Beatrice had grasped his right hand, while he grasped Echidna's with his left hand. Thanks to Reed's coercive surgery, his shoulder was still in. The pain was deep-rooted. His shoulder may get dislocated if overused. Without handing the responsibility over to Beatrice, who was busy desperately catching the tail stinger, Subaru braced his legs as he gnashed his molars and had no choice but to muster the entirety of his strength in order to restrain Echidna's body. Wait. Oit, Subaru. Yeah. Regardless of her small stature, Echidna possessed the weight of a human. Lifting up a human is not an easy task to begin with, much less with a single hand, much less by a wounded person, much less with the other person being uncooperative due to this crisis. Even upon being pulled, the danger of falling had not been reduced, though that was something which was well understood even if not given any thought. Why? He braved this risk. Echidna, don't do something which will make me surmise something about you. Subaru, like, I care. It was just instantaneous. Echidna, that response does seem fitting of Natsuki-kun as well. Overlapping the exhausted soliloquy, he refuted Echidna's remarks, whom he had saved reflexively. Though unshapely, she turned her body around and with the support of Subaru's arm, somehow laid foot upon the crumbled floor, somehow supporting her actions until the very end. Subaru looked down onto his arm. Letters engraved as wounds, patterns of black speckles covering it, which he did know happened when painful and fierce white scars all over his body remained which had been carved by his own volition. Subaru. It moves better than what's in the limits of my memories. His arms functioning being better than what he remembered, or the countless scratches on them. His physique, which had become slightly stronger, narrowly managed to save Echidna from falling to death, though his body was too defective and limited for the execution of the Book of the Dead plan. Echidna. Somehow I managed to get back up. Beatrice, how are things on your end? Beatrice. About to hit the limit, I suppose. About time. Putting her unfitting emotions somewhere else. Echidna, having climbed up, called out to Beatrice with a grim expression. At her call, Beatrice stiffened her lovely cheeks and responded. And at the very next instant, Ebishan, the scorpion, which must have unleashed a rapid fire of the tail stinger, clung to the ceiling and pointed its enormous pincers towards them while letting out a cry. Subaru. H.K. With the seemingly sithing down pincers closing in, Subaru had his thoughts slowly washed away. According to his ordinary knowledge, when speaking of a scorpion rises a strong image of a venomous stinger. But the truth is, over the thousands of species of scorpions, venomous species were only a few dozen in number. In that case, what would be the weapon of a scorpion which hunts without venom? Of course, those pincers would be its weapon. Sharpness, or perhaps it should be called cutting strength instead. It may seem less hazardous when compared to a venomous stinger, but should the scorpion be this large, its killing ability anyhow cannot be made light of. That was also made clear through the spectacle of the walls or floor of the tower, which had managed to barely hold their structure, being minced like tofu being cut with a knife. Beatrice. Murak. Beatrice evaded the spectacle, seemingly a symbol of destruction and massacre, by jumping and rebounding with an unbelievable leap. No, by flying unnaturally, as if abusing the laws of inertia. It was a queer sensation of seemingly escaping the effect of gravity with Beatrice at the center. Beatrice grabbed the lower back of Subaru and Echidna's clothes, taking a large distance away from the scorpion's attack, and with the new distance in between, Echidna prepared the fingers of her right hand in the direction of the scorpion's face. Echidna. L.G. Wild. White lines of heat were fired from each of her 5 fingers respectively. The 5 beams mowed down the aisle like the claws of a giant and scorched the face, right pincer and shell of the scorpion clinging to the ceiling. Perhaps due to being unable to endure that strength and damage, the scorpion vehemently waved about its tail stinger and right pincer, and whilst slipping into the dust which erupted due to the aisle's destruction, retreated to the rear. Echidna. G-Wald. 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 Subaru. Wait. Calm down, Echidna. It ran away. That thing ran away. It ran away. While the scorpion drew back into the plume of smoke, Subaru bound Echidna's arms back, who all the more refused to halt her attack. Even after that, Echidna continued struggling for some time, desperately glaring towards the other side of the plume of smoke, finally relaxing her body and entrusted her body weight onto Subaru. Echidna. Ha, ha, ha. Did do it? Subaru. Not totally. It probably ran away. Subaru shook his head horizontally before Echidna, who was short of breath and in an unbelievable condition. The plume of smoke was yet to clear away, but it gave the impression that the scorpion's corpse was not present there. In fact, even right now he was trembling with the fear of the tail stinger's counterattack from the other side of the plume. Subaru, but isn't that, eh? That one just now was Beatrice. A witch beast, in fact. A boorish fellow, which suddenly appeared onto this fourth layer. The tremors in the lower floors and the witch beast of the fourth layer. On top of that, the abnormalities in the upper layers. Subaru. Up, down, inside. Are there problems happening everywhere? Subaru changed his expression and turned around upon Beatrice's report as she made a serious face. Certainly, Julius was continuing the battle in the lower floors, and the existence of that scorpion, that witch beast, had become clear. It was also convincing to believe that the abnormalities in the upper floors were happening due to Reed's descent. Echidna, though it seems you do not realize that one of those problems is you. As if trying the very basis of Subaru's thoughts, Echidna stood alone, having distanced herself from Subaru's chest. She wiped the sweat off her forehead, gazing at Subaru with vigilance she found impossible to eliminate. In her pale cerulean eyes was vigilance, suspicion, along with anxiety, perplexity. Echidna. Just what are you? Where do you stand? What do you want, Subaru? I don't know the details, I said. Didn't I? I don't know what occurred, and what's happening either. The same as you. After all, Beatrice. Amnesia. Subaru muttered weakly in response to Echidna's question, unable to respond with nothing but the same form of perplexity. The one to claim the last one was Beatrice, who had been lost in thoughts with a serious expression. Amnesia. Subaru had opened his heart to subjects regarding that only before the two of Amelia and Ram. In other words, Beatrice and the others are aware of the cage, as well as Subaru's excuses. And despite knowing this was the attitude Beatrice possessed, Echidna too thought, as she nearly ran out of words. Echidna. How did you escape from the cage? Subaru. When I took notice, I was lying outside with a broken shoulder. Though he answered straightforwardly and honestly, he did not expect to be believed. However, overlapping lies with lies leading to gradual deterioration is what the current situation was. Though his self had even prayed to God with a dripping nose to award him with punishment, but there was no longer any point in keeping up appearances and pretenses. With that mental state, Subaru responded to Echidna without any falsehood, making her hesitate to say something for a brief period. But after that she immediately closed her eyes and resumed without looking at Subaru. Echidna, why did you save me just now? Echidna, had you not offered your hand, I would have unmistakably died. Taking Anna's body with me, it surely would have been a death terribly filled with regrets. As if other human affairs, the question distanced him away by a single step. However, the reason she dared to do that was the same as the reason why she abstained from looking at Subaru's face. Eyes. Namely, a last resort to ensure she did not err her judgment due to her emotions. With Echidna's such judgment before him, Subaru pondered. Why had his self offered his hand to Echidna? Was it because Julius had entrusted him in the end? Did those words make Subaru offer his hand? Subaru. It was instantaneous, I don't know. However, shaking his head left and right, Subaru denied that notion. Certainly, Subaru had thought back to Julius's words and moved in order to prevent Echidna from acting separately once. But when her life was actually in danger, the reason why his body moved was not due to such deliberate thinking. He did not know. Why had his self made such a move? Subaru, it's not like everything needs a reason, you know. It was sudden. Everything was sudden. That's why Prepared to despair, Subaru expressed the emotions within him whilst faltering. He thought that he would undoubtedly receive a cold response by Echidna, having made her hear this. Echidna. That might be the true nature of the human known as yourself. Subaru. Eh? So spilled out Echidna, relaxing her shoulders, having stiffened herself up before his eyes. Upon hearing that, Subaru stared in amazement, eaten by the dumbfoundedness. Subaru stood in mute amazement as Echidna shrugged her shoulders upon his gaze. Echidna. It is inevitable that we would want to quarrel here. It would also be foolish to remain here for long and accept the witch beast's second attack. Let's move. I want to unite with Julius. Subaru. Ah, Beatrice. Agreed, in fact. For now, let's get away from this place, I suppose. Echidna and Beatrice indifferently determined their plan, leaving out Subaru, who was at sea. Echidna ascertained the area behind Subaru and Beatrice tightly grabbed Subaru's hand. Upon that tiny sensation, he looked towards the young girl, as Beatrice, with a deep nod. Beatrice, do you not remember taking Betty outside as well? Subaru? I'm sorry. I don't know what you're talking about, Beatrice. It's fine, in fact. Hearing the terribly transient emotions of loneliness mixed in Beatrice's voice, Subaru felt as if he had committed the most dreadful crime in this world. But Beatrice shook her head left and right before Subaru, who was bleached with a fear of unknown nature, and concealing herself's lonesome feelings, carved a daring smile upon her lips. Beatrice, even if Subaru has forgotten, it is still present within Betty's heart. It is impossible for what Subaru engraved into Betty's heart to fade away at all, I suppose. That's why it's fine for now. In fact, Subaru. Beatrice, even if Subaru forget, Betty will never forget. Betty will always remember. And Betty will also make Subaru remember, I suppose. For that, Betty will do whatever she can, in fact. That had been a response far too dazzling for Natsuki Subaru, who was standing here all alone. Just how many predicaments had she overcome? How many times had she tempered her heart into steel to make a girl this young wield such will? Subaru. Ah. He could be saved. And upon that sensation, Subaru held his breath. Spontaneously, a sensation welling up deep within his eyes tried to kill Subaru, as he braved letting that warmth overflow. Beatrice supported that strenuous effort of Subaru's by gripping to his hand without saying a thing. By merely gripping his hand, it proved to be his support. Echidna. It does not seem to be possible to tread the path Natsuki-kun came from due the witch beast's attack just now. Though undeniably dangerous, it seems there is no choice but to utilize the side of the aisle which remains all right, where the witch beast retracted to, and move. Beatrice. Echidna. You too, Echidna. Talking about forgiving, not forgiving, doubting, not doubting is unsuitable for this place. Regardless, the suspicions I have cannot be cleared. However, the situation does not allow for that. Creating an order of priorities is an indispensable ability in business. I witnessed that, right by Anna's side. That is why no more arguments were to be had in this place. That must be Echidna's conclusion. Subaru also avoided objecting to Echidna's judgment, who had made compromises and possessed feelings of rejection, and decided to abide by the judgment of the two. There was no change in his feeling of wanting to run away even now. However, he wanted to believe that if he crouched down and had his hands on his head, a scene further befitting of pleading for would await him, rather than simply offering his prayers to God. Behind him, the aisle Subaru came running from was in a terrible state, receiving the attack by the scorpion's tail stinger as if a catastrophe. Most of it had been converted into piles of debris and wreckage, and did not seem like it could be used, just as what Echidna had said. What Beatrice's magical safeguard had protected was only her own and the other two's lives. Even if they tried to go towards Emilia and the others who were moving separately, or Julius who was fighting in the fifth layer, they had no choice but to advance upon that side of the aisle which the scorpion had retreated towards. Subaru. Ugh. Ahead of jumping over the hole due to which Echidna nearly fell to her death, After clearing up the smoke in the part of the aisle her white lines of heat had grilled, a reason for Subaru to spontaneously groan fell over there. It was that witch beast's tail, which had perhaps fallen off from its roots. Echidna. I see, it means there was no counterattack. Its means of attacking splintered off, which is a bit of good news, I guess. Beatrice. That's what it seems, I suppose. Don't fall off the floor, in fact. It's time to jump over, I suppose. Beatrice and Echidna nodded to each other as they looked at the fallen tail, which even had the stinger attached. By appearance, it was overwhelmingly grotesque, but the witch beast had certainly lost its means of long-ranged attacks with this. Of course, the circumstance in the lower floors was that countless centaurs clad in flames were surging forth. Just because the danger of that one witch beast had diminished it could not possibly be said that the hazards present within the entire tower had reduced. Subaru. Here. Subaru lightly jumped over the hole while continuing to hold Beatrice. Beatrice's body was light. Far too light for any comparison. The fruits of a year's worth of labor which Subaru felt in his own body which were nowhere to be found in his memories. Her lightness was seemingly irrespective of that. Keeping that in the back of his mind, Subaru turned his eyes once again towards the fallen tail which lied ahead of the hole on the aisle. The tail had launched a rapid fire of the tail stinger as if a catastrophe, but its structure was completely different from the scorpion's biological features which Subaru was aware of, to an extent that it could be called a separate article entirely. Though a matter of course, the venom stinger of a scorpion which Subaru knew could not be used for things like shooting, and probably couldn't be regenerated either. Above all, evident from the aisle's destroyed condition, it had not been firing the tail stinger as an object. It had been firing power which resembled a stinger in form. Basically, it could alternatively be said that just like Beatrice's light screen and Echidna's white lines of heat, what the scorpion was firing was something akin to magical stingers. Naturally, since it had been utilized as a stinger, it would no longer be able to invoke it after having lost its tail. That is what he wanted to believe. Subaru. Thinking that far, Subaru embraced unease. He had noticed it after observing the fallen tail. That fallen tail had been cut off nearly from what was its root, but the wound's mouth appeared as something unusual. Had it been burned off by Echidna's lines of heat, regardless of cutting strength, there should have been scorch marks remaining on the wound. As a matter of fact, the surrounding part of the aisle which had been struck as well also had such burn marks. However, there were no traces of that on the scorpion's fallen tail, but instead had an awfully clean cross-section. Subaru. Subaru noticed. Something was strange. Far too late. The tail fallen on the floor, which he had kept at the edge of his field of vision, quaked with a start. An instant later, a light burst open. There exists a mechanism named autotomy. A phenomenon primarily witnessed among arthropods and lizards is often called things like lizard's tail, and refers to the action of cutting off a part of one's own body for escaping from foreign enemies. This action is also seen among pincers of crabs, and in other words, the witch beast shaped as a scorpion had perhaps done something similar. In the case of a lizard practicing autotomy upon its own tail, the detached portion of the tail moves around for a while, and serves the purpose of distracting the enemy while the real deal escapes. Of course, the tail possesses no such consciousness and only acts reflexively, but it is an example of a species which practices autotomy being capable of such reflex action. Then, would this not be possible as well? Once the prey gets close to the detached tail, it would explode and spread damage, a duty like that of a landmine, and also granting the ability to do so to the amputated part. Subaru. He wailed. While spilling out a wail from his throat, slowly and steadily, Subaru dragged his feet. As for why he was dragging them, it was not because of fatigue. The problem was physical. With a large and deep tear in the flesh of his left leg, and in a situation where he continuously bled from that wound, he had no choice but to move that way. And what Subaru was dragging was not his body alone. Enough, now. Leave me, and go. So pronounced Echidna, having lost all of her strength as she was dragged along by Subaru, who was dragging his feet. Subaru took both of her armpits in his arms, pulling her from behind, and anyhow leaving the scene. Once the scene of the explosion is left, that witch beast shall return. the scorpion witch beast which left the explosion as a parting gift, responsible for ripping Subaru and the others to shreds. Subaru. Shit. He was negligent. He let his guard down. His mind had been completely submerged in lukewarm water. Just an instant before, there had been words which Beatrice told him. There had been somewhat of a softening in Echidna's attitude, resulting in a gap within his heart, and that is thoroughly why they were the way they were now. He was so pathetic from the bottom of his heart, that he teared up. Why, despite being made to stand before such crises, yet his self displayed no growth, displayed no change. Troubles, trials, hardships, are they not chances to grow provided by God? However, if hardships could consist of only being beaten up, bleeding out and having bones broken, having the soul shattered and the life robbed, then just what do humans suffer for? Echidna. Natsuki-kun. This is enough. Subaru. It's not enough. Not a single thing is enough. Echidna. Beatrice, rather than me, right? Closing her eyes, Echidna whispered with difficulty. Responding to her words with a yell, Subaru halted his breath upon the words she followed up with. Echidna's words, though sad, were sound. Should Subaru be asked who was more valuable to him between Beatrice and Echidna, though sad, Subaru shall choose Beatrice. The worth of lives may be equal, but the worth of humans is not equal. There exists a sequential order when it comes to relationships. In a scene of choosing, that order would probably be followed. However, Beatrice wasn't here. She was not there. She was no longer anywhere. The moment the tail left by the scorpion witch beast exploded, Subaru pulled Beatrice towards himself in fear. How fortunate would it have been had he been able to protect her body and everything just like that. However, Subaru's actions were tragically slow, and his wish could not be fulfilled. The tail of the witch beast, from which the light exploded and countless stingers were scattered throughout its environs. Though Subaru had not been exposed to that explosion from close proximity either, the reason why he survived despite being fatally injured is to Beatrice's credit entirely. The moment Subaru hugged and pulled her, she tried to shield Subaru's body and vitals, as a result of which was exposed to the concentrated light. Subaru. Aishka. Echidna. I see. That child is truly like that. It seemed that even Echidna's imagination got an idea of the words he had been unable to continue. Subaru could not possibly refute her husky, sighing voice. Subaru, bleeding and wailing in agony, had been unable to even exchange a final few words with the young girl, who had seemingly melted away. However, merely her final expression, he did possess in his memories. Eyes seemingly relieved, seemingly loving and cherishing Subaru. That far too convenient expression for Subaru had been Beatrice's end. And if that's so, then Natsuki Subaru, who made her disappearing self make that expression, should vanish from this world without leaving the slightest trace behind. And due to the process of elimination after Beatrice's disappearance, Subaru escaped by dragging Echidna with him, who had still been breathing, as if for atonement, as if for redemption, or perhaps in an effort to be rightfully punished by the offender. And Subaru's such actions were restrained by the feebly breathing Echidna, telling him that it would be pointless for him to do this. She, who had been so enthused about returning Anastasia's body, that too was a matter of course. Both of her legs had been blown off from the roots. At this point, she had almost stopped bleeding, pulling the body he felt to be lighter than even Beatrice's, in a state where she had not received any immediate medical attention. What kind of a future must be awaiting her? Subaru. When such thoughts filled his mind, Subaru stumbled upon the debris and collapsed at that very spot. At the same time, Echidna, whom he was dragging along, was also thrown down onto the aisle, and she toppled over. Momentarily, merely the wails of two people, seemingly cursing the entire world, echoed through the aisle. Echidna, it hurts. It really hurts. The human body truly hurts. Subaru. Am I bad? Sorry. No. Rather than that, Echidna, don't apologize, sincerely, Natsuki-kun. Also, I no longer have any face to show Anna. This pain is my sole repayment to Anna. Subaru, repayment. Remaining collapsed on the ground, Echidna assented, unable to even move her body, as Subaru shook his eyes, unable to comprehend the words she had spoken. Just what did repayment mean? Looking at Subaru's puzzled expression, Echidna said, "After all, isn't that so?" by loosely opening her mouth slightly. Echidna, if I return this body to Anna now, she would have to taste this doomed pain and the fear of death. That would be hell. I should be the one to taste it alone. Subaru. Echidna, unable to return this body to Anna for her sake, and unable to assist Julius, it is fitting for me to fall into hell like this. He could understand that emotions of self-derision and self-reproach were vehemently scorching Echidna's heart. Even Subaru was able to grasp that Echidna's lifeless eyes, after having recited this, had commenced counting down to her gradually approaching death. Without having done a single thing, the powerless, insouciant, incompetent oneself. With those regrets, Echidna shall die. She shall die, leaving Subaru behind. Subaru. K. Echidna, please don't think about making it easy, okay? I am, fine like this. Echidna's fading life force, dreading it. Subaru raised his voice first. However, her words suddenly bestowed a new choice upon Subaru, who had been unable to do anything. He shall make it easy. His actions at this point were far too slow to call it a comforting death. Yet, assisting her by shortening the time of suffering and hastening her death was something even he was capable of. Subaru forced his agonizing body to stand up before Echidna's sidelong glance, as she breathed lightly, faintly, and he picked up a broken piece of the crumbled aisle, confirming its weight, of a size which could be grabbed with a palm, about the size of a fist at maximum. However, even this could surely serve as a weapon for taking away the life of a young girl on the verge of death. Subaru, Echidna. Keeping the piece of rubble in his hand, Subaru called Echidna's name and got on his knees beside her and denied her condition. Not a response, she did not even open her eyelids. But it could be understood from her expression that she was not unconscious. Having faintly stiffened her cheeks and pursed her lips, she perhaps no longer had any willpower left to even stop him. Should Subaru raise the piece of rubble overhead and swing it down energetically, her life would be taken easily. Melee. Smashing someone's head with a stone, even I haven't done something like this. So heard Subaru, the echoing sweet voice of the young girl within his mind as he held the piece of rubble in his hand. However, this action was not for the sake of reading the Book of the Dead. That may happen in terms of results, but as of this moment, Subaru did not have that in mind whatsoever. He was being a suicide assistant. A suicide assistant, for the sake of making someone's parting, who was already on the verge of dying, as comfortable as possible. If someone had the right to take away that life, then surely this moment alone was sincerely. This was the sole opportunity of atonement for Subaru, who happened to be present here. For Natsuki Subaru, who no longer was capable of doing anything. It was the sole opportunity, and yet his hand trembled. The depths of his eyelids called out to agony. His throat forgot respiration and ossified. Raise it overhead, swing it down. An exceedingly easy action. The present Subaru was unable to do that. His body would not move. As if he had forgotten how to move his body. Subaru. Spilling out a husky sigh, the piece of rubble fell to the aisle's floor, giving rise to a report. Conceding defeat to that report in his powerless knees, Subaru crumbled down at that spot. Subaru. No way. Can't you even do something so simple, Natsuki Subaru? Swinging down a weapon for the sake of making it easy for someone who was suffering and heading towards death. Are you not capable of even that deceit? Atonement of mere words. Guilt, which was merely an expedient. If that's wrong, then how would you explain this plight? Echidna. Natsuki-kun. Subaru. I am Echidna for helping with suicide. You can't even clasp a stone. Raising her thin eyelids, powerless, pale, cerulean eyes looked at Subaru, who was knelt down, and whispered, thinking that weak voice, akin to a sigh, had put Subaru's weakness to blame. He halted, breathing. However, as Subaru drew back his body, Echidna unsuitably loosened her lips. Echidna, forgive me for doubting you, subouting you. As she lost her breath, she apologized. Echidna apologized to him. She apologized for having doubted Natsuki Subaru. And before he could ascertain her true intent, she died, killing Meili and hiding her corpse, acting without saying that he had lost his memories, continuously piling up nothing but others' doubts, escaping out of the ice cage he had been trapped in, unable to fulfill the wish entrusted onto him, protected by the young girl who tried to save his heart, and finally, unable to stain his hands with blood for the sake of the dying young girl. As Subaru knelt down in his own disgrace, Echidna apologized to him and died. Subaru. He wanted to die. He wanted to forget everything that had happened just now, and die. He wanted the people all over the world to point their fingers towards Natsuki Subaru, saying that he deserved to die and be sentenced to death penalty. Natsuki Subaru despaired upon oneself that he had committed a sin befitting of that. He despaired. Despair feasted upon and eroded away Natsuki Subaru's heart. Subaru. He could not move. He had no right to move. Nothing good would happen, even if he moved. It had been proved. Natsuki Subaru had proved his own incompetence. No, calling it incompetence would be rather cute. Instead of that, furthermore, Natsuki Subaru had proved that he was a jinx, a pest, an angel of death. Subaru. Should despair nest into one's chest, kill one's heart, what gets eaten to ruin even before one's life is one's soul. If that happens, then no longer would it remain possible to stand up. No longer would it be possible to fight against anyone. Should he realize that he himself was the genuine source of anguish without being able to defy it whatsoever, it was a natural consequence. I want to disappear. I want to vanish. Should have decided much earlier. Before things turned to this, in this different world. Should have known, must have known before coming to a place like this different world. Why do you trouble other people's hearts by simply existing? There's no way you could ever have the right to solely occupy a part of others' hearts, no matter how small it may be. You filthy wall stain. You, an existence like the dust accumulated in the corner of a room, like the maggots which swarm over a pile of pure garbage, like a scar which never disappears located in an eye-catching spot. Natsuki Subaru, why won't you die? Even after dying, all that awaits is redoing. Who decided that? Who made sure that it would continue eternally? If once is enough, then die 10 times. Die 100 times day until you disappear. Die until you vanish from anyone and everyone's memories. Until you're no longer able to affect anything at all. Until your name, your existence, your vestiges no longer remain in the hearts of anyone. I love you. Shut up. Disappear. Erase me. I love you. I love you. I love you. Keep quiet. Don't talk to me. Don't get in my way of disappearing. I want to disappear. Just disappear. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. I want to die. I want to disappear. I want to be smashed to pieces. I don't want to leave a single trace. I want to become something which never existed. I want to erase my existence. I want to disappear from history. I want to disappear from memories. I want to disappear from remembrances. I want to disappear even for the girl who said she won't forget. I'm worthless. I'm meaningless. I won't leave anything behind. I don't have anything worthy of leaving behind. All. Anything. Everything. Disappear. Vanish away from this world. I love you. 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 You. I love 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 you. Love you. I 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 love you. You. I love 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 you. Love you. I 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 love you. As despair ruled over his heart, the world surrounding him and everything else was concealed by the black shadow. The hollow confession of love was poured onto him ceaselessly, as it drew near in order to bestow punishment upon the garbage which took the form of a crouched human. Should he be swallowed within it? Would he finally disappear? Would he sink within nihility far greater than death? Would he really be abandoned within a convenient place, like a dark space which no eyes could ever reach? If I can die there, then I will. Natsuki Subaru, headed towards the despair which seemingly painted out everything. That's as far as you go. A voice chimed, a voice akin to a silver bell denying the end of this world. Chimed. Chapter 54. Starting life in a different world from zero, the world was about to be painted in darkness. Sitting down without any strength, the shadow stretched out its countless hands towards the motionless Subaru, just like spirals, or a whirlpool. The pitch-black hands were trying to wrap Natsuki Subaru along with his soul into its clutches. The places where he was touched, like melting, like crumbling, like coming apart. He knew that his very being was going to go hollow, but, strangely enough, he couldn't feel anything unpleasant at all. Subaru. His body was going to crumble as far as he could see. His very being was going to be overwritten. His soul was going to be churned up. Whilst it was infringing perhaps the greatest blasphemy that could be done to a living thing, Natsuki Subaru's mind was quiet enough to say that he was at peace, though there too was the effects of having disappointed back then, resting heavily in the depths of his heart. But it wasn't just that, since it was just this shadow, its shadowy tendrils which were steadfast true. It was only this shadow that showed consideration for Natsuki Subaru's emotions, who wanted to vanish and disappear even now. I want to die. I want to vanish. I want to fall apart. I want to be trampled over. I want to be reduced to ashes, leaving nothing behind. Even if I am to revive over and over again, come erase my body down into ashes. This black shadow would grant such a desirable prayer. This black shadow would grant what Subaru had earnestly cried out for. I love you. Just repeating these words ad nauseam was irritating. Even if he plugged up his ears and closed his mind, she put her fingers in the gaps of his closed mind and slid them in from the opened gaps, directly whispering her love. I love you. I love you. I love you. Stop this. I am fed up. No matter how many times you repeat this, I goddamn know already. I don't love you. I don't love myself. I knew about being loved. I knew it all too well. It was his parents. Both his mother and father loved Subaru from the depths of their heart. He knew that, as if he couldn't know. And so, That's why Subaru wanted to disappear. Despite being loved by his parents, he definitely couldn't love himself, which had no worth in being loved. I love you. 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 Stop it. Give me a break. Enough already. No matter how many times you repeat this, you can't get anything more than this. I came to this conclusion a while ago already. I knew it, and despite knowing, I just turned my eyes away from it. The people who were concerned about Subaru for dear life, with such desperation, all of them couldn't be bad people. He knew that. He couldn't not know that. So, Subaru should have just died. He should have endeavored to not be illuminated by the compassion of those bothered by Subaru's very existence. I love you. 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 And I love you. Stop it. I said I know. If I endure this torture until the end, will you grant my wish? Will you swallow me and break me and pulverize me and erase me into oblivion so that I may never presume on another ever again? If you can do that, I will accept it. I want to accept it. If this is the end, if this could be made into the end, then Natsuki Subaru, even if he would disappear. I love you. 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 That's as far as you'll go. I love you. 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 A voice chimed. It seemed just like the confession of love that was being whispered endlessly into his ears. A voice reminiscent of a silver bell rose up, piercing through the confessions of love that were painting over Natsuki Subaru's existence and the world itself. It pierced right through and reached down towards Subaru. A light gushed out. It pierced right into the pitch-black shadowy appendages that had tried to swallow up Subaru. A shockwave broke out. The hand that had received the direct hit snapped off and was torn away. But that was just one from a countless number of them. It was just one amongst thousands that had been cut down. That effort meant absolutely nothing to the hostility coming from that enormous, powerful mass of shadows. But even so, the person who let loose that blow stepped forward with determination, dodging, evading, avoiding the evil arms of the shadow that were launched towards them with exceptional agility. And then, Subaru, HK calling out the Subaru's name as he sat slumped down. The owner of the voice that was ever so reminiscent of a silver bell grasped his feeble hand. Subaru's body was pulled up abruptly, and she took him away from that spot with all of her strength. As if to say she wouldn't let them do that, the shadow stretched out its arms, blocking their front and rear, trying to block off both their path forwards and their path of escape. However, even with that obstacle in front of their eyes, her legs went forwards without stopping. Raya! One hand gripping Subaru's own, sticking out her free hand. A dazzling light was born there, and immediately afterwards, a beautiful crystal of ice appeared, shining brightly. It was the very same kind as that of the ice cage which had kept Subaru confined. It was a mesmerizing, valiant riposte of ice. She smashed down the pitch-black tendrils that had expanded so to make a wall in front of them, and forcibly wrenched open their path, witnessing the instant of the shadow being washed away. Subaru, who had harbored the impression that the strange shadow would swallow everything in its path, could only feel that the heart which he'd thought would remain forever unbeating had started to tremble again. And, as his then frozen heart started to stir, his eyes also turned to face the beautiful face right beside him. The long silver hair of the girl glittered like the moonlight as she held Subaru's hand whilst looking straight in front, taking him along, running away. Though her survival was also confirmed, in his heart, he was not excited by this. Quite the opposite, in fact. In the depths of Subaru's skull, he felt like something was going to crack. Of course he couldn't be delighted by his survival. The people he had made sure were alive. Julius, Beatrice, Echidna. He had let them all die. Though he hadn't seen the end with his own eyes, he can only imagine that things went south with what happened when he left Julius behind down with the witch beasts and Reed. Beatrice was blown to smithereens protecting Subaru, and he couldn't even ease Echidna's suffering whilst she was on the brink of death. Natsuki Subaru was pestilence personified. Death was intrinsic to his very being. As his own death was shaped into nothingness, correspondingly, he imposed that misfortune upon everyone around him. He was such a being that couldn't help but conjure to mind such a ridiculous metaphor, its poster child ensconced in such a pitch. Black fate, Subaru. Enough already, Amelia. Ha. Subaru. I said there's no use even struggling on anymore. Subaru forcibly stopped moving his feet, struggling against Amelia pulling him along by his arm, and still, Amelia tried to pull Subaru's arm, though Subaru, now possessing grit determination, did not allow this. Although the disparity in their strength was evident, Subaru's determination still remained steadfast. As if noticing that dark urge from the depths of his dark irises, Amelia let out a gulp and stopped pulling his arm with all her strength. Amelia. The two of them, Subaru and Amelia, were at a standoff. Both of them were staring at each other. Looking around at their surroundings, there were no signs of the shadow that had tried to engulf Subaru. Had he shook it off him when he had escaped together with Amelia? If that's the case, then wouldn't they still come across it again if they turned back? It seemed as if that thing was the best way of completely erasing Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, why did you come and save me? You must be out of your mind. You thought I was a fake as well, so you could have just locked me in that ice cage and tried to kill me. These words were purposefully deceptive, twisting the truth at will, each word spoken maliciously opening more wounds, so as to never think that Amelia would once again take his hand. However, to Amelia, who saw only the truth when she looked, Subaru's despicable tactic was futile. Her eyes narrowed in anger, and she raised her voice at Subaru. Amelia, I am not trying to kill you. I just wanted to hear your side of the story, as there was something unusual about you. And since you hadn't told us about your missing memories, Subaru. And what of it? That may have been just something for my own convenience. Did you believe it that easily? You sure look stupid. You've gone crazy. You, Julius, and Beatrice. He had been locked up in the ice cage, and he had told them the truth about having amnesia as if he had been in desperation. No one who possessed the ability to think should have believed such words. Ram and Echidna's attitude was the correct one, and yet, despite that, more than half of the others were stupid. Subaru, no. Everyone's stupid. In the end, with things like this, even Echidna apologized to me. I don't get it, Amelia. In the end, Echidna? Subaru, what happened? Are Echidna and the others? Amelia began to ask that question to Subaru, who was muttering and groaning with his face covered by his own hands. Even with how worried she looked, he would be digging his nails into that beautiful girl's heart. It was because of that Subaru was letting all of his own emotional scars as if made of glass. Even her lifeblood had bled out, leaving behind only an expression of fragility. A feeling that keeping those existences which matter from feeling pain would be a blessing. Achieving only such a heart-wrenching, desolate desire, in the figure of a young girl who'd lost her life. As the thoughts revived back in his mind, Subaru let out a scream in an attempt to let the wounds he had in the depths of his heart spread open. Subaru. Dead. Echidna is dead. Both of her legs were blown off and she bled out in pain. In short, she died in anguish. Beatrice as well. Amelia. H.K. Subaru. She even protected me. What an absurd thing, cutting off its own tail. If only I'd noticed earlier, but I didn't, and so she died. She said she wouldn't forget me. Even if Subaru had forgotten, Beatrice would not forget. Beatrice had firmly declared that she would help Subaru regain his memories without fail, but she had perished. Straight after she had said that, it's all bark and no bite. Words are wind. And immediately after she had spoken this, she had kept Subaru away from death. And with a face full of relief, she had vanished from this world. Subaru. If she was going to disappear like that, I should have stopped her. I took her out, I took her away, whatever. How it happened doesn't matter. At any rate, if I took her from anywhere other than here, I never should have. If I hadn't, then things wouldn't have ended with her meeting that fate, vanishing with that expression on her face. Subaru. That's right, that Julius guy too. Surely, around about now he must already be in a place with so many scary witch beasts, and with that Reed guy inconveniencing him, and then being all like, "Go, please." What idiocy. Everyone here is an idiot. What on earth were they expecting? Entreating, taking back, having apologized for doubting him. What on earth were they spouting out? What would become of their request? What would the meaning be in taking them back? Wasn't it natural for them to doubt him? Natsuki Subaru was here because he betrayed everything that hung over him. Survive and have some peace and quiet alone. Since that was unbearable, he wanted to disappear and die. He was the most idiotic, stupid, utterly helpless. He couldn't save anything. If those weren't Natsuki Subaru, then just what would they be? Amelia. Me and Subaru met for the first time at a place called the Loot House in the royal capital. Subaru had sunk to a bottomless swamp of self-blame and self-doubt with no escape. He couldn't even move his own body. Amelia's sudden confession had made Subaru's eardrums throb. Her words came out as if it was bringing fond, precious, nostalgic memories back to her. Subaru. Huh? Subaru was dumbfounded. All he could do was let go of his breath in his lungs when he received those words with no context so suddenly. In no way was this meant to scorn or mock Amelia's sudden actions. Subaru's consciousness simply couldn't keep up to that degree, and was genuinely stunned into silence. And yet, Amelia ignored his reaction, proffering down a finger as she allowed more memories to resurface. Amelia, back then Felt-chan stole a really important insignia from me. I was in a mad rush with Puck to try and get it back, and then, after we pursued her, we fought against Miley's One-San. We were in grave danger, but Reinhardt came to save us. And after that, just as I breathed a sigh of relief, Meili's One-San went straight for me. Subaru saved me from that. Subaru. Amelia. That was when I first met with Subaru. Don't you remember it? Hearing her question, Subaru shook his head. Even though she had recited those memories in detail, he had no knowledge of even a small bit of what she had said. It is to be expected, of course. Those were the memories of Amelia and Natsuki Subaru. No matter what, those were bits of memories spun by Natsuki Subaru, who kept behaving in ways unimaginable to him. Amelia. Subaru protected me, causing him serious injuries, so I brought you back with me to Roswell's mansion, and there, whilst she complained, Beatrice treated your wounds. Surely even Ram got on well with Subaru. Amelia, and then, without her One-San, Meili acted wickedly and spurred on the attack of some witch beasts. Subaru and Ram held them back until Roswell finished them off. I was staying in the mansion. It was when you'd also promised to take me on a date. Don't you remember it? Subaru. He shook his head. He didn't remember it. He hadn't ever done such things. He never had. Amelia. And you know, we did so many things in the mansion. We made mayonnaise. We drank alcohol with everyone. Puck made it snow. We played the King Jaime. And after that, I was called to the royal capital for the royal selection, right? Subaru. Amelia. It was also the first time I ever had a big fight with Subaru. Dial. I didn't want to hurt Subaru anymore, nor make you overdo things, and I was scared and didn't understand why you were so kind to me. So, I thought that everything would have come to an end when we fought. As she recounted these memories, Amelia's voice started to faintly tremble. There was a mixture of joy and sorrow, anxiety and expectation. Various conflicting emotions. Subaru was assailed by a feeling of being completely parched. Unbearable. Unbearable. Unbearable was this yearning scorching his chest. For the sake of Amelia revealing this expression in its entirety. No, for this single reason, that yearning was unbearable. Amelia. I didn't understand what was happening. At the time I was being swept away by the uneasy situation, and then Subaru came running back to me when I was my most depressed, and after that, Subaru... Amelia, and after that, what was it that you said? Do you remember it? Subaru. I don't remember. It didn't come out. They really weren't going to come out. The trembling of Amelia's voice, her appeal, her echoing voice that clung on to him, all of these made it evident. The Subaru that was here now was not the Natsuki Subaru that she wanted. Having this obvious fact thrust before him, Subaru broiled in envy and jealousy towards himself. Why is it you, Natsuki Subaru? You and I? Why are we so different, Natsuki Subaru? Amelia. And everyone thought like this. Returned the real Natsuki Subaru. The Natsuki Subaru right now, just dropped dead. For how much longer will it be you the one present in this place? Such should be what they were thinking, hurting, suffering, lamenting. And yet, Amelia. But I remember everything. I remember what Subaru promised me, and what Subaru told me, and what Subaru has done. I remember everything. Joy and hope were lodged in that smile, so that both sadness and anxiety would never have been there. Seeing Amelia's smile, Subaru's lips trembled. There was nothing. It was nowhere. Everything he had said, everything he had done, everything he had promised. Inside of this body, inside of this head, inside of this heart, at the depths of his soul, there was nothing. And so he said, Subaru, I don't remember. I don't even remember it. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you all? Who are you all talking about? He exploded. Some time ago, with Beatrice and Echidna, he had let himself burst into a fit of emotions, and once again, he also shouted this here. Amelia. Faced with his bellow, Amelia widened her amethyst eyes. All the while still gazing at her, Subaru rapidly blinked his eyes, clearing away the hot tears that had welled up there. With an even dirtier voice which strove to preserve a malicious tone, he continued to bellow, Subaru, putting your life on the line for someone else's sake, springing into action straight away for someone else's sake, running so to give it your all for someone else's sake, accomplishing something by risking my life for someone else's sake. Can there be such things? Can I do such things? To hear all of Amelia's recollections and reply that he couldn't remember, unable to answer Beatrice's question before she vanished, still bearing that regret in his heart. He'd listened to Amelia gently, almost convincingly, talk about her memories. Julius entrusted in him. Beatrice believed in him. Echidna forgave him. Amelia desired him. All of that for Natsuki Subaru. The one that had been summoned to this parallel world. The real him. Subaru. Don't joke about. Such a guy cannot be Natsuki Subaru. There was no way that someone could entrust their wishes to Natsuki Subaru. Subaru. I know all too well about how pathetic and disgusting and helpless, and what a rotten bastard Natsuki Subaru is. There was no way that anyone could believe in Natsuki Subaru in his heart. Subaru. Who are you actually looking at? What are you talking about? Such a guy is nowhere to be seen. Everything is a downright lie. The things that guy showed, the things that guy said. Everything. It was just random crap that he spouted out from his mouth. There isn't any value in believing in it. There was no way that someone could pardon Natsuki Subaru from his sins. Subaru. You think there's any value in Natsuki Subaru? Natsuki Subaru is scum. He's a useless, rotten bastard. I know this better than anyone else. Like hell, anyone would want Natsuki Subaru to be along with them. Subaru. There was no worth or anything to be desired anywhere. Natsuki Subaru was pestilence personified. No matter whom it may be, everything just amounted to wounds, loss, and death. Thus, let's end it. Amelia. And everyone else needed not get hurt anymore because of that guy. Subaru. It doesn't have to be Me. He merely did mutter those words. It didn't have to be himself. No. It'd be way better if it wasn't Natsuki Subaru. Why did they entrust things to a man who couldn't do anything? Why did they believe in him? Why did they forgive him? Why did they desire him? There should be more ways for them to manage things better. There should be someone else to help them manage things better. Even if that someone was the Natsuki Subaru that everyone wished for, he was nowhere to be found anymore. Natsuki Subaru was a pretense that he never possessed from the beginning. A vain being, Subaru. Someone like me, just disregard and toss me away. Someone smarter than me, someone stronger than me will turn up. He said that he couldn't do anything. It was just this sense of sheer helplessness that overwhelmed Natsuki Subaru. Everyone has their lot in life, one appropriate to them. He wanted everyone to understand that. Subaru was unqualified to walk next to Emilia and the others. He was unqualified to be desired by them. He was neither strong nor smart. They needed not desire to have such a Subaru around. Therefore he would. Emilia. My name is Emilia. Just Emilia. Subaru. Huh? Having spat out his sheer sense of helplessness, with his heart dominated by the things he wanted to spit out as he spiraled towards hollowness, the bell-like voice rang out, like a surprise attack, causing him to let out a sound. Subaru. He didn't understand the meaning of those words. No, not the meaning. It was her intention that he didn't understand. Lifting his head up, Subaru looked at the person who had introduced herself as Emilia standing right in front of him. She had her hand on top of her ample chest. Within her big, round, amethyst eyes, Subaru could see his own figure reflected. His breath was taken away by their shimmer. Emilia continued on with her speech, right in front of Subaru. Emilia, there are so many things I have to tell you, and so many things I have to ask you. Many, many, many things. But right now I have to hear just one thing. Subaru. Emilia, Julius, Beatrice, and Echidna. And now, I've taken you by the hand. By running away together, I wanted to protect you at any cost. I didn't want you to die. So by doing that, Emilia closed her eyes and plunged into thought, full of emotion. After a few seconds, she broke off her speech. He could see that various emotions were coursing through her chest. These even included her feelings of anxiety for her companions who weren't here. Emilia's cherry blossom lips quivered with those emotions fresh in her mind. Emilia, you, who have made us feel that way. Who are you? Subaru. Emilia, please, let me hear your name. At Emilia's question, the very depths of his heart shook within his chest. The manifestation of her intentions weren't to deny the Natsuki Subaru in front of her eyes, or to recover the old Subaru. They were an affirmation of Natsuki Subaru. Subaru. The one before us is a fake. Return the real Natsuki Subaru to us. Words along those lines, behavior along those lines, resentment along those lines would have been easier to bear, because it was nothing other than something Subaru had desired himself. He still preferred the side of those who said that his self standing in front of their eyes was a fake, that they wanted him to return Natsuki Subaru. The ones who said that to him, the ones who wished that from him, the ones who tormented him with ones that he still preferred their side. But it was Emilia that, no, not just her. Up until here, everyone who had spoken to Natsuki Subaru had implored the same thing, irrespective of whether he was strong or weak. Thus, even if he let himself be seen so shamefully, and couldn't help forgetting everything, he still hadn't changed. By their words, by their behavior, by their life, they showed their need for Natsuki Subaru. Subaru. Why, Emilia? Subaru? Why are you here, Natsuki Subaru? What can that guy do? What do you expect from him? He didn't understand it. In just this overwhelming despair, in their helpless numerical inferiority, what would happen if Natsuki Subaru was there? In what way would the situation improve? Could they break through this? Subaru. A weak, dumb, miserable, spineless guy. What do you even see in him? Emilia. Maybe it's as you say. Emilia cast her eyes down at Subaru, entreating her with this rather than denying, shaking her head begrudgingly. Her eyes were bordered by long eyelashes. Her voice, ever so reminiscent of a silver bell, tickled his heart. Everything about Emilia seemed to be a linchpin that tied Natsuki Subaru to this world. Yet despite that out-of-place, powerful emotion, certainly one connected to Subaru's own heart, Emilia continued. Emilia, there are plenty of people stronger than Subaru, and surely there are many people smarter than Subaru. But I prefer to be with you, Subaru, no matter what time. I believe that Subaru will do so for me, thus do I wish. After all, Subaru, Emilia. After all, if you're going to help me anyways, having it be someone I like would make me so much happier than someone who just does it, because they're there and can. And whilst smiling, Emilia said this. Whilst smiling and with her cheek slightly blushing, she said this. Subaru. Subaru took a breath, as if gasping, having received Emilia's words. In that instant, surely all time had stopped within his body. With a bad he could feel his heart pounding, and at the same time in which his feelings had boiled up from within him, another emotion rose up. It was scorn towards Natsuki Subaru. Subaru. I see, Natsuki Subaru. Did you fall in love with this beautiful girl? Someone who is probably way out of my league. As if such a young woman would even give him the time of the day. Such a cool night. Such a wise woman. Such a sweet little girl. And finally, such a beautiful girl right in front of his eyes. Entrusting to you, believing in you, forgiving you, wishing it were you. Not asking you to be a savior, nor even expecting you to be a savior. Merely, if those staggering walls had to be crossed, rather than someone capable, just wishing it were you. Emilia. My name is Emilia. Just Emilia. Once again, Emilia gave the silent Subaru her name. She looked over to him with her amethyst eyes. Subaru's dark brown eyes gazed back at those eyes right in front of him. And then, Emilia, please, let me hear your name. Subaru. He hesitated, forming his words, hearing Emilia's question once again. He had denied it over and over again. He couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. He couldn't be it. He had repeatedly denied it. So, this was surely nothing more than convenient wordplay. Entrusted, believed in, forgiven, desired. In this desert's tower. What if there were the qualifications to be treated like that by them? In this desert's tower. What if there was someone that could save Emilia and the others? If that was Natsuki Subaru, then if that Natsuki Subaru was nowhere to be found, Subaru. My name is Natsuki Subaru. Emilia Subaru. Entrusted by Julius, believed in by Beatrice, forgiven by Echidna, desired by Emilia, by you. By you. If that man's name is Natsuki Subaru, then... The black-haired boy answered the young woman with the glimmering silver hair, staring with his dark brown eyes into her amethyst ones. To the question that had quivered from her cherry blossom lips, his blood-stained lips answered back, Subaru. I am Natsuki Subaru. Right now, feeble, without strength, mind and body racked by despair, but still, he declared it. For Emilia and everyone else, for you and everyone else, for their safety, for peace and quiet. Thus did he wish. Thus did he implore. Emilia. Subaru strongly declared it. In his heart he hadn't fully wiped away the pieces of distrust towards Natsuki Subaru. Even now the one that caused his death hadn't left Subaru's mind. No, not his death, Melee's. The face and voice of that wicked man. Mayhaps the time where it would be wiped away would never come. But it's okay. Even so, it's okay. It's not like he wanted to be saved. It's not like he would cling on them, wishing to be saved either. I want you all to be saved, he thought. I want to help you all, he implored. If that can be done by Natsuki Subaru, then I will do it. The reason you started running, the destination you set out for better be the same. So long as the road envisioned is the same, then we're just bitter enemies in the same boat. Even if I hate you, I will not complain. Let Natsuki Subaru save Emilia and the others. Subaru. Thank you, Emilia. You made me believe in that, Emilia. Subaru. I am. With Subaru's reply, ripples rose within Amelia's amethyst eyes. Her lips quivering, Amelia started to somehow string together some words towards Subaru, who had defined himself as such. And just after that, Subaru. Up until then, nothing had disturbed the two of them talking. The situation, which had until now remained peaceful, cracked in an instant. Subaru. Amelia, near them. The aisleway where the two had been conversing was in a flash crushed and pulverized by a shadow. The aisleway lost its shape, and Amelia, losing her balance, lost her footing. Facing her, Subaru, who had barely clung onto his foothold, strongly kicked against the floor. At that moment, the tower lost its shape, smashed up and weathered, perishing next to lumps of stone cladded in the aroma of sand. Subaru immediately dived towards Amelia, who had started to fall. The distance shrunk, catching up to her silver hair still lingering above, and finally he closed his arms around her slender body. Amelia. Subaru. As he clutched her slender, soft, warm body, Amelia stirred, calling out Subaru's name. She was probably trying to change her position in his arms, trying to put herself lower, and because of that, the one that helped, and the one that had been helped reversed. Amelia, and everyone else were truly nuts. But alas, Amelia's effort had been completely useless in this situation. Amelia, with her back to the ground, unable to see where she was falling to, probably didn't get the swing of things. It was neither the hard floor of the tower, nor the sprawling sand dunes outside that would come to meet Subaru and her. It would be the pitch-black shadows wrapping this tower that would lead to the end of everything. So, the two of them would end up being swallowed by the shadow whilst embracing each other just like that. No, the opposite. No, this surely would become the beginning. That which they'd started once, he would start once again right here. From the end, anew. For that reason he would make a promise. Right here, in this world, in this place. He would make the words he exchanged with Amelia real. Having been saved, having wished of wanting to save them, let's start from the end. Holding all of that. The time for sputtering and babbling was over. Infatuation like a curse is nice, isn't it? It's what I always wanted. He didn't know whether Natsuki Subaru was worthy of being loved, but since the requirements needed to be loved by Amelia, and everyone else were there, even if they still forget, even if they don't remember the words you told me, in this ending world, in this world beginning anew, even if they still forget, even if they don't remember the words that I struck in you all, in this ending world, in this world beginning anew, I will remember. I will remember everything, because even now, even if I have to cling on to them, I will not forget them. Subaru, even if you forget, I will not forget any of you. Always remember, Natsuki Subaru. The shadow drew ever closer, its darkness engulfing Amelia and Subaru. Just like that, Amelia and Natsuki Subaru were sinking towards the depths of the shadows. Metempsychosis, everything was coming apart, everything was becoming zero. The end was coming as expected, and it began in the place where everything became zero. A battle to kill Natsuki Subaru, and bring back Natsuki Subaru. End.